What's wrong, Gohan? School's already over, and you've been sleeping since then. This is unacceptable. Classes have concluded, and your home isn't far. You need to hurry back. Raising his head, Gohan glanced around in bewilderment. He recalled that he had been at home watching Dragon Ball Super. Just as the Universe tournament concluded, he found himself waking up in the Dragon Ball universe. And to his astonishment, he was in a school? Wait a minute. A quick look at his attire confirmed his realization had transformed into the underwhelming Gohan. And not just any Gohan, but the youthful, somewhat dependent version of himself. This meant he had just mastered Super Saiyan 1, following the intense battle with Cell, and was now at his peak with Super Saiyan 2. Unfortunately, the enemies he would soon face were far beyond the capabilities of the Super Saiyan 2 form, especially considering that as a model student reported on daily at school, how could he possibly comprehend Super Saiyan 3? His future advancements would rely solely on the potential unlocked by old Kai. His ultimate form, Mystic Gohan, was indeed his pinnacle. Yet even that would not suffice against the impending threat of Majin Buu's combat power, simply could not compare. Overwhelmed by a sense of dread, he realized the gravity of his situation. He had transformed into Gohan at a time when Earth was on the brink of catastrophe, and his father, Kakarot, was still wandering in the afterlife. Coming to terms with reality, Gohan stood up, acclimating to his new body, feeling the latent strength it possessed. In truth, Gohan's physique had always been exceptional, surpassing that of an average Saiyan, rivaling even his father's prowess. Regrettably, a lack of training had rendered him unable to keep pace with his younger counterparts, Goten and Trunks. Truly disheartening, he had no desire to lead such a lamentable existence. Since he had become Gohan, he resolved to diligently enhance his abilities. As for pursuing academia and scholarly research, nothing could compare to the exhilaration of saving the world. He couldn't fathom why Gohan had chosen the path of a scholar in the Dragon Ball universe. Strength reigned supreme, with the world facing annihilation. What use was academic study? All right, from now on, I shall focus on fortifying myself. I must strive to comprehend Super Saiyan 3, or perhaps even Super Saiyan 4. Alas, locating old Kai on my own will be quite challenging. Lacking Goku's instant transmission, the only option is to seek Bulma's assistance. Lost in thought, he lamented the burdens of being a Saiyan on Earth. Moreover, he had no idea where his father Goku was in the afterlife, making contact impossible. As he pondered this predicament, a voice echoed nearby. Binding successful. You have acquired the lottery enhancement system. Gohan's eyes widened in surprise at the sudden appearance of the system. He had not anticipated such a boon. This was utterly delightful. Host, Gohan system. Lottery enhancement system attempts. 2 ability enhancement 100, 1 lottery opportunity abilities. Super Saiyan 1 100, Super Saiyan 2 100. Reaching 100 enhancement in both transformations granted him a single lottery opportunity. Since both transformations were considered complete forms, representing 100 of their capabilities, he was awarded 2 lottery chances. To his astonishment, he received 2 opportunities right off the bat, and his spirits lifted. He could only hope for a useful skill, perhaps instant transmission. If I acquire that, I can seek out old Kai and unlock my potential. With eager anticipation, he used both lottery chances, wishing fervently for instant transmission. Once he found old Kai, he could enhance his abilities and surpass Majin Buu in one fell swoop. As long as he didn't get too reckless, defeating the initial form of Majin Buu should be feasible. His excitement grew as he watched the lottery wheel spin, utilizing both chances as various skills flashed before him. Suddenly, 2 abilities appeared. Acquired Keyblade, a lethal technique that disregards enemy defenses. Wasn't this Krillin's ultimate move? This ability was indeed impressive, as it ignored defenses. At 1 point, Krillin, with a combat power of hundreds of thousands, posed a threat to Frieza, who had millions. That was certainly a valuable ability. He could only hope the second lottery draw would yield something even more useful. Acquired Ultra Instinct Sign, the entry-level technique of the angelic gods. Gohan was genuinely taken aback by this second lottery ability. He had drawn the most formidable skill, Ultra Instinct Sign. He recalled that this was the form Goku adopted while fighting as a White Saiyan, surpassing even Super Saiyan Blue. With this ability, he could potentially obliterate Majin Buu. This was simply exhilarating. As he contemplated this, he noticed that Ultra Instinct Sign had a progress bar for development. Ultra Instinct Sign. Comprehension Progress 0.01 can enhance combat power by 1,000,000. What a joke with only 0.01 progress. It could only enhance his combat power by 1 million. A million combat power was hardly impressive. Transforming into Super Saiyan would elevate his power into the tens of millions, exceeding a billion. Without a billion in combat power, it was utterly inadequate. He realized that merely acquiring this skill necessitated rigorous practice to refine it, and only by reaching 100 progress could he obtain the next lottery opportunity. It seemed he had to diligently hone the skills he had acquired otherwise. This 0.01 would be as useful as a trinket. Reflecting on all this, Gohan departed from the school, now under the cover of night, eager to return home. However, upon reaching the school entrance, before he could use the flight technique to soar home, a girl with braided hair approached him, her lovely face stern. "Gohan, have you heard about the city hero incidents lately?" Don't think you can brush me off. I remember your home is on the mountain. You can't be late for school every day. What's the reason behind that?" Videl stood with her hands on her hips, scrutinizing him intently. Her round, cherubic face was undeniably adorable during her student days. Videl had long hair and was quite charming. Gohan recalled that he had once acted as a city hero, assisting in thwarting some criminals and maintaining justice. He certainly wasn't that idle. With a calm demeanor, he replied, "Videl, are you waiting for me here? You must be here alone intentionally. Do you have feelings for me?" Faced with Gohan's teasing expression, Videl's previously fierce demeanor faltered, her face turning crimson. Flustered, she stammered, "No. Tu was just passing by. Don't you dare make wild assumptions." Her flushed face and hesitant manner were genuinely endearing. Gohan chuckled, casually pointing behind her. "Look, your father has come pick you up." Videl's expression shifted instantly as she turned, "Dad?" But upon glancing back, she found no one there. Realizing that Gohan had vanished without a trace, in the blink of an eye, he had disappeared, leaving her completely unaware of his presence. Clenching her fists in frustration, Videl muttered angrily, "Gohan, how dare you deceive me? Just wait, I will unveil your true nature." At this moment, soaring through the sky, Gohan had other pressing matters and could hardly afford to engage with Videl. Though the student version of Videl was indeed charming, Majin Buu's revival was imminent. His utmost priority remained strengthening himself. Aside from the formidable Majin Buu, there is also the mighty golden Frieza, who is running out of time. As Gohan, he finds himself lagging behind many others, necessitating his efforts to catch up. Having acquired the Ultra Instinct technique, he knows that rigorous practice is essential, for this skill is one that even Goku has yet to fully comprehend. It is imperative to enhance my Ultra Instinct to its utmost potential ideally. I should strive for a full 100. If I can achieve that, I would possess the strength to contend not only with Majin Buu, but even with the God of Destruction, he muses, feeling a surge of energy within him. Gohan smirks as he releases it entirely in that fleeting moment. It is evident that his body is brimming with energy, albeit a rather feeble amount. It resembles a gentle breeze so subtle that it is nearly imperceptible unless one is keenly attuned to it. Furthermore, his hair has not transformed to white, indicating that his Ultra Instinct remains underdeveloped, thus limiting its enhancement capabilities. After all, with a battle power of merely 1 million, such an augmentation is hardly noteworthy. Not even one, it is only natural that my battle power remains stagnant. He laments, "What I must focus on now is practicing diligently to acclimate my body to this newfound ability," that he realizes that this energy flow is challenging to control, requiring training to master it effectively. A moment's distraction could cause the surrounding energy to dissipate entirely. Mastery demands an extraordinary level of mental fortitude thus. Training is indeed mentally taxing. Not returning home directly, he soon locates a suitable training ground and, upon landing, senses another's presence. Someone has been following him, evidently observing him from the shadows. He knows precisely who it is. He now has a training partner at hand. Without further ado, he calls out to the air, "Uncle Piccolo, you've been tailing me. Why not step out and serve as my training partner? I wish to practice the skill I have just grasped." As soon as the words leave his mouth, a figure materializes in the air. It is none other than Piccolo, the ever-dedicated full-time caretaker. Indeed, He has been shadowing Gohan from the outset, remaining close by his side. Piccolo, embodying the essence of a devoted guardian, casts a discerning glance at the transformed Gohan, but chooses not to dwell on it. Instead, he simply responds, "Shishi has been waiting at home for quite some time. Are you certain you do not wish to return? If you face her ire, I cannot assist you." Chapter 2. The Lottery of Ultimate Freedom Technique. Gohan was hardly concerned with the lottery. His primary focus was on self-improvement and scholarly pursuits, feeling inadequate to save the Earth. With a casual gesture, he remarked that he wasn't particularly fond of studying but felt compelled to do so, especially under the influence of Uncle Piccolo. He believed the Earth was still perilous, and it was indeed essential to enhance his capabilities. Upon hearing Gohan's words, Piccolo's demeanor brightened, a smile gracing his lips. This was precisely the attitude he had longed to witness in Gohan. Seeing Gohan finally attain clarity filled him with satisfaction. Although this sentiment might not sit well with Chi-Chi, it was imperative for Gohan to hone his abilities. "I can serve as your training partner, but be warned, my training regimens are quite rigorous." Piccolo's prowess remained formidable, particularly his techniques inherited from the Namekians, making him an ideal opponent for Gohan's training. Without hesitation, he transformed into a Super Saiyan. The surge of power enveloped him, and he relished the exhilarating sensation. He had not anticipated that achieving this transformation would be so thrilling. He wondered how much more exhilarating it would be to ascend to Super Saiyan Blue. "This is excellent. I need not hold back. I have trained far too little in recent years, and it is high time I made up for lost time." With a swift motion, he moved at incredible speeds, closing the distance to Piccolo in the blink of an eye. However, Piccolo remained composed, confident that he could handle Gohan. Believing that as long as Gohan did not unleash the full might of Super Saiyan 2, he could manage. Thus, he initially refrained from using his full strength. To his surprise, Gohan struck with a powerful punch, catching Piccolo off guard. Before he could retaliate, Gohan switched to a kick, sending Piccolo flying. The impact left Piccolo visibly shaken, as he had observed Gohan for an extended period and assumed that his lack of training against minor foes had weakened him. Yet, the reality was stark. Gohan had transformed into someone vastly different, possessing an uncanny ability to predict his movements. "Uncle Piccolo, you look a bit green," Gohan exclaimed, reveling in the moment, which only deepened Piccolo's discomfort. "That's just my natural color," Piccolo retorted, anger flaring as he charged at Gohan, engaging him in battle. Gohan realized that the ultimate freedom technique was not merely a boost of 1 million in battle power. Its true potential lay in its application, especially in enhancing his evasion skills. He could anticipate Piccolo's next moves, and even if Piccolo withheld a portion of his power, Gohan could accurately predict his attacks. This newfound strength was indeed significant. However, this advantage was primarily effective against Piccolo, who, despite his sharp tongue, was reluctant to unleash his full potential, even when provoked. He would only exert about 80 of his power, allowing Gohan to adapt to the Super Saiyan form. After half an hour, Gohan transitioned into Super Saiyan 2. Upon witnessing Gohan's transformation, Piccolo frowned deeply, his expression shifting as he recognized the gravity of the situation. Super Saiyan 2 had once vanquished Cell, and even Piccolo's full strength would likely fall short. With heightened vigilance, Piccolo braced himself, only to find that Gohan initiated the battle with an unexpected technique, the Ki Blade. Piccolo's expression shifted dramatically, shock evident on his face. "What?" With a swift motion, Gohan unleashed the Ki Blade, causing Piccolo to tremble and compelling him to employ his full strength to evade. Acutely aware that the attack could slice him in half if it connected. Furious, Piccolo exclaimed, "You little brat, how did you learn the Ki Blade? Are you trying to kill me?" Gohan, unfazed, chuckled, "Uncle Piccolo, you have the ability to regenerate. As long as I don't hit your head, you'll survive." Realizing the futility of pushing Piccolo to his limits, Gohan reverted to Super Saiyan 1, allowing Piccolo to exhale in relief. Observing Gohan's fervor for training, Piccolo pondered the sudden shift in Gohan's motivation. Was there truly a crisis on Earth? Were there foes more formidable than Cell? The thought troubled him, after all. Cell had nearly destroyed the planet, and he could hardly fathom a threat surpassing that. After 2 hours of intense training, Gohan found himself utterly exhausted, only to discover that his mastery of the ultimate freedom technique had increased by a mere 0.1. The progress was painfully slow, resulting in a total battle power boost of just 10 million, far from sufficient. He felt that reaching 1 mastery was the true threshold for genuine comprehension. While his grasp of the ultimate freedom technique remained elusive, Gohan's proficiency with the Ki Blade had progressed to 10, suggesting a quicker path to mastery. He contemplated how long it would take to fully understand the ultimate freedom technique. The pace was exasperatingly slow, returning home with Piccolo as the sun dipped below the horizon. Gohan found Chi-Chi waiting impatiently. As soon as he arrived, she scolded him, and Piccolo bore the brunt of her ire as well. Despite his formidable strength, Piccolo dared not utter a word in Chi-Chi's presence. After all, she was Goku's wife. After chastising the two, Chi-Chi's demeanor softened as she turned her attention to Gohan, stating, "I've had dinner ready for ages. You only just now returned. Goten has already fallen asleep waiting for you." From a distance, little Goten emerged, rubbing his eyes, fatigue evident on his face. "Brother, where have you been? Why did you take so long to come back?" Looking at his younger brother, Gohan suddenly realized Goten's potential. He could develop Goten's abilities as a training partner, as they both shared Saiyan blood. Goten could easily achieve Super Saiyan 2, making him a superior training companion compared to Piccolo, who struggled to match Gohan's Super Saiyan 1 capabilities. Gohan resolved to find a stronger training partner, ideally. He wished to train with Vegeta. However, considering Vegeta's prideful nature, he feared their sparring could escalate into a life-or-death struggle. Having dismissed that notion, Gohan approached Goten with a smile, gently patting his head. "Goten, how about I take you out to play tomorrow?" Little Goten possessed a remarkably innocent disposition. Upon hearing the word play, his eyes sparkled with excitement, completely dispelling any semblance of drowsiness. His face illuminated with enthusiasm. "Really, brother? Then it's settled. Wow, I haven't gone out to play with you in such a long time. This is wonderful. I want to accompany you tomorrow." Goten clung to Gohan, his playful nature evident, causing a fleeting smirk of mischief to surface at the corner of Gohan's mouth. Beside them, Piccolo observed, well aware of Gohan's intentions, his gaze fixed on the youthful Goten, feeling a twinge of sympathy. Nevertheless, he refrained from intervening, recognizing that his current strength could not match Gohan's training regimen. Understanding Gohan's desire to enhance his abilities, he believed that finding capable individuals was essential. As Gohan's loyal supporter, he naturally wished to witness Gohan grow stronger. Early the next morning, Gohan made the excuse of needing to go to school early. He took Goten along, leading him to a vast expanse of grassland. Bewildered, little Goten gazed at the endless plain, his expression one of confusion. "Brother, what fun is there here? Aren't we supposed to go to the city? Why are we here?" Gohan's demeanor turned serious as he looked at Goten. "Goten, I am here to teach you the art of combat. As you know, we are of Saiyan blood, and Saiyans are known as the strongest warriors in the universe. We must never forget our fighting techniques." Goten remained perplexed, his brow furrowed in confusion. "But Mom says that those who always want to fight are bad children." Gohan raised a hand, adopting a stern expression as he began his lesson. At this tender age, Goten was still quite naive, making it easy to guide him. After all, he was merely a small child. No, this is for the sake of justice and peace. You must understand, there are many villains in this world. To prevent them from bullying us, we must become strong ourselves. Only then can we fight for world peace and protect ourselves." Gohan's earnestness lit up Goten's face, filling him with joy. "Brother, you're so cool. I want to fight for world peace too." This little boy was remarkably easy to persuade. Now, Gohan had found his second trainee, and Goten's potential undoubtedly surpassed Piccolo's. With proper development, he would be of immense training value. It was simply too easy to motivate him. Ideally, they could even persuade Trunks to join them, making it even more perfect. Concealing a grin, Gohan began his serious instruction. "All right, I will start by teaching you how to transform into a Super Saiyan." Chapter 3. Goten transforms into Super Saiyan. Upon hearing Gohan's words, Piccolo couldn't help but chuckle. "How is that possible, Gohan? Goten is just a child. We shouldn't start with such a challenging lesson." Piccolo laughed heartily, believing Gohan was joking. Indeed, little Goten was only a few years old, not even old enough to attend elementary school. Even if he is the son of Goku, transforming into a Super Saiyan right away seemed implausible. However, Gohan paid no heed to Piccolo's remarks and earnestly began instructing little Goten. After spending 10 minutes explaining the essence of being a Super Saiyan, he encouraged Goten to try it out. "All right, let's see if you can accumulate some anger like I explained." Little Goten's expression shifted as he gathered energy, his entire body vibrating. The aura around him caused Piccolo's face to change dramatically. In an instant, Goten transformed into Super Saiyan 1. "Brother, is this how it feels?" "Wow, that was easy. I did it right away." His hair changed color, marking the completion of his transformation into Super Saiyan 1. Piccolo was left dumbfounded, unable to believe what he was witnessing. How can this be? Is this really a Super Saiyan? A child so young. And he achieved it so quickly, it's utterly shattering my worldview. Meanwhile, Gohan remained composed, nodding with understanding. Yes, very good. Now, let's move on to Super Saiyan 2. At this, Piccolo could no longer contain himself. His perceptions were shattered. He couldn't believe Gohan was suggesting that Goten transform into Super Saiyan 2 right after Super Saiyan 1. Wait a moment, Gohan. I think achieving Super Saiyan 1 is already incredible. No matter how talented Goten is, he can't possibly transform into Super Saiyan 2 right away. This should be taught gradually. Unfortunately, Gohan had little time for gradual instruction. Goten's innate talent made the transition to Super Saiyan 2 quite effortless. Even Super Saiyan 3 was achievable with a bit more training. Goten simply did not recognize his own potential, and despite achieving Super Saiyan 2, his strength was not sufficient to unleash its full capabilities. However, transforming into Super Saiyan 2 would significantly enhance Goten's abilities. Gohan demonstrated the transformation technique, explaining, "You see, Super Saiyan 2's power increases, but its speed is somewhat restrained. Thus, while Super Saiyan 2 is about raw power, Super Saiyan 1 offers more balanced development. It's not always the case that Super Saiyan 2 is stronger than Super Saiyan 1. Indeed, while the combat power of Super Saiyan 2 is elevated, it is purely a matter of strength, often sacrificing speed. This is why Vegeta has never transformed into Super Saiyan 2. Goten listened attentively, his interest piqued by the transformation. And with just a brief guide, he grasped the concept. Astonishingly, he completed the transformation to Super Saiyan 2 in just 10 minutes of training. With a surge of energy, he seamlessly transitioned from Super Saiyan 1 to Super Saiyan 2 in a mere 10 minutes, leaving Piccolo utterly astonished. Now he realized that the Saiyan family was indeed extraordinary. Brother, I did it. Wow, the feeling of Super Saiyan 2 is completely different. I feel so powerful all over. Goten exclaimed joyfully, reveling in his newfound strength. Watching this unfold, Gohan felt a sense of satisfaction, a smile playing on his lips. However, Piccolo shuddered, realizing that Gohan's intention in teaching Goten Super Saiyan 2 was likely for his own training purposes. He silently mourned for the naive little Goten, who was blissfully unaware of the challenges that lay ahead after mastering Super Saiyan 2. Goten, filled with excitement, had no inkling of what would follow. Although his battle power was still inferior to Piccolo's, the duo together could serve as a formidable training duo. Gohan was eager to elevate his own Ultra Instinct to 1 and simultaneously enhance his Energy Sphere attack to 100, hoping for another chance at a reward. Observing the exhilaration radiating from Goten, Gohan said with a playful smile, "All right, Goten, now I will teach you practical combat training. This is how to fight against enemies, so you can protect yourself when faced with threats. This is the purpose of our training." Goten nodded, half understanding. Gohan was pleased, entering Super Saiyan 1 and addressing Piccolo, "Uncle Piccolo. Attack me alongside Goten. Don't hold back. Unleash your full strength." 100. Having witnessed Gohan's capabilities the previous day, Piccolo had no doubts about his confidence. Nodding, he focused his energy and unleashed 100 of his power. The overwhelming energy caused little Goten to gasp. He began to realize he might be entangled in something far more serious than he anticipated. Was this a practice fight or a real battle? After over an hour of morning training, Gohan had successfully brought his Energy Sphere attack to 99. He was just a hair's breadth away from achieving 100. Once he reached that milestone, he would be able to execute flawless, instantaneous attacks, even unleashing rapid-fire energy spheres with both hands. As he prepared to demonstrate his ability, Gohan took a step back, creating distance from Goten and Piccolo, and without hesitation, he unleashed his power. He wanted to gauge the impact. Energy Sphere attack, 100, 10 consecutive blasts. With swift movements, he executed 10 rapid blasts in less than a second. The sheer force of the attack caused Piccolo's expression to shift dramatically. Reacting instinctively, he darted forward and grabbed little Goten, shielding him from the barrage of energy blasts that obliterated several nearby mountains. The ground shook as the mountains crumbled, and Goten, now realizing the extent of the devastation, turned pale with fear, nearly on the verge of tears. "Brother, if I had taken that hit directly, I would have been done for." Piccolo, sweating profusely, was taken aback. After all, even Krillin wouldn't have been able to unleash such a formidable 10 consecutive blasts. He felt that Gohan had made terrifying progress. With a serious expression, he admonished, "Goten is still very young, having just grasped Super Saiyan 2. Your 10 consecutive blasts are far too frightening. Even Frieza wouldn't have used such a technique recklessly. At the very least, wait until Goten can fully control Super Saiyan 2. Little Goten nodded vigorously, having narrowly escaped a dire situation. He now understood just how intimidating training alongside his brother could be. The earlier barrage had left him with quite a psychological shadow. Gohan chuckled, pleased with achieving 100 completion of his energy sphere attack, which granted him a chance for a reward. He eagerly anticipated the abilities he might acquire next. Regrettably, while he had reached 100 efficiency with his energy sphere attack, his Ultra Instinct still lingered at a mere 0.5, far from the coveted one. There was still a considerable gap, and he wondered just how long it would take to reach full mastery of Ultra Instinct. Was his training intensity still insufficient? After all, it is quite a challenging endeavor for Piccolo and Goten to engage in a sparring match that would truly put him in a predicament. The Saiyan bloodline possesses unique traits. Without facing adversity or engaging in intense battles to push their limits, it becomes exceedingly difficult to achieve growth. He began contemplating ways to enhance his own abilities. With the morning training now concluded, Piccolo decided to escort Goten home, noting that time was of the essence as he needed to return to school. With a swift motion, he executed a flight technique and sped towards the school. In his haste to avoid tardiness, his form transformed into a streak of light, vanishing in an instant. Watching this, Piccolo let out a sigh of relief. Over the past couple of days, he had developed a slight apprehension regarding training with Gohan. The boy's power had surged past his own, and that spirit slice technique was unmatched on Earth. However, if there were to be anyone capable of withstanding it on this planet, it would undoubtedly be that fellow, Vegeta. With a slight smirk, Piccolo pondered how Vegeta would react upon realizing Gohan's rapid advancement, edging ever closer to his own level. He eagerly anticipated the day Gohan would surpass both Vegeta and Goku. Once, he felt hopeless about such aspirations, yet now a glimmer of hope emerged within him. Meanwhile, young Goten had ceased his training, utterly exhausted. Being so young, he found it difficult to endure the strain, sitting on the ground with a pained expression. Big brother, you're incredible. Are you now stronger than Uncle Vegeta? Although Uncle Vegeta is also very formidable, Piccolo chuckled, then recalled something and turned to Goten. By the way, Goten, weren't you planning to visit Trunks? How about I take you there now? Goten's eyes sparkled with excitement, his face lighting up instantly. Really? Trunks has so many toys. I want to go see him. But Mom said I have to do my homework at home and can't go play. Piccolo laughed heartily and replied, no worries. Gohan can help explain things here. I can take you to Trunks now. Goten nodded eagerly, oblivious to Piccolo's true intentions. The innocent child merely thought of the prospect of playing with toys, joyfully agreeing. That's wonderful, Uncle Piccolo. You and brother are so kind to me. Hee, I'm going to Trunks. Piccolo felt quite satisfied. Instead of taking Goten home, he led him to Bulma's house. His intentions were clear. It was all for Gohan's training. He genuinely cared for Gohan's development. Chapter 4. The lottery draws shadow clones again? The lottery was successful, granting the technique of shadow clone jutsu, which allows for the creation of duplicates. However, be forewarned, failing to achieve a 100 completion rate will result in diminished combat strength. What a peculiar lottery ability. How did he manage to draw the shadow clone technique? Is this some sort of jest? Can it truly be utilized? Nevertheless, although the shadow clone technique does reduce one's combat power, if not perfected to 100, achieving such mastery would enable the creation of clones without sacrificing strength. That would be utterly invincible. Yet, it is to be noted that the combat prowess of the clones will always pale in comparison to the original. As it stands, creating 2 clones would yield merely 10 of one's strength, and generating 100 might leave one with less than 1 of their power. Thus, even at a 100 completion rate, summoning 100 clones would result in only 10 to 20 of one's actual strength. These clones could be effective for dealing with minor foes, but in a confrontation with formidable opponents, such inferior clones would merely serve as fodder. Regardless, having acquired the skill, Gohan was determined to enhance it. Even sporadic use of this technique could yield remarkable results. The key lies in its judicious application, which could unleash considerable power. At school, Gohan endured a prolonged period of study, albeit feeling as though he was being watched since the moment he arrived. He chose to ignore it, focusing instead on finding a way to elevate his ultimate form to 1. Without such an enhancement, his strength would remain fundamentally unchanged. The morning classes swiftly concluded. After class, Gohan was eager to depart, but before he could exit the classroom, a girl intercepted him, much to the amusement of their classmates, who began to whisper amongst themselves. Isn't Biddy a tad bold, blocking Gohan's path? She must have feelings for him. One student remarked. How infuriating. Gohan is my idol. And now it seems I might lose him to Biddy. Another lamented. Unperturbed by her peers' scrutiny, Biddy confronted Gohan with a serious expression. You deceived me yesterday. Don't think you can trick me again today. You left so suddenly, but this time, I won't let you slip away. The onlookers exchanged bewildered glances. Yet Biddy seemed unfazed, her resolve unwavering. Gohan chuckled softly, unable to resist teasing her. Biddy, even if you wish for me to accompany you on a date, you needn't be so enthusiastic. I genuinely had prior commitments yesterday. How about we reschedule for another day? Upon hearing his words, several classmates gasped, their imaginations running wild. Could it be true? Is Biddy actually pursuing Gohan? But Biddy's father is a world champion. Does she truly find Gohan superior to him? Biddy flushed with embarrassment. Hearing the laughter of her classmates and Gohan's teasing, clenching her fists in a mix of indignation and shyness, she retorted, You better not be joking. I merely want to know if you were the city's superhero. Did you do those things? Don't try to evade the truth. Gohan shrugged casually. I told you. I have no knowledge of those matters. However, if you wish to go on a date, I can spare a day. My free time is quite limited. If you miss this chance, it may not come again. His response left Biddy momentarily speechless, her expression reflecting confusion as she realized Gohan was intentionally provoking her. Unyielding. She replied, All right, I'm free this weekend. When can we go on a date? I want to see if you will reveal your true identity. The stunned classmates watched in disbelief, while many boys glared at Gohan with jealousy. Gohan, maintaining his casual demeanor, suggested, Let us say Sunday, the day after tomorrow. I have some special tasks to attend to these next 2 days. Sunday it is, then Biddy. With a wave, Gohan departed, leaving Biddy blushing furiously at the casual term of endearment. She had not anticipated agreeing to a date, and it took her a moment to regain her composure. This was her first date. Why had she so impulsively consented? No, this guy is not as powerful as my father, Satan. I absolutely cannot develop feelings for him. Biddy resolved, firmly believing that Gohan could never surpass her father's strength. Upon returning home, Gohan discovered that Goten had not yet returned. After inquiring about Goten's whereabouts, he learned that Goten intended to continue training. Chi-Chi sighed with exasperation, explaining that Goten had gone to find Trunks, and Piccolo had taken him there. By the way, Gohan, you should bring Goten back. He hasn't completed his household chores. It's essential that he finishes them. Chi-Chi insisted earnestly, and Gohan had no choice but to comply. After all, without Goten, Piccolo's training would be significantly less effective. Why would Piccolo take Goten to Bulma's house? Gohan found himself perplexed and decided to head to Bulma's residence. Bulma was the wealthiest person in the world, developing various functional capsules. Truly a fortune. He had initially planned to borrow some money from Aunt Bulma, since he couldn't fathom why Goku was always short on cash when he had such a resourceful ally. Maintaining world peace also required financial resources. Soaring into the sky, Gohan realized that traveling the several hundred kilometers to Bulma's house would take only a few minutes at his speed. However, en route, he passed by Master Roshi's residence. Spotting Krillin in the air, he waved enthusiastically. Gohan, what are you up to? Long time no see. Gohan halted his flight, landing to greet Krillin warmly. I heard you were sent to the city university. It must be tough, right? Haha. Chi-Chi can be quite demanding. Traveling back and forth must be quite the hassle for you. After the battle on Namek, Gohan and Krillin had maintained a good rapport. In response to Krillin's playful jibe, Gohan replied nonchalantly, University life has its merits. It provides a nice change and is beneficial for mental training. By the way, Uncle Krillin, how has your training been going lately? It is evident that Krillin has long forgotten about his training. He chuckled while stroking his bald head and said, I've completely neglected my training lately. However, I happen to have a girlfriend now, and I shall introduce you to her soon. Gohan, with a curious expression, inquired, Is it Android 18? Krillin's demeanor shifted, clearly revealing a hint of unease as he laughed. Just kidding. I wouldn't dare pursue 18. No. She is a girl named Marin. He added, I'll introduce you to her later, huh? Unexpectedly. It appears that Krillin has yet to win over Android 18 and remains entangled with his ex-girlfriend. This implies that Android 18 is still single, though her whereabouts remain unknown. It is worth noting that Android 18 is a stunning beauty, arguably possessing the qualities of an ideal wife, which makes her pairing with Krillin seem somewhat wasteful. Observing Krillin, Gohan felt a mixture of happiness and concern regarding Krillin's reconciliation with his ex-girlfriend. Given Krillin's capabilities, it is inconceivable for him to take her on as a training partner. As the strongest human, he cannot rival the Saiyans. Krillin uttered a brief farewell before departing. Uncle Krillin, I must pay a visit to Bulma's house. We can continue our conversation another time. Krillin nodded and waved goodbye, allowing Gohan to set off. Upon arriving at Bulma's residence, Gohan was immediately struck by an overwhelming surge of energy. This was undeniably the most potent energy he had encountered thus far. Compared to Piccolo, it was exponentially more formidable, a prickling energy that seemed to sense his approach. The presence also tested him by probing with mental energy, but Gohan instinctively activated his Ultra Instinct, evading the probing sensation, much to the surprise of the other party. It was utterly unexpected that he could dodge such an immense energy test. Currently, the strongest being on Earth is undoubtedly Vegeta. After all, Goku is still training in the afterlife, and Vegeta's potential is undoubtedly on par with Goku's, making him extraordinarily powerful. Moreover, the cold-hearted Prince Vegeta shows no mercy in battle. As soon as Gohan landed, he could feel a gaze upon him. Vegeta had not appeared in person, but rather was assessing him from a distance using his energy. It was apparent that he already recognized Gohan, as no hostility was displayed thus far. Gohan chose to disregard the scrutiny, understanding that seeking Vegeta for training at this moment was premature. Approaching Bulma's father, he raised his hand in greeting. Chapter 5. The first encounter with Vegeta. It is Gohan. You have come to fetch Goten, I presume? He is currently with Trunks. Allow me to call his grandmother to bring him over. Dr. Briefs greeted warmly, his face adorned with a smile, inviting Gohan to take a seat. Let us enjoy some tea. The robots have already prepared it. Gohan, feeling no need for formality, approached. Just as he was about to grasp the teacup, an unexpected figure materialized before him, almost catching him off guard. In that moment, he comprehended the vast chasm between himself and Vegeta. Despite having attained Super Saiyan 2, he knew he could not rival Vegeta's extraordinary Super Saiyan form. Vegeta had pushed Super Saiyan to its utmost limits, transforming into the unique Super Vegeta. If Super Vegeta were to be further developed, it would undoubtedly possess strength comparable to Super Saiyan 3. Upon Vegeta's arrival, his icy voice echoed, Gohan, your training seems commendable. You managed to evade my energy detection upon your arrival. Vegeta's demeanor was as cold as ever, his presence clearly testing Gohan. Truly, he was the prince of all Saiyans. Although Gohan wished to gauge his own strength against Vegeta, he understood the timing was not right. A confrontation with Vegeta would not be a mere training exercise. It would be a life-or-death struggle, offering little benefit to his current training routine. He had numerous skills to hone, and he was not fond of being bested. Maintaining his composure, Gohan lifted the teacup and took a sip. Uncle Vegeta, your prowess has indeed grown. I could sense it upon my arrival. It appears you have perfected the Super Saiyan transformation. Vegeta, brimming with pride, acknowledged this, for he had indeed achieved the transformation into Super Vegeta, a form distinct from the Super Saiyan, representing his unique evolution, a remarkable display of power surpassing 200. With a disdainful expression, Vegeta remarked, It is unfortunate that Kakarot is not here. I had intended for you to be my training partner, but I hear you've been preoccupied with school. Humph. It seems you haven't trained in years. I doubt you are still capable. After uttering this, he turned to leave. Gohan exhaled a sigh of relief, though a hint of frustration lingered. It was evident that the disparity in combat strength between him and the elite fighters was significant. He could only muster 50 of Vegeta's strength at best. Even if he exerted himself fully, reaching the threshold of 100 remained a distant goal. He hoped that upon mastering Ultra Instinct to a mere 1, a glimmer of hope might emerge. His spirit ignited with determination. He finally grasped Piccolo's intent in sending little Goku here, to highlight the need for him to bridge the gap with Vegeta through diligent practice. Soon, little Goku and Trunks appeared. Upon spotting Gohan, young Trunks eagerly approached, brimming with enthusiasm. Brother Gohan, I want to learn how to transform into a Super Saiyan. Goten has mastered it. Why can't I? It's unfair. Goten has been boasting about it right in front of me. Observing Trunks' eager demeanor, Gohan recognized the envy emanating from him. With a gentle smile, he suggested, But isn't your father capable of transforming into a Super Saiyan? Why not seek his guidance? Surely, he can teach you. At the mention of his father, Trunks visibly shuddered, clearly intimidated. He had trained with Vegeta several times, and the memory left a lasting impression. I've approached father about it, but he insists I'm not ready yet and forbids me from learning. Vegeta remained unconvinced of Trunks' potential to transform. Contemplating Trunks' eagerness, Gohan formulated a plan and agreed, very well. I shall teach you the methods of transformation, not just Super Saiyan 1, but also Super Saiyan 2. Trunks, elated by this offer, burst into cheers. Really? That's wonderful. Brother Gohan, You are even better than my father. I knew coming to you was the right choice. Observing Trunks' joy, Gohan raised a finger and said, however, I do have a condition. Without hesitation, Trunks nodded vigorously. Whatever the condition, I agree. Just tell me what it is. It was clear that Trunks' family was not lacking in resources, yet Gohan had no intention of asking a child for money. Instead, he sought something else. With a serious expression, he stated, I require your father's battle footage, the kind that captures his fighting techniques. I know you can obtain it, but securing your father's battle footage might be challenging. So I must rely on you for that. Despite his trepidation regarding his father, the prospect of learning Super Saiyan abilities spurred Trunks to clench his fists and consent to help Gohan procure Vegeta's training footage. This would significantly aid his forthcoming training. With Trunks now on board, Gohan intended to train alongside him. Unfortunately, Trunks and Little Goten had yet to master fusion. Otherwise, they could practice together without needing Vegeta's battle footage. Connecting with Goku to learn fusion capabilities was indeed proving to be quite the challenge. Trunks possessed remarkable comprehension skills, eager to master both Super Saiyan 1 and Super Saiyan 2. Compared to Little Goten, he was more adept and exhibited greater combat prowess, having inherited his father's warrior spirit. Nevertheless, in Gohan's eyes, Trunks still fell short. Regardless of potential, a child was still a child. A mere energy attack could easily leave him sprawled on the ground. Witnessing a mountain cleaved in two behind him, Trunks wore an expression of sheer terror reminiscent of Little Goten's face during a similar incident. Brother Gohan, that technique is incredible. It can shatter mountains. You are as formidable as my father. Little Goten, curious, inquired, is Uncle Vegeta truly that powerful? Recalling his experiences, Trunks' expression shifted to one of lingering dread. Yes, I've trained with Dad, but every time, he dispatches me with a single move. It hurts a lot. Sometimes, he shows no mercy. Indeed, the proud Vegeta would hardly comprehend the concept of holding back. It was a miracle that Trunks had not been utterly defeated. Gohan too felt a surge of anticipation for the training footage of Vegeta, since he could not spar with the real deal. Battling the footage would suffice for honing his skills. Turning to Trunks, he reminded him, you promised to assist me in acquiring that footage once I teach you how to become a Super Saiyan. If you fulfill your end of the bargain, I will share even more powerful techniques with you. Trunks' eyes lit up, and he eagerly replied, really? That's fantastic, Brother Gohan. I promise. I'll return home right now and get my father's training footage. Just wait for my good news. Having spoken, Trunks hastily departed, eager to uncover Gohan's unique techniques. After all, Gohan's teachings were far more comprehensible than those of his father. Trunks possessed a far greater desire for combat than Little Goten. Upon returning home, he intended to pilfer his father's training data. Even if Vegeta were to discover this, it would hardly matter, as he could not ascertain who sought such information. Within the Capsule Corporation, young Trunks stealthily emerged from the simulated training room, clutching a chip and a combat simulation machine. These devices were specifically designed by Bulma for Vegeta, fully simulating battles and emulating the Saiyan fighting style through imitation. Even without additional opponents, they were highly effective for training, proving invaluable to Vegeta. Such machines could even replicate Goku's combat techniques, which elucidates the rapid enhancement of his combat prowess. This was indeed what Gohan desired, though Trunks pondered the purpose behind it. Was Gohan planning to simulate a battle with his father? The thought puzzled Trunks, as he recognized the terrifying nature of such a confrontation. While he acknowledged Gohan's strength, he believed that Gohan could not surpass his father, Vegeta. As Trunks contemplated his stealthy exit, unbeknownst to him, a figure nearby had already locked onto him and seized his combat data. To this day, Vegeta had refrained from voicing any objections. Intrigued by his son's intent to pilfer his training materials, Trunks surely had no need for them, having long since ceased to seek his own training. And he would never entrust such information to Piccolo, who had absolutely no requirement for it. The only possible recipient was Gohan, who had evidently changed in some way. Did Gohan aspire to surpass him? Such a notion was laughable. With a disdainful scoff, Vegeta dismissed the matter entirely, regarding the combat training data with indifference. He could not fathom that Gohan could outshine him with such resources. It was utterly implausible. His true focus remained on Kakarot, and the insignificant Gohan would not hinder his pursuit of Kakarot's prowess. Chapter 6. Vegeta's training methods. Little Trunks proved to be quite useful, as he directly acquired the combat training footage of Vegeta. Along with the machine, this brought a smile of appreciation to Gohan's face, who praised him, saying, well done, Trunks. Your efforts have not gone unnoticed. The excited young Trunks exclaimed, Master, Reflecting on the future world, it was amusing to think that the older Trunks and Gohan shared a master-disciple relationship. Taking on a young apprentice was indeed an interesting experience, especially since this apprentice happened to be the son of Vegeta. Gohan affectionately patted Trunks on the head and began to analyze the combat footage. This would greatly enhance his combat abilities. After all, Goten and Trunks were still mere children, and Piccolo's strength was insufficient. On Earth, the only one with formidable combat prowess was Vegeta. Only by mastering Vegeta's combat footage could he train his various abilities and strengthen both skills. Activating the machine, a protective membrane enveloped the entire space, creating a secluded environment. In this advanced technological world, such equipment was indeed impressive. Soon, a holographic projection of Vegeta appeared before Gohan, hands on his hips, exuding an air of arrogance. The holographic Vegeta, embodying his pride, observed Gohan with a disdainful smirk. Standing still, he displayed the quintessential haughty demeanor of the Saiyan Prince, refusing to take any opponent seriously. Gohan, observing Vegeta's arrogance, couldn't help but smirk. I didn't expect this projection to be as conceited as the real Vegeta. Even if it doesn't match the original's power, it still relishes in showing off. This combat projection possessed merely 50 of Vegeta's true strength, yet it was far beyond the capabilities of ordinary fighters, particularly Piccolo. There was no way they could withstand even half of Vegeta's projection. At this moment, only Gohan dared to confront it directly, and he was eager to see what a 50 Vegeta could accomplish. Taking a deep breath, he stepped forward, initiating his Super Saiyan transformation as he charged at the stationary Vegeta. Sensing Gohan's Super Saiyan energy, the holographic Vegeta smirked again, raising one hand to unleash an energy blast. However, Gohan deftly dodged, causing the projection of the Saiyan Prince to momentarily change expression in disbelief. Gohan chuckled, "Ordinary physical attacks won't work on me. Take this, perfect Kamehameha." Gathering energy, he unleashed the perfect Kamehameha, a terrifying wave of force that made the projection's expression shift dramatically. In a split second, the holographic Vegeta teleported away, narrowly avoiding the energy blast. The perfect Kamehameha struck the ground, resulting in a tremendous explosion that shook the earth, akin to a nuclear detonation, causing the very sky to change color. Nearby, Goten and little Trunks gaped in astonishment at the spectacle. "Wow, that's incredible, Gohan. This really is Dad's projection. I wonder if the real Dad would be even more powerful." Indeed, even as a projection, the battle was awe-inspiring. Had the real Vegeta been there, this area would surely have been obliterated. After dodging Gohan's perfect Kamehameha, the holographic Vegeta moved, no longer merely striking poses but acknowledging Gohan as a worthy adversary. He charged in for a close-range assault, unleashing a flurry of strikes. Unfortunately for Vegeta, Gohan skillfully evaded each attack, leaving the Saiyan Prince furrowing his brow in confusion. Unable to comprehend why his close-range strikes were ineffective, Gohan wished he could inform him about his mastery of the Ultra Instinct technique, which granted him extraordinary close combat abilities and allowed him to predict his opponent's movements. Evading an untransformed Vegeta's assaults was surprisingly effortless. Realizing his attacks were futile, Vegeta retreated to create distance, powering up before transforming into Super Saiyan. Gohan was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated that a combat projection could also transform. While it couldn't compare to the might of Super Vegeta, it was still a formidable opponent. This was promising, as it provided the perfect opportunity for Gohan to hone his skills. Utilizing the Shadow Clone technique, he summoned his newly acquired ability, creating 2 clones. As Gohan transformed into 3 figures, the holographic Vegeta's brow furrowed, momentarily perplexed by this peculiar technique. However, the proud warrior soon surged forward, attacking Gohan, only to be intercepted by the 2 clones, which inherited 20 of Gohan's power, entangling with the holographic Vegeta. Gohan realized the effectiveness of this technique. It allowed him to hold off the enemy, and the 2 clones were able to engage with Vegeta's 50 projection. This was quite unexpected. Nodding in determination, he resolved to enhance this ability to 100. While it would require extensive training, the holographic Vegeta served as an excellent training partner. 97, 98, 99, 100. Perfect. The Shadow Clone technique had reached its full potential, enabling him to create the most powerful clones. Gohan beamed, witnessing the holographic Vegeta struggling against the clones. Instead of prolonging the battle, he called back all the clones, reintegrating their power into himself. With the perfect 100 Shadow Clone technique, he had gained new strength, eliminating the need for 2 clones to confuse the opponent. Once the clones returned, without hesitation, he unleashed his signature move, Kamehameha. With the 100 clone technique, He unleashed a gargantuan perfect Kamehameha, multiplying its power 100-fold. As the holographic Vegeta remained oblivious to Gohan's intentions, he split into 10 clones, which then multiplied into hundreds of Gohans, all unleashing the perfect Kamehameha simultaneously. The resulting energy sphere was colossal, causing the projection to tremble in shock. Unable to comprehend the sheer magnitude of the attack, this massive energy sphere enveloped the landscape, capable of piercing through the earth itself if unleashed. The terrifying 100-fold perfect Kamehameha struck the holographic Vegeta, who did not even have time to scream before being vaporized into a cloud of smoke, leaving only shattered ground in its wake. The clouds in the sky dispersed, as if the very earth trembled from the shockwave. The two little ones in the distance were utterly stunned, rendered speechless by the spectacle before them. Wow, Gohan, your Kamehameha is terrifying. If aimed at Earth, it would surely spell doom for the planet, exclaimed one and all. Father's afterimage has vanished without a trace, not a hint of resistance. This was merely a training exercise utilizing 50 of his power. Indeed, that technique just now, if it were the real Vegeta, he wouldn't dare to withstand it head-on. Who would challenge a member of the Sun family in a beam struggle? Gohan's prowess in this regard was unparalleled, and even Goku would likely tread carefully in his presence. After all, the sheer force generated by 100 clones instantaneously unleashing a perfected Kamehameha could obliterate an entire planet. As Gohan concluded this battle, he noted the extensive damage inflicted upon the terrain, causing him a modicum of concern. It seemed evident that he would need to select a new battleground for future encounters. That recent display of 100-fold perfected Kamehameha had nearly annihilated Earth, even disrupting its ozone layer. Should he unleash even more formidable techniques, he feared he might inadvertently cause the planet to explode. Shaking his head, he resolved to tidy up before returning home, reluctantly acknowledging the immense value of Vegeta's combat data to his training. Following the successful summoning of 100 of his shadow clones, he had earned another chance at a lottery draw. Moreover, his mastery of the Ultra Instinct was advancing swiftly. It had risen from a mere 0.5 to an impressive 0.9, just a fraction more, and he would achieve the coveted one, which brought him great joy. With another round of training against Vegeta's battle remnants, he was certain he could attain that milestone. As Gohan prepared to depart, not far away, several individuals sensed the overwhelming energy emanating from the recent explosive event. The sudden surge of 100-fold perfected Kamehameha caused Piccolo, who was training elsewhere, to furrow his brow in concern. Recognizing the familiar aura, a smile crept across his face. Gohan had managed to unleash such a colossal amount of energy, something Vegeta himself might struggle to achieve. Piccolo was not alone in his astonishment. Even Vegeta, engaged in gravity training within the confines of the training room, felt the magnitude of this energy surge, his expression one of disbelief. Impossible. This energy belongs to Gohan. How could this boy suddenly unleash such power? It defies all logic. What on earth is he doing with my combat data? Vegeta was left perplexed, unable to comprehend how Gohan could wield such immense energy, filling him with an undeniable sense of urgency. Could it truly be that Gohan was responsible for this extraordinary display? Chapter 7. Breakthrough of the One Zen Mastery during the rare school holiday. Gohan initially intended to seek a more convenient training location. However, upon arranging to meet with Biddy, she enthusiastically arrived at his home early in the morning, pulling him out the door with an eagerness that surpassed his own. Gohan, you promised me. Today. You said you would accompany me. Biddy remarked with a playful glint in her eyes and a radiant smile, having already devised a plan. Since he was reluctant to confess, she decided to follow him, hoping to uncover something intriguing. Thus, she actively sought Gohan's company for a leisurely day in the bustling metropolis. With no choice but to indulge her, Gohan accompanied her in shopping. After several days of rigorous training, this rare moment of respite lifted his spirits, benefiting his mental state as well. As they wandered together, Gohan's progress in Zen mastery unexpectedly surged from 0.9 to 0.95. It was indeed peculiar. The cultivation of Zen mastery required more than mere training. It also demanded an elevation of one's mental state, much like Goku's transformation into a Super Saiyan God. Enhancing one's power in the later stages transcended mere combat prowess. It also necessitated a refined mental discipline and heightened spiritual energy. This unforeseen result prompted Gohan to express gratitude towards Biddy. Sensing her skeptical gaze upon him, he found amusement in her constant scrutiny, eager to gauge his true abilities. To show his appreciation for her role in his progress, he led her to his stall. Since you've accompanied me for a while, let me gift you something as a memento of our first date. He entered his shop, diligently selecting a beautiful gemstone for her. Though it was a modestly priced piece under $200, when he adorned Biddy with it, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. Biddy was utterly taken aback by Gohan's gesture. It was clear he valued their outing. Reflecting on her earlier doubts, she realized she had failed to enjoy their date, instead allowing her suspicions to cloud her judgment. A wave of guilt washed over her as she gazed at the faux gemstone necklace. I'm sorry. I don't deserve such a gift. From the very beginning, I doubted you, and I shouldn't have. I never regarded this as a proper date. That was my mistake. Regret weighed heavily on her heart, and as she apologized, she clenched her fist, determined to cherish this token of affection. Suddenly, a deafening explosion shattered the moment. Ah, there are robbers. A group of thieves brazenly stormed the store, taking hostages. Get out of the way if you don't want to die. Biddy's expression shifted to one of seriousness upon witnessing the chaos. Gohan, wait here. I'm going to help. Driven by her strong sense of justice, Biddy rushed towards the robbers without a moment's hesitation. Gohan watched in alarm, his brows furrowed. She was merely an ordinary human, and her combat capabilities were far from formidable. Against firearms, she stood little chance of defense. Yet, without a hint of hesitation, she charged forward, confronting the armed criminals before the police could arrive. The thieves, caught off guard by her audacity, faltered momentarily when Biddy managed to take one down. The leader, however, quickly regained composure, his fury igniting as he aimed his submachine gun at her. Where did this little girl come from? You're dead. A barrage of bullets flew towards her, and although she dodged with agility, one bullet grazed her leg, causing her to stumble. Even if she didn't fall, she clutched her bleeding leg, unable to stand, and looked up at the leader with a distressed expression. He raised his weapon, a sinister grin plastered on his face. You want to be the city's hero? You're asking for death. In such close proximity, Biddy had no means to evade. Gohan, witnessing her injury, felt an unexpected surge of concern for her well-being. After all, she was destined to be his future wife. No one else should be allowed to harm her. Noticing the blood streaming from her delicate leg ignited a fierce fire within him. At that moment, his Zen mastery sensed this surge of emotion, propelling him to a new level. The essence of his training was not solely tranquility. It encompassed rage and the indomitable spirit to protect someone dear. This combination catalyzed his breakthrough. In that instant, he comprehended the true essence of Zen mastery, and having been stuck at 0.9 for so long, he surged to 1.1. He had attained a genuine transformation, reaching the threshold of Zen mastery. Completing one Zen mastery endowed him with a 100 increase in combat capability, enabling him to evade and become a master of close-quarters combat. Indeed, the true strength of Zen mastery lay in its close-quarters combat prowess. With a 100 enhancement in combat prowess, Gohan's power escalated into the billions. He smirked coldly, feeling the transformation within him as he unleashed his Zen mastery without a second thought. In that moment, his aura surged and his hair almost turned white. As he moved, the ground shattered beneath him. Ordinary humans could not perceive his speed. For them, it was a phenomenon occurring in mere fractions of a second. While Biddy was still struggling to evade the submachine gun, the next moment brought a rush of blood as Gohan confronted the thieves. Within a heartbeat, 10 criminals, including their leader, were effortlessly severed in two. Gohan stood before Biddy, having appeared beside her with ease after dispatching the robbers. The sight left her utterly astounded. Even though she had yet to grasp the concept of energy, she recognized Gohan's immense strength, far surpassing her expectations. He wasn't just a city hero. His might could very well rival her father's. No, he likely exceeded her father's power by leaps and bounds. Her father lacked such a menacing aura. Before Gohan, she felt a suffocating pressure, leaving her breathless. Was this truly the gentle Gohan she once thought she knew? Chapter 8. Little girlfriend's Biddily opened her mouth, only to find that fear rendered her nearly voiceless. The disparity in combat power between the two was overwhelming. Even without transforming, Gohan, with his Ultra Instinct activated, possessed a combat strength that could incapacitate an ordinary person with a mere touch. After a brief moment, she feared that lingering any longer would leave her utterly drained. At that moment, she felt quite unwell. Fortunately, within seconds, Gohan retracted his Ultra Instinct and reverted to his harmless demeanor, casting her a glance filled with concern. How are you? It was only then that Biddy realized her leg was injured, clearly the reason for Gohan's attentive care. While she was still processing this, Gohan had already lifted her into his arms and soared into the sky. As she came to her senses, she was astounded to find that Gohan was indeed a city superhero. His strength surpassed her imagination. Confirming this, she hesitated to inquire further. captivated by the serious expression on Gohan's face, which filled her heart with sweetness. After all, it was Gohan's concern for her. Yet she remained puzzled about where he intended to take her. Unable to contain herself, she gently asked, her earlier bravado replaced with a cautious tone, "Gohan, where are you taking me?" Gohan inspected Videlee's leg injury. Though not severe, it would likely leave a scar. He recalled a certain remedy that could aid in her healing and realized he needed to prepare more. "I'm going to fetch some Senzu beans to help heal your wounds." Videlee's expression turned curious, bewildered by Gohan's words. "Senzu beans?" Gohan nodded, calmly explaining, "Yes. They can be found beneath the sacred world of the Kais, in Korin Tower, where Master Korin resides. These beans are remarkable. Just one can completely heal all injuries. And even half a bean can rejuvenate one's spirit." Videlee had never heard of such a miraculous item before, but as Gohan lifted her and took flight, she suddenly realized that this world was filled with countless unknowns, even things her father did not comprehend. Clinging to Gohan's arm, she exclaimed, "My dad said flying is just a magic trick, and now I know that flying is no illusion. Gohan, I want to learn how to fly. You must teach me." Pouting slightly as she looked at him, it was evident that Videle had become quite attached to him. Gohan smiled gently, undeterred, "Of course. Learning the art of flight is quite simple, but first, we must start with the basics of ki control. I'll teach you what ki is before anything else." Videle nodded enthusiastically, her eyes sparkling with excitement. She greatly valued the ability to learn, especially after experiencing Gohan's speed, which far surpassed that of an airplane. In an instant, they shot up through the clouds, prompting her to gasp and cling tightly to Gohan, unable to let go. Before long, they arrived at Korin Tower, suspended in midair, igniting her curiosity. As Gohan descended, Master Korin, the cat sage, raised his staff and greeted him. "Hey, Gohan, what brings you here? I didn't expect you to visit. By the way, has Goku gone to hell? I haven't seen him around lately." As Gohan landed and set Videle down, she noticed that the cat could speak. Her mouth agape in astonishment, she exclaimed, "Wow, this cat can talk. How adorable." She reached out to pet the fluffy Master Korin. Much to his dismay, "I'm not a cat. Stop it, you little brat." Gohan could hardly contain his laughter, "Master Korin, I'm not sure how many Senzu beans are left, but I'm here to collect some. We can't let them all be consumed." Master Korin had already noticed Videlee's injuries and retrieved a jar filled with Senzu beans. Without hesitation, he tossed one to Gohan. "Here, I have 2 beans left. Since your girlfriend is injured, she only needs half of one. You can keep the remaining 1.5 for emergencies." Senzu beans were exceedingly rare. Otherwise, one could simply eat them like candy. With such items, not even Majin Buu or the Destroyer could withstand their full power. Gohan took 1 bean, split it in half, and personally fed it to Videle. Videle felt a miraculous sensation as the bean took effect. Her leg injury healed instantly, and she could now walk and jump without assistance. Overjoyed, she exclaimed, "Wow, is this really a Senzu bean? My injury is gone, and I feel invigorated. Thank you so much, Gohan." Videle, now fully recovered, bounced around in excitement, completely unaware of how extraordinary this item was. If she told her father, he would likely not understand. Seeing that Videle was well, Gohan took the remaining Senzu beans, keeping 1.5 for future use. "All right, I'll take you home now." Videle nodded, not refusing, as she joyfully clung to Gohan. Her playful demeanor made Gohan raise an eyebrow, bemused. As he smiled sweetly at her, he could not tell if her affections were intentional. Shaking his head, he decided to escort her home. During their journey, Videle eagerly arranged to learn the art of flight, determined to visit him regardless of his response. With Gohan not objecting, he flew with her. And within about 10 minutes, they reached the luxurious mansion of Mr. Satan. As they landed, a servant noticed them. Seeing Videle being carried, the servant's face paled, and he rushed inside. Mr. Satan, the young lady has been returned from the sky by someone who can fly." As the servant hurried to notify Mr. Satan, Gohan, wishing to leave, was halted when Videle gently grasped his arm. With a smile, she leaned in and planted a kiss on his cheek, leaving him with a meaningful remark, "Gohan, this is my first date gift for you. This is my first kiss." With a blink and a grin, she looked at him, causing Gohan to touch his cheek, wanting to inform her that a first kiss was not supposed to be like that. However, sensing Mr. Satan's presence approaching, he felt a sudden urge to depart. In an instant, he vanished, leaving Videle gazing into the sky, momentarily stunned. When Mr. Satan rushed to her side, he inquired with concern, "Videle, are you all right? I heard you were injured in the city. Are your wounds healed? Who brought you back?" Someone who can fly? What happened? Mr. Satan's worry for his daughter was evident, and Biddy Lee could only respond with resignation. I'm fine, Dad. I'm going to rest now. By the way, please arrange a helicopter for me tomorrow. I want to visit my friends. As Satan watched his daughter depart, a profound sense of melancholy washed over him. He lifted his gaze to the heavens, perplexed by the circumstances surrounding her return. Who had sent her back, and to whom was she flying in a helicopter? Such thoughts eluded his comprehension. Was it conceivable that his wife had indeed befriended someone capable of flight? It seemed impossible. Those who perform magic tricks could never deceive his daughter. Reluctantly, Satan resolved to inquire whether his daughter's acquaintance was a male or female classmate. If it were a male, he would need to exercise utmost caution. His precious daughter must not fall prey to anyone's deceit. Early in the morning, Chi-Chi burst into his room, brimming with excitement to share some news that roused Wufan from his slumber. Wufan, Wufan. There's a wealthy girl outside who has arrived in a helicopter to see you, she exclaimed. Wow, Mama has told you about your beautiful girlfriend. Chi-Chi's superficiality was evident. Had it not been for the fact that Biddy Lee arrived in a helicopter, she might have dismissed the matter entirely. Yet, upon learning of Biddy Lee's affluence, she swiftly roused Wufan from his rest. Wufan, still groggy from sleep, was taken aback by Biddy Lee's early visit. He had intended to train and had yet to utilize his shadow clone lottery. As he emerged from his room, stifling yawns, he spotted Biddy Lee, who approached him with undeniable delight. Wufan, don't forget what you promised yesterday. I asked my father for a helicopter to come find you this morning. By the way, do you like my outfit today? She twirled, showcasing her charming little dress, accentuating her delightful figure. Wufan, albeit slowly, acknowledged her with a casual, not bad. But please wait a moment, I haven't tea at breakfast yet. With a radiant smile, Biddy Lee produced a bento box. I brought you something. I had the chef prepare it, not knowing what you liked, so I made a variety. This thoughtful gesture, coupled with her pleasant demeanor, rendered Wufan reluctant to decline her offer. After enjoying breakfast under Biddy Lee's enthusiastic gaze, he planned to take her to train in aerial techniques. Initially, Wu Tian intended to accompany them, but Chi-Chi intervened, preventing him from being a third wheel, and forcibly kept him at home. Chapter 9, The True Power of Gohan? After a successful lottery draw, he obtained the 3-Tomo Sharingan, capable of ensnaring opponents in illusions, albeit only effective against those whose combat power is less than double his own. Drawing the Sharingan directly seemed lackluster. He pondered its utility in the Dragon Ball universe, feeling it akin to a mere trinket. If it were the Manjiki Sharingan, it might be a different story. Yet, the 3-Tomo variant, even at full strength, could only bewilder significantly weaker foes. Generally, those of average strength would hardly succumb to such illusions. A Rinnegan, now that would be formidable. He secretly hoped that this 3-Tomo Sharingan could evolve into a Rinnegan, which would indeed hold considerable merit. Now equipped with his lottery skill, he accompanied Videl to a training area, guiding her as she honed her ki control and learned the art of flight. These were skills unknown to Videl, who, as the daughter of Satan, once believed that flying was an impossibility. Through Gohan's training, she began to understand that the technique of flight could grant one the freedom to soar. Unfortunately, mastering it proved exceedingly challenging. With great effort, she managed to hover in the air for a mere 10 seconds, a commendable feat for a human physique. Gohan, witnessing her progress, offered words of praise. Well done. Achieving even a brief suspension in the air is quite impressive. Videl, her face contorted in fatigue, finally descended, exhaling heavily. The 10 seconds had clearly pushed her limits, leaving her utterly drained. But I feel I still lag behind you. When you took me flying, we soared much farther. She pouted, unwilling to concede defeat. Gohan chuckled softly, stepping closer to reassure her. My physiology differs from yours. As a human, reaching this level is already commendable. Saiyans are not the same. However, if you master ki, you'll surpass Satan. Videl looked startled, struggling to believe Gohan's words. Am I really stronger than my father? In truth, even without mastering ki, Videl was already far superior to Satan, whose combat power was a mere 5. Gohan nodded affirmatively. Yes, the strongest human, a fellow named Krillin, possesses a combat power nearing 1 million. For an ordinary human, approaching that threshold is quite the feat. However, he mused that to truly transform, Videl would need to seek out the Super Dragon Balls. After a moment of contemplation, Videl lifted her head and stated earnestly, I wish to understand the gap between my strength and yours. Gohan, sensing her seriousness, realized he could not easily articulate the difference. I cannot explain it precisely. You will have to witness it for yourself. Please stand back, as I am about to train. He had no intention of concealing his strength from Videl. After all, this destined girlfriend would inevitably discover his true capabilities. As he instructed her to step further away, he commenced his training, engaging in combat against a 50 projected form of Vegeta, just as he had the previous day. This would aid him in acclimating to the one Ultra Instinct. The moment the projection of Vegeta appeared, his prideful demeanor and overwhelming power sent a palpable sense of danger through Videl. Even at half strength, Vegeta's combat power was sufficient to threaten the destruction of the Earth. Videl's expression turned grave, her apprehension mounting as she realized Gohan intended to face such an opponent. Gohan, is that person incredibly powerful? I feel like I can hardly breathe. His power is terrifying. Please be careful. At that moment, Gohan had yet to transform into a Super Saiyan or activate Ultra Instinct, thus Videl could not gauge his true strength. Chuckling lightly, he reassured her, "Do not worry. I can finish this battle in about a minute." Videl was taken aback, struggling to believe Gohan's audacity in making such a claim. She still lacked a clear understanding of his formidable prowess. All she knew was that Gohan was a hero in the city, capable of flying and dispatching ordinary foes with ease, yet, in comparison to the terrifying Vegeta projection, he seemed outmatched. Could he truly defeat such a fearsome entity in under a minute? If he could, just how strong was Gohan? Before long, the truth of Gohan's power would reveal itself. Transforming into Super Saiyan 1, he unleashed his full strength, determined to achieve a swift victory and push his limits. He had a thorough understanding of the 50 Vegeta's combat capabilities. His goal was to utterly overpower the projection. If he failed, he would never catch up to the elite tier fighters, let alone surpass Kakarot, Son Goku. Taking a deep breath, he activated his White God state, a form that consumed considerable mental energy. For him, maintaining it for a minute would be a commendable feat. The golden locks of a Super Saiyan transformed into shimmering white, crackling with energy. Videl could hardly tear her gaze away from Gohan, who now radiated power. The 50 Vegeta projection, sensing the shift, immediately launched an attack, unleashing a powerful energy blast aimed at Gohan. The collision echoed ominously, but when the smoke cleared, Gohan stood unfazed, smirking with disdain. "You are no match for me. I need not transform into Super Saiyan 2 to crush you. Come, test my strength. Sharingan, activate." With the Sharingan awakened, he enhanced his close-quarters combat skills, rendering him nearly invincible in melee. Even the real Vegeta would struggle against him in hand-to-hand combat. In a flash, Gohan became a streak of light, and before the 50 Vegeta could react, he delivered a devastating punch to its midsection. The force of the blow sent Vegeta reeling, blood spewing forth as it was hurled across the landscape, crashing into a distant mountain with a resounding explosion. Videl gaped in disbelief. She had never imagined Gohan could unleash such power, utterly dominating the 50 Vegeta projection with a single strike. As Gohan charged forward again, a relentless barrage of blows rained down upon the projection, leaving it no opportunity to retaliate. Finally, with a decisive kick, he sent the projection plummeting to the ground. The earth trembled as the 50 Vegeta crashed down, creating a massive crater, its form obliterated in mere seconds. In under a minute, Gohan had transcended the limitations of the 50 Vegeta, the explosive aftermath illuminating the battlefield. Unexpectedly, Gohan's immense strength astounded him. Taking a deep breath, he descended to the ground, surveying the surrounding devastation, landslides and chaos, yet significantly better than the last time. Fortunately, there were no energy attacks. Otherwise, this place would surely be in ruins once more. After a moment, Videl finally regained her senses, utterly astonished. She began to comprehend the terrifying magnitude of Gohan's battle prowess. In her eyes sparkled a singular thought. "Gohan, you are truly remarkable. I now realize that the one who saved the world last time was not my father, but you, wasn't it?" Observing Gohan's golden hair restored and the formidable destruction he unleashed, Videl could not help but understand. The thought of her father taking credit for someone else's achievements ignited a flicker of anger within her. "Father, how could you be so unfair as to claim your victory? I must have a serious talk with him." Her serious expression caught Gohan's attention, and with a gentle movement, he appeared before Videl, catching her off guard with his incredible speed. By the time she processed what had happened, Gohan had swept her off her feet, soaring through the air, allowing her to experience the exhilaration of flight. Her face flushed with excitement. The adorable expression of indignation for her father's actions made her all the more endearing. As Gohan lowered his head, he seized the moment to teach Videl a genuine kiss. Without hesitation, she wrapped her arms around his neck, inviting him to bestow a few sweet kisses upon her. Gohan, smiling, remarked casually, Satan also deserves some credit. At the very least, he truly cares for the Earth. If I were to date Videl, he would be my father-in-law, and having a father-in-law who is a hero of the planet is quite remarkable. He mused about Kakarot, who only desired battle, seemingly oblivious to everything else. It was impossible to envision Kakarot as a hero. It would be wiser to support Satan, who, as a local hero, possessed a strong financial acumen. With such a father-in-law, it wouldn't be a bad idea to have a little cash to spend. Upon hearing Gohan's words, Videl's cheeks flushed, her heart racing. A girl in love often possesses a simple mind, and she nodded, unable to utter a word of contradiction. Whatever Gohan proposed or did, she wholeheartedly agreed. Videl's fiery personality made her a captivating girlfriend, yet beneath it all, she exuded the gentle charm of a devoted partner. Most importantly, she was especially affectionate. Chapter 10, Vegeta's Combat Desire. In the past 2 days, Gohan has been diligently instructing Videl on the comprehension of ki, while simultaneously enhancing his 3-tomo Sharingan to its full potential of 100 to secure the next lottery ability. He has also thoroughly grasped 50 of Vegeta's combat style, becoming intimately familiar with his fighting techniques through this combat imagery. Subsequently, he sought additional combat data and approached Trunks for assistance in procuring the necessary information. Trunks, easily persuaded, promptly returned to retrieve the materials. However, this time, it was not as effortless as the last. As Trunks acquired the data, he was unexpectedly halted by a voice. Trunks, where do you think you're going? Vegeta's icy gaze pierced through him, sending a shiver down Trunks' spine as he turned to face his father. Not daring to confront Vegeta directly, he managed a strained smile and replied, Dad, I made plans with Goten and was just going to play with him. Vegeta, knowing his son too well, scrutinized the materials in Trunks' possession. With a cold tone, he inquired, Oh, is that so? But does that little brat Goten really need you to bring my data along? Last time, you gave my combat information to someone, and I know it was for Gohan. What does he want my data for? Unbeknownst to Trunks, Vegeta was already aware of the situation. With a wry smile, Trunks admitted, it's for brother Gohan. He wants to train with Dad's combat data. While Vegeta understood the training aspect, he was puzzled. Gohan had previously taken 50 of his data, and now he was obtaining another set. Did he not require the first batch anymore? Trunks nodded, excitement lighting up his face. Brother Gohan is amazing. He can now defeat Dad's 50 combat imagery in just a minute. Vegeta's expression shifted slightly. He was taken aback to learn that Gohan could vanquish his 50 imagery in such a brief period. Intrigued, a smirk crept across his lips. Oh, is that so? I must see this for myself. Very well, Trunks. I shall deliver this data personally. Just leave it to me. Trunks was momentarily stunned. Dad, you're going to deliver it? Vegeta nodded, taking the combat data from Trunks' hands and dismissing him. Once Trunks was out of sight, Vegeta crushed the data into oblivion. With a disdainful sneer, he thought. Gohan desires my combat imagery for training, does he? Very well, I shall grant him a version, but it will not be mere imagery. Instead, it will be my personal, specialized training. Locking onto Gohan's ki, Vegeta, without any hesitation, transformed into a streak of light and propelled himself forward. He intended to provide Gohan with a unique training experience while simultaneously gauging the extent of Kakarot's son's abilities. Could he truly defeat his 50 combat imagery in just a minute? He remained skeptical. On the plains, Gohan, with his 3-tomo Sharingan activated, had not closed his eyes for 2 days and nights. He had even kept it open during meals, and he finally reached a 100 mastery of his Sharingan. This meant he could ensnare opponents weaker than himself into illusions, confounding foes while maintaining control over enemies. This ability served as a supportive skill. It was ineffective against formidable opponents, but quite advantageous against ordinary humans. Despite achieving 100 mastery of his 3-tomo Sharingan, Gohan's mastery of the Zai Zai Ge Gong remained stagnant at 1. 2. Reaching 2 proved exceedingly difficult. And the Zai Zai Ge Gong could not be perfected solely through training. He needed more opportunities to hone his mental acuity. With these thoughts in mind, he descended from the sky, returning to his Super Saiyan form. Beside him, Videl eagerly approached, holding a lunchbox with a radiant smile, embodying the epitome of a caring and considerate girlfriend. Gohan, this time, I had the chef prepare your favorite dishes. And I also made some of my own cooking just for you. Dad hasn't even tasted these yet. Seeing Videl's enthusiasm, Gohan smiled and accepted the luxurious lunchbox. However, before he could take a bite, he sensed a formidable energy approaching, causing his brow to furrow. In just 30 seconds, someone would arrive at their location. This energy was rare on Earth. It could only belong to Vegeta. No one else could instill such a sense of danger within him. To his surprise, Vegeta had come to seek him out, prompting Gohan to pause and opening the lunchbox, ultimately closing it instead. Videl, noticing his sudden change, looked concerned. Gohan, don't you like this food? Seeing the sadness in Videl's expression, Gohan gently replied, It's not that. I just need to wait a moment. Someone is coming to see me. They should be here in about half a minute. Videl, puzzled, observed that her energy was still quite weak, unable to sense anything in the sky. Moreover, Vegeta's speed was astonishing. He needed less than 25 seconds. Like a bolt of lightning, Vegeta descended from the heavens, creating a whirlwind as he struck the ground. In an instant, the plains were engulfed by a violent gust, shaking even the nearby hills. Vegeta's energy was overwhelming, radiating the essence of a battle-hungry warrior. Devoid of familial sentiment, fixated solely on surpassing Kakarot, he desired strength and combat above all else. Vegeta's ferocious energy was palpable, and had Gohan not shielded Videl, she might have been swept away by the gale. Videl could clearly sense the terrifying aura emanating from Vegeta. Her face turned pale. The Vegeta before her was more fearsome than any combat imagery she had witnessed. He was akin to a nuclear weapon, ready to erupt and reduce everything to ashes. Trembling in Gohan's embrace, Videl stammered, Gohan, he has not the combat imagery you trained with. His energy is far too terrifying. Gohan cast a quick glance, lifting his gaze to stare coldly at Vegeta in the distance. The current Vegeta was incredibly intimidating, prompting him to speak up. Uncle Vegeta, your sudden arrival. Might I inquire what brings you here? Can't you see I am on a date with my girlfriend? If there's something you need, perhaps we can discuss it once I finish? Vegeta, however, had no intention of waiting. He dismissed Videl entirely, letting out a cold snort as he advanced, a powerful aura pressing down upon them. Gohan, listen. Trunks informed me that you can defeat my combat imagery in a minute. I am eager to ascertain the truth of this claim. It appeared Vegeta was aware of how Gohan had exploited his combat imagery. After consulting Trunks and learning that Gohan could best his combat imagery in a minute, he became intrigued and sought him out. Realizing he could not escape this confrontation, Gohan glanced at the distressed Videl in his arms and calmly stated, Indeed, Uncle Vegeta, I understand your desire to test my abilities. I am willing to accompany you for this trial, but my girlfriend is here, so this location is not suitable. Shall we move to a more appropriate place? With a dismissive gesture towards the high sky, Vegeta smirked. Although he did not provide a direct answer, he swiftly turned and took off into the air. The intent of the other party became evident as they observed Vegeta's imposing demeanor, particularly the terrifying energy emanating from him. Videlee's expression was one of concern as she grasped Gohan's hand, her face etched with worry. Gohan, his power is too frightening. Are you truly going to confront him? Please, don't act recklessly. Videlee understood the magnitude of Vegeta's strength. He could obliterate Earth if he so desired. In truth, no one could deter him should he choose to unleash such devastation. Yet, despite this, it was unlikely that Gohan would be intimidated. He had awaited this moment for a long time. He had sought out Vegeta's image for training, endeavoring to learn his combat techniques to enhance his own abilities. However, all of this training paled in comparison to the prospect of battling Vegeta himself. For a Saiyan, transcending limits requires genuine combat. Relying solely on training is insufficient. Gohan was determined to fortify himself. He did not wish to let this opportunity slip away. If he could not keep pace with Vegeta, he would never be worthy of pursuing Kakarot, nor would he qualify to stand among the elite fighters, or to face the formidable Majin Buu and the God of Destruction in the future. Thus, he gently patted Videlee's head and offered a reassuring smile as he uttered, Wait here for me. Rest assured, I shall be fine. This fellow is rather insolent. I will teach him a lesson. With those casual words, Gohan took flight. Soaring directly into the fray, Videlee contemplated following him using the flying technique, but before she could move, she was abruptly halted by the sudden appearance of another. Piccolo materialized before her, momentarily leaving her in a state of shock. Only after a brief pause did she hear Piccolo speak calmly, Stay here and do not move. Gohan may not necessarily lose. Having observed Gohan's growth for quite some time, Piccolo was eager for this confrontation. He recognized that Gohan had matured to a level that rivaled Vegeta's. The provocation of Vegeta was partly his doing, as he watched the unfolding events with a knowing smile. Aware that he could never be Gohan's training partner, he had intentionally sought to incite Vegeta to serve as Gohan's opponent in training. The outcome was indeed favorable. Now, Vegeta was the only viable contender for Gohan. One could only hope that Vegeta would refrain from exerting his full power. Ultimately, the outcome would hinge on Gohan's capabilities. Chapter 11. Vegeta's Ultimate Flash. Vegeta's proud disposition remains undiminished, even though he has gleaned much from the combat footage. However, witnessing Vegeta standing there, seemingly unwilling to even transform, is a blatant affront, especially as he challenges anyone who dares approach him, leaving Gohan deprived of his meal. With a furrowed brow, Gohan coldly inquires, "Uncle Vegeta, are you really planning to face me in your base form without even transforming to Super Saiyan?" Vegeta smirks disdainfully, retorting, "For you, a regular form is more than sufficient." Truly arrogant. With a grimace, Gohan wastes no time and instantly shifts into Super Saiyan, charging forward. Then don't blame me for being ruthless. Underestimating him would have dire consequences. In an instant, Gohan's transformation boosts his power significantly, and he propels himself like a beam of light toward Vegeta. Observing this, Vegeta sneers, finding Gohan's Super Saiyan form riddled with flaws, hardly worthy of his attention. Especially since he is rushing in for close combat, this kid has shown no improvement. Defeating him in close quarters is utterly impossible. As Gohan approaches, throwing a punch, Vegeta effortlessly raises a hand to intercept it, grabbing Gohan's fist. Vegeta can't help but laugh again, completely unaware of the underlying shift in power. Nearby, Piccolo chuckles, realizing that Vegeta has indeed fallen for Gohan's trap. However, Videl remains confused, unable to see that Vegeta merely caught Gohan's strike, unaware of the intricacies involved. With a cold smirk, Gohan activates his ultimate form. His once yellow hair transforms to white, half of it shining brilliantly. Vegeta's expression shifts as he senses something amiss. He cannot comprehend this transformation ability. Before he can react, Gohan vanishes, leaving only an afterimage. "Nanny!" Vegeta exclaims in astonishment, having realized that he merely grasped at a phantom rather than Gohan himself. Gohan's speed renders him invincible in close combat. Even Kakarot would struggle against him here. Untransformed, Vegeta is suddenly kicked hard in the stomach by Gohan. The impact is intense. Vegeta coughs up water, suspended in midair, his face turning pale from the blow. Despite the pain, Vegeta grits his teeth, determined to withstand Gohan's assault. This time, fury ignites within him. "Damn you, you little brat." With a thunderous roar, Vegeta trembles, his transformation igniting fully. The Super Saiyan form manifests, prompting Gohan to retreat, creating distance to prepare for another strike. In his rage, Vegeta launches himself at Gohan, relentlessly attacking. Piccolo watches with a furrowed brow, foreseeing this turn of events. Vegeta, in his fury, shows no hesitation. Gohan must now endure against the full might of a Super Saiyan. The two ascend from the ground to the sky, their movements so swift that only fleeting shadows can be seen. In their fierce close-quarters combat, neither can gain the upper hand, though Vegeta cannot land a hit on Gohan. Gohan struggles to land a surprise attack on Vegeta. The battle remains evenly matched. After several minutes of aerial skirmishing, Gohan, having familiarized himself with Vegeta's techniques, executes a powerful backward leap to create distance. He knows that continuing close combat would lead to a prolonged stalemate. This time, he intends to unleash his full potential. With his Sharingan activated, he employs an illusion technique. The three-tomo Sharingan pulses, projecting an illusion that momentarily stuns Vegeta. However, this only lasts for half a second. Moments later, with a furious roar, Vegeta breaks free from the illusion. "How dare you employ such trivial tricks against me?" he bellows, realizing that his immense power makes him impervious to such tactics. Gohan had anticipated this and proceeds with his next plan, the shadow clone technique. Instead of creating 100 clones, Gohan opts for just 2, as they would possess 50 of his strength each, proving far more effective than 100 clones at a mere 5 each. However, even this strategy falls short in front of Vegeta, who scoffs derisively. "Gohan, is this all you can muster? What use are these feeble tricks? Even if you split into 2, you cannot surpass me." Despite Gohan's commendable performance in close combat, Vegeta declares, "I shall show you my true power, my 100 Super Vegeta." Vegeta, having recognized Gohan's strength, chooses not to hold back any longer. His transformation sends shockwaves through the air, startling Piccolo. "No, this cannot be. Has Vegeta surpassed Goku?" Piccolo's concern escalates as he realizes the unprecedented power Vegeta now wields. Gohan, sensing this immense energy, feels no fear. Instead, he smirks knowingly. "I anticipated this transformation. It makes the challenge all the more exciting." Vegeta, sensing Gohan's confidence, huffs in disdain. He perceives Gohan to be overly self-assured, much like Kakarot. His Super Vegeta transformation represents his pinnacle of strength, crafted specifically to counter Kakarot. In revealing this power, he believes he is merely toying with Gohan, who remains oblivious to the true extent of his transformation. Gohan, you share your father's arrogance. However, let me enlighten you. This transformation was designed with Kakarot in mind. Now, I shall educate you in his stead. Unyielding in his arrogance, Vegeta unleashes his most formidable transformation, believing himself invincible. Yet, unbeknownst to him, Gohan inhales deeply, transitioning from Super Saiyan to Super Saiyan 2, sacrificing speed for sheer strength. Vegeta, dismissing the notion of Super Saiyan 2, asserted that this transformation is fundamentally flawed. Gohan, are you not aware of this? As Gohan transformed into Super Saiyan 2, his power surged, yet his speed diminished. However, he remained unperturbed, exuding an air of calm. I am fully aware of this, but my white god state compensates for that. I can predict any close-range attack. Even in the absence of speed, no one can approach me or engage in close combat. Indeed, the formidable prowess of the Ultra Instinct technique rendered him invincible in close-quarter battles. He need not move, for he stood as an impregnable fortress. Observing Gohan's confidence, Vegeta's expression darkened. He realized that Gohan was more formidable than he had anticipated and resolved against engaging in close combat. Instead, he raised both hands, adopting the stance for the ultimate flash energy wave. From a distance, Piccolo's demeanor shifted drastically as he exclaimed, "Vegeta, do not act recklessly. If you unleash your ultimate flash now, Gohan will be unable to withstand it and will be obliterated." Although Piccolo attempted to dissuade him, Vegeta remained unfazed, snorting disdainfully as he glared at Piccolo. "Silence. Gohan, if you can withstand this attack, I shall acknowledge your strength and your abilities in close combat. But under my Super Vegeta form, can you endure the ultimate flash?" As energy accumulated for this signature move, Gohan understood that Vegeta was entirely serious. He felt the weight of pressure, yet this very pressure would elevate his fighting prowess. Recent pressures had been insufficient. The 50 battle imagery of Vegeta did not compare to the true pressure the real Vegeta exerted upon him. In that fleeting moment, the pressure compelled his Ultra Instinct to surge by 0.1. This was indeed a promising sign. Adversities often catalyze growth, especially in the face of Vegeta's impending ultimate flash. Gohan, now brimming with confidence, declared, "Uncle Vegeta, I eagerly anticipate your ultimate flash. In fact, to counter you, I have studied your battle imagery and comprehended a move of my own." Taken aback, Vegeta responded with a scoff, "You little rascal, do not feign bravado." With a surge of energy, he unleashed the ultimate flash aimed directly at Gohan, a move from which there would be no retreat. Piccolo, observing from a distance, was struck with dread. There was no way to intervene. Who could possibly halt Vegeta? Not even Kakarot could withstand this. Chapter 12. The ultimate perfect Kamehameha. In a breakthrough of one of the Ultra Instinct technique, he ascended to new heights. Over the past few days, he diligently studied Vegeta's battle footage, becoming well acquainted with his combat style. In close-quarters combat, Vegeta could not rival Kakarot. However, his long-range assaults, characterized by various energy blasts, were undoubtedly formidable, accumulating energy and unleashing it in waves. This was Vegeta's signature fighting style. Energy waves were his forte, his most powerful weapon. Vegeta's ultimate attack, the final flash, was a culmination of his strength, unleashing countless energy spheres directly towards his foes. Should it collide with Earth, it would obliterate the planet. No asteroid could withstand Vegeta's might. Yet, Gohan remained composed in the face of Vegeta's final flash, his expression serious as he let out a low growl. Limit break. Reverse Kamehameha. In that instant, Gohan activated the reverse Kamehameha, transforming his entire being into a radiant light, bravely meeting the final flash head-on. Vegeta's expression shifted. Astonished and incredulous, this boy had truly lost his mind. "Nanny? You want to die?" Despite being Kakarot's son, Vegeta never intended to let Gohan perish here. However, Gohan's reckless charge could only lead to severe injury. Little did they know, Gohan, in his Super Saiyan 2 form, entered the energy sphere of the final flash. His Ultra Instinct surging uncontrollably. He continuously absorbed energy to counteract the raging energy spheres around him. This was the essence of the one mastery of Ultra Instinct, the ability to absorb. He sensed that under the immense energy stimulus, his Ultra Instinct had successfully surpassed 1.5, inching closer to 2. Countless energy waves were absorbed and utilized, allowing him to withstand the terrifying onslaught of energy. Although it was somewhat taxing, He withstood a significant portion of Vegeta's final flash. With energy spheres surrounding him, Gohan began to seek a breakthrough point. A quick glance revealed a vulnerability within the final flash. Raising both hands, he began to accumulate energy within the final flash itself. Kamehameha 100. Ultimate Perfect Kamehameha. Harnessing the energy absorbed from the final flash, Gohan unleashed an extraordinarily powerful 100 Ultimate Perfect Kamehameha. As he raised his hands and aimed at the weak point of the final flash, a thunderous roar resonated. The ground trembled, and to his astonishment, even the system acknowledged his 100 Ultimate Perfect Kamehameha. Achieving a perfect Kamehameha at 100 granted him a chance to draw a prize. Ecstatic, he reveled in the opportunity. Boom. The final flash erupted instantaneously, leaving Vegeta dumbfounded and, not far off, Piccolo was equally shocked, unable to fathom what had transpired. Vegeta's expression darkened as he witnessed Gohan breaking through his final flash, a hand raised with the ultimate perfect Kamehameha poised to strike. The incoming energy caused Vegeta's complexion to pale. He, Prince of all Saiyans, never shied away. A son of Kakarot dared to surpass him, shattering his own final flash. Confronted head-on, Gohan had breached the very essence of the final flash, igniting Vegeta's pride. With a fierce determination, he raised his hands, refusing to evade. How dare you? Brat, you can withstand my final flash, yet I, Vegeta, cannot withstand your Kamehameha? I am the one who surpasses Kakarot. I am the strongest, the perfect Super Saiyan. Vegeta roared, raising his hands to absorb the impact of Gohan's ultimate perfect Kamehameha. Boom. The overwhelming energy exploded between their hands, with Vegeta gritting his teeth, straining to maintain his ground. Reluctantly, he acknowledged that his pride was the true nature of a Saiyan, never allowing others to eclipse him. In a shocking display, Vegeta managed to withstand Gohan's Kamehameha, albeit at the cost of great fatigue. Ultimately, he compressed the colossal energy sphere, dissipating it into a mere speck of starlight after 10 seconds. With a wicked smile, he reveled in his success, declaring, "Is that all? Ha ha, Kakarot's son can endure. And so can I. I am the mightiest Super Saiyan." Observing Vegeta's triumphant demeanor, Gohan shook his head with a hint of exasperation. "Uncle Vegeta, you have lost." Vegeta, hearing Gohan's words, bristled with displeasure, huffing dismissively. "You insolent brat. I endured your Kamehameha. The battle is just beginning." Despite his bravado, Vegeta's expression betrayed his exhaustion. He could have evaded but chose to confront the attack head-on, losing considerable energy in the process. Under such circumstances, victory was beyond his reach. Gohan, maintaining his composure, remarked, "Uncle Vegeta, had you evaded earlier, perhaps I could not have bested you. Your pride has led to your downfall. I knew you would absorb my Kamehameha, hence, you have lost." Vegeta, still irked, retorted through gritted teeth, "What do you mean, you little punk? Even if I have expended much energy, I still possess 50 of my strength. Your energy is nearly depleted. How do you presume to win?" With a smirk, Gohan replied nonchalantly, "My energy is not consumed. Uncle Vegeta, this ultimate Kamehameha was originally intended for you, and my energy remains." With a wave of his hand, 2 clones emerged at his side. To Vegeta's astonishment, Gohan commanded his clones to replenish his energy, restoring the 100 he had previously allocated. As the clones vanished, Gohan stood revitalized, brimming with energy. Witnessing this, Vegeta, now at 50 energy, felt a surge of frustration. This boy was insufferable. From the outset, the clones had been a ploy to restore his own energy, utterly shameless. "You scheming brat." Vegeta's face turned crimson with rage as he clenched his fists, preparing to charge. Yet, before he could advance, Gohan raised a hand. The gesture and accompanying words made Vegeta's expression shift dramatically. He halted, rooted in place, too intimidated to proceed. Seeing Vegeta's in action, Gohan chuckled, energy still coalescing in his palms. "Uncle Vegeta, would you care to receive my second 100 Ultimate Kamehameha?" A second one, with his energy fully restored. Gohan was indeed poised to unleash another 100 Ultimate Kamehameha. In his prime, this attack would be insurmountable for Vegeta, who at only 50 capacity could not hope to evade. If he attempted to withstand it, he would surely be obliterated. Vegeta, gritting his teeth, found himself unable to move. Beside him, Piccolo observed with a contemplative expression, aware that Gohan had indeed triumphed. His 2 successive displays of 100 power had completely overshadowed Vegeta. The pride that Vegeta exhibited at the outset had been cunningly exploited. And after enduring the first onslaught, he had already fallen into a disadvantageous position. This time, there was no way Vegeta could withstand Gohan's ultimate Kamehameha. As Gohan amassed energy, The sphere in his hand swelled ominously, causing cold sweat to bead on Vegeta's forehead. Rooted in place, he was momentarily at a loss for what to do. Gohan's smile at Vegeta's immobility was fleeting. Yet, the energy sphere remained unlaunched, merely posing as a feint. Alarmed, Vegeta instinctively retreated, only to realize that Gohan had merely adopted a threatening stance without any genuine intent to attack. Deceived, Vegeta felt a surge of anger, while Gohan appeared utterly relaxed. "All right, Uncle Vegeta," he said, "even if we call it a draw this time, I've played my tricks. There is no need for a life-or-death struggle. This 100 Ultimate Kamehameha is tremendously taxing, and I certainly do not wish to exhaust myself to the point of collapse. After all, Gohan could only unleash it once more. Truly defeating Vegeta would pose a challenge. The odds were about 80, but with the remaining 20, if Vegeta evaded and survived, Gohan would find himself in a precarious predicament. Thus, he took the initiative to propose a stalemate, which brought a sigh of relief to Vegeta, who cast a deep glance at Gohan. With a cold snort of acknowledgement, he uttered not a word and turned to depart, unwilling to linger for even a moment. At this juncture, Vegeta was indeed formidable, seemingly acquiring yet another training target. Watching Vegeta retreat, Gohan mused on his egotistical nature. He entered and exited as he pleased. Had he known, he would have wagered on that 80 chance, either obliterating Vegeta or, conversely, depleting his own energy and being vanquished. With a slight grimace, Gohan retracted all his energy. This fierce confrontation had significantly enhanced his understanding of his own capabilities. With his current strength, he could contend with a Vegeta operating at 70 power, yet he still fell short compared to a fully powered Vegeta. Clever tactics might secure him a victory, but in the realm of Dragon Ball, dominance relied on sheer strength, and he still needed to bridge that 30 gap. Only by closing this disparity could he surpass Vegeta and rise above him. He resolved to push himself further, aspiring to elevate his Ultra Instinct to 5. If successful, that would amplify his combat prowess fivefold, and that prospect thrilled him. Chapter 13. An unexpected encounter with Android 18 as Gohan returned. He was met with a look of astonishment from Videl, who rushed towards him with genuine concern etched across her face. "Gohan, you were incredible. Are you hurt? You scared me to death just now. I thought you were throwing caution to the wind when you charged in like that." Videl fretted, recalling how Gohan had plunged into the energy sphere without hesitation. Even Piccolo, standing nearby, wore a worried expression, unable to comprehend Gohan's reckless behavior. After all, it was Vegeta's final flash he had absorbed to unleash the ultimate perfect Kamehameha. Piccolo, with a serious demeanor, cautioned Gohan that technique was exceedingly perilous. While you have the ability to absorb energy and utilize it for yourself, managing that power must be arduous. Please, refrain from such reckless actions in the future. Vegeta's strength is not to be underestimated. Gohan understood well that Vegeta had become complacent, which allowed him to withstand the ultimate perfect Kamehameha. If it had been someone else, like Buu, they would have effortlessly evaded it. A single miscalculation could lead to dire consequences. Nodding in agreement with Piccolo, Gohan acknowledged, "Yes. My current strength is still insufficient to overpower Vegeta. I have not yet reached his level. Absorbing his energy indeed entails significant risk. This was a gamble I took, and fortunately, it paid off." The outcome was indeed favorable. He had successfully executed the ultimate perfect Kamehameha and earned a chance to draw from a prize pool. Now, he had 2 draws awaiting him, and he was eager to discover what rewards awaited him. Feeling a bit peckish after some exercise, Gohan took Videl's bento and began to eat while simultaneously utilizing his 2 prize draws. With each draw, he received 2 abilities: the power of the Thunder Fruit from the Nature System and mastery over hidden weapons. The mastery over hidden weapons seemed rather trivial. Yet the Thunder Fruit offered considerable utility, enabling him to harness thunderous energy and transform his entire body into lightning, allowing him to evade ordinary physical attacks. However, in the world of Dragon Ball, this was of little use, as dodging physical attacks did not equate to evading energy and ki combined attacks. Characters like Vegeta and Kakarot infused their strikes with ki, rendering the Nature System's abilities merely supplementary. Could he truly rely on a Nature System ability to combat foes capable of planetary destruction with battle powers in the millions? The answer was a resounding no. Thus, Gohan surmised that this skill could enhance his combat power, augmenting the Thunder Fruit's strength to 100 and providing him with an increase of over 20 in his overall battle capabilities. Yes, merely a 20 boost. Doubling his power seemed implausible, given that his current strength was already formidable, bolstered by the Ultra Instinct. starting from a battle power in the hundreds of millions. It was clear that a nature system ability could not yield a twofold increase. Nevertheless, a 20 enhancement was still commendable, and he intended to practice it diligently until he reached full capacity, eager to assess its efficacy. Over the past 2 days, aside from accompanying Videl to her classes, Gohan had dedicated himself to honing his Ultra Instinct. After a mere 1.5 increase, he found himself at 1.8, tantalizingly close to the 2 mark. His recent battle with Vegeta had imparted significant insights. Saiyans were indeed warriors at heart, and as long as there was conflict, they could refine their abilities. Initially planning to fully cultivate the 2 abilities he had acquired, he soon realized that mastering hidden weapons was challenging due to the limited variety available. Only the Thunder Fruit could be trained effectively, and even then, after 2 days, he had only reached 50 proficiency. With a lack of training partners, his progress had been excruciatingly slow. He contemplated seeking out Vegeta for another spar, hoping it might ignite his potential once more and perhaps lead to the completion of another ultimate technique. As he pondered this, Videl, having mastered the flying technique, descended from the sky, her ponytail dancing in the wind. She approached Gohan with enthusiasm, her affection evident. Their relationship had grown closer, and Videl, now quite attached to Gohan, frequently sought his company. Gohan, not minding her presence, appreciated her assistance with meals and her caring nature. Unfortunately, Videl's strict upbringing meant she had to return home promptly each evening, which posed a challenge. It seemed necessary to meet her father, Mr. Satan, to secure his approval before progressing further in their relationship. As Gohan contemplated these matters, Videl landed gracefully, her skirt fluttering. She immediately grasped Gohan's arm and exclaimed, "Gohan, I have something to tell you. My father is planning to participate in the martial arts tournament, just like before. It's starting soon, and martial artists from all over the world will be attending. You'll come too, right?" Gohan's eyes brightened at the news. If the tournament was indeed commencing, his father, Kakarot, would surely return. There was much he wished to learn from his father, such as instant transmission and the Kaio-Ken technique, skills he found invaluable. Videl's announcement was indeed fortuitous, prompting him to respond with a smile. "Really? That's fantastic. With the tournament taking place, I can inform my father. He will undoubtedly be interested." Videl, intrigued, inquired, "Gohan's dad? But didn't he pass away? How can you notify him?" Gohan replied calmly, "Not quite. This world still has a realm of the afterlife. While my father may not be among the living, he is certainly training in the afterlife. Oh, I could reach out to fortune teller Baba. I remember that she and Master Roshi are siblings." With this thought, he resolved to seek out Master Roshi to contact Baba and inform her of his father. Videl, eager to accompany him, expressed her desire to join. However, Gohan hesitated to bring her along to meet Master Roshi, fearing that the old man's lecherous tendencies might complicate matters. Therefore, he suggested that Videl wait for him while he made his way to contact Master Roshi. Informing Kakarot about the tournament would surely prompt him to return from the afterlife. With determination, he soared into the sky, leaving Videl waving goodbye, reminding him, "Gohan, I'll be waiting for your return." Gohan swiftly transformed into a streak of light, heading towards Master Roshi's seaside abode. In a matter of moments, he arrived at the familiar dwelling. Just as he was about to approach, he noticed a figure approaching him, initially mistaking it for Krillin, but soon realizing it was Android 18. It was evident that she was in a foul mood, likely due to her connection with Krillin. She had come specifically to see Krillin, curious about the human who sought her affection. Contemplating whether to grant another chance, she unexpectedly discovered that Krillin was entangled with his ex-girlfriend, which left number 18 dissatisfied, prompting her to leave without a word. The icy and alluring number 18 harbored no intention of engaging with others. She would await Krillin's breakup with Marin before making any moves. However, just as she was about to depart, she noticed someone. Gohan's appearance momentarily stunned her, particularly due to the aura he exuded. A frown creased her brow. He seemed different from the boy she once knew. Initially intending to sidestep him, she paused, inadvertently blocking Gohan's path, causing him to halt in confusion. "Number 18, what brings you here? Are you looking for Krillin?" Upon mentioning Krillin, "No." 18's striking features expressed her displeasure as she gritted her teeth. "Don't be ridiculous. Why would I seek out that little shrimp? He's busy chatting away with his ex-girlfriend, and I have no desire to intervene." Krillin's sentimental nature, still pining for his former love, was evident. Otherwise, he wouldn't have named his future daughter after her. However, this revelation only served to infuriate number 18. While Gohan silently mourned for Krillin, realizing he had squandered an opportunity. Number 18 assessed Gohan. Her interest piqued, not out of romantic inclination, but rather due to her observation of his impressive physique. Gohan, after all these years, I sense your power has significantly increased. With your current strength, you could certainly match me now. Initially assuming he would weaken from attending school, she was surprised to find he had actually grown stronger. Gohan chuckled. I've been training and have indeed improved quite a bit. Number 18 scrutinized him once more, and this time, she remained silent. Instead, she charged forward, delivering a sudden punch. The unexpected strike was clearly intended to test her abilities. However, in Gohan's eyes, number 18's strength paled in comparison to Vegeta's. Even with her surprise assault, he effortlessly evaded her blow, the punch grazing past him and igniting her interest, a smile forming at the corners of her mouth. What followed was a flurry of attacks directed at Gohan. Number 18 still relished the thrill of battle. To be precise, having been stood up by Krillin had left her in a foul mood, and upon seeing Gohan, she immediately sought to vent her frustrations on him. Yet, she had completely underestimated Gohan's newfound prowess. Even Vegeta would tread carefully around him, and her current strength was certainly inadequate in the face of Gohan's growth. Chapter 14. Kakarot in Hell. The fierce melee commenced, and Android 18 was taken aback. She had not even managed to land a single blow on Gohan, which left her quite incensed. Regardless of the situation, her artificial energy was immense, and on Earth, very few could match her prowess. Initially, Android 18's strength surpassed that of a Super Saiyan 1, placing her somewhere between Super Saiyan 1 and Super Saiyan 2. Thus, the fact that she had yet to touch Gohan, who remained in his ordinary form, astonished her greatly. The most significant aspect was that Gohan had not even transformed into Super Saiyan 1. He had effortlessly evaded her assaults in his unaltered state. This piqued Android 18's interest. She had no intention of ceasing the battle. With a swift retreat, she began to accumulate energy, clearly preparing to unleash an energy wave. Gohan, however, felt a tinge of impatience as he observed Android 18 gathering energy with one hand. He smirked and remarked, I have other matters to attend to. I cannot waste my time here with you. And next time, refrain from being so reckless in my presence. Before Android 18 could release her energy sphere, Gohan, summoning his strength, charged forward. Android 18 barely had time to react when Gohan closed the distance, and before she could evade, he delivered a punch aimed directly at her face. She felt the sheer force of the blow. The winds howled above the sea, and Android 18, holding her breath, became completely rigid, paralyzed in place. There was no escaping this punch. Should it connect, it would undoubtedly inflict severe damage. Regret crept in as she realized she had underestimated Gohan's growth, who could now surpass her without transformation. In his presence, she felt like a mere child. Their combat power entirely disparate. Android 18 instinctively wanted to shut her eyes, yet to her astonishment, Gohan's fist halted just centimeters from her face. The abrupt stop stirred up waves upon the ocean's surface. The mighty splash erupted, causing the entire sea to churn. With a playful smirk, Gohan's expression conveyed that he was merely toying with her. All right, Sister 18, I have no desire to mar your lovely visage. I still need to locate Master Roshi. Let this battle conclude here. With that, he released his fist, offering a casual farewell, completely unconcerned about her feelings. This left Android 18 somewhat disheartened, akin to a child throwing a tantrum, pinned down with no capacity for resistance. She recognized the gap between them and found herself intrigued by Gohan's newfound strength. How had he trained to achieve such a level? She was genuinely curious. Gohan soon set off again, arriving swiftly at Master Roshi's quaint abode. Observing Krillin entangled with his ex-girlfriend, he shook his head and sighed, landing on the ground to greet the giant turtle at the entrance. Hey, I have a favor to ask Master Roshi. Could you find the fortune teller for me? Is Master Roshi home? The giant turtle promptly scurried inside to relay the message. Moments later, Master Roshi emerged from the house, his eyes lighting up upon seeing Gohan. What a pleasant surprise. It has been years since I last saw you. How's Chi-Chi? By the way, I believe Goku is currently in hell. Are you looking to contact him? Gohan nodded, not wishing to conceal anything. Yes, the new martial arts tournament is about to commence, and I believe my father would be interested. If you could inform him, he might find time to return from hell to participate. Upon hearing of the upcoming tournament, Master Roshi's face glimmered with nostalgia as he chuckled. Ah, the martial arts tournament. It has been ages since I took part. If Goku joins, it will surely be intense. Let me reach out to the fortune teller for you. Without hesitation, Master Roshi contacted the fortune teller. In less than half an hour, she arrived at Master Roshi's little hut, holding a large crystal ball. Upon landing, she greeted Gohan. Goku has been training in King Yima's Hell and recently participated in a tournament there. He is still honing his skills. Gohan's eyes brightened instantly. Is that so? Is there any way to get in touch with him? The fortune teller took the crystal ball and began to focus. Let me try. I have some connections over there. It's been a while since I last checked on him. Before long, she located Goku deep within Hell, training alongside a group of deceased martial artists. Despite being in spirit form, Kakarot's presence was formidable, his strength amplified through his rigorous training. Through the crystal ball, Gohan sensed his father's energy and realized that Kakarot had mastered Super Saiyan 3. In truth, when Majin Buu was born, Goku possessed the strength to defeat him. Yet he chose not to, preferring instead to train the next generation. Unfortunately, he could not eliminate Buu in time, which led to the ensuing chaos, ultimately forcing Goku to take action and vanquish him. Now, Goku had undoubtedly reached a level equivalent to that of Majin Buu. Upon seeing his form in the crystal ball, Goku immediately sensed someone was observing him, halting his training. Frowning, he quickly smiled as he recognized the familiar energies, exclaiming, "Ah, the fortune teller. And Master Roshi. Oh. And Gohan. I didn't expect to see you. However, Gohan, your energy has grown tremendously. I never anticipated this. Have you been training diligently these past few years?" Even from a distance, Kakarot could feel Gohan's impressive power, a testament to his growth. He was indeed the mightiest Saiyan, far surpassing Vegeta, who had always remained the second best. Gohan, maintaining his composure, conveyed his purpose for the visit. It has been a long time, father. I came to inform you that the martial arts tournament, which has not been held for years, is set to resume. My girlfriend shared this news with me. Upon hearing this, Goku's eyes sparkled with excitement. Really? A tournament? It has been ages since I participated. Huh. I should be able to take a day off from hell for this. The fortune teller nodded in agreement. Of course, I can arrange to bring you back on the day of the tournament. Goku, do you truly intend to participate? Goku clenched his fists, his Saiyan's spirit ignited. Especially upon sensing Gohan's enhanced energy. His face radiated excitement and anticipation. Absolutely. I am thrilled to see how much you have improved over the years. I cannot wait to compete with you in the tournament and witness the fruits of your training. Of course, Gohan yearned to engage in a sparring match with his father. For Kakarot was not like Vegeta. He understood the value of holding back, making him an exceptional training partner. A smile graced Gohan's lips as he acquiesced. All right. At the martial arts tournament, if the opportunity arises, I shall certainly compete against my father. Sensing the earnestness in Gohan's eyes, a beaming smile illuminated Goku's face. Even without sight, he could grasp the essence of the moment. Chuckling heartily, he remarked, Gohan, I am quite looking forward to it. I never expected you possessed the potential to surpass Vegeta. This revelation has taken me by surprise, and I eagerly anticipate the battles at the tournament. With that, their conversation concluded. Gohan's perception of Kakarot shifted. This Kakarot's power was truly formidable. Just by sensing his energy, Gohan realized he possessed strength that could eclipse Vegeta's. Yet, he found Kakarot inscrutable. How powerful was his Super Saiyan 3 form? What was his battle power? He comprehended nothing. Conversely, Kakarot seemed to have a complete understanding of him. Such was the chasm between them. The disparity was glaringly evident, and to bridge this gap, Gohan recognized that his first step must be to surpass Vegeta. If he could not even eclipse Vegeta, how could he hope to surpass Kakarot? After their discussion, Gohan was filled with determination. With the martial arts tournament approaching, he resolved to further hone his skills. He aimed to elevate his Ultra Instinct to at least 2 and achieve a full 100 mastery of the power granted by the Thunder Fruit, ensuring he could wield an additional 20 strength. Only then would he be prepared to face Kakarot. With these thoughts in mind, he bade farewell and departed from the humble abode of Master Roshi. On his journey home, he remained oblivious to the fact that someone was trailing him. He could not fathom why Android 18, who had shown no interest in Goku, was now seemingly captivated by him. She followed him all the way to Master Roshi's dwelling, and now, astonishingly, she accompanied him. Uncertain of her motives, Gohan, recognizing her dedication in following him, decided not to mind and instead invited her to be a training partner. He gathered Goten and Piccolo, forming a quartet to serve as his training companions. With this arrangement, the 4 of them sparring against him would provide an excellent opportunity for him to refine his skills. Resolute in his decision, he welcomed Android 18 along as they made their way to the training grounds. Chapter 15. Even 1 against 4 is not a problem, Gohan returned. determined to enhance his training. He specifically requested Piccolo to bring Goten and Trunks along, while also calling out the hidden Android 18. As Gohan faced the four individuals, his initial words sparked an exchange of bewildered glances among them. Perfect. 18, Uncle Piccolo, Goten, and Trunks, I need your assistance in honing my new abilities. Feel free to attack me without holding back. A 4-on-1 battle is fine, and I won't resort to using any clones. Just unleash your full power and help me train. The group exchanged uncertain looks. Piccolo remained composed, yet Android 18 furrowed her brow in discontent. Having followed Gohan all this way, she was now being asked to assist him in training. What irked her the most was the notion of teaming up with two children, a green-headed monster and Gohan himself. It felt like a blatant underestimation of her prowess. Piccolo, being aware of Gohan's strength, was less concerned, but he couldn't shake off a lingering worry about Android 18's capabilities. Would Gohan truly be able to hold his ground? He sensed that 18 was not pleased, her expression radiating disdain. Unfazed, Gohan recognized the challenge of gaining 18's cooperation, but knew he could entice her. With a gentle wave of his hand, he proposed, how about this, 18? If you can land a hit on me, I'll reward you with 1,000,000 zenny. What do you say? Just one touch, and it's yours. Her eyes brightened at the mention of money, and a cold smirk crossed her face as she retorted, oh, you have 1,000,000? You're not deceiving me, are you? Gohan, with an air of nonchalance, gestured towards Videl, who was watching from a distance. My girlfriend's father is Mr. Satan. Surely, you understand that a world hero like him must possess some wealth. Do you really think I can't come up with 1,000,000 zenny? He could easily provide me with billions. 1,000,000 is a trivial sum for me. 18 glanced at Videl and frowned, then turned to Gohan with a chilling tone. I didn't expect you to have the potential to live off a woman. I despise men like you. With that, she charged at him. Gohan chuckled at her disdain for men who rely on women, knowing full well that Krillin was the ultimate example of such a man. However, he was satisfied to see 18 making a move. As she lunged at him, he swiftly dodged, and while Piccolo and Goten stood momentarily stunned, Gohan took the initiative to engage in the fight himself. With Gohan actively participating, Piccolo and Trunks could no longer remain idle. The ensuing chaos of their skirmish left Videl agape. Over the past few days, her worldview had been completely transformed. She had just learned to harness her ki from Gohan, and now she could execute flight techniques over considerable distances. Unfortunately, her speed was lacking, and prolonged flight left her exhausted. Witnessing the fray, she was astounded by the ferocity of the battle. The four individuals were darting around, relentlessly assaulting Gohan. The two boys had mastered their flight techniques to the point of fluidity, their speed so rapid that Videl struggled to keep up. Yet, amidst the tumult, Gohan maintained control of the situation, evading every attack from the four, including Android 18, who could not land a single blow on him. Gohan's mastery allowed him to handle four opponents with apparent ease, leaving Videl in awe. Reflecting on her father, a sense of dread washed over her. Would he survive if confronted by any of these formidable fighters at the martial arts tournament? As the day of training concluded, Gohan had acquired ample experience in handling four opponents without resorting to clones. If he were to employ his clone technique, he would fear no challenge, even against 100 foes. As he observed his progress, noting that his Thunderfruit power had reached a 50 completion rate, he nodded in satisfaction. He glanced at the slightly breathless Android 18, who was clearly displeased for not having touched him even once to claim her reward. Gohan cheerfully addressed her, by the way. 18, that 1,000,000 zenny offer is still valid. Whenever you manage to hit me, I will indeed pay you 1,000,000. No need to doubt my word. With gritted teeth. 18 felt Gohan was deliberately trying to provoke her. Her pride wounded, she scoffed and turned to leave, but not without expressing her dissatisfaction. Just you wait. You better be careful. As she departed, Videl grew anxious, sensing a potential threat from Android 18. Gohan, do you think that girl might attempt to ambush you? Gohan shook his head dismissively. No, 18 is too proud for that. If she wants to fight me, she will come at me head-on. I'm not worried about her sneak attacking me. She wouldn't stand a chance. Shifting his gaze to Videl, a thought struck him. By the way, Videl, I haven't accompanied you to meet your father yet. With the martial arts tournament approaching, I should pay him a visit. Videl's eyes lit up at Gohan's willingness to join her. Really? That would be wonderful. My dad will surely be thrilled to meet you. Gohan, you're even stronger than my father, and he will be so happy to see you. Indeed, having such a powerful ally in Gohan would surely delight Mr. Satan. This visit was also a strategic move to solidify his relationship with Videl. Without hesitation, Gohan stepped forward and lifted Videl into his arms, soaring into the sky as she wrapped her arms around his neck. As he lowered his head to plant a kiss on her lovely cheek, he couldn't help but smile at her bashful expression. Actually, there's one more thing I need to ask of you. Videl looked at him with curiosity, unsure of what he meant. Gohan, is there something I can help you with? He leaned in closer, whispering, help me bear a Saiyan child. Videl's face flushed crimson, caught off guard and unsure of how to respond. Gohan chuckled heartily. This is vital. Once you conceive, it will help me progress further. Videl was momentarily bewildered, unsure if Gohan was joking. He couldn't reveal to her that transforming into a Super Saiyan God required multiple Saiyans working together. Currently, the number of Saiyans was insufficient to achieve such a transformation, necessitating the creation of Saiyans, and Videl was the perfect candidate. Having a child was essential for enhancing his strength. After teasing Videl, Gohan soon arrived at Mr. Satan's residence. Mr. Satan, someone who can fly has returned with the young lady. A frantic butler rushed into the luxurious villa, breathlessly reporting to Mr. Satan. As Satan was engaged in boxing training, he scoffed at the butler's words, unable to fathom their truth. With a derisive expression, he retorted, do not speak nonsense. How could anyone fly in the sky? This is merely a trick, and I cannot fathom how my family was deceived by such a charlatan. If I catch that rascal, I shall give him a proper lesson. At that moment, Gohan entered, holding the hand of his beloved daughter, Videl. The butler, taken aback, stumbled to the ground, his face a portrait of shock as he pointed at Gohan, his jaw agape. It is him. He is the one flying in the sky, Mr. Satan. It is this fellow. Satan had already noticed Gohan, particularly as he grasped his cherished daughter's hand, which filled him with seething rage. Clenching his fists, he charged at Gohan without hesitation. How dare you steal my beloved daughter, you scoundrel! The sudden attack caught Videl off guard, and she cried out in alarm, Daddy. No. But Satan disregarded her pleas. Videl, do not worry. I shall teach this boy a lesson. Videl attempted to interject, but it was too late. Satan's punch landed squarely on Gohan. However, Gohan remained unharmed, while Satan was sent hurtling back. With a resounding crash, he smashed through the wall, leaving the butler in a state of disbelief. How could the invincible champion, Satan, be sent flying? This truly must be an illusion. As Satan was propelled away, Videl's expression shifted to one of concern as she rushed forward to assess her father's condition. She had previously warned him against such recklessness. Yet the outcome had unfolded as she feared. Being merely human, Satan was no match for Gohan's defenses. His attempt was doomed from the start. With genuine worry, Videl exclaimed, Daddy, are you all right? I wanted you to stand down earlier. Gohan is quite formidable, and before I could stop you, you charged in. Oh, Daddy. She pouted in reproach, which left Satan with a lingering sense of dread. It dawned upon him that his daughter had indeed found a remarkably powerful boyfriend. Glancing at Gohan, contemplating his strength, the once proud Satan felt a surge of admiration. Suddenly, his demeanor brightened, and he sprang to his feet with enthusiasm. Young man, I acknowledge your prowess. I now accept your relationship with my daughter. However, you must become my disciple. Chapter 16, Vegeta's Slight Withdrawal. Satan, with a beaming smile, gazed at the remarkable son-in-law before him. With such an impressive individual as his disciple, he could hardly contain his excitement. He would undoubtedly have a flying, extraordinarily powerful apprentice to boast about. The mere thought sent him into a fit of laughter as he regarded Gohan with great optimism. Given Gohan's prowess, Satan felt no apprehension in allowing his daughter to pursue a relationship with him, especially now that she had brought him to their doorstep. Their relationship was unequivocally established. Understanding Gohan's formidable abilities, Satan felt a sense of reassurance. After all, his son-in-law was certainly more capable than he was, and that alone sufficed. Thus, he readily accepted Gohan's identity and promptly addressed him. Gohan smiled calmly, observing his future father-in-law. Although Satan's heart was not entirely unkind, he had certainly garnered considerable accolades, albeit at the expense of overshadowing many. Nevertheless, he had devoted much to the earth, and his inherent goodness made him a worthy hero. Most importantly, he was perfectly positioned to benefit from Gohan's talents. How could Gohan refuse such an advantageous arrangement? With a gentle smile, he remarked, It wouldn't be amiss to promote me as a disciple. However, Uncle Satan, I have a request to make of you. Satan's eyes sparkled with delight upon hearing Gohan's agreement, and he nodded vigorously. That's wonderful. As long as you consent to be my disciple and promote our association, I will accommodate any request. Gohan, expressing his satisfaction, settled comfortably in his seat. You see, the place I reside is quite distant from the city. Since Videl is my girlfriend, I plan to live with her in the future, and the commute from the mountains is rather inconvenient. Therefore, I would like a villa in the city. Upon hearing Gohan's desire for a villa, Satan chuckled heartily, showing no hesitation. As a world champion with numerous endorsements, his wealth was substantial, and a mere villa was a trivial matter for him. With a wave of his hand, he generously declared, "Of course. Even as a bridal gift for Videl, I shall present you with a luxurious villa. In fact, I possess a grand 1,000 square meter mansion that would suit you perfectly. How about that?" Such a lavish offer from a father-in-law was indeed impressive, presenting a mansion worth several million. Gohan nodded, accepting it without reservation. A 1,000 square meter villa will certainly provide ample space for my training. Thank you, Uncle Satan. Moreover, Gohan continued, in addition to the villa, I could use some pocket money, perhaps around 10 million would suffice. He stated this with a casual air. Yet Satan broke into a cold sweat at the audacity of the request. This fellow was indeed bold to ask for 10 million so nonchalantly. However, having already agreed to the villa, 10 million did not seem excessive, especially since his daughter was so fond of Gohan, particularly given his impressive abilities. As long as Gohan was willing to help promote his disciple, it would undoubtedly yield greater financial returns. Without a moment's hesitation, Satan instructed his aides to procure 20 million, generously adding an extra 10 million for good measure. Well, 10 million is nothing to me, since Videl will surely rely on you for care. It's only right to provide you with a little extra. Here are 20 million. It should last you a while. What do you think? The butler arrived, dragging 2 large boxes and setting them down. Gohan approached and opened the boxes, confirming the presence of 2 million. His eyes lit up with delight as he accepted the money. He was thoroughly pleased with Satan's generosity. After all, extracting funds from the father-in-law was immensely satisfying. This money was merely an advance on his due rewards for aiding in the fight against the malevolent Majin Buu. With 20 million secured, Gohan prepared to relocate with Videl to inspect the city villa. This was originally Satan's training retreat. The expansive garden spanned over 100 square meters, complete with a swimming pool and a martial arts training area, all situated in a spacious area at the city's heart. The location and environment were superb, rivaling Bulma's estate, with all furnishings being brand new. Gohan surveyed the premises, satisfied. He had envisioned a tranquil training environment free from distractions. With this villa, he felt at ease. If he could enlist Bulma's help in constructing a protective training barrier, he could train at home daily. Contemplating this, he resolved to seek Bulma's assistance in creating a training area. Having acquired a magnificent villa, Gohan intended to move in and would need to inform Chi-Chi of his plans. With the 10 million cash in hand, he flew home and presented the cash-filled boxes before Chi-Chi. From today onward, I plan to move to the city. This is 10 million cash from Videl's father. It should suffice for me and Goten for the time being. Chi-Chi, upon seeing the 10 million cash before her, was utterly flabbergasted. She had never anticipated Gohan would bring home such a sum. Overjoyed, she embraced him, tears of happiness streaming down her face. This is wonderful. With this 10 million, Goten and I can live comfortably. Gohan, you've grown up so fast and managed to earn this much money. I am so proud of you. Such was Chi-Chi's nature. With cash in hand, all other concerns faded away. Accepting Gohan's decision to move elsewhere, he smiled, leaving 10 million behind. As he still had another 10 million, he then hurried off to Bulma's residence. Upon arriving at Bulma's grand villa, he found her there. As soon as she spotted Gohan, her eyes lit up, and she playfully dragged him aside, adopting a conspiratorial demeanor. Gohan, I heard you fought against Vegeta recently. He has been locked away in the training room for days, not even taking breaks to eat. Please, find a way to coax him out. Bulma's earnest plea was clear. The aftermath of Gohan's fight had left Vegeta withdrawn, training incessantly, neglecting his well-being, which was straining their relationship. Thus, she turned to Gohan. Knowing he was the catalyst for Vegeta's current state, Gohan pondered for a moment before replying, Bulma, I recently acquired a villa from my girlfriend's father. But the training facilities there are subpar. I fear I might ruin them during my exercises. If I could enlist your help to enhance the training area, I would gladly find a way to get Vegeta out of the training room. To his surprise, Bulma readily agreed without a second thought, her eyes brightening at the simple request. Absolutely. And Gohan, when will you introduce me to your girlfriend? I can't believe you found someone so quickly. I'm curious to see if she is as beautiful as you say. Understanding Bulma's exuberant personality, Gohan chuckled and refrained from elaborating further, sensing Vegeta's energy fluctuating nearby. Indeed, he remains entrenched in training, having not stepped out of the training chamber for several days, neglecting even the most basic sustenance, a truly rare occurrence. Moreover, this period of rigorous training has propelled Vegeta's prowess to new heights. Yet, there lurks a subtle indication of impending rage. Currently, Vegeta's emotions are exceedingly volatile, teetering on the precipice of an outburst as he grapples with the conflicting sentiments of familial ties and his desire to surpass Kakarot. Thus, he finds himself in a state of profound confusion. As a member of the foremost echelon of combatants and a guardian of Earth, Vegeta possesses considerable strength. Gohan considers it prudent to offer guidance to Vegeta. Mentoring him could enable Vegeta to harness his abilities effectively. With this thought in mind, Gohan unreservedly unleashed his energy, causing a palpable explosion of power. Upon sensing Gohan's aura, Vegeta immediately ceased his training and emerged from the chamber, his attention solely fixed on Gohan. Bulma, brimming with joy, was inclined to approach, yet was met with indifference from Vegeta, who disregarded her presence entirely. His gaze remained locked onto Gohan, his eyes shimmering with an unsettling intensity, indicative of considerable emotional turbulence. Otherwise, he would not have fallen prey to manipulation during the Majin Buu saga. Presently, Vegeta's mental fortitude appears insufficient. Vegeta scrutinized Gohan in silence until Gohan took the initiative to speak. Vegeta, the martial arts tournament is approaching. In 1 week's time, my father, Kakarot, will return from the afterlife for a day. I believe you must be intrigued, no? Vegeta's eyes gleamed with excitement, a flicker of enthusiasm crossing his visage as he clenched his fists tightly. With a sardonic smile, he replied, "Is that so? Splendid. I shall participate in the tournament. Be sure to inform Kakarot. This time, I will surpass him and decisively claim victory through my own strength." Gohan could not suppress a chuckle, responding, "Alas, my father holds no interest in you, Vegeta. Your training remains insufficient. If you focus solely on raw power, achieving another breakthrough will be exceedingly difficult. You are lacking compared to my father in more ways than one." Vegeta, clearly incensed, tightened his fists with a crackling sound. His teeth gritted as he shot a glare at Gohan, snorting disdainfully. "Gohan, let us converse again once you have surpassed me. You lack the standing to address me in such a manner." With that, Vegeta turned on his heel and returned to the training room. Chapter 17. The arrival of the God of Thunder at 1,000,000,000 volts. Bulma sighed as she watched Vegeta re-enter, unaware of how long he would be gone. After a moment of contemplation, she decided to assist Gohan in tidying up the training grounds. Accompanying Gohan back to his villa, she set about enhancing the training area, ensuring it could withstand various degrees of destruction, much like Vegeta's training room. As long as they refrained from unleashing earth-shattering powers, everything would be manageable. Having completed these tasks in half a day, Bulma demonstrated her remarkable capabilities. After all, she was the woman who invented the time machine. Unfortunately, Gohan, indifferent to Bulma's mature charm, showed no interest in her. Yet, Bulma, ever cheerful, greeted him and expressed her curiosity regarding Goku's impending return for the martial arts tournament. Upon receiving Gohan's confirmation, her face lit up with joy, which made Gohan suspicious of her feelings towards Kakarot. A week swiftly passed since Gohan moved into the villa. He had hired a butler and maids, with Videl lending a helping hand. Living in the grand villa was quite comfortable for him. Every morning, he lingered in the plush bed, reluctant to rise until Videl came to summon him. Today was no different. Noticing Gohan's reluctance to leave the bed, Videl chuckled softly. As she approached, Gohan reached out, pulling her onto the bed before she could react. Startled, Videl blushed but soon accepted the situation. Throughout the week, she had entrusted herself completely to Gohan, their relationship deepening as they shared playful moments together. They finally got up hand in hand around noon to have breakfast. Videl, with a tone of concern, brought up an important matter. "Gohan, isn't your father supposed to return before the martial arts tournament? It starts in just a few days. And my dad has already mentioned it." Gohan, somewhat distracted, replied, "Yes, he should know. With the fortune teller around, she will certainly go to fetch him in advance." After saying this, he embraced Videl and fed her with a smile. He then inquired, "By the way, my dear Videl, have you felt any changes in your stomach lately?" Gently touching her flat abdomen, he was disappointed not to sense any energy fluctuations. Videl blushed at his touch and shyly replied, "I'm not sure. It's been a week. It should be soon, right?" Gohan nodded in agreement. "Yes, it's been about a week. We've been trying every night. So it should happen any day now." With his Saiyan physiology, having a child seemed quite achievable, especially since he had managed to win over Videl's father. She had been staying at the villa almost daily. Videl, shyly smiling, remarked, "I hope it's a boy, strong like you, Gohan. Do you prefer a boy or a girl?" Gohan, contemplating their first child, instinctively thought of a girl, but he didn't want to limit their prospects. He kissed Videl's cheek and said, "I would love to have both, one after another." Videl playfully stuck out her tongue, laughing at his words. "I'm not a machine. How could I have multiples at once?" Speaking of machines, Gohan felt a persistent annoyance from an unexpected source. Just after they finished breakfast, he sensed the presence of Android 18, who was determined to challenge him for the 1 million Zenny prize. For an entire week, she had been relentlessly seeking him out, often even coming by at night. Gohan suspected she might have been eavesdropping outside his room. He couldn't help but admire her perseverance. With a moment of silence for Krillin, he noticed 18's energy approaching and gently set Videl down, smiling as he said, "All right, I'm going to start training now. Please find Mr. Satan and ask for a few tickets to the tournament. When my father returns, I'll give them to him. This tournament will attract many strong competitors." Videl nodded, understanding the magnitude of the event, and smiled at Gohan. She gave him a peck on the cheek and departed, declaring, "I believe in you, Gohan. You'll definitely win the championship." As he watched Videl leave, Gohan refrained from sharing the potential dangers lurking in the tournament. He knew such revelations would only cause her unnecessary worry. He was also aware that he needed to strengthen himself. His Thunder Fruit power was nearing completion at 95. He aimed to reach 100 to prepare for the impending arrival of Majin Buu. After finishing breakfast, Gohan rose and made his way to the training room. A specially designed area resembling a martial arts arena, fortified by Bulma's modifications. It was an ideal training ground, with protective barriers ensuring that energy blasts wouldn't escape. Upon arrival, Gohan quickly noticed Android 18, arms crossed and waiting, exuding a striking beauty with her icy demeanor. Recognizing her punctuality, he greeted her, "Sorry for keeping you waiting. I overslept due to my morning workout." 18, unfazed, scoffed, clearly aware of what he had been up to that morning. With a composed expression, she replied, "Shall we begin?" Gohan, intrigued, asked, 18, "Are you really so fixated on that 1 million? You've been coming here every day. Don't you have anything else to do?" Her expression darkened as she retorted, "I just want a chance to teach you a lesson." With that, she charged at him. Gohan, accustomed to her training style over the past week, understood her tactics well. Androids were not entirely mechanical. They were modified humans. Their greatest strength lay in their infinite energy supply, which, although capped, continually replenished. This attribute granted 18 formidable combat prowess, surpassing Super Saiyan level 1. However, Gohan was unperturbed by her power level, choosing not to transform. As 18's punch came towards him, it unexpectedly passed through his form. Frowning, she expressed her frustration. "What kind of peculiar technique is that?" It became clear that Gohan's unorthodox methods had thwarted her attempts repeatedly during their training sessions. At present, it remains the same. The adversary is impervious to physical assaults, evidently harnessing the power of the Thunder Fruit. With a knowing smile, Gohan reappeared behind Android 18 and remarked, "I must express my gratitude for facilitating my connection to the Thunder Fruit's power over these past few days, enabling me to achieve a full 100 progress." A surge of energy coursed through him, proclaiming 1 trillion volts, the full awakening of the Thunder Fruit's might. As he raised his hand, dark clouds gathered ominously overhead, casting a shadow that prompted Android 18 to look up. Indeed, a colossal bolt of lightning pierced the heavens, hurtling towards her. With a resounding crash, the lightning descended like a monumental pillar of light. Android 18's expression shifted as she raised a hand, gathering energy without hesitation to confront the oncoming lightning. The two forces collided, producing a cacophony of crackling sounds. Countless currents danced chaotically, yet Android 18 gritted her teeth, enduring the assault of her opponent's boundless power. To Gohan, this spectacle brought a smile to his lips. He raised his hand once more, unleashing a staggering 2 trillion volts. Then 3 trillion, followed by 5 trillion. The explosive thunderbolts cascaded down again, crashing against Android 18's infinite energy as she valiantly resisted. Alas, the relentless lightning continued to strike, despite her limitless energy. Its force grew increasingly formidable. With a deep breath, Gohan escalated his power from 1 trillion volts to 5 trillion, and then to 10 trillion. 10 trillion volts. A staggering 1100 awakening power, the arrival of the Thunder God. This immense voltage sent tremors through the earth, causing Android 18's expression to shift dramatically. It dawned on her that Gohan's control over lightning had become far more formidable than before, as a single bolt shattered her infinite energy. The energy sphere enveloping her was obliterated, crashing to the ground in an explosive display. The protective barrier surrounding them crumbled to dust in an instant. Android 18 was sent hurtling away, and Gohan's countenance changed as realization struck him. The arrival of the Thunder God at 10 trillion volts was overwhelmingly powerful, and he had momentarily forgotten that Android 18's combat capabilities could not withstand such force. In a rush, he dashed forward, catching her just as she was about to be thrown from the impact, cradling her in his arms to prevent her from sustaining severe injury. "Are you all right?" Gohan asked with genuine concern, unaware that Android 18, gritting her teeth to regain her composure, had seized him in return, initially believing she might unleash her wrath. He was taken aback by her serene expression as she declared, 1 million, as you said. Chapter 18, Instant Transmission, an extraordinary skill. Gohan was somewhat speechless. His only concern was for the potential injuries of the other party, yet he ended up being tricked by Android 18 into parting with 1 million. Observing her radiant expression, he could only shake his head in resignation, recognizing that this time, it was indeed his oversight. Now, he had incurred a loss of 1 million, but for Android 18, it was hardly significant, especially considering the time she had devoted to training him. Ultimately, he successfully awakened the powers of the Thunder Demon Fruit, achieving a full 100 of his strength. Handing over the million to Android 18, he watched her eyes light up at the sight of the cash-filled box. With a smile playing on her lips, she embraced the box and prepared to leave. As he watched her retreating figure, a thought struck him, prompting Gohan to inquire, "By the way, are you planning to come again tomorrow?" Her response was immediate, turning her head. Android 18 glanced back at him with a playful smile that resembled an icy demeanor. "Oh, are you still willing to give me another million? This time?" Gohan couldn't help but smile in return, replying, "As long as you continue to train with me, not just 1 million, even 10 million wouldn't be a problem." Without hesitation, Android 18 agreed, demonstrating her decisiveness. "All right, 10 million it is, but you must keep your word. If you promise me 10 million, I will train with you." With that, she turned and walked away, leaving Gohan to acknowledge how easily she could be swayed. 10 million would secure her cooperation for training, a deal too advantageous to pass up. Although he did not currently possess 10 million, he was optimistic about the upcoming martial arts tournament. There were prizes to be won. Even securing second place would yield a substantial reward. Additionally, he could also acquire some funds from Videl, aiming for a sum exceeding 100 million this time. As the martial arts tournament officially commenced, Gohan was already informed about the preliminary rounds. Next, it was time to head to the training grounds. He had harnessed the full power of the Thunder Demon Fruit, which granted him a new ability. Through the lottery, he acquired the Would-Release Kekii Genkai. Would-Release? Another unique technique from the Naruto universe, and a formidable ability at that. However, in the Dragon Ball realm, it could be deemed somewhat superfluous, without having drawn the Rinnegan. Most other skills seemed rather lackluster. The Would-Release technique would not significantly enhance his current abilities, and he was in no rush to elevate it to 100, as he had other matters to attend to. Rising early, he accompanied Videl, taking a vehicle toward the metropolis, eager to meet someone important. His estranged father, Kakarot, had returned from the afterlife, and he had many things to discuss with him. As Gohan entered the vehicle, he could barely contain his excitement. Beside him, Videl gently adjusted his martial arts uniform, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she gazed at the fighting outfit obtained from Bulma. "Gohan, you look so handsome. Hee. I'm sure you'll win first place in this tournament. By the way, Gohan, can I participate in the tournament as well?" Videl asked with a hint of curiosity, eager to join him in practice. However, Gohan's expression grew serious as he responded, "There are far too many powerful opponents in this tournament. It's not the time for you to take risks. We can train together later. You know, if you happen to be pregnant with our baby. Getting injured now would be unfortunate." Faced with Gohan's concern, Videl smiled sweetly and nodded in agreement, gently caressing her abdomen as if there truly were a child within. She was more than willing to heed Gohan's words. Gohan, however, understood that the emergence of Majin Buu was imminent, and he could not allow Videl to take unnecessary risks. He had no intention of using her as bait. When Majin Buu appeared, he was prepared to confront him with sheer strength. He was confident that he could defeat Majin Buu alone, viewing it as a trial that would enhance his Ultra Instinct. Currently, his mastery of Ultra Instinct had reached 1.9, making it challenging to break through the 2 barrier. Gohan knew that only through greater trials could he elevate his Ultra Instinct. He had awaited this opportunity for a long time. As he gazed out the window of the vehicle, the entire city buzzed with excitement and joy, all in anticipation of the martial arts tournament. Unfortunately, These people remained oblivious to the impending doom. The birth of Majin Buu would lead to the annihilation of humanity. This grim reality was known only to Gohan. Upon arriving at the training grounds, Gohan detected two distinct presences. One was unmistakably Vegeta, whose piercing energy was unmistakable. The other emanated a formidable yet gentle power, representing the strongest energy he had encountered thus far. The fact that this energy was still restrained only intensified its potency. Gohan now understood that Kakarot had truly reached the Super Saiyan 3 level and could transform into it at will. It seemed his father had arrived just in time, as Gohan had many questions to ask him. The prospect of seeing Kakarot filled Gohan with excitement. Just being in his presence and learning a few techniques would bolster his strength. How could he not feel thrilled? As Gohan expressed his enthusiasm, Videl, curious and observant, scanned their surroundings, perplexed. Gohan, where is your dad? I don't see him anywhere. Videl's ability to sense energy was still quite limited, and thus she was oblivious to Kakarot's presence. Just then, a figure flashed by, appearing before them in an instant. Goku's sudden arrival through instant transmission was indeed startling. Gohan's eyes widened, realizing that instant transmission was truly an extraordinary skill, comparable to the divine techniques utilized by the angels alongside the gods of destruction. He was momentarily taken aback by the sudden appearance, realizing that had Kakarot chosen to attack at that moment, he would have been defeated, highlighting the disparity in their strengths. Clenching his fists, Gohan resolved to master instant transmission at all costs. Hey, Gohan, you've changed quite a bit since the last time we met. Is this your girlfriend? Goku greeted with a cheerful smile, appearing suddenly before Videl, who was left astonished and completely unaware of how he had approached. Upon hearing his words, her cheeks flushed, and she instinctively clung to Gohan's arm, her demeanor reflecting a delicate charm that left Goku impressed. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Gohan suppressed his understanding of Goku's power and smiled back. Father, it's been years since we last saw each other. I've missed you so much. With that, he reached out and embraced Goku, who was momentarily stunned by Gohan's warmth. After all, he had not been present in Gohan's life for years, and seeing how much Gohan had grown was indeed a poignant moment. Even though Kakarot often struggled with emotional intelligence, he still held a deep affection for his lineage. Gohan, I'm truly sorry. I never intended to leave you and Chi-Chi behind. That was my mistake. Sensing Goku's remorse, Gohan smiled gently, lifting his gaze to meet his father's earnest expression. I can't help but hope to visit you more often in the future. If I had instant transmission, I could come see you every day, train with you, and fight alongside you. Alas, I still lack that skill. With a face full of astonishment, Gohan's mention of training sparked a glimmer of excitement in Sun Wukong's eyes. He became immensely animated. Indeed, Gohan, you can learn the technique of instant transmission. Once you master it, you will be able to visit me in the other world every day. How delightful! I shall teach you this art, and from this moment forth, we shall never be apart. As Sun Wukong erupted into laughter, he eagerly began to instruct Gohan in the nuances of instant transmission. Gohan's smile widened, pleasantly surprised by how easily Kakarot could be persuaded. What joy it would be to acquire such a remarkable skill with little effort. Sun Wukong held nothing back when it came to his son. His teaching method was direct. He raised his hand and gently tapped Gohan's forehead. Gohan felt the surge of energy resonate from his father. Sun Wukong's power was now nearing that of a divine being, though he had yet to fully attain the level of a god. Nonetheless, among the Saiyans, Sun Wukong was the closest to divinity. Gohan, I am now imparting the technique of instant transmission to you. Absorb the memories I share with you. You should grasp it effortlessly, as you are my son. Acquiring this ability should require little exertion. Gohan nodded, feeling the energy flow into him without resistance, allowing it to permeate his being. A wave of warmth surged through him. As the voice echoed in his ears, he realized he had now comprehended instant transmission. He had attained the ability instant transmission. The comprehension level climbed steadily from 1 to 10, enabling him to sense another's energy and instantly transport himself to their side, regardless of the distance. This technique was indeed a transcendent skill. Even if the target was light years away, as long as he could capture their energy signature, he could teleport in an instant, defying geography and distance. Such an immediate acquisition of power was bound to elate him, and with the mastery of instant transmission, he could continue to enhance his abilities, boosting it by an additional 100. Moreover, he would have further opportunities for rewards. Now, with the skill of instant transmission under his belt, Gohan contemplated how he might persuade Kakarot to reveal another extraordinary technique, the Kaio-Ken. The Kaio-Ken technique allowed one to unleash their limits and amplify their strength. And it could synergize with transformations. For instance, a 20-fold Kaio-Ken could augment the power of a transformation by an additional 20 times. Gohan was certain that the Kaio-Ken would not conflict with his own Ultra Instinct technique. Chapter 19, The Ignorant and Fearless Satan? That is to say, by combining the Kaio-Ken with the Ultra Instinct technique, he could become invincible. Goku certainly wished to learn the Kaio-Ken, but at that moment, he was at a loss for how to bring it up. While he hesitated, not far away, Chi-Chi and others noticed Goku's presence, accompanied by a considerable number of people. Goku, where have you suddenly run off to? Wow, Goten, you're here? Why didn't you tell me? Chi-Chi exclaimed, her face lighting up with joy upon seeing Gohan. And you Bidiri, you all moved to the city and rarely come to see me. With a radiant smile, Chi-Chi mentioned a significant matter, by the way. Gohan gave me 10 million last time, and I've used it all on Goten's education. Thanks to Gohan's generous contribution, we were really running low on funds. She shot a glare at Goku, who scratched his head, clearly too intimidated to utter a word in Chi-Chi's presence. After all, he was under the thumb of the strongest woman in the universe. If one were to claim that Son Goku is the strongest in the universe, it would be a misrepresentation. Chi-Chi is truly the mightiest. Meanwhile, Goten, witnessing his father for the first time, hid behind his mother. It was only when Chi-Chi pulled him forward that Goten dared to acknowledge Goku. Goku's arrival drew the attention of many, but not far off. A cold snort pierced the air, a detached gaze shifting from Goku to Gohan. The fury radiating from Vegeta was palpable, even from a distance. This arrogant fellow remained aloof, choosing to observe rather than engage, and was clearly too proud to approach. Goku sensed this and moved closer to Gohan, whispering about Vegeta. Gohan, do you have some sort of grudge against Vegeta? I get the feeling he looks at you with more intensity. Have you fought him before? Gohan nodded casually. Yeah. I outsmarted him once, but it wasn't a victory of strength. He was just careless. Upon hearing this, Goku gasped in disbelief. No way, Gohan. You actually defeated Vegeta? That's incredible! His exclamation caught the attention of Master Roshi, Bulma, and Yamcha, who gazed at Gohan in astonishment, unable to fathom that he could have triumphed over Vegeta. Immediately, a buzz of excitement erupted among the group. Yamcha, ever the opportunist, approached Gohan and draped an arm around his shoulders, laughing heartily. Gohan, you're amazing. I never imagined you could win against Vegeta. With this, the runner-up position in the tournament is surely yours. The Sun family will sweep the top 2 spots. Then, in a hushed tone, he added, Gohan, help me deal with the other opponents later so I can snag 3rd place. I could use the prize money to impress some girls. Yamcha's attempts to cozy up were evident, and his remarks implied that Goku would take 1st. He would take 2nd, and as for Vegeta, now surrounded by a crowd, he was bound to overhear Yamcha's words. Furious, Vegeta unleashed a powerful energy blast, obliterating a nearby wall. Boom. The wall crumbled, and as everyone turned to see the destruction, they were unaware of who had caused it. Vegeta, in his rage, had long since departed, striding towards the tournament without a glance back. His pride was so immense that he chose to let his strength speak for itself rather than engage in petty disputes. Wow, Vegeta just demolished someone else's wall. His temper is truly explosive. Goku remarked, eliciting understanding from the crowd that it was indeed Vegeta's doing. Although Vegeta was now an ally, those who had previously battled him were acutely aware of his ferocity. Even Yamcha began to worry. If Vegeta caught wind of his earlier comments, the consequences would be dire. Only Gohan remained unfazed as he scanned the area and soon spotted the person he had been searching for. Sure enough, East Kaio-Shin had arrived to participate in the tournament, signaling the imminent emergence of Majin Buu. The East Kaio-Shin, with his attendant Kibito, approached Goku, their attention clearly fixated on him. For he was the one who had defeated Frieza. Goku, what a surprise to see you here. I am eagerly anticipating your battle. The East Kaio-Shin smirked, his words momentarily catching Goku off guard. Goku turned to observe him, sensing his energy and furrowing his brow, fully aware of the implications. The East Kaio-Shin remained haughty, wearing a smug expression as he departed with his entourage. Who is this guy, looking all high and mighty? The crowd exchanged glances, bewildered by the East Kaio-Shin's presence. Only Goku and Piccolo's expressions shifted, with Piccolo looking particularly astonished, causing confusion among the others. Who are those two? Piccolo began, but his words trailed off, leaving Bulma with a puzzled expression. What is going on, Piccolo? Are those two really that formidable? Seeing Piccolo's reaction, Yamcha looked disheartened, lamenting, oh no. My dreams of placing 3rd are shattered. I didn't realize the competition would be so fierce. Krillin couldn't help but laugh, patting Yamcha on the shoulder. Yamcha. Claiming third won't be easy. You might as well follow my lead and forfeit. Krillin had all but given up on competing, having lost his fighting spirit without Android 18 by his side. Gohan shook his head, instructing Biddy to stay by Bulma's side and enjoy the spectacle. As for himself, he was to report to the tournament arena, following Kakarot into the backstage area. The tournament proceeded smoothly, but before it commenced, a strength test was mandatory. The organizers had already set up a power testing device on the stage, though it was unfortunate that it only had a maximum capacity of 1,000. To participate in the tournament, all contenders had to pass this test. Among them, the most striking was Satan, who entered the arena adorned with a championship belt. Inciting cheers from the crowd, Satan raised his hand in triumph, striking a pose that drew attention, yet his gaze briefly shifted to Gohan, causing him to temper his exuberance. The audience erupted in cheers. Satan. Satan. He will undoubtedly clinch the championship. Satan is a hero. Go, Satan, defeat all the opponents. After striking his pose, Satan quickly approached Gohan and, in a hushed tone, cautioned, Gohan, don't exert yourself too much during the test. We would want you to break the machine with your strength. Moreover, this time, if you secure the second position, I shall claim the first. This is also to surpass Stilly. What do you think? With a beseeching expression, Satan spoke, prompting Gohan to glance at Sun Wukong with amusement. Calmly, he replied, Uncle Satan, whether I can attain the second position depends on my father. Satan was taken aback, a look of confusion crossing his face. Isn't your father deceased? Gohan nodded, affirming, indeed. However, he has returned from the underworld for a day, on leave, to accompany me for this event. Satan was left speechless, utterly bewildered by the notion that the deceased could return from the underworld. While listening to their casual exchange, Sun Wukong exhibited a hint of curiosity towards Satan. Leaning in to inquire, Gohan, who is Satan to you? By the way, do we need to secure the top 2 positions in this martial arts tournament? To his surprise, even Kakarot sought clarification, leaving Gohan somewhat exasperated as he responded, This is my girlfriend's father. As for the tournament, let's focus on ensuring it proceeds smoothly. Father, haven't you already met the Supreme Kai? Do you truly believe that this tournament can be conducted without a hitch? Upon hearing Gohan's retort, particularly as he discerned the Supreme Kai's identity, Sun Wukong was momentarily astonished. He chuckled, Indeed, I did not anticipate the Supreme Kai's presence here. They must have some purpose. Thus, this martial arts tournament may very well not take place. Upon finishing his statement, a serious expression crossed his face, and his intense gaze emanated a formidable aura. Gohan sensed that, in terms of strength, he still fell short of Sun Wukong. Nevertheless, he was resolute not to concede easily. As the two conversed, Satan remained perplexed, scratching his head in confusion as he glanced between Sun Wukong and the halo above his head. Intrigued, he asked Gohan, Gohan, who is this person? What is the significance of the halo above his head? Gohan almost forgot about Satan's presence. With a sympathetic glance, he patted the oblivious Satan on the shoulder and said, Rest assured, my esteemed elder, your first position is secure. Just focus on your performance, and I guarantee you will claim the top spot. However, regarding the rewards for first and second place, I can assure you that they are essential for both my father and me. Upon hearing Gohan's promise, Satan's eyes brightened with joy as he eagerly responded, thumping his chest in assurance. Fear not. I have no intentions regarding the prizes for first and second place. I will certainly ensure you receive them. Gohan, this time, I rely on you for the championship title. Chapter 20. Unleashed combat power of Vegeta. Satan's words left Gohan at a loss for words. This fellow seemed rather juvenile. Shaking his head, he pondered how to discuss the Kaio-Ken with Kakarot. However, not far away, a thunderous crash echoed. Boom. The device intended to measure the fighter's punches was obliterated by a single blow from Vegeta, who, despite not wanting to perform, exhibited a temper that was indeed explosive. The measuring apparatus was instantly reduced to ruins, leaving the onlookers, including those at the workbench, in stunned silence. They could hardly believe that someone could unleash such terrifying power with a mere punch. What just happened? Did the measuring device explode? Who is this person? Daring enough to destroy the measuring device? Is he planning to challenge Satan? Look, he bears a look of animosity towards Satan. It appears he has come to create trouble. Feeling the immense power radiating from Vegeta, Satan trembled, nearly losing control of himself, and instinctively hid behind Gohan. Shocked by Vegeta's formidable strength, he thought, Is this guy here to cause me trouble, aiming for my world champion title? Gohan, you must help me stop him. However, Satan was truly overthinking. Vegeta's fury was solely directed at Kakarot. Regrettably, Vegeta was unaware that unexpected events awaited at this martial arts tournament. Disregarding Satan's presence, Gohan searched for the other two individuals. The brothers under Babbidi's control. They had come here with the intention of absorbing energy, likely targeting the Saiyan's power. Himself and Kakarot were undoubtedly on their radar, surely hiding among the crowd. He scanned the area but still could not find them, though he was certain they were present within the masses. Gohan, you seem rather distracted. What are you looking at? Son Goku inquired, sensing Gohan's detachment in his demeanor. Before Gohan could respond, a fleeting figure caught his eye, and he quickly recognized the two brothers amidst the throng. They still held their energy-collecting bottles, but before he could approach, Goku tugged at him, saying, "All right, stop overthinking. The Supreme Kai is here for a reason. Let us hurry and grab a meal." Eager to indulge before the tournament, Goku, being the voracious eater he was, led Gohan away, causing him to lose sight of the two brothers. Shaking his head, he resolved to address the matter once the competition commenced. The martial arts tournament's matchups were soon revealed. After their meal, Gohan accompanied Kakarot to review the match roster, only to discover unexpected changes. Several participants were absent, and notably, Videl had not entered the ring this time. To his astonishment, his opponent turned out to be none other than Vegeta, and it was the very first match. Gohan felt a nagging suspicion that someone was orchestrating this situation, forcing him to confront Vegeta right from the start. This marked their second encounter, after all. Kakarot, observing that the first match was between Gohan and Vegeta, laughed heartily, clearly delighted. "Gohan, you lucky guy. Facing Vegeta right off the bat. Wow, I envy you. I genuinely wish I could take your place." In truth, Goku was more than willing to spar with Vegeta, but other matters had intervened, leading to Vegeta's subsequent outburst. Now, with the opportunity to face Gohan first, Vegeta wore a proud smile. This was the outcome he had anticipated, his gaze fixed on Gohan with utmost seriousness. Vegeta was singularly focused on battle. Conversely, Gohan doubted that this fight could proceed uninterrupted, especially with the two Babidi-controlled individuals lurking nearby. If a real fight broke out, they could easily absorb energy from both of them, but mentioning this to Vegeta would likely be futile. He had long awaited this tournament to battle alongside Kakarot and had no intention of being deterred, even if it meant risking Earth's destruction. As the opponent was confirmed, the original host stepped onto the stage to announce the first combatants. The host, having eagerly anticipated this battle, greeted the audience with enthusiasm. "Let us welcome our competitors, Son Gohan and Vegeta." The inaugural match features two heavyweight fighters. I've waited far too long to commentate on this encounter. I believe this bout will be nothing short of electrifying. Let us look forward to the performances of both contenders. As the host's words fell, Vegeta was already on the stage, fixated on Gohan with a serious expression. Gohan, feeling compelled to step up, ascended the platform. Regretting that he had yet to master the Kaio-Ken, he had planned to refine his skills before challenging Vegeta. Yet, it seemed Vegeta could no longer contain himself. Noticing Gohan before him, Vegeta let out a disdainful snort and coldly declared, "Kid, this is our second encounter. Last time, I underestimated you and lost. But this time, I shall emerge victorious and then defeat Kakarot." Gohan could not help but interject, "Vegeta, have you not noticed the unusual audience present at this tournament?" He cast his gaze towards the East Supreme Kai, who wore a mischievous grin alongside his subordinates, and the two brothers under Babbidi's control, who watched with keen interest. Vegeta, however, appeared indifferent to this, tightening his fists as his energy continued to swell. The East Supreme Kai was taken aback, utterly astonished by Vegeta's overwhelming power. The brothers, also under Babbidi's influence, were visibly excited, their attention now firmly fixed on Vegeta. Gohan realized that Babbidi's target had shifted. This time, he sought to extract energy from Vegeta. The intensity of Vegeta's energy was formidable enough to divert Babbidi's focus. Vegeta unleashed his full power, causing the entire arena to tremble with his fierce aura. In the audience, Yamcha and others were left in shock, completely awed by Vegeta's might, which had surpassed all previous encounters. This time, he was evidently serious about unleashing his full strength from the outset. Bulma, concerned, wondered if Vegeta might inadvertently destroy Earth. Although she was his wife, she felt uncertain about Vegeta's current emotional state. "I hope he won't go too far. He still knows some restraint." Meanwhile, Oolong trembled uncontrollably, fear gripping him as he realized Vegeta's seriousness. One misstep could indeed spell disaster for Earth. Bulma shot Oolong a glare, her own apprehension mirrored in her expression. She too was unsure of Vegeta's next move. Only Videl looked on anxiously at Gohan. Confronted by Vegeta's fierce energy, Gohan furrowed his brow, maintaining a calm demeanor. Vegeta's full power was unlike anything he had previously encountered. It was clear he regarded Gohan as a worthy adversary. When it came to combat, especially against formidable foes, Vegeta never held back. The transformation into Super Vegeta was imminent. Boom. The entire martial arts arena was on the brink of chaos once more, with the host nearly swept away by the fierce winds. Nevertheless, he persevered in his commentary, his eyes widening in astonishment as he beheld Vegeta's transformation. The competitor, Vegeta, has transformed into a golden-haired Super Saiyan. I can feel the terrifying energy emanating from him, he exclaimed. Vegeta's power is truly formidable. Gohan furrowed his brow, observing Vegeta's evolution into Super Vegeta with a nonchalant expression. Uncle Vegeta, you have transformed into Super Vegeta right from the start, showing no restraint at all. With so many spectators present, Vegeta gritted his teeth, his face contorted with fury. Who cares about those fools? Damn it. Gohan, I understand your concerns. There are those lurking around, observing our energy. But what of it? If anyone dares to approach, I will undoubtedly eliminate them. Right now, I only wish to gauge your strength. Forget everything else, and let us fight to our heart's content. Vegeta had sensed that something was amiss, yet he remained undeterred. His sole aim was to prove his royal prowess. Given Vegeta's declaration, Gohan hesitated no longer and transformed into Super Saiyan 2. With his current strength, he was more than capable of mastering this form. In the distance, Goku watched as the two unleashed their full might, his brow furrowed with concern. As his expression shifted, the East Kaio-Ken had already approached him and spoke directly. Goku, we initially believed that Babbidi's target was Gohan, but now it seems he has shifted his focus to Vegeta. Is there any way to prevent Vegeta from recklessly releasing his energy? I fear that Babbidi's subordinates may act first. Goku chuckled wryly, observing the unfolding situation, knowing that it would be challenging to intervene. Shaking his head, he replied, I can't stop Vegeta. Moreover, after these past few days of training, his strength has surpassed my expectations. Especially Gohan, his growth has exceeded my imagination. I fear that, with my current power, I cannot even suppress him. The East Kaio-Ken looked astonished, not having anticipated that even Goku, who had defeated Frieza, would be unable to restrain the two. Were they truly that extraordinary? Chapter 21. Kakarot's astonishment. Vegeta, transformed into Super Vegeta, charged forward without a trace of hesitation. He had awaited this day for far too long, regardless of the Kaio-Ken or any other onlookers. His sole desire was to surpass Kakarot and Gohan. Everything else was inconsequential. Thus, upon his arrival, he unleashed his full power in an explosive display, leaving Son Goku astonished. The current Vegeta, invigorated by Gohan's battle prowess and rigorous training, surpassed Goku's expectations. Vegeta's dedication to training had indeed shocked Goku, compelling him to acknowledge that Gohan had further unlocked Vegeta's latent potential. The combat strength of Super Vegeta had once again escalated. Of course, this surge in power was attributed to Gohan, which made Goku increasingly attentive to Gohan's current capabilities. Goku quickly grasped why Gohan was a worthy catalyst for Vegeta's enhancement. Boom, boom, boom. The two warriors clashed in close combat. Gohan in his Super Saiyan 2 state matched Vegeta blow for blow. Their battle ascended from the ground to the sky, unleashing devastating energy that wreaked havoc upon the arena. The shockwaves even reached the audience, leaving some spectators dumbfounded. Nearby, Mr. Satan clung to a pillar, trembling in fear, grateful he had not provoked the monster known as Vegeta. Furthermore, he truly realized that his son-in-law was also a formidable being. The clash between two titans was beyond the comprehension of ordinary people, with only the commentator expressing excitement over the unfolding spectacle. Both fighters soared into the air, their overwhelming energy creating chaos throughout the arena. For them, the battleground was utterly inconsequential. High above, the two engaged fiercely, neither holding back from the very beginning. Their punches collided, a testament to their burgeoning power, resulting in a stalemate. Observing this, East Kaio-Ken was left dumbfounded, unable to maintain his previously composed demeanor, as he suddenly recognized the terrifying might of the Saiyans. Were these truly the same Saiyans who had been annihilated by Frieza? Either one of them could easily dominate the entire Frieza race. East Kaio-Ken was astounded, shaken by the sheer power of the two fighters, which exceeded his wildest imagination. Even more disconcerting was Goku's expression, his brow furrowed as he observed the two warriors seriously. This was merely the beginning. Gohan's energy was still on the rise. and Vegeta had yet to fully unleash his potential. Both were indeed remarkable, clearly holding back, as if this were merely a warm-up exercise. As they continued their close-quarters combat, it was evident they were testing each other and conserving their strength. Vegeta, aware of Gohan's numerous hidden abilities, was not in a rush to reveal his full power. Unlike his previous self, he was no longer careless but rather focused on familiarizing himself with Gohan's techniques. Gohan, too, was eager to discern the extent of Vegeta's prowess. As they descended back to the arena, the ground trembled upon their landing. The platform sank significantly under their weight, causing observers to hold their breath. The referee, serious and dedicated, approached the ring, sensing the oppressive power radiating from both fighters. Vegeta and Gohan had separated, yet they continued to gather energy, seemingly intent on a different form of competition. Indeed, as the referee called for action, Gohan seized the initiative, launching his attack. 100 Ultimate Perfect Kamehameha. In an instant, the colossal energy beam was unleashed, completed in less than a second. The sheer magnitude of the Kamehameha startled even Goku, who couldn't help but marvel at Gohan's prowess. Gohan's Kamehameha is more formidable than mine. This 100 Ultimate Perfect version is astounding. It could obliterate the entire Earth. The colossal Kamehameha struck fear into the audience, with Yamcha and others gasping in terror as they felt the overwhelming energy approaching. They feared that Vegeta would evade it just in time, leading to a catastrophe. We don't want to die. Vegeta, please don't dodge. If you do, Earth will be doomed, cried Oolong and his companions, huddling together in fright. Gohan's sudden display of power bewildered everyone, as they wondered why he appeared even more agitated than Vegeta. Gohan, please be careful. We're still here. And that Kamehameha is too massive. Only Videl remained serious, recognizing that Gohan would not act recklessly. It became evident that Gohan had anticipated Vegeta's evasion. With a swift motion, Gohan teleported in front of his Kamehameha, raising both hands to catch the perfect beam with his strength. He deftly redirected the ultimate perfect Kamehameha, altering its trajectory by a staggering 180 degrees toward the descending Vegeta. Vegeta's expression shifted in disbelief, realizing that Gohan had maneuvered his energy wave. Filled with indignation, he shouted, "You insufferable brat, witness my ultimate flash." With a swift motion, Vegeta summoned his full energy to counter Gohan's ultimate perfect Kamehameha, expending a significant amount of power to nullify the attack. Boom. The two energy masses vanished, transforming into starlight in midair. Gohan charged forward, despite having depleted much of his energy from the Kamehameha. However, Vegeta, too, found himself in a similar predicament, yet he possessed other abilities. Awakening of Thunderfruit, God of Thunder. Trillions of volts. Summon the Thunder Dragon. Lightning crackled ominously as the sky darkened, a bolt of lightning enveloping Gohan entirely. He became a vessel of electricity, his body crackling with trillions of volts. Though Vegeta was unfamiliar with this phenomenon, the resounding thunder surrounding Gohan was unmistakable. It is quite evident that encountering the situation at hand could lead to either grievous injury or even death. This little demon indeed possesses a hidden card. How despicable. Not far away, Sun Wukong also marveled, once again astonished by Gohan's tactics. This fellow, after exhausting his energy, is still capable of unleashing such a force. What is this? The embodiment of thunder? Gazing at the lightning, one could surmise it could be lethal. Were I not to transform into Super Saiyan 3, I would truly hesitate to engage. Even he would not dare to act recklessly. Not to mention Vegeta, who observed as Gohan raised his hand, casually summoning a thunder dragon that charged towards him. Vegeta, unwilling to confront it directly, took to the skies once more. Utilizing an energy blast against the thunder dragon, he soon realized, to his dismay, that the energy barrage had no effect whatsoever, completely negated by Gohan's thunderfruit power. With a cold smirk, Gohan boasted, "Vegeta, my lightning is a natural force. If your energy is insufficient, you cannot hope to breach my thunder dragon. Unless, of course, you can unleash another final flash." Vegeta gritted his teeth. Knowing his energy had yet to replenish, the prospect of another final flash seemed impossible. Aware that Vegeta's energy required time to recover, Gohan seized the moment, sending a thunder dragon racing towards him, crashing into Vegeta's body. Boom. In midair, Vegeta was struck by the thunder dragon, his body engulfed in smoke. Yet he gritted his teeth, defiantly resisting the overwhelming current. Astonishingly, he managed to endure it, prompting Gohan to admire him. Truly, Vegeta, even in a severely weakened state, has withstood the onslaught of my trillion-volt thunder dragon. As the thunder dragon dissipated, the residual electricity surrounding him gradually diminished. Clenching his teeth, Vegeta raised his hands for one final flash, which took Gohan by surprise, not because he could not withstand it, but rather due to the palpable hysteria radiating from the current Vegeta. Unable to contain himself, Gohan remarked, "Your energy has yet to recover. Are you truly planning to expend your life force to restore it for a final flash? It is a strategy devised to combat Majin Buu. Yet here it is being invoked once more." Vegeta's expression was one of fury, dismissing Gohan's words. "Silence. My target is Kakarot. If I cannot even defeat Kakarot's son, then I am not the Prince of Saiyans, I am not Vegeta." Chapter 22. Kakarot finally strikes. Vegeta, with a furious roar, was once again prepared to unleash his energy. Observing Vegeta's reckless determination, Kakarot furrowed his brow in concern. As Vegeta's energy flared up once more, the two brothers controlled by Babidi immediately sprang into action. Their sights set on the formidable Saiyan. Vegeta's explosive power was indeed terrifying. Without hesitation, the duo rushed forward, wielding a magic bottle, moving with astonishing speed. However, their attempt at a surprise attack was met with Vegeta's cold disdain. Get lost. With a swift energy blast, he repelled the two brothers, leaving them momentarily stunned by his overwhelming strength. The Saiyans were truly volatile. Vegeta's defense prompted a grimace from the East Kaio-Ken, whose plan was to locate Majin Buu and thwart Babidi's sinister schemes. It was crucial for the brothers to siphon energy from Vegeta, as he intended to use Gohan to lure Babidi out. Now, with Vegeta as the target, the East Kaio-Ken realized that even he could not subdue such a formidable opponent. His countenance darkened as he addressed Goku. "Goku, those two are Babidi's minions, and he is plotting something wicked. I must stop him and ascertain his whereabouts. Vegeta's energy is the bait to draw Babidi out." Goku nodded, understanding the urgency of the East Kaio-Ken's words. "I'll intercept Vegeta. If he continues in this frenzy, innocent lives in the audience will be at risk." In his fury, Vegeta was oblivious to the plight of the ordinary humans watching. The thought of potential casualties spurred Goku into action. After Gohan severely injured Vegeta, he transformed into Super Saiyan 1 and leaped into the fray. In an instant, he landed before Vegeta, who was momentarily surprised to see Goku ready to engage. "Kakarot, you arrived just in time." Clenching his fists, Vegeta was eager for a duel. Yet, Goku swiftly raised his hand and delivered a punch to Vegeta's abdomen. "Sorry, Vegeta." The impact caused Vegeta to double over, his expression one of disbelief before he succumbed to unconsciousness. Gohan, witnessing this from a distance, realized that Goku had undoubtedly employed the Kaio-Ken technique, Super Saiyan transformation combined with a 20-fold Kaio-Ken. The speed of execution was astonishing. Goku's full-powered strike left Vegeta, who had already expended much energy, sprawled on the ground. Truly, Kakarot was formidable. Those watching from the sidelines, including Bulma, were left bewildered, unable to comprehend Goku's sudden assault on Vegeta. As Vegeta collapsed, Babidi's brothers seized the opportunity and dashed onto the stage, unhindered by Goku. They aimed their magic bottle at Vegeta, absorbing his energy completely. This unexpected turn left Bulma and her companions in shock, unable to grasp the situation unfolding before them. "Vegeta." Bulma nearly rushed onto the stage, but Yamcha restrained her, sensing the unusual nature of the assailants. "Bulma, stay calm. Goku must have his reasons for this." Piccolo nodded, his brow furrowed in concern. These two have a sinister aura about them, as if they are being controlled. It seems there is an even greater threat lurking behind them. Having absorbed Vegeta's energy, the brothers filled their magic bottle and soared into the sky, leaving the audience agape in astonishment. Gohan couldn't fathom why Goku would assist the East Kaio-Ken in such a reckless manner. With Vegeta's energy absorbed, the terrifying power of the Super Saiyan could potentially expedite the resurrection of Majin Buu. Gohan frowned, stepping forward to voice his concerns. "Father, have you considered that this enemy may be unlike any we have faced before? Majin Buu's resurrection poses a significant threat, particularly because of his immortal nature. This is precisely what makes him so formidable. In the end, even Kakarot struggled against him." Goku, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, watched as the brothers retreated. He spoke earnestly, "Gohan, we must follow them. We can avert disaster for Earth by eliminating any threats." The East Kaio-Ken then approached, accompanied by his attendant. With their assistance, Vegeta's energy was replenished, akin to the effects of a senzu bean. In less than 10 minutes, Vegeta revived, fully restored, his resentment towards Goku's earlier ambush evident. "Kakarot, you scoundrel." He retaliated with a punch, which Goku quickly blocked, raising his hands in a gesture of peace. "Calm down, Vegeta. I had no choice. There is a significant threat to Earth, and I needed to draw them out by allowing them to absorb your energy. Despite understanding, Vegeta remained irate, teeth clenched in fury. The East Kaio-Ken interjected, "Gentlemen, let us cease this bickering. Our foe has already distanced themselves. We must pursue them swiftly, for if Babidi resurrects Majin Buu, we will face dire consequences." Upon hearing Majin Buu's name, both Vegeta and Goku turned their attention to him, a silent agreement passing between them. With a huff, Vegeta ceased his aggression, leaving one final remark: "I will settle this with you later." With that, he took to the skies, chasing after the brothers. Goku scratched his head, exasperated, and addressed Gohan, "Let us hurry and catch up. We can't let Vegeta eliminate the enemy on his own." Gohan, however, was unperturbed, knowing that Majin Buu's resurrection was inevitable. Having acquired Vegeta's immense energy, the birth of Majin Buu was a foregone conclusion, unable to prevent it. He had other matters to attend to. "Father, I want to learn the Kaio-Ken technique. This Majin Buu is unlike any foe we've encountered before, far surpassing Cell. I must master the Kaio-Ken." Goku paused, recognizing the weight of Gohan's assessment of the threat. Understanding his son's capabilities, he replied, "I'll teach you the Kaio-Ken on our way. Regardless, we need to ascertain what this Majin Buu is truly like." As Kakarot spoke, Gohan nodded and swiftly followed in Vegeta's footsteps, launching himself into the air. Goku followed closely behind, with East Kaio-Ken hastily trailing them. However, given East Kaio-Ken's limited prowess, he was merely a bystander during this encounter, unable to offer any assistance. The three of them took flight and vanished into the sky. Bulma and the others remained in a daze, while Piccolo hesitated for a moment before deciding to accompany Krillin and pursue them. Seeing this, Videl immediately followed suit. Gohan's sudden departure piqued her curiosity, and she was eager to uncover the unfolding events alongside Piccolo and the others. "Gohan, what do you mean that Majin Buu is even more formidable than Cell?" Goku inquired, his concern for Majin Buu's strength evident. The prospect of facing such a powerful adversary excited him, yet he was not foolish. He understood that if the enemy were too powerful, Earth itself could face destruction. Gohan did not respond immediately, but glanced back at East Kaio-Ken. Noticing the chill in Gohan's icy gaze, East Kaio-Ken shivered and stammered. "Majin Buu is under the control of Babidi. Initially, we had 4 Kaio-Kens, but 3 were defeated, leaving me as the sole survivor. Now that Babidi has resurrected Majin Buu, he undoubtedly seeks to target us Kaio-Kens. In essence, Majin Buu is an exceedingly malevolent entity." Reflecting on this, Gohan scoffed, finding the notion amusing. He genuinely doubted that Majin Buu would dare to eliminate East Kaio-Ken. After all, if all the Kaio-Kens perished, the god of destruction would also meet his demise, as their lives were intrinsically linked. Ignoring East Kaio-Ken, Gohan turned to Goku and stated, "Father, your power has surely surpassed Super Saiyan 2 by now. You must have mastered the transformations beyond that level, correct?" Goku was taken aback by Gohan's insight, not expecting him to see through his facade. Nodding, he admitted, "Indeed. I have grasped Super Saiyan 3, which surpasses Super Saiyan 2. Unfortunately, I cannot use it recklessly. The transformation consumes an immense amount of energy. With my current state, I can only sustain Super Saiyan 3 for a few hours at most. A few hours will not be nearly sufficient to defeat Fat Buu." Chapter 23. The equally matched Kakarot's son Goku looked over at Gohan, genuinely perplexed by his son's power. "By the way, Gohan, your strength should surpass Vegeta's. Yet I feel you possess even more. Has the Kaio-Ken truly aided you?" The original Gohan would have found little benefit from the Kaio-Ken, as his peak battle power lay in his mystic form, untransformed, yet fully unleashing his potential. However, now that he has grasped the Ultra Instinct, the Kaio-Ken has become significantly beneficial to him. With a smirk, Gohan replied, "Father, the Kaio-Ken has greatly enhanced my abilities. If I can master it, I might even compare to you." Goku was taken aback. He could sense Gohan was not exaggerating. This was particularly notable since Gohan spoke after realizing he could transform into Super Saiyan 3. Could the Kaio-Ken really elevate him to such heights? Goku was currently limited to a maximum of 20 times the Kaio-Ken, and pushing beyond that would be burdensome with diminishing returns on battle power. Nevertheless, the combination of 20 times the Kaio-Ken and the Super Saiyan 3 transformation would yield astonishing results. But how could Gohan claim he could surpass that? Could Super Saiyan 2 combined with the Kaio-Ken genuinely exceed his power? This piqued Goku's interest, a smile forming on his lips. "Oh, really, Gohan? I eagerly anticipate witnessing that. Wait a moment, and I shall teach you the Kaio-Ken." Gohan nodded, his gaze drifting to an alien spaceship not far off. It was Babidi's ship. which had long since settled on Earth, where they sought to release the sealed Majin Buu. Vegeta awaited their arrival, prepared to lead them into the vessel. The East Kaio-Ken was still deeply concerned, having sensed that Majin Buu's revival would be difficult to thwart. Upon entering the ship, they discovered its vastness, with multiple levels, each guarded. The first level housed aliens similar to Frieza, living under 10 times the Earth's gravity, awaiting their arrival. "If you wish to stop Lord Babidi, you will perish before me," sneered one of the weaklings, whose power was laughable compared to Frieza's. Gohan rolled his eyes. Babidi's minions, including the Demon King, were utterly pathetic. Before he could act, Vegeta charged in, engaging the foe directly. Goku wore a look of disappointment. Vegeta had jumped in first. "Damn it, I wanted to test my skills." Gohan, uninterested in the minor skirmish, turned to Goku. "Father, can you teach me the Kaio-Ken now?" He was eager to master the technique, knowing that even after learning it, he would need time to develop it to full capacity. Goku, unhurried, responded, "Haha, Gohan, hold on a moment. Once we encounter the next opponent, I will teach you gradually." Observing Goku's relaxed demeanor, Gohan sighed. Kakarot always tended to underestimate their foes. This was not the first time. The East Kaio-Ken, watching their exchange while Vegeta fought nearby, couldn't contain himself. "You two stop chatting. Vegeta might not be a match for that monster alone. We must fight together." His concern for Vegeta's potential defeat was palpable. But how could Vegeta lose? Even with Majin Buu's emergence, he possessed the strength to contend. Mere minions stood no chance against him. The battle unfolded swiftly, with Vegeta dominating effortlessly, dispatching his adversary without mercy in under 5 minutes. The East Kaio-Ken gaped at the display, while Gohan and Goku casually followed Vegeta into the second level. As they entered, Goku's eagerness to fight was evident. "Vegeta, you took the first level's foe, so this second one is mine." Gohan, anticipating the opportunity to learn, observed closely. Goku initiated his assault against the second monster, an alien warrior capable of absorbing various forms of energy using a twofold Kaio-Ken. The Kaio-Ken in its base form emitted a faint red glow, enhancing his speed and battle power. The twofold Kaio-Ken effectively doubled his strength in a normal state, though its impact varied upon transformation. In Super Saiyan form, the enhancement was around 1.5 times, meaning a 20-fold Kaio-Ken would translate to less than 10-fold in Super Saiyan 1. The same applied to Super Saiyan 3. Goku unleashed the twofold Kaio-Ken, engaging the alien warrior in a fierce contest. Their battle was intense, a true testament to Kakarot's nature, forever locked in a stalemate. No matter the opponent, Kakarot maintained an equilibrium. When faced with strength, he rose to meet it, and against weakness, he matched it. Gohan shook his head, opting to focus on observing the transformation of the Kaio-Ken rather than engaging in the trivial fight. Having inherited Kakarot's bloodline, he was determined to learn the Kaio-Ken. Watching Kakarot transition from twofold to 20-fold Kaio-Ken, Gohan finally grasped the essence of the technique. Taking a deep breath, he felt the surge of energy and began to accumulate his own. He succeeded in comprehending the Kaio-Ken, marking a training progress of 1. At last, he had unlocked this divine technique, albeit only at 1. He sensed that mastering the Kaio-Ken was inherently slower than other abilities. After Gohan learned the Kaio-Ken, Kakarot utilized Super Saiyan transformation alongside the Kaio-Ken to vanquish the monstrous foe before him. The creature's diminished power was evident, but Kakarot appeared exhausted. Vegeta couldn't resist mocking him. "Kakarot, you remain as naive as ever." Kakarot chuckled, scratching his head. "My apologies. I didn't expect this one to be so troublesome." Vegeta, clearly irritated by Kakarot's demeanor, recognized that Kakarot was holding back, especially after witnessing Kakarot's explosive battle power during the earlier skirmish, which had nearly brought him to his knees. At that moment, Kakarot had unleashed a staggering amount of energy, far exceeding Vegeta's expectations, and he was growing increasingly frustrated by Kakarot's tendency to conceal his true strength. This was infuriating. He clearly had the power to surpass Vegeta yet chose to keep it hidden. Furthermore, Gohan, Kakarot's son, was intensifying his training, rapidly closing the gap in strength. After the encounter, Vegeta began to take Gohan seriously. Glancing at Gohan, he curled his lip and spoke up. "Next battle, it shall be Gohan's turn." "Humph. I am quite curious to see how this lad fares against others." Kakarot also patted Gohan on the shoulder, his face brimming with encouragement. "Gohan, give it your all." Gohan shot a glance at the two of them, bemused. After all, Majin Buu was on the verge of resurrection, and it was rather naive of these two. Soon, the trio descended further, reaching the third level. Noticing the unusual atmosphere, Babidi summoned his most formidable minion, the Demon Realm King Dubra, to confront them. Upon arriving at the third level, they were met by a fully powered Dubra, who stood before them with an unmistakable aura. It was evident that both Vegeta and Kakarot sensed the difference in the opponent's energy, their brows knitting together in concern. I did not anticipate that Gohan's adversary would be the most formidable one. This fellow truly has poor luck, Vegeta mused, his sympathy for the opponent evident. Despite Dubra's impressive energy, he possessed the strength to overcome Dubra, not to mention that Gohan surpassed him. Kakarot, with a hand on his head, wore a look of regret. What a miscalculation. Had I known, I would not have engaged that fellow earlier. This opponent is indeed quite powerful. If only I were the one fighting. Gohan, you must give it your utmost effort. Gohan found Kakarot's words amusing, maintaining a calm demeanor as he replied, Father, do you genuinely believe this individual is formidable? The Demon Realm King Dubra is merely a weakling with a power level of 5. How can he be considered strong? He was effortlessly obliterated by Majin Buu. Kakarot seemed to have an insatiable need to praise others, claiming that the opponent was impressive. Meanwhile, the Supreme Kai, listening to their conversation, wore a grim expression, his face pale. After all, Dubra was the king of the demon realm. The Supreme Kai, changing his tone, urged them. Everyone, let us not act recklessly. This is the Demon Realm King, the ruler of all demons. Dubra's combat prowess is terrifying. Shall we not fight together? Upon hearing the Supreme Kai's suggestion, Gohan waved his hand, growing impatient. Supreme Kai, this fellow's combat strength is utterly pathetic. He is merely slightly stronger than a minor foe. A weakling with a power level exceeding 100 million, I could finish this battle in a second. The East Supreme Kai's eyes widened in disbelief at Gohan's statement. Finish the battle in a second? Meanwhile, Kakarot's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Eager to witness how Gohan would accomplish such a feat, Vegeta, crossing his arms, stood aside with a smirk, taunting, Boy, do not boast. Even I would require around a minute. Chapter 24. In a brief exchange, several individuals managed to infuriate Beerus to the brink of madness. After all, he was the king of the demon realm. The audacity of the young man before him, claiming he could conclude the battle in just 1 second, was utterly intolerable. To add insult to injury, a diminutive figure nearby had the gall to assert that it would only take him a minute. This little imp was truly overstepping his bounds. Clearly, they did not comprehend the true extent of his power as the Demon King. Beerus' expression fluctuated between anger and disdain. Lord Babidi intends to resurrect Majin Buu to deal with you lot. Yet, I believe it is unnecessary. I alone can vanquish all 3 of you. Such arrogance was staggering. Beerus seemed to believe he could contend with 3 foes simultaneously. Gohan observed this with a disdainful smirk, finding this trash unworthy of his time. The claim of a 1-second battle was laughable, especially since he had just mastered the Kaio-Ken technique and intended to use it to gauge his own strength. Taking a deep breath, Gohan began to gather his energy, enhancing his own state. Do not rush. Allow me to show you what true fear feels like. At long last. It was his turn to strike, and he wore a mocking expression. His goal was not merely to instill dread in the figure before him, but to demonstrate his burgeoning power to one specific individual, Kakarot. He was determined to prove that he had surpassed him. First, Gohan transformed into Super Saiyan 2. The pinnacle of his power, capable of devastating multiple planets. With that, he made the transformation, skipping over the first Super Saiyan form entirely. Vegeta snorted derisively, sensing that Gohan was merely putting on a show. Kakarot, however, watched with keen interest, aware that Gohan possessed more than just the Super Saiyan 2 form. His curiosity was piqued, eager to witness Gohan's hidden capabilities, which sent a thrill through him. With Gohan's second transformation, the Saiyan blood surged within him. This was Super Saiyan 2, radiating energy suitable for launching various energy blasts, albeit at the cost of speed. Nevertheless, he had a method to maintain his velocity, White God state. The Ultra Instinct. His body trembled as he tapped into one. 9 of this state, his hair transforming to a striking white, intertwining with golden locks. As his energy surged to over double its previous levels, Kakarot furrowed his brow, realizing that Gohan had utilized this ability to best Vegeta. Yet he was still unprepared for the sheer intensity of Gohan's released energy. Was this truly the same Gohan that had once lagged behind him? He now felt that Gohan was catching up, perhaps even surpassing Vegeta, and soon, he might eclipse him as well. The Saiyan blood within Kakarot refused to accept defeat, and his expression shifted as he focused on Gohan's next move with the Kaio-Ken. With the White God state activated, Gohan compensated for the inherent weaknesses of Super Saiyan 2. He proceeded to elevate his power further, augmenting his speed and accumulating energy once more. Even without mastering Super Saiyan 3, his strength had already reached that level. Next came the Kaio-Ken. At his current strength, a five-fold Kaio-Ken was his limit, and yet it would suffice to eliminate you in a mere second. Five-fold Kaio-Ken. The entire spacecraft trembled as Gohan's energy combined, shaking the vessel to its core, with the upper section shattering entirely. Gohan's energy, formidable and overwhelming, now radiated a fiery crimson glow, threatening to consume the ground beneath him. Vegeta's expression soured as he recognized that Gohan had advanced to a new level after mastering the Kaio-Ken, completely compensating for his previous deficiencies. Now, in a direct confrontation, Gohan could easily surpass Vegeta, even without employing any tricks. Vegeta understood this reality, and his demeanor shifted uneasily. Likewise, Kakarot was astonished, witnessing Gohan's rapid progression toward Vegeta's level. He realized that Gohan could surpass even Super Saiyan 3 using only Super Saiyan 2. This notion was unfathomable to him. If Gohan could achieve Super Saiyan 3's prowess while in Super Saiyan 2, what did that say about his own form? In that instant, Kakarot found himself questioning his own mastery of Super Saiyan 3, unable to tear his gaze away from Gohan. He understood that Gohan was indeed capable of eliminating the king of the demon realm in an instant. This was no jest. And he was determined to witness that fleeting moment, to grasp the true extent of Gohan's power. 1 second was all that was required, no more time needed, so watch closely. Gohan raised a finger toward Depura, who hesitated, sensing the formidable energy before him. Before he could react, in a mere 0.1 seconds, Gohan had surged forward. The speed was so astonishing that it left Depura momentarily dazed, his senses unable to track Gohan's movement. Even Kakarot was taken aback, unable to suppress his astonishment. In less than 0.1 seconds, Gohan had reached Depura, who remained frozen in place, as if time itself had halted. In 0.1 seconds, Gohan moved. In another 0.1 seconds, he raised his fist. In 0.2 seconds, he gathered all his strength, channeling the power of the Thunderfruit. Finally, in the last 0.3 seconds, he struck Depura's unprepared head. In total, the entire sequence transpired in just 0.9 seconds. The impact shattered Depura's skull. As Gohan's overwhelming energy wave obliterated the spacecraft around them, the East Kaishin, witnessing this spectacle, collapsed in shock, utterly astonished by the ferocity of Gohan's power. As the king of the demon realm, Depura could hardly fathom that he had been dispatched in the blink of an eye. Vegeta's brow furrowed. He begrudgingly acknowledged that Gohan's reaction time had surpassed his own. It would take him several minutes to eliminate Depura, yet here was Gohan, accomplishing it in mere seconds. Kakarot remained in a state of disbelief, realizing that Gohan's speed was beyond anything he had ever imagined. Every ounce of his focus was directed toward Gohan, his Saiyan blood boiling with excitement. If there was a true opponent, a worthy training partner, it was undoubtedly Gohan. No one else could compare. During his time training in the afterlife, he had encountered numerous foes, many powerful adversaries, yet none could hold a candle to Gohan's prowess. Each display of Gohan's capabilities left Kakarot in awe, his interest intensifying at the prospect of Gohan's stacked abilities, surpassing even his fascination with Majin Buu. Inside the spacecraft, Babidi, observing through the monitors, gaped in shock as Depura was annihilated in a single blow, his head crushed instantly. He was at a loss for words. His strongest subordinate had been dispatched with such ease. This was a terrifying prospect. He checked Majin Buu's energy levels. It was sufficient. Yet the resurrection process still required a bit more time. With no subordinates left to delay their enemies, he was desperate to fulfill his father's dying wish. He could not afford to fail now, not when he was so close to resurrecting Majin Buu. He would not allow anyone to thwart his plans. His expression shifted as he focused on the three Saiyans, honing in on Vegeta, a glimmer of determination igniting within him. He sensed a hint of malevolence emanating from Vegeta, initially intending to convert him into an ally to serve as a temporary obstacle. However, before he could make a move, he detected another potent presence. The combative Saiyan bloodline was awakening. At this moment, Kakarot evidently harbored an intense desire to prove himself against his own son. Babidi, seizing this opportunity, smirked with delight. He realized that this individual had unexpectedly developed a competitive spirit towards his son. Splendid. This insight could be manipulated to control Kakarot, whose energy was unparalleled. If he succeeded in subduing him, it would surely delay the resurrection of Majin Buu. He promptly shifted his focus, casting his control spell upon Kakarot. Had it been the original Kakarot, he would have been completely immune, yet now, Kakarot was igniting the Saiyan blood within him, fueled by a desire to challenge Gohan. Babidi capitalized on this moment, weaving a deceptive control spell that usurped Kakarot's inherent goodness. Kakarot, I offer you an opportunity, a chance to engage in a carefree battle against your son. Do you not wish to ascertain the extent of Son Gohan's power? Listen to the voice within. The one you most yearn to fight is none other than Son Gohan. Seize this moment, and you shall test his strength. As Babidi unleashed the control spell, a peculiar energy enveloped the scene. Gohan, sensing this, furrowed his brow in confusion, suddenly realizing that Babidi was not targeting Vegeta. What could this imply? Vegeta was the most susceptible to control. Why did Babidi choose to dominate Kakarot instead? Unfortunately for Babidi, Gohan possessed the Sharingan. Rendering him impervious to such mental manipulation, the spell was utterly ineffective against him. But if it were not Babidi, then who could it be? His gaze shifted, landing on Kakarot, who was clearly in distress. Both Vegeta and East Kai sensed Kakarot's abnormal state as well. Kakarot, clutching his head, was in evident agony, desperately resisting the encroaching darkness. Kakarot, what are you doing? What on earth is happening? Mr. Son Goku, are you alright? What is wrong with you? Vegeta's face darkened with concern as he noticed something amiss. Meanwhile, East Kai contemplated intervening, but was halted by Son Goku's anguished cry. An ominous mark appeared upon his brow, heralding the birth of the first generation of Black Goku. Silence. Chapter 25. The Darkened Kakarot Boom. The spaceship erupted in flames as the rampaging Goku transformed into Black Goku, his entire being crackling with dark energy. In an instant, the entire vessel collapsed, leaving Vegeta startled, retreating instinctively. Nearby, the East Kaishin cowered in fear, collapsing to the ground. Had it not been for Gohan's timely intervention, he might have been buried alive. The East Kaishin was dumbfounded, unable to comprehend how Goku could have been taken over. How is this possible? Kakarot, you fool, Vegeta stammered, rendered speechless by the sight of Black Goku, who had completely succumbed to darkness. His once gentle gaze had transformed into one filled with malevolence, and the loquacious Saiyan had become indistinguishable from his dark counterpart. Facing Vegeta from a distance, Black Goku raised a hand and unleashed a devastating energy blast. Boom. The merciless attack, fueled by immense power, forced Vegeta to raise his arms in a desperate attempt to shield himself, yet he was violently propelled backward, gasping for breath, nearly plummeting from the sky. Vegeta felt the overwhelming strength emanating from Goku, realizing just how much power Kakarot had concealed. Now, transformed into Black Goku, he had fully embraced his dark side. The disparity between them was palpable. Despite Vegeta's desire for a fair fight, he understood that he stood no chance against Black Goku. Black Goku smirked as Vegeta braced for his onslaught, initiating the King Kai Fist and transforming into Super Saiyan 1. Before Vegeta could even react, he was struck in the abdomen by a punch reminiscent of their battles in the ring, leaving Black Goku with a cold smirk that exuded an air of dominance. In the next moment, Vegeta was sent hurtling away, crashing into several mountains, unable to halt his momentum. The East Kaishin, witnessing the chaos, wore a grim expression, his complexion pale as he looked at the controlled Goku, desperate to reason with him. Mr. Goku, that's Vegeta. What are you doing? Your kindness cannot be exploited like this. You're not so easily manipulated. What are you truly doing? Black Goku merely chuckled, his gaze fixed on the East Kaishin as he raised a hand to unleash a super energy blast, intent on obliterating both the East Kaishin and the Earth itself. Gohan furrowed his brow, sensing the imminent danger as Goku fired the blast. In an instant, he propelled himself forward, positioning himself in front of the East Kaishin. Truth be told, Gohan cared little for the East Kaishin's fate. His primary concern was the catastrophic impact on Earth should the blast connect. Kakarot was indeed under control. Otherwise, he would not unleash such a formidable attack. Boom. With a swift motion, Gohan deflected the blast, eliciting a sneer from Black Goku, who couldn't help but smile. Oh, Gohan, I didn't misjudge you, haha. My Saiyan blood is thrilled. You must understand why I am under control. I long to spar with you, my son. But I cannot act recklessly, so I must accept this overpowering force. Gohan's expression turned icy as he questioned, what about Majin Buu? With arrogance, Goku replied, Majin Buu doesn't require my intervention to be defeated. Gohan, you know I am in hell. My time here is fleeting. I will return shortly. And my victory over Majin Buu will not aid you at all. As expected of Kakarot, he had considered everything. He clearly possessed the strength to defeat Majin Buu but chose not to, opting instead to cultivate the next generation. Gohan realized his father's intentions. Goku, a traveler of realms, had witnessed countless battles and was aware that his intellect surpassed that of a mere fighter. Now under control, he genuinely wished to engage Gohan in combat. Gohan chuckled, Father, You are indeed clever. You anticipated that if you fell to darkness, someone would need to defeat you, thus alleviating the threat of Majin Buu, correct? Black Goku laughed heartily. Gohan, you are astute. Indeed, if you can defeat me, you can vanquish Majin Buu, and I need not worry. Of course, if you fail, you might as well join me in hell. In that instant, Black Goku lunged forward. Gohan, sensing the revival of Majin Buu, did not engage directly, but instead leaped aside. Unwilling to battle here, he intended to lead Black Goku away from this location. This was clearly in line with Goku's nature. Radiating dark energy, he swiftly pursued Gohan. Their clash unfolded mid-air, a frantic combination of physical combat and strategic repositioning. Beast Kaio-Ken, unable to keep pace, realized he could not intervene, especially with Babidi appearing nearby, forcing him to abandon the two and focus on preventing Majin Buu's resurrection. With a flurry of punches and kicks exchanged, Gohan felt the terrifying explosive power of Goku's blows. The complete transformation into Black Goku left no room for restraint, showcasing his true might. No wonder he could send Vegeta flying with just 2 punches. Their fierce battle escalated, transitioning from the mountainous terrain to the boundless ocean. Each collision of fists created monstrous whirlpools, and the explosive splashes of water soared dozens of stories high. The intensity of their fight left onlookers, including Piccolo, Krillin, Yamcha, and Videl, utterly speechless. As they flew closer, they were taken aback by the unfolding chaos. What is happening? Goku, what is wrong? Piccolo exclaimed, his expression shifting as he approached. However, just as he neared, Goku halted, glaring at him with irritation before launching an energy blast. Boom. Piccolo narrowly evaded the attack, which detonated in the water, causing it to churn violently and creating a massive crater. Cold sweat trickled down Piccolo's forehead. He was certain the energy blast had been aimed directly at him. What is happening? What is wrong with Kakarot? Gohan, observing the scene, frowned and stood atop the ocean. Kakarot is under control. Do not approach. I'll handle this. Majin Buu is about to be born. You all need to check on the situation. Vegeta must be clashing with Majin Buu right now. Hearing Gohan's command, Piccolo nodded, wanting to help but still worried about the unfolding events. Krillin and the others also tried to reach out to Goku, but it was in vain. Goku remained unmoved, firing several energy blasts at Krillin and Videl. In a flash, Gohan teleported in front of Videl, deflecting the blast with a swift motion. Videl, shaken and speechless, realized how narrowly she had escaped death. A direct hit would have been fatal. Gohan, thank you. Gohan cast a cold glance, his demeanor icy as he spoke. What brings you here? Return to Bulma. Head directly to the sacred world. Majin Buu has been resurrected. There are dangers on the ground this time. Tell Bulma to focus on the sacred world and disregard the matters on the ground. Videl paused, though unfamiliar with the sacred world that Gohan referenced. She understood that her current inability to assist was evident. She nodded and expressed her concern for Gohan, saying, "Please be careful, Gohan." Turning away, she slowly ascended into the air. Videl's strength was still insufficient. He truly needed to devise a way to protect her, especially since she might be carrying their child. Nothing must happen to her. As he contemplated her care, he thought of Android 18, considering her as a suitable guardian. Yet, for now, he needed to address the issue of Black Goku. With a cold gaze fixed on the distant Black Goku, Gohan's expression hardened. He felt a surge of anger, initially. He had intended to use Majin Buu as a training target. However, he had since changed his mind. Fueled by anger, Gohan maximized his power without hesitation. The fury surged within him, especially as he sensed an impending crisis. His Ultra Instinct skill broke through to 2-1, with the White God state activated. His Ultra Instinct was tripled. Thunder rumbled as he unleashed his power, his hair turning white once more as lightning surrounded him. He charged forward, delivering a powerful punch toward Kakarot. Kakarot, who intended to counter, was taken aback when their fists collided. The impact struck him as if he were struck by lightning. In that instant, Kakarot trembled, letting out a pain cry. Gohan smirked coldly, casually lifting his hand to unleash a key sphere, which bore down on Kakarot, disregarding any defense. Kakarot's expression shifted dramatically as he barely managed to teleport away at the last moment, panting heavily and pausing momentarily. Seizing the opportunity, Gohan executed a flawless ultimate Kamehameha, aimed at Goku, who had suddenly appeared in midair. This maneuver was preemptively calculated, perfectly exploiting Goku's moment of vulnerability. With precision, he unleashed the ultimate Kamehameha, its long tail striking true. Chapter 26, The Hundredfold Super Kaio-Ken. This time, the strike landed directly. Even Kakarot let out a series of anguished cries. clearly demonstrating that he was severely wounded by Gohan's Kamehameha. One could only witness Kakarot's energy surging uncontrollably, and his gritted teeth produced a sound that began to alter. Boom. His entire body trembled, and in that fleeting moment, under the power of Gohan's Kamehameha, Kakarot transformed into Super Saiyan 3. At that point, he had no intention of concealing his abilities any longer. Rumbling. Above the ocean, a massive water column erupted, shooting skyward, completely dispersing around Black Goku. The once lamenting Kakarot now steadied himself. The moment he achieved Super Saiyan 3, his energy was instantly replenished, counteracting Gohan's ultimate perfect Kamehameha, leaving Gohan slightly astonished. Oh, the energy of Super Saiyan 3 has neutralized my perfect Kamehameha. Truly, Kakarot is remarkable. If he were not a spirit now, maintaining the Super Saiyan 3 state indefinitely would render anyone incapable of overcoming him. Even Majin Buu would be no match. Transformed into Super Saiyan 3, Kakarot possessed strength equal to that of Majin Buu. Coupled with the Kaio-Ken, defeating Majin Buu was not outside the realm of possibility. However, presently, he could not unleash his Super Saiyan 3 or Kaio-Ken, as the halo above his head restricted him. Each time he released energy, his time on Earth diminished significantly. The transformation into Super Saiyan 3 was a last resort. His yellow hair had turned into the completed form of Super Saiyan 3, radiating with terrifying lightning. With a smirk, he gazed at Gohan, coldly remarking, "Gohan, I must admit, your strength has surprised me. Had I not transformed into Super Saiyan 3, I would have perished just now. You truly are my son." Gohan chuckled lightly, replying, "Father, this has nothing to do with being your son. It is solely because of my efforts that I can surpass you. There is no other reason." Indeed, the original Gohan would never have been capable of competing with Kakarot. Even in his Super Saiyan 1 state, he could not compare, let alone provoking Kakarot into transforming into Super Saiyan 3. Kakarot smiled again, and in the next moment, he raised a single hand, gathering energy for a Kamehameha. Gohan furrowed his brow, sensing the gravity of the situation and bracing himself. It was evident that Kakarot was completing his Kamehameha, and the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Instant transmission, Kamehameha? Whoosh. In an instant, Kakarot materialized behind him. The proximity of the Kamehameha left Gohan with no choice but to raise his hands, bracing himself to absorb the impact. Whoosh. Whoosh. Above the ocean, tumultuous waves surged as Gohan, with hands raised, managed to withstand the Kamehameha, yet was forced to retreat under its pressure. He skidded across the water for a considerable distance before halting. Observing this, Son Goku smirked, thoroughly satisfied with his unleashed energy, realizing Gohan's limits. "Gohan, it seems you still cannot reach the level of Super Saiyan 3. What a pity. If you could defeat me, Majin Buu would be a mere afterthought." Gohan lifted his head, meeting Kakarot's confidence with a cold smile. "Father, you are overly confident. This is only the beginning." With a surge of energy, Gohan amplified his aura once more, causing Son Goku to furrow his brow. He had not anticipated Gohan's resilience. Facing each other, the next moment saw both initiate their Kamehameha simultaneously. The two waves of energy collided, creating immense chasms on the ocean's surface. Boom, boom. The colossal energies clashed. This time, it was a battle of power, with Gohan exerting every ounce of strength to keep pace with Kakarot. His energy cannon could still sustain for 3 minutes. Even in Super Saiyan 3, he could endure for 3 minutes without issue, and that duration was more than sufficient. Gritting his teeth, Gohan elevated his energy to its maximum, causing Kakarot to frown. This time, he held nothing back. 20-fold Kaio-Ken. "Gohan, I did not expect you to compel me to use the Kaio-Ken. You are truly formidable." Kakarot genuinely admired Gohan's strength, and as the Kaio-Ken emerged, his energy surged immensely. Overwhelming Kamehameha surged forward. Feeling the intensifying energy, Gohan, with a smirk, replied, "Do not forget, I can use Kaio-Ken too. 5-fold Kaio-Ken." Boom. The Kamehameha hesitated momentarily. Yet the 5-fold Kaio-Ken was insufficient to counteract the oncoming energy. Son Goku shook his head, his expression one of regret. "Alas, Gohan, your maximum is a mere 5-fold Kaio-Ken. It cannot compare to my current 20-fold Kaio-Ken." Gohan continued to smirk, and as a minute passed, he heard a voice in his ear and burst into laughter. "That is not certain. You believe I cannot surpass you? Watch me do it now." With 20% of the Kaio-Ken completed, he unleashed the 20-fold Kaio-Ken. Boom. With this, Gohan activated the 20-fold Kaio-Ken, challenging Son Goku in a wave clash. The enhancement of the Kaio-Ken surged dramatically. Engaging with a master like Son Goku was a splendid opportunity to hone his abilities. The 20% Kaio-Ken reached its peak, allowing him to barely withstand Son Goku's Kamehameha, leaving Son Goku momentarily stunned. He had to acknowledge Gohan's strength in that instant. Haha, Gohan, you are truly remarkable. Under the 20-fold Kaio-Ken, you can endure for another minute. Enduring another minute? Gohan grinned, replying, indeed, that makes it 2 minutes now. 1 more minute, and I shall be on the verge of victory. Upon hearing Gohan's words, Son Goku's expression shifted dramatically. A realization struck him. His face paled, and he clenched his teeth, clearly agitated. I am still under Babedi's control. I cannot simply concede. Ah, how infuriating. Gohan, you are more formidable than I imagined, yet I refuse to accept this. I have only a few minutes left in Super Saiyan 3. My energy consumption is immense. After a few minutes, I will return to hell, and I am not willing to accept this fate. He was undeniably unwilling, reluctant to leave the outcome against Gohan unresolved. In that instant, he intensified his energy, determined to unleash all of it. I refuse to vanish just like this. Gohan, you have surpassed Vegeta. You make me so excited. I long to return to Earth and defeat you, my son. I must win. Boom. Suddenly, Kakarot's energy surged. As he wagered everything on his final Kamehameha, Gohan gritted his teeth, unwilling to relent, unleashing his Kaio-Ken to its fullest as he sought to break through its limits. He felt a piercing sensation throughout his muscles. This feeling was invigorating, indicating that he was indeed surpassing his limits. Kaio-Ken 30. 30-fold Kaio-Ken. Kaio-Ken 40. 40-fold Kaio-Ken. Kaio-Ken 50. 50-fold Kaio-Ken. Ah, boom, boom. Achieving the 50-fold Kaio-Ken, Gohan astonished Kakarot, who looked on in disbelief at the suddenly surging crimson energy. This formidable force shattered the heavens. And in that instant, his Kamehameha was repelled. He never anticipated that this time, he would indeed lose to Gohan. How could this be? He was to be bested by Gohan, whose Super Saiyan 3 energy surely could not surpass his own. Kaio-Ken at 80, 80-fold Kaio-Ken. Kaio-Ken at 100, the flawless Kaio-Ken. The 100-fold Super Kaio-Ken. Boom. Gohan, radiating with a vibrant red light, resembled a luminescent entity, the crimson energy enveloping the sky. The complete transcendence of the 100-fold Kaio-Ken pushed Kakarot's Kamehameha back. Kakarot's expression was one of disbelief as he witnessed his own attack rebounding. In that fleeting moment, his countenance shifted dramatically, revealing a blend of regret, unwillingness, and a hint of joy for Gohan's newfound strength. Gohan, you are incredible, truly remarkable. The 100-fold Kaio-Ken, huh? Your power exhilarates me. Alas, it is such a pity. My energy has been entirely depleted. Should you find yourself in the afterlife, I shall surely challenge you to a proper duel. As he watched Son Goku's figure fade away, Gohan felt an overwhelming fatigue wash over him. Kakarot had been sent back to the underworld by his own hand. The duration of his opponent's energy was far too brief. It was impossible for Goku, in his spirit form, to triumph. If his adversary were to be revived, the outcome would remain uncertain. The 100-fold Kaio-Ken had indeed taken a toll on his body. He could sense the strain in every muscle, an uncomfortable sensation that compelled him to retrieve a Senzu bean from his pocket. Without a moment's hesitation, he tossed it into his mouth, crushed it, and swallowed it whole. A wave of warmth surged from his stomach, coursing through his entire being, alleviating the pain inflicted by the 100-fold Kaio-Ken. With a single Senzu bean consumed, his energy was instantly restored, revitalizing him to peak condition. He felt an exhilarating surge of strength. For just moments ago, during their fierce battle, he had experienced a significant enhancement in his combat prowess. Most importantly, he had achieved the transformation into Super Saiyan 3. Understanding the metamorphosis, he realized he had fully grasped Super Saiyan 3. Progress at 1. It seemed that in the heat of battle, he had completely mastered this form, which could be considered a boon from Kakarot himself. Chapter 27, The Transformation into Super Saiyan 3? He truly could not fathom whether Kakarot was under someone else's control. That insufferable father of his, having journeyed to the underworld, even left him a parting gift. Perhaps this was all part of Kakarot's elaborate scheme, aimed at honing and elevating his own prowess. Shaking his head, he decided not to dwell on it further and instead sought to ascertain the well-being of Videl. With only half a Senzu bean left in his pocket, he needed to conserve it wisely. Moreover, Majin Buu had already been resurrected, and he could feel the overwhelming energy emanating from him. Gohan gazed into the distance, where he sensed Vegeta's power suddenly surge. Vegeta, revealing all his might, chose to self-destruct, aiming to perish alongside Majin Buu. This time, it seemed Buu had emerged unscathed, while Vegeta had likely met his end in the afterlife. And just like that, Buu's energy vanished completely. It was now exceedingly difficult to track him down. He contemplated, deciding against confronting Majin Buu, as he still needed to master Super Saiyan 3 and enhance his abilities further. Additionally, he intended to utilize the rewards from the 100 Kaio-Ken training once he strengthened himself. Only then would it be truly enjoyable to confront Majin Buu again. Let that fellow relish his moment of triumph. After all, even if everyone on Earth perished, the Dragon Balls could resurrect them. For now, he would seek Videl, hoping she remained safe. Even if all of Earth's inhabitants were to perish, he wished for nothing to happen to Videl, someone with whom he shared a close bond. He began searching for Videl's energy, and upon finding her, he was struck by inspiration. Raising his hand, he prepared to teleport, instantly appearing beside her. Yet, before he could act, he sensed another presence. Was that not the East Kaishin's energy? The East Kaishin was alive? It seemed he could pay a visit to the East Kaishin and seek the old Kaishin's guidance to further elevate himself. His current objective was no longer merely to defeat Majin Buu, but to surpass Son Goku himself. With newfound determination, he abandoned his pursuit of Videl. Knowing she was safe in the Kaishin's realm and would not encounter trouble for the time being, he needed to enhance his abilities swiftly to protect her. In the Kaishin realm, the resurrection of Majin Buu had left everyone in shock, especially after Din reported Vegeta's demise. The group exchanged glances, utterly unprepared for the revelation that even Vegeta had been unable to thwart Majin Buu. Vegeta, oh how they mourned. Bulma could not contain her tears. Yamcha, Krillin, and the others wore grim expressions. However, Videl stepped forward, her concern not for Vegeta but for Gohan. Gohan, how's he faring? She inquired without hesitation. Din attempted to sense Gohan's energy but found himself unable to detect it. With a heavy sigh, he shook his head and lamented, I cannot locate Gohan. I have lost his energy. Videl, unable to hold back her emotions any longer, burst into tears. Meanwhile, Android 18 approached her and gently patted her shoulder. Videl embraced 18, seeking solace in her arms. In that moment, 18 tenderly comforted her, her expression reflecting a complexity of emotions. From a distance, Yamcha observed the scene with a peculiar expression. Turning to Krillin, don't you think 18 and Gohan share a unique bond? He remarked. Oblivious to the implications, Krillin shook his head, noting that for weeks, 18 had trained with Gohan and had not sought him out at all. He was baffled by 18's feelings. Little did he know that 18 spent every day training with Gohan and visiting his home, fostering a connection that surpassed his own. In the forest, Gohan suddenly appeared before the East Kaishin, eliciting a bright smile of joy from him. Gohan, you made it. I'm so glad you're safe. What of Son Goku? Gohan shrugged. Father expended all his energy and returned to the afterlife. Majin Buu should have been resurrected by now. The East Kaishin was well aware of the dire situation. Majin Buu had returned, and no one could stop him. His face fell as he trembled. Cursed be it. In the end, I could not prevent Majin Buu's resurrection. And Vegeta, he sacrificed his life, but still failed to eliminate Buu. Gohan felt little sorrow over Vegeta's fate. He had long accepted that this outcome was inevitable. East Kaishin, only I can defeat Majin Buu now, but I need to strengthen myself further. Surely you know how I can achieve this? The East Kaishin's eyes lit up as he recalled something. I remember. On the Kaishin planet, there exists a legendary sword. A powerful artifact. Perhaps it could help defeat Majin Buu. Gohan yearned to inform him that the sword was no mere weapon. It was the seal of the old Kaishin. He surmised that the old Kaishin's sealing was undoubtedly linked to the god of destruction. To prevent the Kaishin from being killed, they had sealed him away. Such a deed was precisely what the god of destruction, Beerus, was capable of. Seeing the East Kaishin's ignorance, Gohan shook his head, silently mourning his naivety. Yet, he genuinely needed the old Kaishin's assistance to enhance his abilities. Not wanting to waste any time, he insisted, where is the Kaishin planet? Take me there now. The East Kaishin nodded, realizing that the final hope rested in Gohan's hands. He was indeed the strongest of them all. Without hesitation, he grasped Gohan and teleported them directly to the Kaishin planet. Upon their arrival, Gohan startled the attendants, who were about to chastise him for being a mere mortal on the Kaishin planet. Gohan, however, had no time for pleasantries. Where is the legendary sword? The East Kaishin pointed to a nearby spot. There it is, Gohan. Take the sword and familiarize yourself. It should aid you against Majin Buu. Gohan had no desire to elaborate further. He approached the sword embedded in the stone, raised his hand, and with a surge of energy, unleashed a 100-fold Kaio-Ken. With a powerful motion, he extracted the sword, leaving the East Kaioshin's attendant, Jebet, utterly dumbfounded. The East Kaioshin, however, beamed with delight. Excellent, Gohan. I knew you could pull it out. With this sword, our hopes have increased significantly. Observing the East Kaioshin's exuberance, Gohan simply shook his head. He raised the sword high and, without a moment's hesitation, concentrated his energy and struck down upon it. With a resounding clang, the sword split in two, cleaved effortlessly by Gohan's hand. The East Kaioshin stood frozen, mouth agape, utterly unable to comprehend what had just transpired. Gohan, what are you doing? You've destroyed our sword. Gohan waved dismissively, casting aside the remnants of the sword, his demeanor calm as he replied, Old Kaioshin, I have matters to discuss with you. The East Kaioshin was bewildered, unable to grasp Gohan's words until, not far off, a figure emerged, the sealed Old Kaioshin, appearing frail and aged. The unique attire of the old Supreme Kai left the East Supreme Kai utterly astonished. After a considerable pause, he discerned that this was indeed their ancestral Supreme Kai, the very first of his kind. Yet, how could it be that he was sealed within the Holy Sword, unbeknownst to anyone until now? How did Gohan come to possess this knowledge? It puzzled him immensely. As the old Supreme Kai suddenly appeared, yawning after millennia of slumber, he set his gaze upon Gohan and, albeit slowly, inquired, Oh, young one, how did you come to know of my presence within the Holy Sword? What business do you have with me? After a millennium of absence, I am grateful for this opportunity to emerge once more, and I owe you my thanks for it. Gohan, eager to avoid unnecessary delays, promptly stated, I wish to enhance my potential. Please assist me in unlocking it swiftly. The old Supreme Kai, maintaining his languid demeanor, chuckled heartily. Ah, young one, do not be overly hasty. As a token of gratitude for your rescue, I shall assist you in unlocking your potential. However, what benefit do I derive from this? With a mischievous glint in his eye, the old Supreme Kai appeared to seek some advantage. Understanding his character, Gohan couldn't help but smirk. He leaned closer and whispered, What do you think Beerus would feel upon learning that your seal has been lifted? By the way, on our planet, there exists another sealed item, a rice cooker, which might be far more comfortable than the Holy Sword. The old Supreme Kai trembled at this, bursting into laughter and casting a keen glance at Gohan. I certainly do not wish to be sealed again, and it seems you are aware of Beerus' name. Very well. I shall aid you in enhancing your abilities. Let us proceed swiftly. Indeed, this old fellow would not act without a hint of intimidation. Mentioning Beerus proved to be quite effective. The old Supreme Kai instructed Gohan to sit before him, shedding his previous lethargy. He raised his hand and began to assist Gohan in amplifying his energy, awakening his latent potential. However, even with haste, the process would take several hours. During this time, Gohan felt the presence of Videl. Should she find herself in peril, he would be ready to intervene. Fortunately, she appeared safe, especially with Android 18 accompanying her. Thus, he waited patiently for the old Supreme Kai to fully unlock his potential, as this would enable him to comprehend the true form of his divine powers. Chapter 28. The second stage of Majin Buu. It must be acknowledged that the potential development of the old Kai is indeed slow, taking at least more than 2 hours to complete. As Gohan patiently awaited the enhancement, he sensed the aura of Majin Buu. At this moment, the initial phase of Majin Buu, the plump version, was not particularly malevolent. He had not contemplated the annihilation of the entire Earth. However, upon reaching the second stage, after the division of Majin Buu, the true peril began. The malevolent energy was unleashed, heralding a transformation as the evil Majin Buu absorbed the fat Majin Buu, resulting in a significant evolution. This would bestow upon him formidable combat prowess, arguably marking Majin Buu's most powerful state. As for the third form, the diminutive Majin Buu, his strength was not particularly impressive. He was merely wicked. He attacked mercilessly, unleashing chaotic energies that obliterated planets, which made him a formidable adversary. Yet Gohan had already devised a strategy, intending to confront Majin Buu away from Earth to prevent any destruction of their home. He was fully prepared and looked forward to the impending confrontation. The second stage of Majin Buu was on the verge of emergence. With his capabilities, once he absorbed Gotenks, a qualitative leap in strength was anticipated. His power could rival that of Goku. A single battle with Goku had granted him a 100-fold increase in the Kaio-Ken technique, along with the mastery of the Super Saiyan 3 transformation. It remained uncertain what enhancements this iteration of Majin Buu might confer upon him. Each passing minute felt prolonged as the 2 hours dragged on. After an hour, the old Kai clearly began to doze off, understanding that the enhancement was ongoing. Gohan maintained his patience while checking the energy signatures on Earth. It was evident that Majin Buu had finally split. The two souls within him clashed. The originally absorbed benevolence of the Kaio-Ken had instilled a semblance of conscience in Majin Buu, but now, that conscience had been obliterated by humanity, leading to the emergence of the evil Majin Buu. The two versions of Majin Buu began to argue, both exuding equally powerful auras. It was astonishing to discover that after the division, both entities possessed identical strength. This separation was indeed more formidable than mere cloning. He could utilize the cloning technique, but such clones would only retain 50 of his power. If too many clones were created, their strength would diminish to a mere 10. However, the division of Majin Buu was distinctly different. In less than 10 minutes, the evil Majin Buu consumed the fat Buu, transforming him into candy with astonishing speed. Catching Gohan off guard as the second stage commenced, the evil Majin Buu gained the upper hand, acquiring the ability to initiate actions independently. In that instant, his body underwent a transformation, and his power surged significantly. The energies that had previously existed separately now combined, yielding an impressive enhancement. Majin Buu had achieved a twofold increase in strength. At this juncture, Majin Buu was likely at the Super Saiyan 3 level, rendering even a fully powered Kakarot a challenging opponent. Indeed, the second stage of Majin Buu was capable of various absorptions, making it exceedingly difficult for Kakarot to contend with him, even if he were resurrected. In less than an hour and a half, Majin Buu completed his second form. Now equipped with intellect, he became aware of Gotenks and others' auras and intended to confront them directly. Meanwhile, Videl was also present, prompting Gohan's expression to darken as he furrowed his brow. "Gohan, where are you now?" Kakarot's voice echoed as he returned from the afterlife, his control now lifted, clearly intending to join him. Gohan hesitated but ultimately decided to allow Kakarot's resurrection. After all, having Kakarot as a training partner would be beneficial. Focusing his mental energy, Gohan communicated, "Father, your control has been lifted." Kakarot chuckled, seemingly unperturbed. "Ah, sorry Gohan, you must be aware of the situation on Earth. I never anticipated that Majin Buu could evolve. This being is beyond even me." It was fortunate that Kakarot could still smile. Yet he was acutely aware of the threat posed by the second stage of Majin Buu. Shifting the topic, Kakarot mentioned, however, "Gohan, we still have other strategies to secure victory. I'll explain." With that, Kakarot instantaneously teleported from the afterlife to the Kaio-Ken planet, startling the East Kaio-Ken. "Ah, Lord Kaio-Ken. We meet again." Kakarot greeted casually, leaving the East Kaio-Ken aghast, nearly toppling over. "No, don't come any closer." Fear was evident in his voice. Kakarot scratched his head and chuckled. "My sincerest apologies, East Kaio-Ken. I never anticipated being controlled last time." Seeing that Kakarot was evidently restored, the East Kaio-Ken breathed a sigh of relief. Kakarot then turned to Gohan, curiosity etched on his face. "Gohan, what are you doing here?" Without lifting his gaze, Gohan replied, "Awakening potential." Kakarot, intrigued, leaned in, nearly interrupting the old Kai's enhancement, a process that could not be disrupted. Realizing Kakarot was causing a disturbance, Gohan grew impatient. "Father, Earth is in trouble. Shouldn't you ensure that the others can hold out for half an hour until I complete my potential awakening?" Kakarot suddenly had a bright idea. "Right, I can contact Piccolo and have Gotenks fuse." Gohan, now recalling the fusion technique, acknowledged its outrageous nature. While it required two individuals with similar power levels, he wondered if he could find alternative applications for it. Unable to contain himself, Gohan inquired, "Oh, fusion? I believe it necessitates two individuals with comparable strengths, correct?" Kakarot nodded enthusiastically. "Exactly, Gohan. You and I would make a perfect match. If I were alive, we could have tried fusing. It would undoubtedly yield the strongest combat force." Gohan glanced at Kakarot, his expression one of disdain. He truly had no desire to fuse with Kakarot at that moment. Chapter 29. Acquiring the art of spirit summoning. Gohan disregarded Kakarot, for he merely wished for him to instruct Gotenks in the art of fusion. A mere 30 minutes of guidance would suffice. After half an hour, his latent potential would be fully unleashed. In the fleeting moments before that, he intended to draw upon the full power of the Kaio-Ken at 100, hoping to acquire a new ability. Upon completion of the draw, he attained the ability of spirit summoning and the summoning of tailed beasts. However, in the Dragon Ball world, summoning a tailed beast seemed to invite an immediate defeat. Yet, If he could summon the Ten Tails, it might just provide him with the strength to contend. He resolved to train vigorously. For if he could master the spirit summoning to its fullest, perhaps he could indeed summon the Ten Tails. That would be truly remarkable. At present, every second dragged painfully for him, as on Earth, Majin Buu had already located the Kaio-Ken temple. With a burst of speed, he dashed directly towards the temple. In an instant, he appeared before the occupants of the temple, startling those of relatively lesser power. Piccolo struggled to maintain the situation, but he was barely able to hold on. Now, under the malevolent control of Buu, he sought to annihilate everyone. No one could stand in his way. Even if Piccolo managed to lure him into the room of spirit and time, Buu could still tear through the fabric of space-time with his abilities. Upon escaping, a furious Majin Buu declared his intent to eradicate everyone within the Kaio-Ken temple, including Videl. Gohan, with just over 20 minutes remaining, could only resort to a shadow clone technique. There was no time left for Kakarot's fusion. He had to rely on his 50 shadow clone to buy some time. Currently, Kakarot was indeed in no condition to assist. With the shadow clone technique, this clone, possessing 50 of his power, could transform into Super Saiyan 3. Upon emergence, the clone trembled and instantly transformed. Without a moment's hesitation, Gohan commanded, "Go to Earth and hold out for 20 minutes. The clone Gohan concentrated, raised a hand, and instantaneously teleported to Earth. This sudden move astonished Kakarot, who could hardly contain his curiosity. "Gohan, what is this ability? Wow, it's incredible. Your clone can also turn into Super Saiyan 3? I've never seen such a technique. If you had used this last time, you might have defeated me already." However, the clone's power at 50 was hardly formidable. Despite being able to transform into Super Saiyan 3, its combat strength was woefully inadequate. It could be destroyed with a single blow. Ultimately, it served little purpose other than to buy time, as Gohan still required 20 minutes to fully unleash his potential. "Enough. You will all die here." The enraged Majin Buu, now in his second stage, was impatient and cast a cold gaze over the gathered individuals. His eyes fell upon Videl, and without a moment's thought, he raised his hand to attack her. In the next instant, Android 18 charged forward, surprising everyone. She leaped and delivered a powerful kick to Majin Buu's head. Unfortunately, Buu barely flinched. He effortlessly grabbed 18's leg and hurled her away. Raising his hand, he prepared to unleash an energy blast that would obliterate her. 18. Videl's face paled as she attempted to rush forward, but Piccolo restrained her. No one could save 18 now. As they witnessed 18 on the brink of destruction, a figure suddenly appeared, teleporting in front of her. Raising a hand to deflect the incoming energy blast. Boom. The energy blast exploded nearby, and the figure caused the onlookers to gasp in astonishment. "Gohan. It's really Gohan. You've come." However, the figure before them was not Gohan. His aura was distinctly different. Piccolo and Videl narrowed their brows, recognizing it as Gohan's clone. The clone Gohan, calm and composed, regarded Majin Buu with a cold stare, eliciting a derisive smile from Buu. "At last, someone capable of fighting me has emerged. But your energy is peculiar. You are not human, merely a specter. Where is the real one behind you?" The clone, brimming with combat spirit, transformed into Super Saiyan 3 and activated the Kaio-Ken technique. He launched himself forward. Even at 50 power, he was formidable, far surpassing the combined strength of Piccolo and the others. As he flew in, he delivered a powerful kick that caught Majin Buu off guard, sending him reeling. Seizing the opportunity, the clone Gohan positioned himself alongside Majin Buu, leaving the onlookers in awe. They had not anticipated such strength from Gohan as clone. Gohan had indeed leveraged his clones, and this one was exceptionally powerful. Yet, where was Gohan now? 18. Are you all right? Videl approached, helping 18 to her feet, grateful for her earlier rescue. She recognized that despite 18's cool exterior, she possessed a kind heart, significantly increasing her admiration for her. 18 looked ahead, observing the clone Gohan as terrifying strength as he suppressed Majin Buu, forcing him to retreat. As Buu was knocked back yet again, the clone Gohan raised both hands and unleashed a Kamehameha, piercing through Buu. Boom. A massive hole appeared in Buu's body, causing the onlookers to rejoice. Wonderful. Gohan's clone is incredible. However, Piccolo's expression darkened. He understood Buu's true nature. It's not that simple. This creature is immortal. Majin Buu's physiology was unique. Even with a gaping hole in his abdomen, within seconds, it would heal completely. With a nonchalant shake of his head, he declared, "That was merely a warm-up. You are doomed." With a sinister grin, Buu unleashed his full power, extending his arms towards the clone Gohan, striking with tremendous force. The impact sent the clone Gohan flying, crashing heavily onto the Kaio-Ken temple. The entire temple trembled, and a section of hundreds of square feet was obliterated. The onlookers were left in shock, finally comprehending the true magnitude of Majin Buu's power. Chapter 30. Entering the realm of the divine, you are indeed formidable, yet still unable to match my prowess. Haha. Once I absorb all these beings, my strength will soar even higher. With a glance, the demon Majin Buu fixated on Piccolo and his companions, excitement evident in his expression, clearly intent on absorbing them to augment his own power. As for Gohan's doppelganger, Buu could not absorb it. He could merely sense the terrifying strength emanating from it, fully aware that the original was even more astonishing. Recognizing the might of his adversary, Majin Buu began devising ways to enhance his own abilities. In this second stage, Majin Buu was undeniably at his peak. If he continued to absorb, even Kakarot would be no match for him. Gohan's doppelganger surged forward, channeling all its energy to resist, though it was impossible to rival Majin Buu. The demon could not dispatch him in an instant. The battle raged from the heavens to the earth and back again. The onlookers were left in awe, with Goten astonished by Gohan's strength, unable to contain his surprise. Gohan's doppelganger is incredible. If it's this powerful, how formidable must the original be? Piccolo nodded in agreement, sensing the immense power of Gohan's doppelganger, and surmised that the true Gohan must be even more formidable. Yet, he wondered why Gohan had not yet arrived. With Piccolo's intellect, he could not discern that Gohan was merely stalling for time. After a lengthy battle of 20 minutes, Majin Buu grew impatient, his expression darkening, filled with rage at the prospect of continuing the fight. Enough. I shall turn you into candy and consume you. Raising a hand, he unleashed his candy transformation spell upon Gohan's doppelganger, but in the next moment, it vanished. The failure of his spell left Majin Buu bewildered. A cold voice echoed in response. Your magic is ineffective against a mere doppelganger. It is merely energy, devoid of substance. Thus, your spells will dissipate without effect. You wish to absorb me? It is not so simple. The voice startled Majin Buu, causing him to look up and witness the arrival of Gohan. Not as a doppelganger, but in his true form. Even Piccolo and the others were electrified, and Videl could not suppress her joy. Gohan. With a smirk, Gohan, having completed his potential enhancement, had located Majin Buu's energy and instantaneously moved to his side. He had observed the battle between Buu and his doppelganger, and suddenly, he felt that Majin Buu was not as formidable as he had anticipated. The demon's strength was significantly weaker than he had imagined. With his potential fully realized, Majin Buu was no longer a threat, unless he managed to absorb Kakarot. Gohan, still smirking, found some amusement in the idea of Kakarot being absorbed, as it might elevate Majin Buu's power to a level worthy of training with him. Indeed, an increase in combat power without any worthy opponent can be quite lonely. Gohan's nonchalant demeanor irked Majin Buu, who remained oblivious to the true magnitude of Gohan's strength. You deceived me. I shall consume you. With that, Majin Buu charged forward with astonishing speed, reaching Gohan in an instant, raising a hand to attack. Gohan did not even glance at him, sneering derisively. Can you not see the vast disparity in our combat powers? In the following moment, he unleashed a powerful kick that sent Majin Buu careening through the air. Boom. Majin Buu crashed into a mountain, obliterating it completely. The impact left him in pain. And Piccolo and the others were electrified by the realization that Gohan had indeed surpassed Majin Buu. They were all exhilarated. Gohan had completely outclassed Majin Buu. He was remarkable. Gohan, give it your all and defeat this fiend. Gohan, avenge humanity. The cheers rang out behind him, but Gohan remained calm. He was not the same as before. Majin Buu could not absorb him. Observing Buu's jittery demeanor, Gohan scoffed. Do not play tricks. My power is such that even Kakarot fears it. Unless you absorb him and Vegeta, you stand no chance against me. Majin Buu smirked darkly in response. Not necessarily. If I absorb you, I shall be invincible. With a swift motion, he had already dispatched a portion of his body to envelop Gohan from behind. However, as Majin Buu's form enveloped Gohan, a smile graced his face. Yet it was short-lived. In the next moment, he felt a tremor coursing through his body, his eyes widening in disbelief. No, it cannot be. Why? Why are you unharmed? Gohan, unamused and displeased, retorted, I told you, the gap between our strengths is too vast. You cannot absorb me. Your technique is utterly ineffective against me. In an instant, he unleashed his energy, revealing the terrifying magnitude of his power. In his ordinary state, Gohan had already reached the level of Super Saiyan God. meaning that his base form was comparable to Super Saiyan 3 strength. The difference between transforming and not transforming was negligible. With his potential fully realized, he could fight in his ordinary form. However, now he aimed to instill a sense of fear in Majin Buu. Releasing his energy completely, he transformed into Super Saiyan 1. Even without transforming, "You are no match for me, yet I shall demonstrate my utmost combat prowess." As he completed his transformation into Super Saiyan 1, Gohan immediately ascended to Super Saiyan 2, and then to Super Saiyan 3. The transformation was instantaneous, his hair lengthening considerably. While the power increase was minimal, the speed of Super Saiyan 3 was astonishing. Akin to lightning. Once in Super Saiyan 3, Gohan continued to ascend. Next, he unleashed the Kaio-Ken at 100 times its normal intensity. Boom, boom, boom. The crimson energy surged forth, causing his entire being to quiver. The unleashed energy shattered the very essence of Majin Buu's enveloping form, obliterating it into oblivion. Dumbfounded, Majin Buu gaped as Gohan's power overwhelmed him. Initially, he had felt nothing, but now the contrast was stark. Gohan's combined might of Super Saiyan 3 and the 100x Kaio-Ken vastly eclipsed Buu's capabilities. He was utterly outmatched. Observing the astonished expression etched on Majin Buu's face, Gohan continued with a mocking tone, "This is not the end. The pinnacle of my potential lies in my white god state. I never anticipated such a profound enhancement. I did not foresee that my Ultra Instinct could reach 3.5, surpassing the previous threshold. Indeed, upon fully unlocking my potential, I achieved a transformation of 3.5 in Ultra Instinct, nearing 4. This is truly exhilarating." In that fleeting moment, he completely concentrated his energy, elevating it to a new level. This time, he approached the realm of the divine with an ordinary demeanor. "Without resorting to Super Saiyan God, I can still attain the divine state. Ah, the mastery of ultimate technique at 3.5. A divine unity." Whoosh. Boom. The sky erupted in a cacophony of explosions, as countless energies detonated in that instant. Subsequently, Gohan's energy vanished entirely, replaced by his white-haired form, suspended high in the air. Majin Buu observed this spectacle, his expression shifting dramatically. Although astonished in that moment, he could no longer sense Gohan's energy. He was now utterly dumbfounded. "What have you done? Why can I not feel your presence at all? What on earth have you done to eliminate all your energy? Have you completely released it?" Gohan chuckled mockingly, perceiving Buu's naivety. After all, as a monster, he could not possibly detect the divine aura Gohan now possessed. He taunted, "I have no energy left. Would you care to test that?" Majin Buu's face contorted in disbelief, perplexed as to why he could not sense Gohan's energy. With a casual motion, he unleashed an energy blast that shot forth with great speed. Gohan merely waved his hand. Boom. The energy blast was effortlessly deflected, leaving Majin Buu in disbelief. Raising both hands, he began to unleash a barrage of energy blasts. Ah! The frenzied projectiles surged toward Gohan, yet he remained motionless, simply lifting both hands. With continuous motions, he deflected all the energy blasts effortlessly. Not only was Majin Buu astounded, but nearby, Piccolo, Yamcha, and others wore expressions of sheer shock. They, too, could no longer sense Gohan's energy and were bewildered as to how he could become even more formidable without any detectable energy. What was happening? "Gohan, what has become of you?" With absolutely no energy detectable in his entire being, how could he be this powerful? Indeed, just moments ago, there was a hint of energy. Yet now, I can sense none of his combat power. Gohan had reached the divine realm, a level of energy and combat prowess that could only be perceived by the divine. Gohan had transcended far beyond. Piccolo furrowed his brow. Only he, the former Supreme Kai, could perceive such a transformation. Chapter 31. Let you feed my tail, beast. Of course, aside from Piccolo, there was another individual trembling, overwhelmed by Gohan's formidable aura. Dandy was so terrified that he fell to the ground, and as a fellow deity, he now wished to kneel before Gohan. Gohan's divine presence was utterly terrifying, astonishingly powerful. Gohan had reached the realm of a god, and the sheer magnitude of his energy was beyond comprehension. At this moment, Gohan possessed the strength to effortlessly annihilate an entire galaxy. With a mere flick of his hand, he could obliterate this planet. Yamcha and the others were dumbfounded, unable to believe Dandy's words. What kind of power was this? The divine ability to destroy galaxies. It was simply too fearsome. It was evident that Majin Buu stood no chance against Gohan. With a smirk, Gohan effortlessly deflected Buu's energy blasts, finding amusement in the latter's increasingly frantic attempts. However, as time passed, He grew weary of the monotonous exchange. Enough was enough. There was no point in dragging this out. If you wish to play, transform into your third stage quickly. Irritated, he raised his hand and hurled an energy sphere directly at Majin Buu. Buu's expression shifted dramatically. He attempted to dodge, only for the energy sphere to change trajectory and strike him squarely. With a violent tremor, Majin Buu let out a pain scream, collapsing to the ground and spewing blood. With just one move, he was brought to his knees. It was at this moment that Majin Buu comprehended the insurmountable disparity in their battle prowess. No technique could bridge such a vast gap in strength. No matter the ability, it was futile. Majin Buu understood all too well that he was no match for Gohan. He had been cornered without any options left. I will devour you. I will kill you. A frenzied Majin Buu's outburst elicited a satisfied smirk from Gohan, who nodded approvingly. Very well, let us commence with the third stage. To truly eliminate you, it must begin from the third stage. Otherwise, the fight would lack any excitement. Although the third stage represented his weakest form, its frenzied state made it the ideal training opponent. He awaited Buu's transformation into the most sinister version of himself. As the transformation completed, Buu, now in a state of agony with a contorted expression, exuded a dark aura. The once tall Majin Buu shrank into his diminutive form, which did not escape the attention of Krillin and the others. They noted the stark reduction in Buu's energy, unable to suppress their laughter. This fellow had become so self-conscious from Gohan's onslaught that he had split apart. However, 18 instinctively narrowed her eyes, sensing something amiss. No, he's become stronger. This energy, it's formidable. This third stage is undoubtedly his strongest form. Piccolo's expression darkened as he sensed the malevolence emanating from the diminutive Buu. Realizing just how terrifying this small creature had become, Gohan, be cautious. As the small Majin Buu appeared, he locked onto Piccolo and, without a moment's hesitation, charged directly at him, disregarding Gohan entirely. Gohan furrowed his brow, finally understanding why the smaller Buu was so troublesome. This creature exhibited no intelligence whatsoever, functioning purely in an instinctual manner. If one were to consider primal forms, even a Saiyan's initial transformation was immensely powerful. The true Super Saiyan was precisely that. With determination, Gohan moved swiftly to intercept the small Buu. Your opponent is here. Do not run amok. Grasping Buu, he squeezed with one hand, launching him away with a mighty force. Boom! Buu crashed into a mountain, rising in scathe. Yet it was clear he had no desire to fight. He simply turned and fled. Without a second thought, Gohan's dissatisfaction grew. This creature was indeed a nuisance. You wish to escape? Kamehameha. Yet before he could unleash his attack, Piccolo's expression changed dramatically as he shouted, Gohan, do not act recklessly. If you strike now and miss, the earth will explode. Piccolo had sensed the catastrophic power Gohan wielded earlier, causing Gohan to realize he had not adequately considered whether the planet could withstand such force. The risk was far too great. After all, if the Earth were destroyed, he would be unable to survive in the cosmos without oxygen. Reining in his power, Gohan swiftly pursued the fleeing small Majin Buu. Piccolo and the others exchanged glances, astonished by how the situation had unfolded. None of them had anticipated such a turn of events, and they were unwilling to follow, knowing their strength could not match the two. The fleeing small Majin Buu was remarkably swift. Gohan relentlessly pursued him, unable to use energy blasts, requiring a more direct approach to capture him, which proved to be a significant challenge. He suddenly realized he lacked any acceleration abilities. Otherwise, he would have apprehended him long ago. But there was indeed one method available. An idea struck him as he recalled a particular skill. With a gleam in his eye and a radiant smile, he thought, of course, I can summon a familiar beast. I shall feed this creature to the tailed beast. After all, he is immortal. To eliminate him would require the power to destroy the planet, and instead, I can harness his energy for my own purposes. Smiling with newfound enthusiasm, he planned to feed the small Majin Buu to the tailed beast. With a mischievous grin, he watched Buu's retreating figure, taking a deep breath. He raised his hand and, in an instant, teleported. Whoosh! The next moment, he stood directly in front of the small Majin Buu. Buu's face shifted in shock as he raised his hand to unleash an energy blast, which Gohan effortlessly deflected. With a relaxed demeanor, he formed hand seals. Summoning technique. Tailed beast summon, 10 tails summon. Devour him, 10 tails. With a roar, the 10 tails appeared, albeit in a weakened state. Even at full strength, it would struggle against Majin Buu. Opening its maw, it swallowed Buu whole, preventing any chaos from ensuing within the confines of its belly. In another instant of teleportation, Gohan found himself within the Ten Tails body, sealing it off. Now both he and the small Buu were trapped within the tailed beast's stomach, where escape was impossible. With a relaxed expression, he observed Buu's panicked face. Chuckling softly, "Run, go ahead and run. But alas, you cannot escape now. Your energy is quite impressive, a continuous source of power, and with your immortal form. You shall serve to nourish my familiar beast, enabling the Ten Tails to achieve its ultimate form." Chapter 32. The Ten Tails Jinchuriki, the small demon Majin Buu, in a fit of rage, was sealed within this realm, frantically pounding its belly. This action triggered a series of energy fluctuations that evidently affected the Ten Tails, causing it to quiver incessantly. The internal world began to churn violently, filled with surging energy that Gohan observed. Realizing that if he did not subdue the small demon Majin Buu before him, the entire Ten Tails would likely be obliterated by this chaotic energy. Understanding this, he sprang into action, raising his hand and striking downwards. However, Majin Buu completely evaded his attack, retreating while continuing to pound its chest, seeking to disrupt the energy field of the summoning beast within. Gohan, coolly and with a frosty demeanor, regarded the situation. This space was no ordinary realm. Releasing energy to escape was futile. The Ten Tails would absorb all the energy, and he would maintain the protective barrier, ensuring that it would not cease its energy release. If the opponent wished to unleash energy, then let it do so continually. With a swift motion, Gohan summoned chains from within the belly of the Ten Tails, binding them toward the distant Majin Buu. The little demon's expression shifted dramatically as it attempted to flee, only for Gohan, with a flash of movement, to appear before it. He raised his foot and kicked it away with tremendous force. Boom! The flying Majin Buu was ensnared by countless chains, which linked to its body and began to voraciously absorb the energy within. The energy within the small demon was formidable, as an immortal being. Even when pierced by iron chains, it suffered no harm. This led to a situation where it could not perish, and all its energy became nourishment for the Ten Tails, continuously enhancing its current form. Gohan observed all of this with satisfaction. His summoning technique was also ascending in level, thanks to the Ten Tails absorbing vast amounts of energy. It had fully awakened to its 100 power. But that was not all. It had broken through its limits, achieving a staggering 200 of the moon's doomsday power. With his summoning technique at 100, the Ten Tails awakened its lunar capabilities, granting Gohan the Jinchuriki transformation of the Ten Tails. This was exhilarating. The Ten Tails' power had surpassed its limits, and he had gained the Jinchuriki transformation. He owed this all to the small demon Majin Buu, whom Gohan watched with an ever-broadening smile. He did not destroy Majin Buu. Instead, he allowed it to be completely absorbed by the Ten Tails, transforming it into sustenance. Unwilling to accept its fate, the small demon Majin Buu let out a final, anguished cry as its entire body disintegrated, all its energy morphing into fuel for the Ten Tails. It left behind nothing, completely obliterated, even its remains vanished. With everything concluded, Gohan took a deep breath, his entire being coalescing. He instantly teleported out from within the Ten Tails, feeling the immense power of his summoning beast. The Ten Tails' Jinchuriki transformation allowed him to wield the might of the strongest tailed beast directly. Raising his hand, he channeled this power into himself. The Ten Tails entered his being, further augmenting his strength. With a flick of his hand, he unleashed a devastating strike. Tailed Beast Bomb, a super energy cannon. Boom! The colossal Tailed Beast Bomb, laced with a torrent of energy, obliterated an entire mountain, cleaving the earth in twain. Most importantly, this did not deplete his own energy, but rather that of the Ten Tails. A sensation he relished. He could attack without expending his own energy, and the power was astonishing. As the first Tailed Beast Bomb concluded, Tailed Beast orbs emerged behind him, capable of autonomous assault. Upon collision with an enemy, they would explode, and even if they vanished, they would regenerate. Moreover, this required no expenditure of his energy, all stemming from the power of the Ten Tails. He possessed two distinct energies, showcasing the remarkable prowess of the Ten Tails' Jinchuriki. Regrettably, there was no one to test this out. It was indeed a great pity. Suddenly, a figure appeared. Gohan, looking up, instantly recognized the approaching Kakarot. Having received the life force of the old Kai, Kakarot had been reborn. Originally, he had come to confront Majin Buu, but upon arriving here, he realized that the energy of Majin Buu had entirely dissipated, and Gohan's energy had taken on a peculiar quality. Noticing Gohan's current state, particularly the malevolent aura surrounding him, Kakarot's expression shifted. "Gohan, are you all right?" Gohan looked up, and in that instant, The tailed beast orbs suddenly sprung into action, hurtling towards Kakarot. Kakarot's face changed, and he took flight, but the tailed beast orbs followed suit, relentlessly pursuing him no matter where he soared. This left Kakarot bewildered, utterly perplexed by the situation. Gohan, what are you doing? What on earth is this? As Kakarot soared upwards, it became clear that the tailed beast orbs were causing him considerable distress. Gohan, observing this, recognized the utility of the tailed beast orbs. Without interference, he was eager to see what damage they could inflict upon Kakarot. A fully revived Kakarot should theoretically be immune to harm from the tailed beast orbs. Boom. The tailed beast orbs caught up with Kakarot, crashing into him. 5 of them simultaneously struck. The resulting explosion sent shockwaves through the ground, erupting in a cloud of smoke. Within the haze, flashes of yellow light flickered. It was evident that Kakarot had transformed into Super Saiyan 3, as only in that state could he withstand the onslaught of the tailed beast orbs. Coughing, he wore a grim expression. The damage from these explosions is terrifying. If I hadn't transformed into Super Saiyan 3, I would have been injured. What? They regenerate on their own? Gohan, stop it. Seeing 5 more tailed beast orbs generating behind Gohan, Kakarot's face fell, concern etched across it as he addressed Gohan. As the tailed beast orbs continued to bombard, Gohan waved his hand, halting their automatic attack mode. He finally comprehended that the tailed beast orbs could attack autonomously, akin to homing missiles, relentlessly pursuing their target. However, their explosive power far exceeded that of conventional missiles. The simultaneous explosion of 5 orbs forced Kakarot to utilize Super Saiyan 3, attesting to their staggering might. Furthermore, following an explosion, 5 new orbs would regenerate in less than a second, continuing to track their foe. It was akin to a barrage of infinite tracking projectiles, ceaselessly emerging. This ability to harass enemies was indeed remarkable. Gohan was thoroughly enamored with this newfound capability. Chapter 33. The 200 power of the tailed beast. Kakarot observed as Gohan stored the tailed beast ball behind him, emerging from the Ten Tails Jinchuriki state. With this, the malevolent aura dissipated once more, returning to its original state, leaving Kakarot profoundly intrigued. As he surveyed his surroundings, he remained puzzled about the whereabouts of Majin Buu. Gohan, where's Majin Buu? Have you obliterated him? But that can't be right. Majin Buu possesses the ability to resurrect indefinitely. He cannot be vanquished so easily. Kakarot was acutely aware of the terror that Majin Buu embodied, particularly his most troublesome trait, the capacity for continuous rebirth. As long as a fragment of him remained, he could revive. This was the essence of Majin Buu's formidable power. Little Majin Buu had even reached his full potential. Thus, Kakarot was deeply concerned. The inability to sense Majin Buu's presence left him bewildered regarding how Gohan had managed to resolve the situation. Gohan waved his hand nonchalantly, stating, I extracted all of his abilities. Without any fighting power or energy, he simply vanished. Kakarot was taken aback, staring at him in disbelief. What? You absorbed all of Majin Buu's energy? Wait, that earlier stance, it was indeed Majin Buu's energy. Gohan, you must be cautious. Do not allow Majin Buu to control you. Kakarot, filled with trepidation, feared Gohan might lose control. If he did, Kakarot doubted he could rein him in. Upon his arrival, he had already felt the terrifying energy emanating from Gohan. After unlocking his potential and harnessing the 100-fold Kaio-Ken, Gohan had surpassed Kakarot's expectations. It was unfathomable that Gohan could eclipse him. Gohan, however, was not concerned about being manipulated by Majin Buu. If anyone were to be controlled, it would be the Ten Tails. As it stood, the Ten Tails had perfectly absorbed energy, achieving a remarkable 200 power of the tailed beasts. The earlier attack on Kakarot was merely the tailed beast protecting its master. With a smile, he reverted to his normal state, the white hair of his Super Saiyan form vanishing. Do not worry, father. Everything is fine. Majin Buu has been dealt with. Let us return and see if we need to find the Dragon Balls to resurrect everyone on Earth. With this thought, Kakarot's eyes brightened as he nodded. Concerned for the safety of humanity, he accompanied Gohan back, intent on locating the Dragon Balls to restore life to all on Earth. After all, Vegeta had also been slain and remained in a spirit state. This time, they needed the Dragon Balls to revive Vegeta. Simultaneously, Gohan had his own intentions for the Dragon Balls, as the Earth's Dragon Balls had been modified by Dandy to grant 2 wishes. The first wish was to resurrect all of Earth's inhabitants. The second wish he intended to utilize for himself, as he wished to explore the potential of his Ultra Instinct further, or perhaps enhance his abilities with the help of the Eternal Dragon. In truth, The Eternal Dragon on Earth had limitations in fulfilling wishes compared to the Super Dragon Balls, which were vast like the universe itself and could grant any wish. The Earth's Dragon Balls could only fulfill ordinary wishes. For instance, achieving immortality was not feasible against divine attacks, which would still lead to demise. Thus, Gohan was not considering granting the Eternal Dragon extraordinary powers, but merely enhancing his own abilities would suffice. Upon returning, Kakarot announced the resolution of Majin Buu, eliciting a collective sigh of relief. The way everyone looked at Gohan had changed. After all, it was Gohan who had single-handedly vanquished Majin Buu. Yamcha, Krillin, and Tien Shinhan expressed their admiration, and even Piccolo was exhilarated, proud of Gohan's strength. Soon after, another matter was raised. By the way, now that we wish to find the Dragon Balls to resurrect everyone, Dandy, can you determine their location? Dandy nodded and provided the coordinates for the Dragon Balls. Before Kakarot could respond, Gohan spoke up. Father, leave the search for the Dragon Balls to me. They can grant 2 wishes. The first wish is to revive the people of Earth, and the second wish is something I also wish to fulfill. Upon hearing this, Kakarot hesitated, while Krillin and the others chimed in. Haha, since Gohan defeated Majin Buu, he should indeed receive the reward of wishes, after all. It was thanks to him that Majin Buu is defeated. Absolutely, Gohan should have his wishes fulfilled. The people of Earth owe him a debt of gratitude. If not for Gohan, we would all be doomed. Their words prompted Kakarot to nod in agreement, relinquishing the responsibility of locating the Dragon Balls to Gohan. Gohan obtained the Dragon Radar and, without a moment's hesitation, took flight. Originally, Videl had intended to accompany him, but he declined. Searching for the Dragon Balls was something he could handle alone. With a swift descent, he set off towards the first location. At his current speed, half a day would suffice to collect all 7 Dragon Balls. However, as he headed toward one of the locations, he was unexpectedly followed by someone, not Videl, but rather Android 18. This beautiful android seemed to harbor a peculiar interest in him, causing Gohan to smirk. Slowing his pace, he waited for 18 to catch up. And upon noticing her indifferent expression, he spoke. By the way, thank you for defending Videl from that attack earlier. If you ever find yourself in need of money, don't hesitate to ask me. Android 18 glanced at him with a cool demeanor and replied haughtily, I merely didn't wish to see that guy causing chaos. Such a proud demeanor. Shaking his head, Gohan thought little of it and soon arrived at the first location, effortlessly acquiring a Dragon Ball from beneath the water. This small glass sphere felt peculiar, its hidden power eluding even his senses. After all, the Eternal Dragon could be considered a divine being, akin to a supportive deity. As he grasped the first Dragon Ball, 18 observed him intently and could not help but inquire, what wish do you intend to make? Your strength is already considerable. Do you still wish to enhance yourself? Gohan nodded, his expression calm as he replied, yes, I plan to continue strengthening myself and developing my abilities. Android 18 looked puzzled. Why? You should have already surpassed Kakarot, making you the strongest on Earth. No, you should be the strongest in the universe. Addressing this, Gohan shrugged, his expression unflinching. No, I might be the strongest on Earth, but I have yet to reach the pinnacle of the universe. Chapter 34. Summoning the Earth Dragon Balls. The expression on Android 18's face was peculiar, as she was unable to comprehend what Gohan meant by the strongest in the universe. At present, Gohan had gathered 3 Dragon Balls, leaving 4 remaining. These Dragon Balls were scattered across the globe, and within just half an hour, he had traversed half the Earth. The planet was devoid of any human presence, for Majin Buu had annihilated all humanity. After flying for quite some time, he encountered not a single soul. Upon collecting the 6th Dragon Ball, he stumbled upon the lost Mr. Satan. Seeing him, Satan cheered joyfully, urging Gohan to take him along as they soared through the skies. Mr. Satan, with an expression of excitement, eagerly addressed Gohan. Did you defeat that Majin Buu? He isn't really dead, is he? Despite his nature, he isn't inherently evil. Gohan casually replied, Little Buu has vanished, but the split-off Fat Buu still remains. I shall introduce you to him later. Mr. Satan's face lit up with joy, nodding enthusiastically, clearly fond of Fat Buu and wishing for his survival. Regardless, Gohan was unconcerned about Fat Buu's fate, knowing that the creature's power was far below his own. With a mere flick of his wrist, he could obliterate him. Together with Mr. Satan, they ventured to the 7th Dragon Ball, located in the depths of the ocean. Android 18 accompanied them, watching as Gohan emerged triumphantly from the water, clutching the final Dragon Ball with exhilaration. Wonderful! I have gathered all 7 Dragon Balls. Haha, now I can summon the Eternal Dragon. He sighed. exhausted from his journey across the earth, but now fulfilled with the collection complete. With a swift gesture, he cast the 7 Dragon Balls onto a nearby patch of ground. Mr. Satan observed in curiosity, unable to grasp Gohan's intentions. He wanted to inquire with Android 18, but her frosty demeanor deterred him. He was indeed apprehensive of her. Should she choose to unleash her wrath, he would stand no chance. At this moment, only Gohan had a good rapport with her. As the Dragon Balls were assembled, ready for summoning, Android 18 stood nearby, arms crossed, guarding against any potential disruptions. "Come forth, Eternal Dragon. Grant my wish," Gohan exclaimed, raising his hand. The moment was electric. The summoning completed in an instant. Thunder rumbled as a bolt of lightning struck the Dragon Balls, which radiated a brilliant light. A multicolored beam shot skyward, connecting heaven and earth, and an eastern dragon spiraled into the sky. Mr. Satan, taken aback, fell to the ground in shock. "A monster. There's a monster here." Android 18 shot him an irritable glare, clearly annoyed by his interruption of Gohan's momentous task. "Be quiet." At her admonition, Mr. Satan quickly covered his mouth, looking pitiful, fully aware of the peril he faced in her presence. As he stared ahead, Gohan was filled with joy, gazing up at the dazzling dragon. 2 wishes awaited him, and he was eager to see them realized. If he could utilize both wishes, it would be a tremendous boon. Yet, he understood the gravity of the moment and wasted no time. "Eternal Dragon, revive all those who perished due to Majin Buu's rampage. Bring back all the humans of Earth." Hearing Gohan's plea, the Eternal Dragon inhaled deeply and within a second fulfilled his first wish. "Your wish has been granted." In an instant, countless lights soared into the sky as the souls of the deceased humans returned, resurrecting all life on Earth. The humans, bewildered, could hardly fathom what had transpired. With the first wish realized, Gohan hesitated, pondering the nature of his second wish. Should he attempt to gain immortality? However, he speculated that the Earth's Eternal Dragon's immortality would be of little use against a being as formidable as Beerus, the god of destruction. If immortality was off the table, what about wealth? Countless riches? Gohan glanced toward Mr. Satan, dismissing the notion. With Mr. Satan around, he could borrow any amount of money he desired. Ultimately, he decided to proceed with his original plan. "Eternal Dragon, I wish for you to enhance my Ultra Instinct technique," elevating it to a 100 activation capability. The Eternal Dragon paused, then shook its head. "Your Ultra Instinct technique is the art of true deities. I am merely a lesser divine being and cannot augment your Ultra Instinct." Gohan sighed in disappointment, contemplating another request. Then, "Can you enable me to transform into a Super Saiyan God directly?" The Eternal Dragon again shook its head. Transforming into a Super Saiyan God requires the collective power of 5 Super Saiyans. This is a matter for your kind alone. Gohan understood this well, realizing he would need to gather 5 Super Saiyans. Unfortunately, Little Pan was yet to be born, and he doubted that Vegeta would cooperate with him. He then considered the possibility of enlisting Android 18, recalling that she was a human augmentation rather than a robot and could bear children. A sly smile crept across Gohan's face as he addressed the Eternal Dragon once more. "In that case, can you help me develop my Super Saiyan transformation to its full 100 potential?" The Eternal Dragon, slightly embarrassed, admitted, "Indeed, my capabilities regarding Saiyans are rather limited. However, I can give it a try." With that, the Eternal Dragon concentrated, and a surge of divine energy flowed into Gohan. His Super Saiyan transformation rapidly escalated from under 10 to a full 100, unlocking its ultimate power. As Gohan felt the surge of strength from achieving a complete Super Saiyan transformation, he received another chance at a wish. Satisfied, he waved at the Eternal Dragon and said, "Well done. You have managed to fulfill my wish this time. I shall return again for further enhancements." Chapter 35. The Transformation into the God of Super Saiyans. The Dragon, with a look of utter disbelief, took a deep breath and surged forward, unable to maintain its energy. It promptly transformed into 7 stones, scattering across the globe. It would be nearly a year before the dragon could recover. After a year, it would regain the ability to act once more. At present, Gohan had attained the peak transformation of Super Saiyan 3, possessing the confidence to contend with Kakarot. However, surpassing Son Goku was not his ambition. He aspired to transcend the god of destruction. Before that, he needed to achieve the transformation of Super Saiyan God, requiring the combined power of 5 Super Saiyans to attain such divine strength. Only by obtaining the Super Red form could he draw closer to true divinity. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Gohan landed once more, facing Android 18 and Mr. Satan, stating calmly, "All right, we can return now." The people on Earth have nearly all been revived. The two nodded in agreement, and Mr. Satan continued to allow Gohan to pull him back to the sacred world. Upon their return, they discovered that Vegeta had already been revived. It was evident from Vegeta's gaze that he regarded Gohan with newfound respect, clearly aware of Gohan's triumph over Majin Buu, suggesting that Vegeta was quite concerned about Gohan's abilities. His eyes were fixated intently on Gohan. Nearby, Kakarot, sensing that many had regained their energy, approached with a hearty laugh, draping an arm around Gohan's shoulders. Gohan, you did splendidly. By the way, what wish did you make with the dragon? You didn't wish for an abundance of wealth, did you? Gohan rolled his eyes in response to Kakarot's playful inquiry. I'm not that trivial. With Mr. Satan around, as long as he remains a world hero, we'll have more than enough wealth without needing to wish for it. Kakarot paused, realizing Gohan had a valid point. He had not considered that angle. With a chuckle, he nodded in agreement. All right then, let us credit Mr. Satan for the victory over Majin Buu. We can spread the word that Mr. Satan defeated Majin Buu. Many gazed at Mr. Satan, their expressions shifting, causing him to tremble in fear as he hid behind Gohan, acutely aware that any one of them could easily overpower him. Now, Mr. Satan recognized his own limitations. Yet he felt a sense of joy in being reinstated as a world hero, since he was originally Gohan's father-in-law. Gohan's decision to honor him was unlikely to draw any dissent. As the world returned to normalcy, the group engaged in casual conversations, preparing to leave. Just as Gohan was about to depart with Videl, he glanced at Android 18, smiling as he uttered, by the way, 18. I previously sought the Dragon's assistance to enhance my strength, but I'm unsure of its efficacy. How about you help me train? After a moment's hesitation, Android 18 nodded in agreement. Kakarot, who had intended to accompany Gohan for training, was abruptly held back by Chi-Chi, who was decidedly displeased. Goku, there are numerous tasks awaiting your attention at home. Now that you've been revived, focus on your responsibilities. Don't disturb Gohan. Kakarot, caught in Chi-Chi's grasp, felt helpless and despondent. Oh, Chi-Chi, don't be like this. Had I known, I wouldn't have come back to life. Just grant me a bit of training time. But Chi-Chi was unyielding, pulling Kakarot away, determined to prevent him from interrupting Gohan. It was clear that Gohan and Android 18 shared a unique bond, and Kakarot's meddling was utterly unwarranted. Having successfully drawn the lottery, Gohan obtained the Conqueror's Haki. He also acquired the Manjiki Sharingan. Conqueror's Haki. This ability can instill a sense of dread in weaker foes, allowing Gohan to repel those with inferior combat power effortlessly. Manjiki Sharingan, an advanced form of the Three-Tomo Sharingan, which, upon reaching 100 mastery, enables the summoning of Susanoo. The Conqueror's Haki is considered a semi-passive, semi-active ability and cannot be enhanced. Conversely, the Manjiki Sharingan, once perfected, allows for the summoning of Susanoo, proving to be an immensely practical skill. There is hope that it may one day evolve into the Rinnegan. After the lottery concluded, Gohan landed before Android 18, who had assumed a ready stance to counter his attack. Gohan lifted his gaze, a smile gracing his features. How about this? Let us make another wager. This time, the stakes will be 10 million. If you can touch me, you win 10 million. If you can injure me, I'll give you 100 million. Rest assured, if it comes to 100 million, Mr. Satan will cover the martial arts tournament prize. Considering the odds, Gohan was confident of his victory, securing several million from Mr. Satan should prove effortless. Android 18 scoffed, understanding that such money would not be easily obtained. She regarded Gohan with a knowing smile, aware that he had ulterior motives. What is your request? Gohan raised a hand, speaking nonchalantly. If I win, you must assist me with a certain task. Android 18's brow furrowed in confusion. What task requires my assistance? Gohan replied calmly, of course, this is something I can't accomplish alone. You must have heard the dragon mention the conditions for transforming into a Super Saiyan God, correct? Upon hearing this, Android 18's curiosity piqued. What is a Super Saiyan God? She understood Super Saiyan 3 but was unfamiliar with the concept of Super Saiyan God. Recognizing her bewilderment, Gohan, as a time traveler, elaborated, the Super Saiyan God form, also known as the Super Pink transformation, exceeds Super Saiyan 3 in power and represents the first step into the realm of divinity. After attaining this form, one can advance further. Super Saiyan 3 is already the limit, and surpassing to Super Saiyan 4 or 5 pales in comparison to the power of the pink form. Android 18 nodded, still somewhat perplexed, and asked, what does this have to do with me? With a playful smile, Gohan replied, it is of great significance. You see, The transformation into Super Saiyan God requires the gathering of 5 individuals to channel their power into one. That totals 6. Consider this. My father, Kakarot, and I make 3. Then Gotenks represents 4, and Vegeta is 5. We still need one more. Android 18 had not initially considered this. But how do you intend to fill this gap? Gohan raised a hand, revealing, Videl is currently pregnant with my child, which counts as 1. As for the other, well, you should know how to expedite the appearance of a Saiyan. In an instant, Android 18's face flushed, and the next moment, she lunged at him, fists clenched in fury. You want me to bear a Saiyan for you? Her speed was astonishing, and she struck with full force, catching Gohan off guard. As she reached him, he instinctively raised a hand to grasp one of hers, smiling as he reassured her, Come now, I've protected you. Consider this a fulfillment of my wish. The Super Pink transformation is vital to me, so rest assured, I won't harm you. On the 18th, Android 18 continued her assault. Her cheeks flushed with determination as she relentlessly charged at Gohan. Gohan deftly evaded her every attack, exuding an air of calm as he watched her frustration mount. It was an amusing spectacle. Had Android 18 truly been irate, she would have turned and departed, yet here she was, persistently attacking him. This could only indicate her tsundere nature, unwilling to verbally acquiesce, necessitating a degree of coercion. In an instant, Gohan made a swift movement, teleporting behind her before she could react. He seized her with ease, effortlessly wrapping his arm around her. With a swift motion, he rendered her unconscious. Cradling Android 18's perfect form, Gohan descended to the ground, casting a satisfied glance at her sleeping visage. With a chuckle, he remarked, Don't hold it against me. This is all in pursuit of my Super Saiyan transformation. If he failed to knock her out, his ambitions would remain unrealized. Before long, Android 18 regained consciousness, her face a picture of fury. What are you doing? She demanded. Gohan replied with composure, As I stated, should you win, I shall grant you 10 million. If you lose, you must assist me in achieving the status of Super Saiyan God. Android 18 glared at him, her expression a mix of embarrassment and anger. I never agreed to that. Gohan smiled and countered, But you accepted my 100,000, do you not recall? Android 18 was taken aback by his audacity. It was infuriating. Yet, deep down, she recognized she could never best Gohan. Even in his untransformed state, he was more than capable of subduing her. As events unfolded, even a semblance of coercion proved futile against her resistance. Eventually, Gohan looked up casually and remarked, By the way, to avoid any complications, I'll be visiting you every few days. Android 18's expression darkened. After all, she had been wounded, and as an android, it was the first time she had felt such pain. She shot Gohan a glare, intending to leave, but he blocked her path. With genuine concern, he said, You've just been injured. Don't rush off. I'll have the servants prepare some food for you. I will discuss this matter with Videl. Gohan's earnest demeanor made Android 18 feel a strange sense of disbelief. Could he actually be a good man? How insufferable. Was he attempting to play both sides? Yet, Gohan's formidable strength and understanding of her personality as a time traveler suggested that she was indeed the type to endure and strive to be a good partner. With a frosty expression, Android 18 remained unmoved and coldly stated, 100 million. You promised me that. I want to see it by tomorrow. Gohan nodded, smiling. Rest assured, even if you assist me in raising a child, I will ensure you receive that sum. Android 18's cheeks flushed as she realized the depths of his shamelessness. How could he have calculated even this? Had she known better, she would never have accepted that 100,000. With that sum and the now promised 100 million, she felt as though she had bartered herself away. Strangely, she felt no resistance within. She was certain that if she were to bear a child, that child would undoubtedly become a formidable warrior. If it were a boy, he might possess an even greater genetic potential. Contemplating all this, Android 18 felt a flicker of glee. It was natural for women to seek out powerful partners. After the heartache inflicted by Krillin, she had trained with Gohan. And as time passed, her feelings had deepened. Now, all she wished was for Gohan to treat her with kindness in the future. She had no desire for formal recognition. For her, it was enough that someone treated her well. Her hopes were that simple. Chapter 36. Thus spoke Kakarot. Time swiftly passed, and a week had gone by. For the past few days, Gohan had been training with Android 18, dedicating his mornings and evenings to rigorous practice. With Videl's pregnancy requiring her to rest, Gohan found solace in this routine, almost forgetting his aspiration to transform into a Super Saiyan God, as the wait felt interminable. Seizing a rare moment of leisure, he decided to visit Kakarot. Kakarot, commanded by Chi-Chi to tend to the fields, was operating a digger, laboring diligently on their farmland. Upon Gohan's arrival, Kakarot's face lit up, and he greeted him warmly. "Gohan, it's been a while since I last saw you. I wanted to train with you, but Chi-Chi 1T let me leave. By the way, I heard you've gotten married. Congratulations." Kakarot beamed at Gohan, having heard the news about his relationship with Videl. They were now publicly recognized as a couple. However, Kakarot was puzzled by Android 18's presence, which left him bewildered. Stepping closer, Kakarot inquired, "Gohan, what's going on? Why is Android 18 with you? How did you manage to cultivate relationships with two girls? No wonder Chi-Chi 1T let me train with you." Kakarot's astonishment was palpable. He could hardly fathom how his son had become so adept at navigating romantic entanglements, especially considering his own struggles with Chi-Chi not far off. Android 18 let out a cold huff, her demeanor icy towards anyone but Gohan, which further perplexed Kakarot. Gohan, however, was not there to indulge in idle chatter. He had a purpose. "Father, Bulma's birthday party should be starting soon. How about you be my training partner before that? I have a feeling something interesting will happen at the party." Kakarot, initially inclined to agree, sighed in resignation. Chi-Chi wouldn't allow him to train. And the fields were far from finished. "Lately, I've only managed to squeeze in some training on King Kai's planet." Kakarot lamented, his frustration evident. Gohan chuckled. "It's simple. I can ask Din for 100 million zenny, and Chi-Chi 1T object?" Kakarot's face brightened at this prospect. "Really? That's fantastic. With 100 million. Chi-Chi will surely be fine with it." However, Android 18's brow furrowed slightly, her sensitivity to financial matters apparent. Leaning closer to Gohan, she whispered, "Last time, you took 100 million from Din. Asking for another might prove challenging." Gohan pondered briefly before replying softly, "At Bulma's birthday party, there will definitely be valuable prizes worth millions. How about we ask Bulma for some funds then?" A smile crept onto Android 18's lips as they exchanged glances, a silent agreement forming between them. Gohan turned to Kakarot, who remained oblivious. "Leave the 100 million to me. Just train with me, and I promise to deliver the money later." Kakarot, eager to train with Gohan, nodded in agreement. "I haven't fought you since the battle with Majin Buu. When I was under his control. This time will be different. Let me test your strength." With that, Kakarot charged at Gohan, throwing a punch. To his astonishment, Gohan effortlessly blocked it with a single hand, leaving Kakarot wide-eyed in disbelief at his son's remarkable power. Gohan, unfazed, remarked, "Father, you 1T win like this. You should unleash your full strength. You must realize what level I have attained." Kakarot laughed heartily at Gohan's confidence, gathering his energy. "All right, Super Saiyan 3. 20 times Kaio-Ken." A powerful aura enveloped Kakarot, creating a tempest around him. This was the pinnacle of his strength. Yet, Gohan, having absorbed the essence of Majin Buu, had surpassed his father's abilities. "Your strongest form still falls short," Gohan stated, shaking his head. "Without training, it seems you find it difficult to surpass your limits." As Gohan transformed into Super Saiyan 3, he mirrored Kakarot's transformation, but with a power exceeding his father's. 100 times Kaio-Ken. The energy surged forth, overwhelming Kakarot, who stared in astonishment. "Gohan, you're incredible. You truly defeated Majin Buu. This power is beyond my reach." Gohan smirked, a playful glint in his eyes. "And that's not all. Eternal Mangeki Sharingan." Jinjutsu. Chapter 37. Unable to withstand a single strike, Kakarot's expression shifted dramatically, completely unprepared for the sudden transformation of the sky around him. The bright daylight was swiftly obscured by thick, dark clouds, plunging everything into an unexpected night. He felt as though he were being watched by countless pairs of eyes. With a scowl, Kakarot unleashed his attacks against the surrounding illusions. In the throes of his fury, it became evident that he had fallen victim to Gohan's illusionary techniques. Though it lasted only about 10 seconds, that brief moment was more than sufficient. By the time Kakarot broke free from the illusion, Gohan had already assumed the stance to unleash the Super Kamehameha. Kamehameha, ha! With a resounding roar, the immense wave of energy surged toward Kakarot, who, with alarmed eyes, raised his hands in a desperate attempt to resist Gohan's formidable attack. The sheer magnitude of Gohan's amassed power was overwhelming. Even as Kakarot managed to withstand the onslaught, he found himself utterly drained, depleting all the energy from his Super Saiyan 3 transformation. As the transformation faded, he returned to his original state, visibly exhausted, panting heavily, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. In stark contrast, Gohan appeared completely at ease, highlighting the vast disparity between them. Haha. I never imagined that I would be unable to surpass you, Gohan. The gap between us is simply too great. However, you have opened my eyes to new possibilities. All right. I will strive to surpass you within a day. After one day, let us compete again. Kakarot, despite his current limitations, radiated determination, which piqued Gohan's interest. With a slight smirk, he replied, "Oh, is that so, father? If that is the case, I can grant you a day to attempt to surpass me. Otherwise, this will hardly count as training, and I too shall be unable to grow stronger. Do not let me down." With that, he departed alongside Android 18. This time, he truly understood the vast gulf between himself and Kakarot. Without transforming into Super Saiyan Red, Kakarot stood no chance against him. Gohan was curious to see how Kakarot intended to bridge that gap. As he returned home with Android 18, he couldn't help but chuckle. Son Goku as Super Saiyan 3 is merely that. Gohan, your Super Saiyan 3 has already surpassed him. I dare say even if Vegeta were to join him, they would not emerge victorious against you. Upon hearing Android 18's words, a spark ignited in Gohan's mind. Of course, the fusion technique. Haha, I understand now. Kakarot is likely planning to fuse with Vegeta. How intriguing. Once they merge, they will become Vegeta, arguably the strongest warrior in the universe. Their combined strength will undoubtedly surpass expectations. But will Vegeta truly comply with Kakarot's wishes for the fusion? I sincerely hope Kakarot can persuade Vegeta, otherwise. Training alone would be dreadfully mundane. Without a formidable opponent, my growth would be stunted. It would be better to stay home and train alongside Android 18. As his wife, Chi-Chi, began to show signs of pregnancy, Gohan resolved to spend more time at home with his family. He felt a profound sense of accomplishment knowing that soon he would be a father, passing on his genes to their child. Just as Gohan had surmised. Kakarot recognized that he could not match Gohan's strength. The gap was too immense, not something he could overcome through a single day of training. To compete with Gohan, he would indeed need to fuse with Vegeta. The combination of the two strongest warriors would yield a strength greater than the sum of their parts, truly formidable against Gohan. In a flash, Kakarot soared to Bulma's residence, but before he could greet Vegeta, Bulma seized him with a bright smile. "Goku, in a few days, it will be my birthday celebration, and I plan to prepare some gifts. I initially thought of gathering the Dragon Balls, but it seems they are currently unusable. What would be the best first prize?" Kakarot grimaced, feeling the weight of her question. "Bulma, at your age, gifts should hardly be of concern." Bulma's expression darkened, her frustration evident. "Goku, do you not realize that women despise having their age mentioned? I expect you to think carefully about the first prize. You won't escape this easily." Kakarot, feeling helpless, suddenly thought of Gohan. "Ah, Bulma, I believe Gohan has been quite impressive lately. Perhaps he could devise an excellent plan for your celebration? I could ask him to help you." Upon hearing Gohan's name, Bulma's face lit up with enthusiasm. "Gohan? That sounds perfect. After all, it was Gohan who defeated Majin Buu. Please ask him to assist me with the preparations." Having sold Gohan out, Kakarot bid farewell and swiftly entered Vegeta's training room. The sudden appearance of Kakarot startled Vegeta, who nearly struck him with a punch. Kakarot barely dodged and instead caught Vegeta's fist. Without hesitation, Vegeta launched a furious assault on Kakarot, and in mere moments, they exchanged hundreds of blows, neither gaining the upper hand. Given Kakarot's dwindling energy, Vegeta stepped back, observing Kakarot's current state with a sardonic grin. "Kakarot, it seems you truly are outmatched. Gohan vanquished Majin Buu without your intervention. You cannot compare to your own son." Kakarot, rubbing his head, sighed in exasperation. "Vegeta, your words are painfully true. You do not understand. Gohan has reached a divine realm of power. Without that level of strength, even at my peak, I would struggle to withstand a single blow." Vegeta raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Oh, he is that formidable? You cannot endure even a single strike in your strongest state?" Kakarot nodded vigorously. "Indeed, Vegeta. If it were you, I fear you would barely withstand even half a strike." Vegeta's anger flared at Kakarot's taunts. "Kakarot, are you attempting to humiliate me?" Chapter 38. Has Vegeta been persuaded? This guy has quite a sharp tongue. Why is it that he can support one move? Yet when it comes to him, he can't manage even half a move. Vegeta shot a displeased glare in his direction. Noticing Vegeta's anger, Kakarot could only awkwardly laugh and apologize. "Well, Vegeta, I'm merely stating the facts. Anyway, I called you here for something important." With a cold huff, Vegeta replied. "I have no time." Kakarot, looking puzzled, responded, "Really? Haven't you been training nonstop lately? How could you possibly be too busy?" Vegeta shot him a disdainful glance and retorted, Bulma's birthday party is about to start. Do you really think I would be running around aimlessly? Kakarot looked at him with a strange expression. Vegeta, I never imagined you cared so much for Bulma. Vegeta's face flushed red, and with a proud demeanor, he declared, mind your own business. Now, don't interrupt my training. Shaking his head, Kakarot turned to leave but couldn't help but drop a parting comment. Well, it seems I can't tell you how to deal with Gohan, who might surpass him in just one day. This offhand remark made Vegeta furrow his brow, and he glanced back sharply. With a frown, he asked, come back, Kakarot. What do you mean by surpassing Gohan in a day? Do you realize he defeated Majin Buu? The second stage of Majin Buu was utterly overwhelming. Do you comprehend the terror of the second stage Majin Buu? Even in hell, he could sense Buu's energy, and he could easily crush him. Gohan is undoubtedly powerful. Surpassing him in a day is absolutely impossible. But Kakarot simply smiled, turning back with a serious expression and raising a finger. Vegeta, you must understand, one-on-one. We stand no chance. However, if we were to team up. Before he could finish, the proud prince of all Saiyans interrupted with discontent. I would never team up with anyone to face another. That is not how we Saiyans fight. Kakarot chuckled and continued. Let me finish, Vegeta. Do you know about fusion? It's what I taught Goten and Trunks. If we fuse, the two of us can become one, and our powers will combine. Upon hearing Kakarot's words, Vegeta's eyes lit up with interest. Oh, fusion. I recall that it's a technique from the Supreme Kai. I heard from Piccolo that fusion can transform two beings of similar strength into a more powerful entity. Kakarot, you never cease to amaze me. Haha. Our strengths are indeed comparable, and if combined, we might have a chance against that brat. Recently, Gohan had been rather arrogant, which Vegeta could not tolerate. Observing Vegeta's newfound enthusiasm, Kakarot quickly leaned in, laughing heartily. All right, Vegeta, let's train for fusion. I am certain that after we fuse, we will be the strongest Saiyan warriors. I've even thought of a name, Gogeta. Upon hearing this, Vegeta frowned, gritting his teeth. Aren't we supposed to be called Vegeto? Kakarot sighed. How about we call ourselves Gogeta instead? With the name settled, they began to practice the fusion technique. Unfortunately, Vegeta forgot to ask Piccolo about the specifics of the fusion technique and could only watch as Kakarot demonstrated. In that moment, he regretted it all. Kakarot, you bastard. You want me to use such a humiliating technique with you? No way. I'll never agree. Vegeta's anguished cries echoed throughout Capsule Corporation. In the heart of the city, within a luxurious villa, the rarely available Satan decided to visit with Fat Buu to check on Videl. After all, the child Videl was expecting would be his future granddaughter, and Satan was deeply concerned about his yet-to-be-born granddaughter. He even brought along several toys for the baby. Videl, upon seeing the gifts, looked exasperated. Dad, I'm not even 1 month along. Why are you buying things like a crib? Satan laughed heartily. Videl, it's better to be prepared. By the way, I'll also hire a few nannies. The villa can't just have us here. I've been getting a lot of advertising gigs lately and making quite a bit of money. If you and Gohan need cash, just let me know. Videl smiled sweetly. With 18 here to help me, I don't need any nannies. Even if trouble arises, 18 can handle it. Satan was taken aback, not quite understanding the relationship between Gohan and 18, but he dared not ask Gohan. He was extremely pleased with Gohan as a son-in-law. Gohan was powerful and had helped him out of many dangerous situations. In Gohan's presence, he felt small and always heeded his advice, knowing that his continued status as world champion was largely due to Gohan's support. While chatting with Videl, Gohan returned with 18 after finishing their training. He greeted Satan with a wave and settled onto the sofa for a moment of relaxation, while Videl promptly approached him to give him a massage. Gohan smiled gently, patted Videl's hand, and pulled her to sit beside him. Facing Satan, he asked, by the way, Satan, how's the advertising shoot going? I still need a bit of money, around 100 million. I'll have 18 come to collect it from you. Satan looked at 18, who was wearing a bright smile, and said, Gohan, 100 million will take some time. Didn't I give you 100 million just recently? Have you already spent it all? The last 100 million had already gone to 18, and with a glance at her, he thought it unlikely she would part with any of it. Gohan casually remarked, regardless. My father Kakarot also needs some funds. I'll give you time to gather it. In a few days, Bulma's birthday party will commence, and who knows what might happen then. With a smirk, Gohan's words made Satan shiver slightly, filled with a sense of dread. He understood that whatever Gohan was hinting at was not trivial. If it mattered to Gohan, it was surely significant, and Satan couldn't help but feel curious. Gohan, what kind of events are we talking about? Gohan didn't elaborate, saying only, Let us discuss it later. He didn't want to delve into details, for he knew that these individuals would be ill-equipped to handle the reality of the vast power gap between them and the gods of destruction. The disparity was monumental, and the gods of destruction were genuinely formidable beings. For now, he needed to transform into a Super Saiyan God as quickly as possible. He glanced at Videl's belly, a smile creeping onto his lips. He looked at 18 again, eagerly anticipating the birth of their 2 Saiyan children, who would aid him in becoming a Super Saiyan God. It was rare for Kakarot to arrive at his luxurious villa so early in the day. Upon landing, he gazed in awe at the magnificent mansion, astounded by its grandeur. After all, this villa had been extensively renovated by Gohan, boasting an impressive size. Every penny from Satan had gone into refurbishing the villa, making it comparable to Capsule Corporation. Satan's earning potential was not far behind that of Capsule Corp, and Gohan had shown great foresight in making him a world champion hero. The villa spanned over 1,000 square meters and included not only the mansion and gardens but also a vast training ground. Kakarot was thrilled to see it. Gohan, this guy has truly outdone himself. I never expected him to create such an expansive training area. It surpasses even Vegeta's training chamber. Gohan is indeed remarkable. Just as he emerged, he was met with a dazzling sight, and he greeted Kakarot with a wave. Father, Gohan and Android 18 have gone to fetch money from Dad. After speaking, he instructed the servant to lead Kakarot inside. Upon entering, Kakarot was once again awestruck by the opulent decor, compared to his residence on the mountain. This was a true mansion. As soon as he settled in, a servant promptly brought him tea. After taking a sip, Kakarot found himself reluctant to leave. The comfort of this place was unparalleled. The entire mansion was attended to by several maids, looking after Videl and Gohan's daily needs, ensuring that neither had to lift a finger for trivial tasks. As the daughter of a wealthy family, especially in her current condition of expecting a child, Videl had no burdensome chores. In fact, she was beginning to grow impatient with the tranquility of her life. Observing Kakarot with curiosity, she could not help but inquire, Father, I heard that you and Gohan have arranged to spar together. May I watch? Kakarot pondered for a moment before nodding with a smile. Of course. This time, I finally managed to persuade Vegeta. I intend to show Gohan something truly remarkable. He will be astonished. As they conversed, Gohan returned from Mr. Satan's place, carrying 50 million in cash, with the remaining 50 million to be collected later. Upon entering, he was taken aback by Kakarot's words. He was particularly surprised that Vegeta had agreed to such a rustic fusion technique. Unable to contain himself, he exclaimed, Oh, Vegeta is actually willing to fuse with you? That truly surprises me. Kakarot had not anticipated that Gohan was already aware of this and covered his head, exclaiming, Ah, you guessed it. I had a hard time convincing Vegeta. I promised him I would help prepare a birthday gift for Bulma. Oh, I suppose I shouldn't mention that. After enjoying a peaceful life, Vegeta clearly doted on his wife and child, contrasting sharply with Kakarot's personality. It was unexpected that Kakarot had agreed to such conditions to persuade Vegeta. Gohan, looking satisfied, entered and set down the box containing the 50 million in cash, stating, By the way, here is 50 million. Take it back to Chi-Chi for now. As for the remaining 50 million, I will gather it as soon as possible. Chapter 39. The birth of Vegeta. Kakarot was taken aback by the heavy box, weighing an astonishing 50 million. Gazing at the stacks of cash, he was filled with astonishment. Satan truly had a knack for making money, as he had actually delivered such a substantial sum. By the way, Gohan, the first prize from Bulma was originally the Dragon Balls. However, since the Dragon Balls require a year to regenerate, I was wondering if you might have any other brilliant ideas? Upon hearing this, Gohan's eyes lit up. He intended to accompany Bulma in search of the Super Dragon Balls. He knew that Bulma was acquainted with someone who could assist in locating their whereabouts. This was indeed a splendid opportunity, regardless of the circumstances. He was determined to find the Super Dragon Balls and fulfill several wishes. Perhaps he could elevate his Ultra Instinct to a perfect 100, or perhaps attain immortality. Nodding in agreement, he replied, Yes, I will seek out Bulma. I have some excellent ideas regarding the first prize. Kakarot was delighted to concur. As contemplating such matters had been quite taxing for him, he was eager to resume training with Gohan. I promise, within a day, I will devise a strategy to defeat you. What do you say? Are you interested in giving it a try? Gohan could hardly contain his anticipation. He was eager to discover whether the fusion of Kakarot and Vegeta could make for a worthy opponent. Waiting idly for the god of destruction to arrive was simply too mundane. With a sudden thought, Gohan suggested, in that case, why not wager on our battle? Father, if I win this match, I want you and Vegeta to assist me with a task. Kakarot, curious, inquired, what task? Gohan replied with a mysterious smile. That must remain a secret for now, but consider it part of our wager. Please discuss it with Vegeta. Without a moment's hesitation, Kakarot agreed, promising to relay the message to Vegeta. All right, I'll take care of it. Just mention it to Vegeta, and he will surely agree. Indeed, Kakarot was Vegeta's nemesis, and dealing with Vegeta was a task best left to him. Soon, he would transform into Super Saiyan God. The excitement was palpable. With a casual remark, he led Kakarot to the training ground for their battle wager. As they approached, Videl hurriedly followed, her interest piqued. Gohan, I'm so bored at home every day. Could I come and watch? Please. Videl, who loved fighting, felt restless due to her pregnancy, which prevented her from engaging in combat. Gohan glanced at Videl and then at Android 18 nearby, smiling as he nodded in agreement. Yes, 18 will be with you, so there is no need to worry. Videl cheered joyfully, turning to Android 18. 18, I'll be counting on you this time. Android 18 calmly nodded her approval. The amicable relationship between the two women stemmed from the previous battle against Majin Buu, where 18 had protected Videl. Their harmonious bond was indeed ideal. And they had little reason to quarrel, for neither could match Gohan's formidable strength. Gohan's overwhelming power rendered him capable of managing both women effortlessly. Kakarot, observing from the sidelines, felt a twinge of envy, pondering why Gohan seemed to possess such higher emotional intelligence. As fellow Saiyans, he wondered why there was such a stark contrast between them. At the training ground, which had been extensively modified with Bulma's advanced technology, a 5-layer protective shield surrounded the area, forming a semicircular dome. In normal conditions, as long as there were no cataclysmic energy surges, everything would remain intact. Kakarot gazed upon this protective arena with admiration, exclaiming, Gohan, this place is truly remarkable. With this 5-layer shield, we need not fear any accidents. It seems we can battle freely. Gohan, maintaining a calm demeanor, was equally eager to ascertain the true strength of Vegeta. The fusion of Kakarot and Vegeta promised to elevate their power to unprecedented heights. Based on his initial conjectures, Gohan believed that Vegeta, through the use of Patera earrings, could easily overpower the Majin Buu who had absorbed Goku. This indicated that Vegeta had reached the divine realm, possessing the strength of a Super Saiyan God without the need for transformation. Gohan was certain of this, and it stirred the Saiyan blood within him. He was exhilarated. The battle against Majin Buu had posed no challenge, as his rapid progression had outstripped such adversaries. Now, with Kakarot persuading Vegeta, he would finally witness the astonishing power of the elite warriors. Currently, Gohan was even more eager than Kakarot, who was busy contacting Vegeta, who was preoccupied with family duties and preparing for a birthday celebration. Upon arriving at the training ground and witnessing Gohan's protective shield, Vegeta felt a pang of jealousy. How could Bulma help Gohan create this training facility without my knowledge? How infuriating. My gravity training room simply pales in comparison to this. With a competitive spirit ignited by jealousy, Vegeta was determined to teach Gohan a lesson. The two reached a consensus and prepared for their first transformation. Gohan stood patiently on the sidelines, arms crossed, exuding calmness. Behind him, Videl waved her hands excitedly, unexpectedly calling out, Gohan, go for it. Gohan found this amusing. Those words were meant for Goku and Vegeta. Now, as Goku and Vegeta took their stances, they moved in sync, fingers interlocking. Clearly, they had practiced this many times. Yet Vegeta remained flushed, embarrassed by the awkward pose. In the next moment, a brilliant flash erupted, shattering the first layer of the protective shield with an explosive force. Gohan was momentarily stunned, feeling the energy radiating from Vegeta. His Saiyan blood surged with excitement. This was the worthy opponent he had longed for. As he had anticipated, even in their base form, Vegeta was nearing the divine level. Should they transform into Super Saiyan 3, they would truly enter the realm of the gods. Before the god of destruction arrived, Gohan was eager to spar with Vegeta. Otherwise, he might not be strong enough to confront the god of destruction. Chapter 40. Just a fraction away, haha. Gohan, what do you think? Am I not impressive now? This is merely my ordinary form. Yet I can already sense my astonishing combat power. I can still transform further, and I can hardly believe the extent of my abilities once I do. It's simply incredible. Indeed. Even Kakarot himself is astounded by the sheer terror of my current strength. The fusion of Goku and Vegeta has transcended the upper echelons of combat power, achieving unparalleled might. In future battles against Black Goku, A single fusion will allow us to surpass the immortal Black Goku, highlighting the sheer ferocity of Gogeta's combat prowess. Fusion is indeed a divine technique. Gogeta's formidable strength exhilarates him, as he realizes he is vastly superior to Majin Buu. Even the energy-absorbing Majin Buu pales in comparison to Gogeta. Without even transforming into Super Saiyan God, Gogeta has already reached an extraordinary level of power. This is the distinction between a deity and an ordinary warrior. Intrigued, Gohan moved forward in his ordinary form, launching a punch, which Gogeta effortlessly dodged. Both combatants remained in their base forms, engaging in a tactical exchange to gauge each other's strength. The clash was intense. Yet Dilly understood that both were merely playing a game. This was not a true battle. Their movements were so swift that only Android 18 could barely discern their actions. Gohan is truly remarkable, Dilly remarked, while Android 18, with an impassive expression, replied, "No, those two, even in their base form, are superior to Gohan. He is currently at a disadvantage." Indeed, in their ordinary combat forms, Gogeta was undeniably the strongest, overpowering Gohan. This realization made Gohan understand that he must enhance his close combat skills. Clearly, he had yet to reach his ultimate potential. He needed to strive harder. After approximately 10 minutes of close combat, Gohan practiced his martial arts, swiftly creating distance between them. Nearby, Gogeta smirked, his expression unmistakably resembling Vegeta's. "Humph. You don't want to play anymore, do you? Transform into Super Saiyan 3 and show me your strength against Majin Buu. I don't have much time to spare." With that, he unleashed a transformation, entering Super Saiyan 1, radiating an overwhelmingly terrifying aura. Even in this form, defeating Majin Buu would be a trivial matter. Understanding this, Gohan took a deep breath, resolved not to hold back. Gogeta was his best training partner, and he aimed to improve himself. He sought to break through his limits once more. Super Saiyan 3, 100 times Kaio-Ken. Tail Beast, 10 tails unleashed. Boom, boom, boom. This time, Gohan's energy soared into the heavens, shattering the clouds as he ascended. In his tailed beast form, Gohan floated effortlessly in the air, his tailed beast bomb causing Gogeta to furrow his brow in concern. Kakarot was well aware of the tailed beast bomb's power. "Vegeta, those orbs behind Gohan will pursue. Be cautious." However, within Vegeta's consciousness, he was undeterred. Who cares about that? Gogeta, moving with lightning speed, charged forward to confront the incoming tailed beast bomb, striking it without hesitation. Boom. Upon contact, an explosion erupted. Though Gogeta emerged unscathed, he appeared somewhat disheveled afterward. This led to a disagreement between them, with Kakarot expressing his frustration. "Vegeta, I told you not to rush in like that. Gohan's tailed beast bomb is formidable." Vegeta, visibly irked, retorted, "Kakarot, it's your fault. If you had controlled our body, I could have dodged." Kakarot replied helplessly, "Vegeta, we are fused. We must work together." Observing the discordant voices emanating from one body, Gohan crossed his arms, watching the spectacle with amusement. "You only have a few minutes left in fusion. Time waits for no one. Once the fusion is undone, even if you both attack together, you won't stand a chance against me." Upon hearing this, Kakarot finally realized, "I almost forgot. Vegeta, quickly. We must coordinate our efforts." Vegeta understood that only by cooperating with Kakarot could they unleash Gogeta's true potential. "Kakarot, just this once, you command me, and we'll defeat him. After this, don't expect me to fuse with you again." Super Gogeta transformed into Super Saiyan 3. Bang, bang, bang. A tremendous surge of energy shot skyward, utterly obliterating the second layer of protective barriers, as their energy surpassed all limits. The arena itself might not withstand such force. Witnessing Gogeta's ultimate transformation into Super Saiyan 3, Gohan's curiosity piqued, and he inquired with a smile, "Father, is this Super Saiyan 3 transformation your strongest form? Can you utilize the Kaio-Ken now? If you can, that would be even more impressive." Unfortunately, due to Vegeta's inability to use the Kaio-Ken, it was out of the question. Kakarot sighed. "I currently possess no Kaio-Ken power at all, but in this Super Saiyan 3 state, I am already at my peak." Gohan conceded, acknowledging that Gogeta's Super Saiyan 3 transformation had indeed surpassed him, though he himself was not at his strongest yet. After releasing the Super Saiyan 3 state, Gohan reverted to his original form. "Father, I assure you I have not been slacking off in my training. I have achieved 4, 5 in my White God state, and I am on the verge of reaching 5. This means I can directly enhance my combat power by 5 times, and with the 100 times Kaio-Ken, I will truly enter the realm of the divine." Gogeta furrowed his brow, his expression serious as he realized Gohan was approaching divine power. Having never witnessed the previous encounter with Majin Buu, he was now eager to see it. Without rushing into action, Gogeta stood by, waiting for Gohan to maximize his energy. Gohan recognized that Gogeta's Super Saiyan 3 was extraordinarily powerful, nearing the strength of a deity. However, Gogeta was still a fraction away from divinity, just a mere fraction. As Gohan's 4.5 Ultra Instinct reached its peak, he was on the cusp of touching the divine realm, chasing after the power of angels and destroyers. He maximized his combat power, taking considerable time to gather and focus his energy. This process took him 10 minutes. In the first minute, his body erupted with specks of starlight, energy gradually emanating. By the second minute, his hair began to change color beneath the myriad of starlights, raising his energy further. By the fifth minute, half of his hair had turned white, and his eyes transformed. By the seventh minute, his hair was entirely white, and an influx of starlight surged into his being. At the 10th minute, his energy exploded, vanishing into his body in an instant. Then, his aura dissipated completely. Boom, boom, boom. The explosive energy left no trace, leaving Gogeta nearby in shock. Previously, Majin Buu had not witnessed such a spectacle, but this time, he beheld it with his own eyes. It was truly astonishing, utterly remarkable. Gohan, why can I no longer sense your energy? Is this what you refer to as the divine realm? Gohan, you are truly incredible. You have ascended to a godly level, rendering your energy completely imperceptible. Is this the essence of your 5 White God? Gohan smirked, feeling his Ultra Instinct further elevate amidst their fierce battle, and calmly replied, no, it's merely 4.9. Not quite 5. I've made a slight advancement, yet I have yet to surpass the 5 threshold. Once this battle concludes, I shall achieve that level. Vegeta chuckled heartily, saying, very well, let me witness the magnitude of your quintuple power enhancement. With that, in his Super Saiyan 3 form, Vegeta charged forward, delivering a powerful punch. Yet, as his fist approached, Gohan suddenly vanished, akin to instantaneous movement, only to reappear behind him, lifting a leg to deliver a kick. Boom. Vegeta's reflexes were swift. He turned and raised both hands to withstand Gohan's strike. However, his entire body was sent crashing against the protective barrier behind him. Crack. The third layer of the shield shattered, and Vegeta grimaced in pain from the blow. Curse be it, I was careless. Your sudden surge of energy is astonishing. The intensity of your power during your attack is indeed terrifying. Gohan's energy was imperceptible during his strikes, yet when he remained suspended in the air, he appeared to be brimming with vulnerabilities. This illusion led Vegeta to underestimate him. He genuinely believed Gohan was fraught with weaknesses, only to discover that upon approaching, his opponent bore no flaws, exuding an aura of invincibility. Vegeta was truly unwilling to accept this reality. Cursed be it. I refuse to believe you possess no weaknesses at all. Kakarot, grant me control of your body. With that, Vegeta seized control and surged forward, unleashing a flurry of attacks upon Gohan. Yet, each ferocious strike was deftly evaded by Gohan. Without the need for physical contact, Gohan merely shifted his body to completely dodge the onslaught. With a nonchalant expression, he observed Vegeta's futile efforts and remarked with amusement, Uncle Vegeta, you cannot touch me. In my 4.9 White God state, my evasive capabilities are at their zenith. It is impossible for you to land a single blow. You are merely a fraction away. Chapter 41. Vegeta's psychological shadow. Gogeta was on the verge of vomiting blood from rage. This individual was clearly mocking him, which caused Vegeta, deeply fused within, to erupt in fury. In this moment, even Kakarot lost control, as Vegeta seized the reins entirely. Vegeta, do not act recklessly. You will exhaust all your energy. This fool was truly mindless. Unable to prevail, he opted to burn all his energy in a desperate attempt to obliterate his opponent, a quintessential trait of Vegeta's character. Kakarot was the cautious type, always retaining a fraction of his strength, while Vegeta was the impulsive type, unleashing his full power without restraint. If he couldn't win, he would expend all his energy to achieve mutual destruction. Once Vegeta commandeered Gogeta, he unleashed a relentless barrage of energy blasts. In less than a heartbeat, the fourth layer of defense was shattered. Gohan furrowed his brow, observing the chaos wrought by Gogeta, his expression darkening, unwilling to harm the nearby Videl. Videl was now carrying their child, a crucial factor. Faced with Gogeta's rampant energy blasts, he was determined to prevent the fifth layer of protection from collapsing. He could not allow their arena to be destroyed. 18. Keep an eye on Videl. Kaleidoscope Sharingan, activate. 80-100 Susanoo. With a thunderous roar, 18 raised her hand to shield Videl from an energy blast, pulling her back. Videl, unable to express her gratitude, noticed Gohan in the sky unleashing all his energy. That energy surged forth, coalescing into a colossal figure formed entirely of energy. Gohan utilized his full power to manifest the Susanoo of the Kaleidoscope Sharingan, a giant towering hundreds of meters high. In the face of Gogeta's relentless bombardment, the energy of Susanoo completely nullified the onslaught, leaving no trace behind. Gogeta's expression shifted dramatically, astonishment evident as he grappled with the enormity of the situation. What is this? It's massive. What trickery is this? I sensed no energy from you before, and now you unleash this titanic form. What are you scheming? Gohan replied with a cold smirk. The energy of Susanoo amplifies all my power. As long as you can breach its defenses, you can inflict harm upon me. Unfortunately, my energy is too formidable. Even if you expend all yours, you cannot damage it. Hence, this time, you have lost. Indeed, once Susanoo harnessed his entire energy, it became an invincible super armor, capable of autonomous combat. Wielding an energy sword, Gohan swung it with a flourish, forcing Gogeta to dodge, only to be caught by the fierce gust that followed. As Gogeta was sent flying, Gohan once again commanded Susanoo, raising the energy sword to strike at Gogeta directly. This blow aimed to shatter him completely, leaving Gogeta momentarily stunned, and Kakarot's voice echoed, sensing Gohan's serious intent. Wait, Gohan. Don't go too far. Vegeta, this is your fault. We're all headed to hell together. Vegeta, too, dared not speak, astonished by Gohan's terrifying wrath. It seemed he intended to send them straight to meet the King of Hell. In that moment, uncertainty loomed over whether they could be revived. With a resounding crash, the massive energy sword struck the ground, creating a tremendous fissure. The fifth layer of defense crumbled as Gohan frowned, not merely because the barrier had failed, but because Gogeta's fusion had been undone, severing the bond between Kakarot and Vegeta. In that split second, his energy sword swung wide, missing its target. Such a pity. Had it connected, it would have surely sent both of them to meet their doom. Feeling the potency of that energy sword, Kakarot wore an expression of lingering dread as he glanced at Gohan, offering a wry smile. Gohan, why didn't you hold back? If you had struck true, Vegeta and I would surely be finished. Gohan chuckled lightly. Apologies, father. I couldn't stop in time. Seeing Uncle Vegeta so agitated stirred my own excitement. He cast a glance at Vegeta, who felt a chill run down his spine. This time, he was genuinely frightened. Previously, he could easily overpower Gohan. But now Gohan stood far above him. When he got serious, the boy truly possessed the capability to end his life. Most alarmingly, Gohan was entirely intent on doing so. Had the fusion not been undone, he would have perished alongside Kakarot. This realization left him with a heavy psychological burden. Nevertheless, feigning composure, he huffed and turned to leave. Just as he was about to depart, Gohan's icy voice reached him. Uncle Vegeta, you haven't forgotten your promise, have you? I won this match and require your assistance with something. Vegeta's expression darkened as he replied. What is it? Gohan, of course, could not attain the power of Super Saiyan God at this moment. He glanced at Videl, aware that their child was not yet fully formed. It would require several more days. After some contemplation, he finally said, let me accompany Bulma for a brief outing. I shall inform you of the matter then. Vegeta gritted his teeth, reluctantly agreeing, knowing he had lost their bet and must fulfill his promise. Yet he was perplexed as to what Gohan wanted from him. Kakarot, curious, approached as well. Gohan, what exactly do you want us to do? Why wait until after your outing with Bulma to discuss it? Gohan responded with a mysterious smile. You will find out soon enough, father. At Bulma's birthday celebration, a very special guest will arrive. This time, even if we all band together, it may not suffice. To protect Earth from destruction, I need to strengthen myself further. Kakarot was left dumbfounded, unable to fathom that Gohan spoke of an even greater foe. If all of them combined were insufficient, it implied that fusion would be of no use. What kind of adversary could invoke such concern in Gohan? He puzzled over this, utterly bewildered. Chapter 42. The elite galactic patrolman Jaco at Capsule Corporation. Upon seeing Gohan, Bulma's face lit up with a radiant smile, her joy unmistakable. Knowing that Gohan was preparing a birthday gift for her only heightened her excitement. After all, Bulma was always enthusiastic towards those with strength. Gohan, wow. I never expected you to be preparing a top-notch birthday gift for me. Hee, do you have any good suggestions? She exclaimed. I've heard that you've triumphed over both Vegeta and Goku in battle. How incredible. Gohan, you can truly be considered the strongest now. Bulma's face beamed with happiness as she leaned closer, her enthusiasm unabated. By the way, Gohan, if there's ever anything I need help with, you must assist me, of course. I'll cover the expenses. Her approach was to win him over with money, and Gohan genuinely fell for it, readily agreeing. Aunt Bulma, if I have some free time, I can assist you with a small task. Bulma chuckled, her eyes gleaming with mischief. Gohan, you don't need to call me aunt. Just call me sister. Gohan paused. Recalling that Bulma was over 40 now, yet she wanted him to refer to her as sister? A chill ran down his spine, and he hastily concocted an excuse. By the way, I'm looking for Jocko, the galactic patrolman, who has a good relationship with you. Finding him would be crucial for preparing Bulma's birthday gift. Bulma's eyes sparkled with recognition. She nearly forgot that she had known Jocko since childhood. As a galactic patrolman, he was privy to a wealth of information. If anyone could help find a gift from throughout the universe, it was Jocko. Her face lit up with glee as she nodded, eager to contact him. Oh, I almost forgot. Jocko knows a lot about the galaxy. I'll call him and ask him to come to Earth. After rummaging for half an hour, Bulma finally retrieved her cosmic communication device and pressed the switch. With a flash of light, a spaceship descended from the sky. However, the speed indicated it was not a simple summon. What kind of special device had Bulma installed on Jocko's spacecraft? With a resounding crash, the spaceship landed, impacting the ground and shattering the earth around it. Jocko, resembling a disheveled superhero, emerged from the wreckage, coughing. Bulma, did you intend to kill me? How could you install such a device in my elite patrol ship? During my mission, the ship went out of control and suddenly teleported straight to Earth. Bulma, you scoundrel. Fuming, Jocko blamed Bulma for the calamity that had befallen him. Bulma laughed heartily, pulling Gohan closer. Jocko, it's not me looking for you. It's Gohan who needs something. The galactic elite regarded Gohan with disdain, crossing his arms in arrogance. What do you want with me? I'm extremely busy as a galactic elite. I recently captured several super fugitives who pose a threat to the entire universe. Gohan, calm and composed, merely stated, I wish to meet the omniscient Zuno. Jocko found this amusing, his expression filled with incredulity. Meeting Lord Zuno usually requires waiting in line, and that queue stretches thousands of years into the future. How could you expect to see him just like that? Gohan nonchalantly replied, just take me there. He understood that the queue was for those who followed the rules, but he had no intention of adhering to such constraints. He had already demonstrated his might, and as long as the god of destruction remained dormant, he was the strongest in Universe 7. Who would dare refuse him? Jocko burst into laughter, unable to contain himself. As a galactic elite, how could I assist you with such a trivial matter? My time is precious, Bulma. Don't summon me for trivial pursuits in the future. Feeling superior, he turned to leave, assuming he had become Bulma's subordinate. Just a mere earthling? In a flash, Gohan raised his hand and fired an energy blast at the ground nearby. Boom. The explosion created a crater larger than the impact from Jocko's ship, startling Jocko into a state of shock as he stared at the gaping hole. Turning back, he began to take Gohan seriously. Could it be that this earthling possessed formidable strength? Bulma stifled a giggle, leaning in to whisper to Jocko, you're in trouble. Do you know where Gohan ranks in strength on Earth? Upon hearing Bulma's words, Jocko looked bewildered. When did this happen? Is he really stronger than Vegeta? Bulma shook her head playfully, holding up 2 fingers. He is stronger than both Vegeta and Kakarot, the Saiyan who defeated King Frieza. Even together, they cannot match him. Jocko's jaw dropped in disbelief, realizing the terrifying power of Gohan. The thought that those 2 titans combined could not withstand Gohan's might was unfathomable. If that energy blast had struck him, he would have surely met his demise. Trembling, he quickly donned a smile, his demeanor shifting. Gee Gohan. I didn't mean it like that. I suddenly remembered, I'm on vacation and have plenty of free time. I can take you to see Lord Zuno right away. Shall we depart? Gohan smirked, recognizing that Jocko was now at his mercy. Take me there. Without hesitation, Gohan boarded the spaceship. Jocko sighed in relief, glancing at Bulma with a weak smile. Bulma, you nearly got me killed. Why didn't you mention earlier that he was this formidable, stronger than Vegeta? I could have been obliterated. Bulma laughed heartily. Let us see if you still dare to disregard my words. Gohan is now my assistant, helping me with birthday party preparations. Gohan, wait for me. I want to join you. Bulma chimed in, eager to accompany him. Jocko shook his head, realizing he could not afford to provoke Gohan. The mere thought of being in his presence filled him with dread. This earthling, more powerful than Vegeta, could obliterate him with a single blow. As he sat in the pilot's seat, he frequently cast sidelong glances at Gohan, dying to ask what he needed from Lord Zuno. Yet, he lacked the courage to speak up. Despite his imposing demeanor, he was far from fearless, and his strength was not nearly as formidable as he wished to portray. Before Bulma, he could only flaunt his authority, but in the presence of Gohan, this scion appeared as docile as a child, scarcely daring to cause a stir. Bulma, observing this, couldn't help but chuckle. She leaned in playfully, teasing Jocko. Jocko, what's the matter? Suddenly at a loss for words? Have you been intimidated by Gohan? By the way, Gohan, what business do you have with that fellow? It was only then that Bulma realized she was curious about Gohan's intentions regarding someone named Zuno. Gohan, with a calm demeanor, replied, to uncover the whereabouts of the Super Dragon Balls, I need to consult him. I recall that both the 6th and 7th universes possess several Super Dragon Balls. Collecting all 7 grants the fulfillment of any wish, even those beyond the capabilities of the Eternal Dragon. Bulma's eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, the Super Dragon Balls. Fantastic. Now we have a goal. For the birthday banquet, my grand prize shall be the Super Dragon Balls. Grabbing Jocko by the head, she urged, hurry up. Let's seek out Zuno and inquire about the Super Dragon Balls. Jocko, feeling utterly exasperated as Bulma continued to touzle his hair, sighed in resignation. Bulma, my spaceship is already fast enough. Please stop squeezing my head. Why must I endure such misfortune? As Bulma playfully mashed his face, Jocko piloted the ship towards another planet. With remarkable speed, Jaco's spacecraft embarked on a transcendent journey between the 2 planets. In the blink of an eye, even several light years seemed to vanish in mere minutes. Given Jaco's familiarity with the galaxy, reaching the planet where Zuno resided took only half an hour. Upon landing, he cast a wary glance at Gohan and couldn't help but remark, it seems we might have to queue to ask Zuno a question. I doubt we will even get past the entrance. Stepping off the ship, Gohan surveyed the planet before him, his lips curling into a smirk as he coldly declared, I will compel him to reveal the locations of the Super Dragon Balls. With that, he strode forward, and Bulma, ever eager for excitement and unafraid with Gohan by her side, quickly followed, her face beaming with delight. Chapter 43. The Quest for the Super Dragon Balls. Bulma did not forget to beckon Jocko. She was not one to be easily subdued, especially with Gohan backing her. Jocko, come here quickly. What are you afraid of? With Gohan around, who would dare to harm us? Gohan is the strongest on Earth. Following him guarantees our safety. She strode ahead with an air of arrogance, even surpassing Gohan in her audacity. It was evident that as they approached, 2 guards immediately stepped forward to block their way, their expressions stern. Lord Zuno has visitors. To see Lord Zuno, an appointment is required in advance. Bulma inquired with a smile, oh, how long is the wait for an appointment? The guards replied coldly, currently, the wait is about 200 years. If you can wait that long, you may proceed. Bulma's expression darkened, filled with dissatisfaction as she gritted her teeth. 200 years? We Earthlings do not have such lifespans. Is there no other way? The guards simply shook their heads, refusing to budge. With a glint of mischief in her eyes, Bulma decided not to press any further. Instead, she took a step back and smiled. Gohan, I leave this to you. Gohan, with a cold smirk, dismissed the idea of waiting. Within the 7th universe, strength prevailed above all else. He even admired Frieza, who operated without regard for rules. After all, rules were established by the powerful. With a determined step forward, Gohan unleashed his intimidating presence. Get out of the way. He raised his head proudly, casting a glance at the guards, who trembled and immediately collapsed. Overwhelmed by his sheer power, the guards fell to the ground before they could even muster a reaction, a testament to the vast disparity in combat prowess. Jocko, witnessing this, was left agape, truly grasping the extent of Gohan's might. Even Frieza would be rendered powerless before him. These scions were indeed formidable. Bulma, on the other hand, was elated. This is the consequence of your refusal to let us in. Gohan, let us go inside and inquire about the Super Dragon Balls. She pulled Gohan along, who followed closely behind. As they barged in, chaos erupted on planet Zuno. Not far away, the rotund Zuno floated in the air, relying on his hovercraft for mobility, having no combat ability of his own and depending on guards for protection. However, with the arrival of such a formidable presence, the guards were rendered helpless. Zuno, Lord Zuno, a scion has come seeking you, and he is terrifying. All the guards he encountered were knocked out. Zuno's expression changed as he raised his head. Upon hearing the guard's report, he rolled his eyes and fainted. The sheer terror radiating from Gohan made him tremble uncontrollably. What do you want? Zuno stammered, facing the omniscient Gohan. Without a moment's hesitation, Gohan kicked the unconscious guard aside and stepped forward, directly asking, I want to know the whereabouts of the 7 Super Dragon Balls. Zuno wiped the sweat from his brow, nervously responding, "The Super Dragon Balls? Are you referring to the Dragon Balls of Earth or those of the universe?" Here, the rules dictate that ordinary individuals can only ask a limited number of questions. "I can answer you too." Gohan's expression darkened, and without uttering a word, he unleashed his aura. The atmosphere on planet Zuno quaked violently, causing the very ground to tremble. And the roofs of buildings shattered under his might. Zuno quickly clarified, "And no, what I meant was, you can ask as many questions as you desire until you're satisfied. Just please do not destroy my planet." Realizing this, Gohan retracted his aura and exchanged a knowing glance with Bulma. She stepped forward with a triumphant smile, patting Zuno's face as she asked, "All right then, tell me, where are the 7 Super Dragon Balls and what are their uses?" Zuno, looking helplessly at Bulma, cast a wary glance at Gohan, understanding that if he fabricated a story, Gohan would not let him off easily. This Saiyan's aura was terrifying. Unmistakably one capable of transforming into a Super Saiyan, even surpassing Frieza, the Emperor of the 7th Universe. Aside from the gods of destruction, Frieza was the most unruly. And Zuno dared not provoke a Super Saiyan who eclipsed him. Thus, he answered truthfully, "The Super Dragon Balls are summoned when 7 Dragon Balls, each the size of a planet, gather together. They can grant a single wish." Bulma's curiosity piqued. She knew the dragon could grant wishes but did not understand how this differed from the Dragon Balls on Earth. The Super Dragon can grant only 1 wish, while the Namekian Dragon Balls can grant 3, and our Earth Dragon can now grant 2. What distinguishes the Super Dragon from the others? Zuno continued to wipe his brow, explaining, "The Dragon Balls of Earth and Namek impose restrictions on their wishes, limited to what an ordinary person can wish for. However, the Super Dragon imposes no such limitations. For instance, if one wished for the destruction of an entire universe, it would simply vanish, leaving no trace. Ordinary dragons, like the one on Earth, cannot achieve such feats." Bulma gasped in astonishment, realizing how formidable the Super Dragon truly was. "I see. So the Super Dragon Balls are not just confined to our universe?" Zuno nodded, confirming the critical point. Indeed, the Super Dragon Balls are not exclusive to the 7th universe. They also exist in the 6th universe. To gather all 7, one must search across both universes. Bulma frowned, feeling the weight of the challenge. Finding 7 Dragon Balls sounds daunting, especially since they are the size of planets scattered across 2 universes. It would be nearly impossible for an ordinary person. Meanwhile, Gohan, intrigued, continued to inquire, "If we need to traverse 2 universes, how can we accomplish that?" Finding the Dragon Balls would be straightforward for Bulma with her radar. Yet this being undoubtedly knew the locations of the Dragon Balls. The remaining question was how to travel between the 2 universes, a feat likely only achievable by divine beings. Chapter 44. Crafting the Super Dragon Ball radar. Zuno's expression was fraught with concern. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. To traverse 2 universes, there are 2 methods. One involves locating the Kaio-Ken's ring, the time ring, which allows for the manipulation of time and space. It can breach the laws governing both universes, enabling one to traverse back and forth. The other method is the Angel's Staff. Clearly, only an angel possesses the capability to traverse the 2 universes. The Angel's Staff can accelerate movement and even suspend time, facilitating passage through the past. However, its usage is restricted, and the true marvel lies within the Kaio-Ken's time ring. The time ring can traverse both the past and the future, and most importantly, it can shatter the laws of the 2 universes. This revelation sparked a glimmer of hope in Gohan's eyes. He nearly forgot about the time ring. It seemed he must pay a visit to the Kaio-Ken to discover the means of time travel. Given the rapport between the Kaio-Ken and them, borrowing the ring should be a simple endeavor. A well-crafted excuse would suffice. Understanding this, Gohan's lips curled into a smile as he turned to Bulma. "Bulma, I entrust you with the creation of the Super Dragon Ball radar. Once I acquire the time ring from the old Kaio-Ken, we shall be able to gather all the Super Dragon Balls. However, before that, he needed to complete his transformation into a Super Saiyan God. Otherwise, obtaining the Kaio-Ken's ring and traversing time and space would undoubtedly attract the attention of the God of Destruction, without the strength to contend with the God of Destruction. Even if he found the Super Dragon Balls, they could easily be snatched away. In the Dragon Ball world, strength reigns supreme. Lacking the power to possess such artifacts would only serve to benefit others. He certainly did not wish for his hard-fought collection of Super Dragon Balls to be seized by the God of Destruction from Universe 6 or Universe 7. His expression turned serious as he resolved to pursue the transformation into a Super Saiyan God. While Bulma assisted him in crafting the Dragon Ball radar, he would focus on achieving this transformation. Upon departing from Zuno's planet and returning to Earth, Jocko wore a constant expression of discontent. This time, he genuinely feared attracting trouble. As a hero of the galaxy, he had resorted to threatening others. He was apprehensive about remaining with Gohan, whose power was quite formidable. Just as he was about to turn away, Gohan's words caught him off guard. Next time, I plan to visit another universe, and I may need to borrow your spaceship. Please provide me with your contact information. Reluctantly, Jocko handed over a communicator, his expression shifting. Press this communicator, and I will come. However, I am usually quite busy and have little free time. Gohan grasped the communicator firmly, ignoring Jocko's concerns. Very well, when I call upon you next. You must arrive within minutes. No matter your location, do you understand? Jocko trembled, on the verge of tears, realizing that Gohan would not heed his feelings. Gohan's overwhelming strength rendered him compliant. Not daring to linger on Earth, he promptly departed in his spaceship. Meanwhile, upon learning that the universe still harbored Super Dragon Balls, Bulma beamed with excitement as she began to design the Super Dragon Ball radar. Having successfully created a standard Dragon Ball radar, she was confident in her ability to design the Super Radar as well. With newfound direction, she smiled mysteriously at Gohan and declared, "Hey, Gohan, give me 2 days, and I'll show you something incredible. I plan to integrate the Dragon Ball radar into the spaceship. Since the Super Dragon Balls are as vast as a universe, designing a spaceship will enable us to search for them." Bulma's proposal was indeed commendable, even though he had achieved divine physicality. Traversing the oxygen-deprived expanse of space was utterly impossible. The necessity of a spaceship was paramount. Without it, locating the Super Dragon Balls would be exceedingly difficult. Gohan eagerly anticipated Bulma's Dragon Ball radar spaceship. Now, he had another matter to attend to, summoning Vegeta, Kakarot, and the 2 young ones, Goten and Trunks. This time, he intended to complete the transformation into a Super Saiyan God directly. Gathering the Saiyans at his home, Vegeta, having lost a previous bet, found no reason to refuse this time. However, he was perplexed by Gohan's decision to invite Trunks as well. "Hey, what are you planning? Why did you bring Trunks along?" Sensing Goku's energy, Gohan made it known, urging Goku to bring Goten over. Responding to Vegeta's inquiry, he replied nonchalantly, "You'll find out soon enough, Vegeta." In that moment, Kakarot arrived, having sensed Gohan's energy, and instantly transported himself and Goten to Gohan's training grounds within his luxurious villa. Upon seeing Gohan, Goten rushed forward, joy lighting up his face. "Brother, it's been a while," he exclaimed, opening his arms wide for an embrace. Gohan laughed heartily, ruffling Goten's hair in greeting. With everyone gathered, including the child in Videl's arms, the 6 Saiyans were now assembled, poised to achieve the transformation into a Super Saiyan God. As Gohan began his preparations, the fabric of space suddenly shattered. Emerging from the time-traveling vessel was Future Trunks, catching Gohan completely by surprise. He had not anticipated Trunks' arrival. Boom! The time capsule landed. And as Future Trunks stepped out, he brightened upon spotting Gohan. "Gohan, long time no see. Father, what are you all doing here?" Without delay, Future Trunks delivered a foreboding prophecy. "You know, Earth is facing a cataclysmic disaster that will affect the entire planet." He had clearly come from a future fraught with peril. Upon hearing Gohan's words, the others were dismissive. Vegeta scoffed, his demeanor cold. "Since the Cell Saga, has there ever been a time without calamity? Listen, Trunks, you are unaware, but Majin Buu has already appeared and was defeated by Gohan long ago." Kakarot chuckled, adding, "Hey, Future Trunks, you should know that Gohan single-handedly took down Majin Buu." Future Trunks was taken aback, unable to fathom that Gohan had vanquished Majin Buu alone. Moreover, he noticed that Gohan's energy was distinctly different. It was evidently the strongest among them. The once mentor of his future self had reached unimaginable heights, filling Future Trunks with exhilaration. "Gohan, you are incredible. I never imagined your power could reach such levels, allowing you to defeat Majin Buu alone. With this, the crisis on Earth should be resolvable, right?" It appeared that Future Trunks was aware of the impending threat, but remained oblivious to its nature. Gohan, with an unperturbed expression, replied, "Not quite, Trunks. You are correct. Earth is on the brink of crisis. Even though I have attained the realm of the divine, I am still unable to confront this particular trouble. Hence, I must take one more step forward, transforming into a true god, and then seek the Super Dragon Balls to further enhance my power." The young Trunks stood in astonishment, his gaze fixed sharply upon Gohan, acutely aware of the disparity between their strengths. Nevertheless, the sight of Gohan's formidable prowess filled him with joy. After all, his mentor Gohan had returned. The bond he shared with Gohan, stemming from his desire to learn the transformation into a Super Saiyan, was particularly profound. Witnessing Gohan embody the image he had always envisioned brought him immense exhilaration. Gohan, if there is anything you require, please do not hesitate to inform me. I shall certainly assist you. Trunks' heartfelt sentiments did not escape Gohan's notice. Casting his eyes toward the time machine not far away, Gohan recognized that Trunks possessed considerable utility. As his nominal disciple, Trunks was undeniably an ardent admirer. Taking advantage of the moment, with everyone gathered, Gohan smiled and spoke up. By the way, Trunks, I happen to have a task that requires your assistance. Help me achieve the transformation into Super Saiyan God. Upon hearing this, not only Trunks, but also Vegeta and Kakarot looked taken aback, their expressions morphing with shock. Gohan, what is this Super Saiyan God? Trunks was the first to inquire. While Vegeta furrowed his brow, his eyes sharpening with intensity. Super Saiyan God? Are you jesting? Is it possible to surpass Super Saiyan 3 and continue to evolve? Goku's excitement surged as he chimed in. All right, Gohan, if the Super Saiyan God is within reach, can I achieve it? I'm thrilled. It seems there is indeed a way to progress beyond Super Saiyan 3. This time, Gohan chose not to withhold information, recognizing the necessity of collaboration with these Saiyans. With a calm demeanor, he glanced at the group and stated, to attain the Super Saiyan God form, you must concentrate all your powers into me. The combined strength of 5 individuals focused on me will enable the transformation, bringing us closer to the divine. However, this merely grazes the edge of divinity. The Super Saiyan God cannot contend with a god of destruction. In truth, the Super Saiyan Rose transformation lacks even 1% of a god of destruction's power. It merely serves to amuse them, barely sufficient for consideration. Thus, even if Kakarot transforms into Super Saiyan Rose, he merely becomes a plaything for the gods of destruction. However, his transformation is distinctly different. He refuses to be subjugated by the god of destruction, bearing their tyranny. Chapter 45. Achieving Super Saiyan God. 6 individuals stood together, with Gohan at the center. Although Vegeta expressed his dissatisfaction at the prospect of Gohan transforming ahead of schedule, he begrudgingly concentrated all his energy into Gohan. There was no need for Viddel's assistance this time. Tati's presence was a significant boon for Gohan. After all, Videl had only recently become pregnant, and success was not guaranteed. With Tati's involvement, however, the likelihood of success soared to 100%. In an instant, Gohan ascended into the air, feeling the immense power coalescing within him. As he transformed into a Super Saiyan God, his mastery of the Ultra Instinct technique surged forward, breaking through the thresholds of 5, 6, and 7. He reached 8 and then 9, sensing an overwhelming accumulation of energy. The combined might of 5 Saiyans surged through him, propelling his Ultra Instinct to unprecedented heights, nearly crossing the threshold of 10. Should he achieve that milestone, it would signify a new pinnacle of strength in a realm beyond his current capabilities, enabling him to contend with the gods of destruction. At that moment, Gohan's power surged, granting him a new transformation ability, Super Saiyan God with a 50 pink transformation. Upon achieving this, his appearance shifted dramatically. His hair erupted in a dazzling display of starlight, shimmering with intensity. Suddenly, the brightness of his hair exploded forth, casting the daytime into darkness, prompting Videl and Android 18 to investigate the unusual phenomenon. They quickly realized that Gohan had completed his transformation into a Super Saiyan God. Videl gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, Gohan's transformation is incredible. What is this? Android 18, discerning the nature of Gohan's transformation, remarked, this is the Super Saiyan God. It certainly differs from Super Saiyan 3. It appears quite impressive. A rare smile graced her lips as she fixated on Gohan, unable to divert her gaze. Upon landing back on the ground, Gohan's newfound aura vanished, eliciting a curious expression from Vegeta and the others. They did not believe Gohan had diminished in strength, for they had witnessed such phenomena before. This marked the completion of his transcendence into the realm of the divine. The average individual could not perceive such a potent aura. Tati's face lit up with excitement as he witnessed Gohan's transformation, unable to contain his joy. Master Gohan is incredible. This is the Super Saiyan God. Master Gohan, let me see just how powerful this transformation is. Eagerly, Trunks drew his sword, ready to engage Gohan in a demonstration. However, as he raised his weapon, Gohan merely cast a glance in his direction. Instantly, Trunks froze, unable to move, the vast disparity in their power rendering him immobile. Determined, Trunks activated his Super Saiyan form. Yet, even in this state, he struggled to contend with Gohan. Breathing heavily, he achieved Super Saiyan 2. Upon completing the transformation, he finally managed to swing his sword. But his movements felt agonizingly sluggish. Gohan effortlessly sidestepped the attack, as if time had slowed considerably. After the strike missed, Trunks was left panting, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead, now acutely aware of the formidable strength of Gohan's pink transformation. Is this the power of Super Saiyan Pink? He gasped. Vegeta, overhearing, scoffed at his son's inadequacy. You have barely tapped into 10 of your potential, Trunks. Do you not realize that even without transforming into pink, Gohan possesses this level of strength? Now that he can augment his transformation, not even the fusion with Kakarot would suffice against him. Kakarot nodded, his face alight with enthusiasm as he observed Gohan's pink form. From this day forth, I shall train to achieve Gohan's pink transformation. And you, Vegeta, shall do the same. Only through our combined efforts can we hope to rival Gohan. Vegeta, gritting his teeth, retorted, Kakarot, do not even think about fusing with me again. With that, he turned and strode away, casting one last lingering glance at Gohan's pink transformation. Gohan understood Vegeta's feelings well, despite the latter's pride. He would undoubtedly intensify his training upon returning home to catch up with Gohan's new form. Vegeta possessed remarkable talent, akin to that of Kakarot. And with diligent training and knowledge of the pink transformation, both would eventually reach the heights of Super Saiyan God. Gohan eagerly anticipated this development. Now, he released the pink transformation, exhaling deeply, having just begun to accumulate energy. To fully master this form would indeed require considerable effort. It seemed he would need to practice diligently to achieve this transformation independently, with Tete and Trunks joining him. Seeking assistance in attaining the Super Saiyan God form would become significantly easier. Gohan looked up, offering a gentle smile to Trunks. Trunks, has everything in your future been resolved? Trunks nodded, revealing that he had dealt with Majin Buu before his birth in that timeline. His arrival was prompted by a grave threat to Earth in this timeline. Master Gohan, Majin Buu has long been vanquished, but a new danger looms over this world. It appears Earth may be in peril once again. And this adversary is unlike any we have faced before. Indeed, the God of Destruction had come to Earth for amusement, possessing the strongest combat power in Universe 7. All the Saiyans combined would be insufficient to contend with this foe. Gohan, fully aware of his own strength, stated with determination, I understand. It won't be long before the God of Destruction arrives. Until then, I must intensify my training in the pink transformation and seek out the Super Dragon Balls to enhance my overall attributes. Chapter 46. The Great Trunks is an admirer of few individuals, of course, did not comprehend who the God of Destruction mentioned by Gohan was, though it sounded impressive. However, having encountered several deities, such as the King Kai and the Grand Kai, they felt that the powers of these gods were rather limited. They paid little mind to it, unaware that the God of Destruction embodies the mightiest force in the universe. How could it possibly be comparable to ordinary deities? This is a divine being responsible for maintaining the ecological balance of the entire universe, possessing strength that far surpasses that of Frieza. Due to an extended slumber, awakening only once every 1,000 years, it is a challenge to rouse them. What is the lifespan of an Earthling in comparison? Without elaborating further, Gohan began preparing for matters concerning other universes, with the first task being to seek the time-traveling ring. The time ring could be obtained from the King Kai, and he intended to visit the King Kai's planet. Subsequently, he would procure Bulma's Super Dragon Ball radar, which would enable the search for the Super Dragon Balls to commence. Meanwhile, Android 18 insisted on accompanying them, and the young Trunks was eager to stay by their side. Fully aware of his own burgeoning strength, understanding the transformation into a Super Saiyan God, he aspired to master the Super Saiyan God transformation, thus choosing not to return to the future but to remain close to Gohan. This fellow clearly wished to become his disciple. Trunks, filled with joy at Gohan's impressive prowess, expressed his delight. Master Gohan, the last time I visited, you had not yet attained your current strength. I did not expect that in just a few days. You have grown so much. I was worried you had ceased training. Indeed, had it been the original Gohan, he would have stopped training long ago. Had it been the formerly docile Gohan, Trunks might have felt disappointment. However, now witnessing the Gohan who shared a close bond with him in the future world, he felt exhilarated. Trunks' feelings for future Gohan ran deeper than those for Vegeta. In the future world, where Vegeta had long perished, it was only Master Gohan who fought alongside him, thus intensifying his bond with Gohan beyond that with Vegeta. No wonder he was so devoted. Android 18, observing this, couldn't he help but chuckle, leaning towards Gohan and teasing, "It's evident this fellow is your little admirer. These days, he even neglects his father Vegeta to be with you." With a playful smirk, Gohan shot a glance at the mischievous Android 18 before addressing Trunks. "Trunks, have there been any troubles in your future?" Black Goku has yet to appear. Trunks shook his head, his expression curious. "No, why do you ask, Master Gohan? Is something about to happen?" After contemplating for a moment, Gohan decided to caution him. "In any case, be careful in the future, especially around individuals akin to Son Goku." "My father." Trunks, puzzled by Gohan's warning, nodded in agreement. Speaking of future events, he wore a joyful expression. "Master Gohan, in my current future, after several crises, humanity has united. The recent birth of Majin Buu led to the destruction of our entire Earth, which is unfortunate since future Gohan did not witness it. I truly wish you could see it with your own eyes." Gohan smiled, intrigued by the prospect of visiting the future world. "All right, when I have the time, I will accompany you to witness it." Trunks nodded vigorously, his excitement palpable. He perceived Gohan as his little mentor, feeling the need to provide guidance to strengthen him against Black Goku, ensuring that the future world was preserved. With a serious demeanor, he initiated, "Trunks, during your recent stay here, I will teach you to transform into a Super Saiyan 3. You will be my training partner." Trunks' eyes lit up, his excitement uncontainable as he exclaimed, "Really? That is wonderful, Master Gohan. I am eager to continue training with you. Indeed, I will remain here for a few days. I must master the Super Saiyan 3 transformation. If I could achieve the Super Saiyan God transformation like you, that would be splendid." Gohan chuckled heartily, not believing Trunks could succeed right away, given the immense energy required for the Super Saiyan God transformation. Without mastering Super Saiyan 3, advancement would be arduous. It was more beneficial for Trunks to focus on mastering Super Saiyan 3 first, rather than aiming too high and hindering his progress. He advised with a smile, "The Super Saiyan God transformation is too early for you. Even Vegeta and my father, Son Goku, would find it challenging to comprehend it immediately. Currently, you are at most at Super Saiyan 2 strength. Hence, let us focus on achieving the Super Saiyan 3 transformation first." Trunks nodded in agreement. Just then, an aircraft roared through the sky. With a thunderous sound, the aircraft landed, and it was unmistakably Bulma, who had long known Trunks was here. Upon arriving to deliver the Super Dragon Ball radar, she immediately embraced Trunks excitedly. "Hey Trunks, it's been ages. Have you found a girlfriend in the future? Little one, don't train all day long. Look at Gohan, he has 2 girlfriends already. When will you bring one back for me?" Bulma teased, leaving Trunks scratching his head, unsure how to respond to his youthful mother. Bulma didn't linger on teasing Trunks but turned to Gohan, stating, "Gohan, the Dragon Ball radar spaceship you asked me to make is ready. Here it is. I've upgraded all its equipment. It rivals Jaco's spaceship." Gohan looked up and realized that this aircraft was indeed the spaceship from Dragon Ball GT, belonging to Pan. It was no wonder it seemed so familiar. The spaceship was spacious enough to accommodate several individuals comfortably, and the facilities inside were complete. Bulma's talent in creating such high-tech devices was truly commendable, and she had already arranged everything meticulously. "I've also prepared a year's worth of food for you, enough to sustain you for an entire year. So you need not worry about provisions. By the way, I've enhanced the gravity training room just like Vegeta's, but on a larger scale. Don't tell Vegeta, or he'll get jealous." Bulma winked playfully. Upon hearing this, Gohan felt overwhelmed by the abundance of provisions. He interjected, "There's no need for an entire year. Besides, if I do take a year, Bulma, won't you miss your birthday party?" Bulma laughed heartily, pleased that Gohan remembered, and nodded, "Yes. My birthday party is about a week away. Gohan, I need you to help find the Super Dragon Balls. It seems the God of Destruction will arrive on Earth within a week. We must gather all the Super Dragon Balls and fulfill a wish in that time frame." With a serious demeanor, Gohan, having received the spaceship, began contemplating another matter. "Right, I need to find East Kai and borrow a time ring. Trunks, please wait for me a moment." Upon finishing his words, he raised a hand and, in an instant, vanished before the eyes of the two, leaving Tete in a state of astonishment and shock. Turning to Bulma beside him, he inquired, "Mother, has Gohan truly surpassed Father by such a considerable margin? What is Father doing?" Bulma, with a sigh of resignation, replied, "It seems he has been spurred on by Gohan. He has been in the training room for days, showing no inclination to emerge. He mutters something about mastering that Saiyan God transformation." Understanding his father's nature, Trunks refrained from further comment, instead glancing at Android 18. genuinely admiring Gohan for having two girlfriends. Alas, in his current future world, he had no time for romance. Even if a remarkable girl were to come along, their relationship had barely progressed. Little Mai, as a guardian of Earth, had not interacted with him much at all. Gohan's arrival at the King Kai's planet startled East Kai, who was taken aback. However, his expression quickly shifted to one of joy as he greeted Gohan with uncontainable excitement. Gohan, last time you single-handedly dealt with Majin Buu. We are truly grateful. Thanks to you, the grievances of several Kai have been avenged, and the peril facing Earth has been resolved. This is simply wonderful. The East Kai's exuberance was evident, oblivious to other impending crises. Gohan, with a serious demeanor, remarked, East Kai, there is now a far greater menace threatening the entire Earth. The planet may very well face annihilation once more. The East Kai's expression turned to one of shock as he anxiously asked, What do you mean? Is Majin Buu not completely eradicated? Or is there a being even more terrifying than him? Gohan simply uttered a name, Destroyer. The very mention sent a shiver through East Kai, and even the old Kai, not far away, changed his expression. For this was a name that invoked fear throughout the entire seventh universe. East Kai's complexion paled. The old Kai added gravely, It is worth noting that we are approaching Beerus's sleep cycle. Every 1,000 years, he awakens. East Kai, having merely heard of this name, was oblivious to the true horror it represented and inquired with confusion, Old Kai, is this Beerus truly that formidable? Chapter 47. Obtaining the time-space ring. The old Kaio-Ken made a poignant analogy. The words of Beerus signify the demise of the entire universe. With but a mere sneeze directed at a planet of his choosing, he could obliterate it entirely. Should that sneeze carry sufficient force, an entire solar system, akin to our own, could be utterly annihilated. Such is the magnitude of his terrifying power, a single sneeze could spell the end of the solar system. The East Kaio-Ken was left in a state of shock. This was far beyond the capabilities of Majin Buu. In the presence of Beerus, Majin Buu was but a mere child, a subordinate. Beerus, as the god of destruction, embodies the pinnacle of strength in the universe. Unless the Omni-King, the ultimate eraser of existence, intervenes directly, Beerus remains invincible. Gohan understood well that within these dozen universes, Beerus might rank among the highest. Even Jiren could not rival Beerus. Among the 12 gods of destruction, Beerus truly stood out in strength. The looming threat was indeed substantial, and Gohan harbored no illusions of persuading Beerus as Goku had done. Moreover, he had no intention of flattering Beerus, unlike Vegeta, who acted like a sycophant. His aim was to surpass Beerus, should the latter wish to destroy Earth. Gohan would simply oppose him with force. With a serious expression, Gohan approached the old Kaio-Ken and declared, I wish to utilize the time-space ring. It is the only means to alter the fate of Earth from destruction. Now that Beerus has awakened, his target will undoubtedly be Earth, and soon, the entire solar system may face annihilation, plunging the universe into chaos. The old Kaio-Ken began to ponder, recalling Beerus's personality. Given Beerus's nature, he could indeed undertake such an act. He hesitated, stating, the time-space ring is a treasured item of the Kaio-Kens. If it falls into the wrong hands, it poses a grave threat to the entire universe. This time, Gohan refrained from speaking, as the East Kaio-Ken interjected on his behalf. Old Kaio-Ken, Gohan is someone we can trust implicitly. He helped us vanquish Majin Buu and is, in essence, not a villain. For the sake of peace on Earth, we should allow him to wield the ring. Perhaps he possesses a means to thwart Beerus. Upon hearing the East Kaio-Ken's words, the old Kaio-Ken no longer hesitated. Nodding, he responded, Young man, you speak wisely. Although I feel there may be little hope, it is worth a try. Please wait here. I shall fetch the ring for you. To Gohan's surprise, the process was remarkably smooth, and he smiled in delight. In less than 10 minutes, the old Kaio-Ken returned from his vault, holding the unique time-space ring. The sole one in the universe. This ring was indeed invaluable, possessing powers akin to those of the angels. Upon its use, it could traverse the fabric of time and space, though it came with numerous restrictions. The old Kaio-Ken, with a grave expression, handed it to Gohan and issued several warnings. The time-space ring can alter time and traverse 2 dimensions. It has temporal limitations. Moreover, even when moving to the future or the past, one cannot carelessly alter events, lest the very fabric of time be torn, creating unnecessary rifts with significant repercussions. This object was indeed complex, and Gohan had no intention of altering past or future events. He understood that any changes made would only result in the creation of superfluous timelines, having no real impact on this world, akin to the time travel experienced by Trunks. Even if he were to travel to this timeline and eliminate a creature, upon returning, the creature would still exist. Thus, time travel was not as entertaining as it seemed. At present, Gohan merely sought to leverage the ring's ability to traverse parallel universes in search of the Super Dragon Balls. With the ring in hand, he had no intention of returning it. Motivated by the desire to protect Earth, he decisively took the ring. After exchanging brief farewells, he vanished instantaneously from the realm of the Kaioshins, leaving the two Kaioshins to discuss the implications of Beerus's revival. Despite their limitations, they too wished to prevent Beerus from wreaking havoc. Upon returning, Gohan found himself in possession of the extraordinary ring. He materialized before Android 18, Din, and Bulma. Bulma's eyes lit up as she noticed the time-space ring. Her curiosity piqued. Gohan, is this the time-space ring? Could it be more useful than Trunks' time machine? Gohan smiled, donning the ring, and felt its myriad applications. Indeed, this ring serves a function similar to Trunks' time machine. But it possesses an additional ability to tear through the fabric of time and space, allowing travel between several universes. Bulma gasped in astonishment, while Din stood equally surprised. This is incredible! Gohan, with this ring, we can seek out the Super Dragon Balls. When shall we embark? Din seemed quite eager, glancing at Android 18, who also appeared interested. If possible, perhaps even Din would join them for the adventure. Gohan, with a serious demeanor, addressed Trunks directly. Trunks, your priority should be mastering Super Saiyan 3. I intend to visit your future world, but first, I must teach you the transformation. Trunks straightened, his expression earnest. Understood, Gohan. I will dedicate myself to mastering it. Despite his occasional naivete, Trunks was distinct from most Saiyans, displaying a keen intellect and considerable potential. He was well suited to be an ally. Preparing to impart crucial knowledge, Gohan summoned Trunks to the training grounds before embarking on the quest for the Super Dragon Balls. Trunks, the next step is to teach you the method of transforming into Super Saiyan 3. This form is distinct from Super Saiyan 1 and 2. It is a synthesis of the two, vastly exceeding their combined power. Allow me to demonstrate. With that, Gohan transformed into Super Saiyan 3, causing Trunks' expression to shift as he witnessed the surge of Gohan's energy. Though not as formidable as a Super Saiyan God, the power emanating from Gohan was undeniably impressive. It surpassed Super Saiyan 2's capabilities, and it appeared that this transformation did not significantly compromise speed. It was nothing short of perfection. Chapter 48. The first encounter with the universe's Frieza army. Date's expression turned serious as he observed Gohan's transformation into Super Saiyan 3. He comprehended fully why his father, Vegeta, had been so enraged. The power Gohan now possessed incited profound jealousy in Vegeta. It was no wonder that Gohan could attain the strength of a Super Saiyan God without even needing to transform. To Gohan, the Super Saiyan God transformation was merely supplementary. Date deeply appreciated this realization and resolved to continue training under Gohan's tutelage, aspiring to master the Super Saiyan 3 transformation. Gohan-sensei, I will do my utmost this time. I am determined to succeed in transforming into Super Saiyan 3, Date declared earnestly. Gohan, pleased by Date's commitment, nodded in satisfaction, recognizing the value of his guidance as it propelled Date to surpass Vegeta. The training for Super Saiyan 3 was brief. Gohan imparted various techniques, and from there, Date's innate talent would determine how swiftly he could grasp them. The duration of this learning process and the level he could achieve remained uncertain. Gohan had no time to linger. He needed to seek out the Super Dragon Balls, starting with those located within Universe 7. Accompanying him were Android 18 and Videl, the latter brimming with excitement as they boarded the spaceship. Gohan-kun, is this a date? Wonderful. It has been ages since I last went out. Hee. Exploring the universe together sounds delightful. With a smile, Gohan activated the spaceship, glancing at the curious Android 18 before lifting off. As the ship ascended into the sky, Bulma waved from the ground, calling out, Gohan, remember to find the Super Dragon Balls. And don't forget, my birthday party is in a week. Waving back, Gohan propelled the ship into the cosmos. Bulma's spacecraft was impressive, achieving remarkable speeds, evidently surpassing light speed. It wouldn't take long to traverse the universe. For instance, exiting the solar system required merely 10 minutes. In the blink of an eye, they departed the solar system and entered the galactic expanse. Videl, experiencing the universe for the first time, nestled in Gohan's embrace, gazing out the window with excitement. Is this the universe? Incredible! Bulma Annie's spaceship is truly amazing. By the way, Gohan-kun, where are we headed now? Holding Videl closely, Gohan monitored the controls while activating the Dragon Ball radar, to locate the Super Dragon Balls. Currently, Universe 7 had about 4 Super Dragon Balls, with 2 situated merely a few thousand light-years away, easily reachable within a day. However, the other 2 were considerably farther, likely requiring 2 to 3 days to locate. It was to be a lengthy journey. Gohan plotted the course, allowing the spaceship to navigate autonomously. The first 2 Super Dragon Balls were near 2 small stars, which struck Gohan as peculiar. The first 2 Super Dragon Balls should be beyond the original Saiyan planet. I recall that many Saiyans had relocated individuals from various planets. Perhaps these planets still harbor remnants of the Saiyans. As he spoke, Android 18 frowned. Pointing toward a distant starship. Gohan, someone is approaching. Another spaceship is nearing us. In Universe 7, numerous others resided beyond Earth, and as Gohan looked up, he beheld a reconnaissance ship approaching, bearing the insignia of Frieza's army. A smile crept across Gohan's face, his expression playful. Oh, what a surprise to encounter Frieza's army here. I recall that Frieza is about to be resurrected. Upon his revival, he will undoubtedly strive to transform into Golden Frieza. Suddenly, a ship from Frieza's army closed in, and several figures emerged, halting Gohan's spaceship. Halt. This is Frieza's territory. Where do you come from? Proceed, and do not blame me for being impolite. The peculiar ship caught the attention of Frieza's reconnaissance team, comprising 5 members, including a notably old and young duo. Among them was a female alien, evidently dressed as a Galactic Patrol officer. Zilai, a thief who had stolen from the Galactic Patrol, had joined Frieza's army out of desperation to escape their pursuit. As a destructive force in the universe, Frieza's army wielded considerable power. On this mission, she aimed to commandeer supplies from smaller planets, accompanied by Remo, a seasoned member of Frieza's army. Remo, having served in Frieza's ranks for an extended period, was attuned to the nuances of their tasks. Upon spotting Gohan's ship, he felt compelled to investigate, yet he sensed something amiss about it, especially given the audacity of the pilot to intrude upon Frieza's domain. Hey, spaceship ahead, do you hear us? You've encountered Frieza's army. If you don't flee, surrender all your supplies immediately. Otherwise, do not blame us for being ruthless. A youthful voice responded from the ship. Oh, this isn't the original Saiyan territory. When did it become Frieza's domain? Frieza has just been resurrected, yet he still resorts to petty thievery. Truly, some habits die hard. The recognition of Frieza's name and his recent resurrection startled Remo, prompting an uneasy expression. He attempted to halt his comrades from escalating the situation, but it was evident that his companions were not the sharpest. Damn it! You dare insult Lord Frieza? Open fire. Bring that ship down. To insult us is to court death. Remo's warning came too late. The ship fired upon Gohan's vessel, striking its protective shield, but the shield, designed based on Vegeta's strength, withstood the assault effortlessly. This attack provoked one of Gohan's companions, who emerged in a spacesuit, standing atop the ship. The intensity of his aura surged, illuminating the surrounding darkness like a sun. Zilai gaped in disbelief at the radiant figure before her, utterly astonished. What is this extraordinary entity? Its presence illuminates the entire cosmos. Remo, realizing the gravity of the situation, turned pale and began to berate the dazed fools nearby. Hurry, retreat. This individual is a Super Saiyan. You imbeciles. What have you done to provoke him? Even Lord Frieza would flee in his presence. Move swiftly. Only now did the foolish ones comprehend the peril they faced, unaware that they had angered the very Super Saiyan who had once vanquished Lord Frieza. How could they possibly stand a chance? Terrified, they abruptly turned their spacecraft around in a desperate attempt to flee. Yet, could they truly escape? Having enraged Gohan and frightened Videl, there was no chance Gohan would let them off lightly. As he observed their ship attempting to flee, Gohan smirked, his body moving with purpose. Even in the vacuum of space, where his full potential could not be realized, his specially designed spacesuit allowed him to retain 50% of his strength. Against such worthless adversaries, even this fraction was more than sufficient. With a surge of energy, he propelled himself forward like a beam of light. In an instant, he landed on Frieza's reconnaissance ship, raising a hand and transforming it into a claw, seizing the tail of the vessel. The ship roared to life, yet it could not advance an inch. The entire craft shook violently, causing the occupants within to cry out in terror. He actually caught our ship with one hand. Who is he? He is truly a Super Saiyan. Please, don't kill me. Lord Frieza, save us. They implored. We were warned not to act recklessly, yet we disregarded it. Now, even Lord Frieza cannot save us. Remarkable. This individual is truly formidable. more powerful than Lord Frieza, cheered Zilai, his face alight with excitement. Meanwhile, Remo could only express his disbelief, realizing that Zilai was still admiring their adversary, completely oblivious to the impending doom. A Super Saiyan of such terrifying power could extinguish their lives with a mere flick of his finger. Chapter 49. Preparing to rob Frieza with a resounding crash. The door of the spaceship was forcefully breached. Gohan refrained from obliterating the ship entirely, for he sought to inquire about the whereabouts of the Super Dragon Balls. The Dragon radar indicated that they were in this vicinity, yet pinpointing their exact location proved elusive. Thus, he resolved to seek information from the individuals present. Upon descending into the spacecraft, he encountered a cluster of aliens huddled together, alongside a female extraterrestrial. Zilai approached him eagerly, exuding admiration as she gazed upon him. "You are the Super Saiyan who vanquished Lord Frieza. How remarkable! You can control the ship with a single hand. You must be far more formidable than King Frieza." Gohan regarded her with a sense of familiarity and suddenly recalled that she was indeed the female alien who accompanied Broly. He had not anticipated encountering her here. Nearby, an elderly alien stepped forward, his expression one of earnest supplication. "My lord, I did not intend to offend you. I beg you to spare us. I apologize for our earlier actions. If you let us go, we promise to vacate this place and ensure that the Frieza force does not approach you." Gohan calmly surveyed the situation and inquired, "What is your name?" Trembling, the alien replied, "Remo." Gohan nodded appreciatively at his demeanor and, with a composed tone, stated, "Very well. You and she will guide me through the ship. I have questions for you." He swept a glance at the curled-up Frieza Force warriors who had previously launched an attack. They were woefully unaware of their folly in challenging him. With a mere flick of his wrist, Gohan unleashed a devastating energy blast. Boom! The terrifying energy struck the Frieza warriors, leaving them gaping in shock before they could even utter a cry. In an instant, they were reduced to ashes, and the spaceship itself was left teetering on the brink of destruction. As Gohan raised his hand, Zilai was the first to rush over, her enthusiasm palpable as she grasped his arm, beaming with admiration. Remo, however, wore a pained expression, fully aware that he had no choice. He could not return to the Frieza Force after this. Survival was paramount, and with a resigned sigh, he too took hold of Gohan's hand. In the blink of an eye, Gohan teleported into the interior of the spacecraft. Upon his return, he found Videl approaching him, her face alight with concern. "Gohan, are you all right?" With a casual demeanor, Gohan replied, "Yes, I encountered a few lowly minions and dealt with them. By the way, these two are familiar with the local environment, so I've enlisted their help in locating the Super Dragon Balls." Zilai and Remo were brought along against their will, unable to escape. However, Zilai's curiosity about Gohan's spaceship was piqued, particularly upon hearing about the Super Dragon Balls, which sparked excitement in her eyes. "Wow, what are Super Dragon Balls? They must be extraordinary treasures if even you Super Saiyans seek them. Surely, they are something beyond what King Frieza can acquire?" Remo's expression shifted as he quickly deduced the significance of the Super Dragon Balls. Frieza had been resurrected with the use of Dragon Balls, and it appeared that the Super Dragon Balls were even more powerful. "But how exactly can we assist you?" he inquired calmly. Gohan casually gestured towards the ship's radar, explaining, "The radar indicates they are located nearby. The Super Dragon Balls are the size of a star, akin to a small planet. Have you encountered any peculiar celestial bodies?" Reflecting on this, Remo recalled several bizarre planets they had observed. "Yes, there are 2 unusual planets in this vicinity. I can take you there." Gohan was pleasantly surprised by Remo's willingness to cooperate. "Oh, by helping me, you would be betraying the Frieza Force. Are you truly prepared to sever ties with them?" With a heavy sigh, Remo replied, "You have already eliminated all my companions. If I return unscathed, Frieza will undoubtedly grow suspicious. In that case, I would meet the same fate. It is wiser to assist you in this endeavor, as you might offer me protection." Gohan smiled, nodding with satisfaction. "Excellent. If you help me locate the Super Dragon Balls, I will ensure your safety. You may serve as my subordinate." Zilai chimed in eagerly, "Then I want to join too." "Hiki, I have no fondness for Frieza either. Allow me to be part of your Super Saiyan team." Gohan found her enthusiasm amusing and responded, "I lead the Super Saiyan team, and my name is Gohan. This time, I am here to collect 4 Super Dragon Balls. We shall focus on gathering those within this universe first." Zilai, keenly interested in the Super Dragon Balls, readily agreed to join the fray. With the addition of these 2 aliens, Videl looked on with curiosity, while Android 18 approached quietly. "Gohan, can we trust these 2? Gohan assessed Remo. recognizing his familiarity with the cosmos and deeming his assistance valuable. The man's lack of strength ensured he would not dare to betray him. As for Zilai, her playful nature posed no threat. He believed that Videl, with her strength, could easily manage any mischief from her. He nodded, instructing, "Keep an eye on them and ensure they do not cause any trouble." Android 18 readily agreed, casting a watchful glance at Zilai. The spaceship soared through the cosmos, navigating towards a designated location. Remo piloted the vessel with remarkable steadiness, proving to be an excellent guide amidst the myriad of stars and planets. It was impractical to obliterate every celestial body in search of their target. With Remo's extensive knowledge of the universe and Zilai's lively spirit, Android 18 soon trained the latter into a diligent stewardess for the ship, directing her to serve tea and refreshments. Initially resistant, Zilai soon complied after witnessing Android 18's display of power, which resulted in the destruction of a nearby small planet. Immediately, she became obedient, serving tea with a forced smile, albeit with a pained expression. "I feel as if I become a captive. Am I now a slave?" she lamented. Videl, amused, smiled gently, reassuring her, "Fear not. While you are with us, there is nothing to worry about. Sister 18 will not mistreat you." Zilai's spirits lifted at Videl's kindness as she joyfully leaped into her embrace, reveling in her newfound camaraderie. It was undeniable that she possessed an instinct for finding powerful allies, understanding that Videl, despite her lower strength, held a position of esteem among their group. She endeavored to please Videl, undoubtedly ensuring her safety while reaping numerous benefits. The spaceship was filled with delectable foods, all exquisite delicacies brought from Earth, and upon her first taste, she was instantly enamored, reluctant to leave even when urged to do so. Indeed, she was quite the little foodie. In the realm of Dragon Ball, it seemed that everyone was a glutton. Gohan observed this with a shake of his head, momentarily lost in thought as he recalled Broly. Currently, Broly was likely training on some distant planet, possessing strength that could surpass even Super Saiyan Blue. If only he could become a training partner, it would be immensely beneficial, and Gohan contemplated enlisting him as a subordinate to assist in his endeavors. Establishing a network of influence within the cosmos was indeed a worthy goal, and acquiring a few more allies would certainly enhance his prospects. With this in mind, Gohan turned to Remo and inquired, "Are there any Saiyans left within the Frieza force? Or perhaps contacts for some lost Saiyans?" After a moment of contemplation, Remo replied, "If it pertains to the main Frieza base, there may be a possibility of locating them." A spark of inspiration ignited within Gohan, and he promptly declared, "Very well. Once we acquire the 2 Super Dragon Balls, we shall raid the Frieza base and procure some items from within." Remo gaped in disbelief, unable to fathom what Gohan had just suggested. This individual was actually contemplating a heist of Frieza's main ship. Beside them, Zilai erupted in jubilant cheers, exclaiming, "Fantastic! Hee hee! I relish such capers. Count me in. Let us raid Frieza's flagship and seize everything of value." Remo was at a loss for words. Realizing he had truly stepped into a perilous situation, this fellow was utterly unafraid of confrontation. Gohan, however, harbored no fear of Frieza. Even if Frieza transformed into his golden form, it posed no threat to him. Frieza's reign was long past, and in comparison to the power of Super Saiyan Blue, he was insignificant. With his own strength bolstered, it would be utterly remiss not to seize the opportunity to raid. The Frieza flagship undoubtedly contained a plethora of valuable items, and to allow Frieza to retain such treasures would be a waste. They rightfully belonged to him. Chapter 50, Acquiring 2 Super Dragon Balls aside from Gohan. No one dared to raid Frieza's army. It is crucial to understand that within Universe 7, Frieza's army has spread throughout the cosmos, having destroyed numerous planets, including the mightiest Saiyan planet. Frieza stands as the true ruler of the universe, second only to the god of destruction. Typically, it is Frieza who plunders others. It is unfathomable for him to be robbed. Beside him, Zilai was quite agitated. She relished such lively affairs and insisted on aiding Gohan, having set her sights on several desirable items from Frieza's army. Meanwhile, Remo felt helpless, knowing that engaging in such activities would likely result in Frieza obliterating him without a second thought. However, with no other options, once aboard this vessel, there was no escaping. Fortunately, the crew did not threaten him, ensuring his safety, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Perhaps, if Gohan's protection was indeed formidable, Frieza might harbor no fear? With Gohan's earlier display of power in mind, Remo piloted the spacecraft confidently, bringing Gohan to the 2 peculiar planets they had discovered. Upon arrival, Gohan immediately noticed the pronounced radar fluctuations, the glowing points pulsating brightly. They magnified continuously, indicating that the two Super Dragon Balls were located here, and astonishingly, they were in close proximity. The prospect of obtaining both filled Gohan with exhilaration, and a smile graced his face. Indeed, this was the place. It appeared that the two Super Dragon Balls lay right before them. Videl, intrigued, approached, gazing at the enveloping darkness of space, puzzled. Gohan, I do not see any glowing orbs. Wasn't it said that Super Dragon Balls are quite large and emit a brilliant light? Nearby, Android 18 also expressed curiosity, scanning the surroundings and observing Gohan. Gohan explained with a smile, the cosmic dust is too abundant. It cloaks the entire orb. You must understand. These orbs are quite massive and exceptionally resilient. Over time, they accumulate debris, and eventually they may become colossal meteoric bodies. Upon hearing this, Videl gasped in disbelief, and Android 18 was equally astonished. Saiyan, too, appeared flabbergasted, and suddenly, a realization struck her, prompting her to exclaim, You are not searching for this particular planet, are you? You mean to say this is the Super Dragon Ball you seek? Gohan nodded, taking the opportunity to clarify, Indeed. The Super Dragon Balls are this large, and as indicated on the display, we have two right beneath us, these two dark celestial bodies. It was unfathomable for most to conceive that what lay before them were Dragon Balls, even if they were aware of it. After all, these two Super Dragon Balls were colossal, resembling meteors cloaked in a shroud of rock. What chance would anyone have of discovering them? Likely. These Super Dragon Balls had slumbered in the cosmos for centuries, perhaps even millennia, having long since transformed into true meteors, fully integrated with others. Without Bulma's knowledge of the Dragon Balls, Gohan himself would hardly believe their vast size. Amidst the astonished expressions of his companions, Gohan donned his space suit once more, waved a farewell, and exited the spaceship. Wait for me here. I shall retrieve the two Super Dragon Balls. In fact, Bulma had already devised a plan for him to acquire the Super Dragon Balls. He took a spatial capsule from the cargo hold, a device that could compress enormous objects into capsule form for convenient storage. Upon discovering the Dragon Balls, they could be collected and reduced to capsule size, making them easy to handle. Bulma's capsule technology was indeed impressive, saving him considerable effort. Now, as he re-emerged into the void of space, Gohan inhaled deeply and instantly transformed into a Super Saiyan. The golden radiance illuminated the cosmos, casting light far and wide, making the void resemble a colossal sun. Gohan's energy once again astonished Saiyan, while Remo realized that Gohan might indeed surpass Frieza in power. Seizing this opportunity to escape Frieza's army would undoubtedly be advantageous. In an instant, Gohan unleashed his energy. The next moment, an immense force gathered in his hands, and he unleashed a perfect Kamehameha directly upon the planetary surface. Boom. The overwhelming energy wave obliterated the surface of the planet, corroding it instantaneously. Countless fragments were propelled outward, revealing the true nature of the planet. A golden orb emerged, adorned with a peculiar star. This was the one-star Super Dragon Ball. Gohan, satisfied, cleared away the remaining debris and looked up at the other Super Dragon Ball in the distance. With a swift motion, he unleashed another Kamehameha. Boom. The planet trembled violently, and in a heartbeat, it crumbled into nothingness, shattering into myriad meteoric fragments. A resplendent, dazzling orb appeared before them, far more beautiful than the one beneath their feet. Videl gazed in awe. This Super Dragon Ball was truly exquisite. I never imagined such beauty existed in the cosmos. Wow, this Dragon Ball is magnificent and so large. Wouldn't it be wonderful to bring it home, 18? Android 18 nodded, equally enamored, a smile gracing her lips as she remarked, collecting Super Dragon Balls must surely be for one's own use. We now possess the 1-star and 2-star Dragon Balls. If we find 2 more, that makes 4 of us, and our collection pace is quite rapid. In the vastness of the universe, Gohan raised his hand and threw the 2 spatial capsules. As they appeared, they enveloped the 2 Super Dragon Balls. And in the next moment, the orbs contracted and were stored within the capsules, reducing to the size of pills, facilitating Gohan's journey. With both Dragon Balls in hand, he grinned. Acquiring 2 on the first day promised a swift collection of all 4 from Universe 7. He anticipated completion within 2 to 3 days. Once all the Dragon Balls from Universe 7 were gathered, he intended to explore Universe 6. Now, with the capsules in hand, he returned to the spacecraft. Saiyan approached immediately. Clearly intrigued by Gohan's capsules, though she dared not steal them, she merely wished to observe. Wow, Let me see. You managed to fit such enormous Dragon Balls into this contraption? How remarkable. Taking the capsules, she examined them with wonder, unable to fathom how such an object could contain such large Dragon Balls. Gohan replied calmly, "This is a product from our Earth, and fortunately, Bulma provided me with these capsules, 7 in total. They are intended for collecting Dragon Balls. Otherwise, I would not know how to transport them home." He retrieved the 2 collected capsules, placed them in a box, and handed it to Android 18. Upon receiving it, she carefully stored it away, casting a glance at Silai, who, feeling Android 18's gaze, obediently stayed still, not daring to misbehave. Gohan lifted his head, his expression serene, and stated, "All right, next we shall head to Frieza's army." "Frieza isn't present, is he?" Remo nodded slightly before speaking. "Lord Frieza is still in training and plans to enter seclusion for a month to prepare for his visit to Earth and confront you Saiyans. Are we truly going to the past?" Gohan expressed his disappointment at the thought of possibly encountering Frieza. Yet he found solace in the notion that it might prevent an unnecessary conflict, thus saving time that could be better spent in his quest for the remaining Dragon Balls. He was certain that he would eventually confront Frieza's army and locate the one known as Broly, aiming to recruit him as an ally. Such information could only be found within the records of Frieza's army. With a smile, Gohan reassured, "Fear not. Even if Frieza arrives, fully transformed into Golden Frieza, I possess the means to prevail against him. Now, let us proceed directly to the headquarters and seize all the valuable resources available." Reluctantly, Remo nodded in agreement. Complying with Gohan's request as he piloted the spacecraft toward Frieza's military headquarters, a vast cosmic base. Frieza's headquarters, established within the cosmos, was an expansive and formidable structure. Its sheer scale was astonishing. This individual had indeed accomplished a remarkable feat by constructing a colossal military establishment within a single galaxy. The grandeur of the buildings left Gohan in awe, pondering how many planets Frieza had plundered and how many treasures he had amassed to establish such a grand cosmic base. His expression brightened with realization. It seems Frieza truly has acquired a considerable bounty. How fortunate for me. However, Remo wore a concerned expression, scanning their surroundings. It appears we may have drawn attention. Frieza's soldiers are about to approach. We need to move deeper inside." Gohan, maintaining his composure, nodded and crossed his arms, stating, "Do not fear, simply continue forward towards their storage area. By the way, your name is Zilai, correct? You should be aware of where Frieza keeps his valuable items. Let us retrieve them together." Zilai raised her hand, cheering, "At your command, my lord." She was filled with anticipation, eager to join Gohan in this audacious endeavor. Gohan glanced at Android 18 and instructed, "Keep an eye on Videl for me. However, typically, there should be no cause for concern. The security of this spacecraft is formidable. Should any formidable adversary arise, I will eliminate them without hesitation." Chapter 51. His battle power at 10 billion. Android 18 nodded slightly. Initially, she intended to accompany them, but it was apparent that Dilly needed protection. Thus, she chose to remain aboard the spacecraft. As they delved deeper into the situation, the spacecraft, which bore no insignia of Frieza's army, soon attracted attention. A patrol team from Frieza's base activated their communicator and inquired directly, "Where do you come from? Answer me. Are you members of Frieza's army?" As the communicator crackled to life, Remo forced a calm demeanor, greeting with a smile, "Hey, Kemu, you don't remember me? I just returned from a mission, and by the way, we commandeered this spaceship. We plan to store it in our Frieza army's warehouse." Upon hearing this, the opposing troops were convinced, for they could scarcely believe that someone would dare infiltrate Frieza's base to seize property. Such audacity was unfathomable. They laughed heartily, assuming the spacecraft was indeed Remo's acquisition. "Excellent work, Remo. Lord Frieza will surely reward you for this. I'll help you access the warehouse," one of them remarked. "By the way, is that individual behind you one of your captives? What planet does he hail from?" Remo glanced at Gohan, gulping nervously as he replied, He's a Saiyan." The others were taken aback, their excitement palpable. "I can't believe there are still Saiyans remaining. This is splendid. If he joins our Frieza army, Lord Frieza will be informed." "Hey, Saiyan, are you here to serve Lord Frieza?" Gohan smirked, a playful glint in his eyes, and responded, "Of course. I will ensure that Lord Frieza remembers me forever." The others appeared delighted, seemingly satisfied with Gohan's declaration. "Indeed, Lord Frieza seeks powerful warriors. I will recommend you to Lord Frieza." With that, they allowed Gohan's spacecraft to enter the warehouse base, where it soon landed in a spacious area surrounded by protective shields, complete with breathable oxygen. No spacesuits were necessary. Disembarking from the spacecraft were Gohan, Remo, and Zillai, who stayed close to Gohan, aware that he would surely take action, and she hoped he would protect her when the time came. Remo accompanied them and soon encountered several soldiers from Frieza's army. Although the current combat strength of Frieza's forces was diminished compared to the past, they still boasted considerable power, with battle powers nearing 80,000. Kemu, resembling a mantis-like alien creature, recognized Remo immediately. Remo, you've done a great service this time. This spaceship looks impressive. There must be plenty of resources inside. By the way, this is the Saiyan, right? What is his battle power? Kemu asked, as he grabbed a scanner from one of his subordinates. Let me see this fellow's battle power. Utilizing the latest Frieza Army Combat Power Scanner, he began to analyze Gohan. The readings skyrocketed, starting from 10,000, then 100,000, 200,000, 300,000, and finally reaching 1,000,000. The machine erupted with countless codes, leaving Kemu utterly dumbfounded, unable to comprehend what he was witnessing. Remo, is this guy's battle power truly over 1 million? No way. Could he also transform into a Super Saiyan? Gohan found the notion laughable. To him, a battle power of 1 million was as trivial as that of a cockroach. With a smirk, he declared, my base battle power exceeds 10 billion. 1 million? Are you joking? The group exchanged incredulous glances, and Kemu was rendered speechless, unable to believe Gohan's claims. Moments later, they burst into laughter. What a joke. Lord Frieza himself doesn't he possess a battle power of 10 billion? You must be kidding. I bet you're barely over 1 million, fit to be Lord Frieza's top soldier. We have warriors with battle powers of 500,000, mind you. Gohan, intrigued, turned his gaze towards them, curiosity piqued. Oh, really? How many of your 500,000 battle power warriors do you have? Kemu chuckled heartily. There are 3 in total. Newly recruited by Lord Frieza. No one in the universe can surpass them. Even Super Saiyans must tread carefully. Gohan found this amusing. 3 warriors with a battle power of 500,000, claiming superiority over Super Saiyans. How absurd. With little patience left to entertain their banter, he decided it was time to take action, as he was there to raid Frieza's base. Then I shall see what your 500,000 battle power warriors are capable of. Bring them all out now. Gathering energy into his hands, he aimed at the protective shield above, unleashing a devastating energy blast. The explosion reverberated through the air, shattering several layers of the shield and striking a nearby large spacecraft, which exploded in a fiery conflagration. Smoke billowed forth as Gohan effortlessly dispatched countless Frieza army soldiers. Kemu stood dumbfounded, unable to fathom that Gohan had arrived and immediately unleashed an energy blast that not only breached their defenses but annihilated a distant spacecraft. This individual's battle power truly surpassed 1 million. How dare you? Remo, what is the meaning of this? Is this guy here to cause trouble? They finally realized that Gohan was not there to join Frieza's ranks. Gohan smirked at the bewildered group, his cold laughter echoing. I am here to take what I want. Zillai, you and Remo gather the goods. I'll keep watch here. I will slay anyone who dares to stop me. Super Rose transformation, activate. Boom. As Gohan transformed into his Super Rose form, every scanner in the vicinity exploded. The onlookers were stunned, realizing that the explosion of the scanners signified that his battle power exceeded 10 million. This was terrifying. His transformation was even more formidable than that of a Super Saiyan. Chapter 52, A Bounty of Treasures. With a flick of his wrist, Gohan wore a mischievous smile as he unleashed an energy blast that erupted like fireworks towards Frieza's base. The ferocious energy surged into the sky, and as it descended, it transformed into a barrage of terrifying energy blasts that battered the entirety of Frieza's fortress. Boom, boom, boom. Frieza's military stronghold was ravaged in an instant, numerous structures crumbling under the onslaught. The explosive flames sent Frieza's soldiers into a panic, their heads in their hands, bewildered by the chaos unfolding around them. What is happening? Who is responsible for this? Ah, no. My spaceship has exploded. Who did this? Kemu, what is going on? What is this lunatic doing? As the soldiers exchanged incredulous glances, they beheld Gohan soaring high above, his power overwhelming. They could hardly fathom the magnitude of his energy. Who among Frieza's ranks could possibly contend with him? Kemu was rendered speechless, utterly awestruck by Gohan's imposing presence, and dared not intervene. Meanwhile, Sai erupted with excitement. laughing heartily as he encouraged Gohan, commanding the soldiers with pride. This is no ordinary individual. He is the Super Saiyan who vanquished King Frieza. Did you not hear? Bow down and plead for mercy. Camu and his companions exchanged uncertain glances, unsure of how to proceed. Gohan's erratic energy blasts had inadvertently drawn the attention of Frieza's strongest warriors. Several soldiers with a power level of 500,000 rushed towards the scene, clearly intent on confronting Gohan. Seeing this, Camu's spirits lifted, and he exclaimed, "The new Ginyu Force has arrived. With them here, we need not fear this brat. The new Ginyu Force will stop him from destroying our spaceship." The three warriors had already locked on to Gohan upon their arrival, fists clenched and eyes blazing with anger. "You insolent fool! What do you think you're doing in Frieza's army? Do you dare to disregard the new Ginyu warriors? Stop right there. You are courting death by wreaking havoc within our ranks. You shall not leave here alive." Gohan merely smirked at the trio of 500,000 power-level warriors. His disdain evident. Such trash dares to threaten me? With a mere glance, he rendered them motionless. In that moment, they recognized the extraordinary aura emanating from Gohan. Their faces paling in fear. What is his power level? I don't know. The scanner was destroyed earlier. Our latest scanners won't explode until they register 10 million. Could it be that this brat exceeds that? Impossible. That would put him on par with Lord Frieza. Listening to their conversation, Gohan chuckled coldly. What is Frieza? Even if he were to attain Golden Frieza form, he would still be no match for my pinky finger. Get lost, you garbage. Bring Frieza here. And even in his presence, I could plunder his base. The three warriors exchanged incredulous glances, unable to believe Gohan's audacity. How could he even think of robbing their base in front of King Frieza? Enraged, they charged at Gohan, shouting, "You scoundrel! We can handle you without needing Lord Frieza. You bastard! We will kill you. Witness our might, 500,000 power level, the strongest punch." As they closed in, one warrior threw a punch, only to find it halted a good 10 meters from Gohan. He was unable to advance. Gohan's energy was overwhelming, enhanced by his Super Saiyan God transformation. The trio of 500,000 power-level warriors could not even approach him. With a simple raise of his hand, Gohan unleashed a powerful blast of energy that radiated from him. Boom! The force swept through the area, crashing into the three Ginyu warriors, leaving them utterly stunned. Before they could comprehend the situation, they were obliterated by the energy, reduced to nothing more than dust. The disparity in strength was insurmountable, and Gohan sighed. "You couldn't withstand even a flick of my finger and yet chose to come here to meet your demise. Zai, why are you all still standing there? Hurry and collect the treasures." Noticing Zai and the others were frozen in shock, Gohan frowned. Zai immediately perked up, exclaiming, "Long live the Saiyan. The Saiyan is amazing." Remo was equally astonished, witnessing the three powerful warriors with 500,000 power levels being dispatched with a mere gesture from Gohan. Camu, sensing the overwhelming strength of Remo and the others, had already collapsed to the ground in fear. With power levels below 100,000, how could they possibly match the earlier trio of 500,000 warriors? Witnessing Gohan's effortless annihilation of their foes, they quickly knelt and begged for mercy. "Please, don't kill us, O Saiyan. I will take you to the treasury and help you find treasures. Please don't harm us. We surrender. We will do anything you ask." He is terrifying. Even King Frieza would struggle to contain him. He truly is a Super Saiyan. The group, their faces pale with dread, escorted Zai and Remo to the treasury in search of treasures. Zai strutted confidently, directing the group into Frieza's vault, which housed a plethora of spoils seized by Frieza's army. Rare treasures from various planets were gathered here, including natural jewels the size of meters and super armor capable of withstanding formidable attacks. There were countless valuable items. Upon entering, Zai cheered joyfully, diving into a pile of jewels and rolling about in delight. Remo, watching with a scowl, urged, "Let us grab what we need and get out of here. King Frieza could arrive at any moment." Zai laughed heartily, showing no concern. "What if King Frieza comes? Mr. Gohan is a Super Saiyan. What do we have to fear? With so many treasures here, we must take them all." There were so many items that even several spaceships would struggle to carry them all. Zai eagerly stuffed as many jewels into his pockets as he could, still trying to fit more. Meanwhile, Remo, observing Zai's greedy antics, shook his head and retrieved the capsule storage device Gohan had given him. He searched for valuable items, including the Saiyan scanner that Gohan needed, and carefully placed everything of worth into the capsule. In one fell swoop, he filled the capsule resulting in the contents of the treasury being halved. Seeing Remo's capsule, Zai, who had already gathered many treasures, approached him. Hey, let me borrow your capsule so I can take back these precious jewels. Remo shot him a warning glance. Be careful, don't keep any for yourself. This is for the Saiyan. If he finds out, your life may be in jeopardy. Zilai nodded repeatedly, her face adorned with a radiant smile as she exclaimed, I know. These treasures were entrusted to me by sister number 18, and there's also that one for sister Videl. They surely adore jewelry, and when I bring these back, they will be delighted. If I receive just 1 or 2 pieces in return, I will be quite fortunate indeed. Each of these jewels is of immense worth. Securing even a couple will bring me joy. With deft hands, she grabbed a capsule and filled it with numerous jewels. The duo had effectively plundered a significant portion of Frieza's treasury, and upon his return, he would undoubtedly be infuriated. After acquiring their bounty, the two departed and swiftly returned to report to Gohan. At present, Gohan's energy cannon had decimated a considerable portion of Frieza's army, and the entire base was engulfed in flames, with an unknown toll of casualties. This time, Frieza's Cosmic Legion would undoubtedly suffer a severe blow. Not yet satiated, Gohan unleashed one final Super Kamehameha, obliterating the entire treasury along with the central spaceship. The explosion resonated like that of a celestial body erupting, filling the sky with flames. Witnessing the spectacle, Gohan wore a satisfied expression, glancing at the two behind him, clearly indicating that they had gathered all they could carry. With a wave of his hand, he returned to the ship. Let us depart. It is time to leave. Zilai gazed at the distant flames raging in the cosmos. Her face filled with admiration as she remarked, Hee hee, Frieza will surely be driven to despair by this. Lord Gohan, we have acquired quite a bounty. There were so many treasures in Frieza's vault that we nearly couldn't collect them all. She eagerly handed over the capsule, and Gohan nodded appreciatively. Securing it for later examination once aboard the ship, he promptly returned to the spacecraft, piloting it away from the area. Within half an hour of Gohan's departure, another ship arrived at the scene. Upon receiving the news, Frieza returned to the base aboard his main ship, only to be met with a scene of utter devastation. Sitting within his cosmic throne, Frieza's expression darkened, and in that moment, the veins on his forehead throbbed ominously. What is happening here, Bilibulu? Chapter 53. The search for Broly's whereabouts. Balabu appeared visibly distressed, trembling as he spoke. Lord Frieza, we have been ambushed by a Saiyan. He plundered our base, stealing numerous items and slaying many of our warriors before departing. Frieza's expression darkened ominously, his face contorting with rage. A Saiyan? How could they possibly have found this place? Infuriating. How dare that despicable Saiyan invade my base? I shall not forgive him. In an instant, Frieza's fury transformed him into his golden form, causing Balabu to cower and kneel in fear. Frieza was genuinely enraged, unable to comprehend why a Saiyan would dare to challenge him. This audacious Saiyan had not sought trouble on Earth, yet he had the audacity to confront Frieza? How could his own base be vulnerable to such a vile creature? The audacity of the Saiyan was beyond belief. Frieza's voice echoed through the cosmos. But I will find him. I, Frieza, will personally annihilate him. Without delay, Frieza's army mobilized their remaining warriors to scour the universe in search of Gohan. Meanwhile, after raiding Frieza's base, Gohan began to assess his spoils. The first item he sought was a Saiyan Scouter, along with a comprehensive map of Universe 7, aiding him in locating the remaining Dragon Balls and finding Broly. To his astonishment, Frieza possessed a trove of valuable items, including an entire cosmic map. This would greatly facilitate his search across the universe, especially with the advanced scouters he had acquired, far superior to Bulma's technology, likely pilfered from other planets. These scouters could detect any anomalies in the vicinity, providing timely reports within an extensive range, even capable of probing the interiors of planets to uncover hidden resources. Frieza had amassed a wealth of treasures, now fortuitously in Gohan's possession. Gohan was delighted with the cosmic map and scouters, wearing a broad smile. Beside him, Videl and others could not contain their astonishment. Wow, these gemstones are enormous. Look at all this jewelry, Gohan. It's truly remarkable. Chilai had secured a significant amount of jewelry, which left Videl and Android 18 equally amazed. Videl picked up a few pieces, instantly recognizing their immense value. Android 18 also admired the treasures, knowing they could fetch billions on Earth. With all this, we could easily be looking at hundreds of billions in value. She mused. In a cheerful mood, she complimented Chilai. Well done. If we sell these back on Earth, we might earn hundreds of billions, even more. Chilai, grinning widely, responded, Sister 18. I gathered all these items that Remo didn't want. I thought you and Lady Bidley would certainly appreciate them, so I brought them all back. With a smirk, Android 18 tossed 2 pieces of jewelry to her. Excellent work. Consider this your reward. Chi-Lai's face lit up with joy as she cheered. Thank you, Sister 18. This is exactly what I wanted. Securing those 2 pieces was a significant achievement for her, as even one could yield substantial cosmic currency. Meanwhile, Gohan directed Remo to pilot the ship toward a specific planet. Remo, noting Gohan's instructions, hesitated. Lord Saiyan, are we truly searching for someone named Broly? I've heard he harbors a deep grudge against your kind. His father was one of the followers of Frieza and played a role in the destruction of the Saiyan homeworld. Gohan acknowledged the complexities surrounding Broly, recognizing his potential as a formidable ally. Fear not, I seek to test my strength against him. He is said to be the mightiest Super Saiyan. I am eager to witness the true essence of his transformation. Gohan's confidence left Remo speechless, aware of Gohan's prowess as he navigated the ship directly toward Broly's planet. With the ship's speed, they would arrive in merely half a day. On a desolate planet, harsh and inhospitable, colossal creatures roamed, monsters akin to dinosaurs, making survival nearly impossible for ordinary beings. Only Saiyans could endure such a harsh environment. Broly had been abandoned on this planet as a child, trained ruthlessly by his father, who sought to mold him into a rival for Prince Vegeta. Neglecting his son's well-being in pursuit of strength, Gohan believed he could rescue Broly, sensing immense potential in him. If properly trained, Broly could become Frieza's most formidable warrior, capable of matching even the Golden Frieza. As the ship landed amidst swirling sands, Gohan emerged first, followed by a cautious Chi-Lai, who was visibly apprehensive of the monstrous inhabitants. Gohan, are we certain this is where we're supposed to find him? It seems impossible for anyone to survive here. Remo nodded gravely. This truly is a death planet, filled with terrifying creatures. If anyone thrives here, their combat skills must be extraordinary. Indeed, Broly had grown up amidst such peril. Gohan lifted his gaze, attuning himself to the energy around him, and soon detected a powerful presence, exactly the individual he was seeking. Chapter 54. The primordial Super Saiyan Broly, a creature from the planet, lay sprawled on the ground, its form utterly ravaged, clearly having endured an intense battle before its demise. Its massive physique resembled that of a small mountain. Broly, raising his hand, was in the process of disassembling the monster's carcass to procure sustenance to replenish his energy. As he was extracting the flesh, he sensed a powerful gaze upon him, as though someone was observing him from afar. This intense scrutiny compelled him to abruptly lift his head and glance in the direction of the source. Beside him, Paragus noticed Broly's sudden change in demeanor, his expression one of confusion. "What is it, Broly?" he inquired. Broly, furrowing his brow with an uncertain expression, replied, "There is a formidable being over there. It seems unlike any I have encountered before." Paragus, however, remained skeptical. They had been training on this planet for an extended period, and it was inconceivable that any creature could surpass their power. With a dismissive pout, he calmly asserted, "The monsters on this planet cannot possibly match the strength of a Saiyans. Now, gather your things. Let us investigate." Broly retrieved several pieces of meat, acknowledging that though they were unpalatable, any food on this desolate planet was a blessing. He would consume anything merely to survive. Moreover, he was now nothing more than a puppet to his father. Paragus wielded the electric control device attached to Broly's collar, training his own son to become the ultimate Saiyan warrior. He could manipulate Broly entirely through the remote, inflicting pain at his whim, akin to raising a dog. With a wave of his hand, Paragus directed Broly to carry the meager food they had procured toward a nearby location. He was eager to discern what creature could have captured Broly's attention. The planet's inhabitants could not possibly rival the two Saiyans. As they walked for a short while, they soon spotted a spacecraft in the distance, prompting a change in Paragus's expression to one of astonishment. "What is this? A spacecraft here? Who could it belong to? Could it be another Saiyan? Or perhaps someone from Lord Frieza's ranks?" He was perplexed as to who would venture to such a remote planet, and the size of the vessel suggested it was no ordinary craft. The spacecraft had already landed, and it seemed the occupants had disembarked. Paragus turned to Broly, asking, "Are they nearby?" Broly scanned the vicinity, still unable to fully master his energy control, and shook his head in response. Paragus let out a cold snort, his expression one of discontent. "I've instructed you to learn to control your power, yet you show no progress. It seems my efforts in training you have been in vain." Broly lowered his head, refraining from speaking. Paragus's gaze remained fixed on the spacecraft, a smirk creeping across his face as he contemplated the potential riches within. Since the ship is here, it must be filled with valuable supplies. Broly, go and destroy that spacecraft, and bring back whatever you find inside. Broly's expression shifted at the thought of robbing others, and he hesitated, preparing to decline. Paragus, however, raised the electric control device attached to Broly's collar. A threatening glint in his eyes. Obey me and seize the cargo from the ship. If you disobey, you know the consequences. Fear etched across Broly's face as he glanced at the remote, taking a few steps back, but ultimately he steeled himself and approached the vessel. Just as he made contact with the spacecraft, a beam of energy shot forth. What do you intend to do? Boom. The energy beam from Android 18 struck, causing Broly to recoil in shock as it obliterated a nearby hill. His expression shifted as he recognized the formidable power of his adversary. Paragus, observing that the newcomer was a woman, sneered coldly. It appears the ship belongs to you. Broly, eliminate her and seize her vessel. As Broly hesitated, Paragus activated the electric button on the remote. The crackling sound of electricity filled the air, and Broly, clutching his collar, trembled uncontrollably. In an instant, he was racked with pain, screaming in agony. The torment etched on his face drew a frown from Android 18, while her companion, Videl, looked on with a hint of sympathy. They questioned who these individuals were and why a father would treat his son in such a manner. Android 18, observing Paragus, couldn't help but acknowledge that some Saiyans were devoid of familial bonds, driven solely by self-interest. Once the electric shock subsided, Broly complied with Paragus's command and charged toward Android 18, delivering a powerful punch. Android 18, realizing the intensity of Broly's speed and strength post-electrocution, understood she was facing a formidable opponent who surpassed even the Super Saiyan threshold. She hadn't anticipated such power from him in his base form, and it became clear why Gohan had come to this planet. Refusing to evade, she engaged Broly head-on, exchanging blows in rapid succession. Their clash sent shockwaves through the air, creating numerous craters in the ground. As the battle raged on, Broly tapped into his latent potential, his strength surging exponentially. Feeling the pressure, Android 18 furrowed her brow, recognizing the need to retreat. She cast a wary glance at Broly, contemplating the peculiarities of this extraordinary Saiyan. She realized he had not transformed into a Super Saiyan yet possessed power that overshadowed even the Super Saiyan levels. Just as Broly prepared to launch another attack, a voice interrupted. Hey, you two. You seem rather hasty. I was just looking for you, and here you were at my ship. Planning to plunder it? Gohan reappeared, having searched for them earlier, only to discover Broly's presence at his spacecraft. The sight of Gohan caused Paragus's expression to shift dramatically. He recognized Gohan as a Saiyan, albeit a hybrid. You're a Saiyan. No, wait, your bloodline is mixed. Who is your father? All Saiyans were supposed to be annihilated. Why does a Saiyan descendant still exist? Do you know Vegeta? In an instant, Paragus deduced Gohan's lineage, realizing he was a half-Saiyan, which implied that Vegeta might still be alive. Gohan, rolling his eyes at Paragus, spoke calmly. I have no connection to Vegeta. You're Broly's father, aren't you? It's a tragedy for him to have a father like you. Perhaps I should step in to guide him. Paragus's expression darkened as he struggled to comprehend Gohan's words. Upon hearing Gohan mention familiarity with Vegeta, he clenched his fists in rage. That accursed Vegeta is still alive. I must capture you to learn of Vegeta's whereabouts. Broly, seize him alive, he commanded, raising his hand toward Broly once more. With a thunderous roar, Broly, now clearly on the brink of losing his sanity, charged forward with reckless abandon. He unleashed a powerful punch aimed directly at Gohan. However, Gohan did not flinch. In a swift motion, he raised his hand and caught Broly's fist effortlessly. The impact resonated with a loud clap, yet Gohan remained steadfast, unyielding amidst the swirling winds around him. Paragus stood in stunned silence, and even Broly displayed a flicker of astonishment. No, it can't be. You cannot possibly catch my punch. Who are you? Broly's power had ascended to that of a Super Saiyan God, and yet Gohan, merely an ordinary Saiyan, should not have been able to withstand such force. Paragus's disbelief was palpable as he struggled to comprehend why Gohan could absorb Broly's tremendous blow without transforming. With a cold smirk and an air of indifference, Gohan retorted, "It is not only this brute who can wield Super Saiyan strength without transforming. I can too, and without the need to change forms. He is simply no match for me." With that, Gohan seized Broly's arm and, in a swift motion, hurled him away toward a distant hill. The collision was catastrophic. Broly's body crashed into the hillside, obliterating several mounds before finally coming to a halt, his form marred with injuries. This time, the damage was significant. Zyle, witnessing the spectacle, raised her hands in jubilant cheer. Go, Gohan. This Broly is nothing to worry about. He can't compete with Gohan's might. Beside her, Remo's expression turned grave as he interjected, No, that brute possesses terrifying combat strength. The fact that Gohan has taken notice of him indicates he harbors some unique potential that remains untapped. We must wait and see. Zyle, intrigued, glanced over. Although she felt a certain admiration for Broly, her respect for Gohan was far greater, recognizing his unparalleled strength as something that this pitiful Saiyan could never hope to rival. As Broly was sent flying, Paragus' expression darkened, and his fury erupted. Broly, you fool. How could you allow yourself to be thrown aside? What are you doing? Get up and eliminate this pest at once. Chapter 55. I have yet to transform Broly's formidable strength was such that he could not even contend with the hybrid Saiyan. Causing Paragus to erupt with fury, he unleashed a torrent of curses and intensified the electric shocks, pushing their power to the utmost limit. Kill him. No need to capture him, just eliminate him. I will interrogate his companions later. At that moment, the electric shocks reached their zenith, flooding through Broly's collar and coursing into his battered body, causing it to convulse uncontrollably, rendering him unconscious. The overwhelming surge of electricity lifted Broly from the ground, and from a distance, Zilai felt a twinge of sympathy for him. What a wretched father he has, treating his son in such a manner, she thought. Limo, with a calm demeanor, remarked, the Saiyan race is known for such behavior. Let us not forget that they are among the fiercest warriors in the universe. Indeed, Paragus was solely driven by revenge, indifferent to everything else. The electric shocks rendered Broly unconscious, but in the next instant, his latent power erupted. His muscles expanded instantaneously, and his energy surged skyward. The very planet trembled beneath the awakening of his primal Super Saiyan transformation, resulting in fissures that released torrents of magma. Broly, now devoid of awareness, was consumed by the instinct to battle, his eyes vacant as he roared in fury. Only then did Zilai comprehend the significance of Gohan's pursuit of this individual. His terrifying combat prowess made her tremble. This individual is indeed more formidable than even King Frieza. Limo nodded in agreement, acknowledging, yes, his energy is extraordinarily potent. Even King Frieza pales in comparison. I now understand why Gohan sought him out. Concern washed over Zilai as she pondered, could Gohan truly be an equal match for him? His power exceeds that of King Frieza. What if Gohan were to fall? Limo glanced at Gohan, noting his unwavering calmness. Fear not. Gohan's composed demeanor suggests he has anticipated this. Zilai soon realized that Gohan had shown no sign of wavering upon witnessing Broly's transformation, even if Broly achieved 100 of his primal Super Saiyan form. Equating to Super Saiyan Blue strength, Gohan considered him a worthy adversary, yet it was inconceivable that Broly could surpass him. With a sweeping gaze, Gohan's attention fell upon Paragus, whom he regarded as a blight. As long as Paragus remained, Broly could never be his subordinate. A flicker of murderous intent flashed in his eyes, which did not escape Paragus's notice, instilling fear within him. Broly, eliminate him. Deal with him. Once Broly became a mindless war machine, he instinctively locked onto Gohan, the strongest presence in the vicinity, eager to challenge him. This instinct became his final remnant of consciousness as he charged at Gohan with reckless abandon. Gohan evaded effortlessly, and Broly pursued relentlessly, tearing through any obstacles in their path. They plunged from the surface into the planet's core, erupting from the molten depths in a fierce explosion. As they ascended, their fists collided with explosive force. The shockwaves from their combat caused further fissures across the planet, the molten lava spewing forth with each impact. Witnessing this devastation, Zilai's expression grew grave as she sensed the impending doom. Gohan and that individual possess overwhelming power. If this continues, the entire planet will be annihilated. 18. We must return to the spaceship post-haste. Limo concurred, sensing the imminent catastrophe. He raised his hand, calling out to Gohan, Gohan, we must retreat to the spaceship. His power is terrifying, and we fear the planet may explode. Gohan recognized that subduing Broly's power could lead to catastrophic consequences for the planet. He nodded and instructed 18. You all should board the spaceship without concern for me. I will handle this. 18 nodded, leading Biddy Lee back to the spaceship, 4 of them taking to the skies. Paragus, witnessing this, felt a surge of dissatisfaction as he did not wish to let the spaceship escape. Damn it, you lot, leave the spaceship behind. Paragus soared towards the vessel, but before he could reach it, Gohan intercepted him with an energy blast. The blast zipped past Paragus, sending a chill down his spine as he glared at Gohan, seething with resentment. You cannot possibly be a match for Broly. You would do well to surrender and reveal Vegeta's whereabouts, lest you all meet your demise here. Gohan chuckled, finding the situation amusing. Do you not find it peculiar that I am fighting alongside your Broly without even transforming? You should know that there are transformations beyond Super Saiyan. I am not even utilizing my transformations. Paragus suddenly realized, having nearly forgotten that Gohan had been fighting in his base form the entire time, even during their fist fight. Shocked, Paragus stared, unable to fathom the truth. No, it cannot be. You possess such strength without transforming. If you were to transform, Gohan, undeterred by Paragus's disbelief, inhaled deeply, ready to reveal his true strength. Allow me to demonstrate the depth of my power. Super Saiyan Rose transformation. In an instant, Gohan completed his transformation, unleashing his full combat prowess, revealing the apex of his power. Chapter 56. The exploding planet with a thunderous roar, a vibrant pink aura erupted from within, manifesting as an enormous giant. Gohan, harnessing the energy from his pink transformation, unleashed his Susanoo, resulting in a terrifying figure endowed with unparalleled defensive and destructive capabilities. Paragus, witnessing this spectacle, was utterly astonished. He could scarcely fathom that a Saiyan could achieve such power. How could this be? This individual not only transformed, but also grew into a colossal being. The overwhelming aura sent shivers down his spine as he gazed up at the giant. As Broly charged forward, Susanoo raised a hand and effortlessly swatted him away. One hand of Susanoo pressed down on Broly, relentlessly smashing him against the ground. Boom. The ground shattered beneath the impact, and the force of that strike drove Broly deep into the planet's magma, plunging him into the very core of the planet. With a thunderous explosion, molten lava erupted violently, fracturing the planet's core. The planet began to tremble ominously. If this continued, total destruction was imminent. Paragus, sensing the impending doom, called out to Broly with a pale face, "Broly, stop. If this continues, the planet will explode. We must cease this madness." Regrettably, Broly had long since lost control. After being driven into the core by Gohan's Susanoo, he erupted in fury once more, unleashing the full power of a Super Saiyan at 100. With a primal scream, he surged from the magma, his battle power soaring, much to Gohan's satisfaction. Excellent. Continue to amplify your strength. Only then can you serve as my training partner. Aha. It was worth my effort to seek you out. Gohan laughed heartily, channeling energy into a punch aimed at Broly. This time, Broly grasped the hand of Susanoo, eager to match his strength against Gohan's pink energy. With a fierce roar, he pushed against Susanoo. Gohan raised an eyebrow in appreciation. Indeed, your power is commendable. Alas, without any awareness, you're completely out of control. Raw strength alone won't suffice. With that, Gohan waved his hand, retracting Susanoo and drawing all the energy back into himself. In an instant, Broly lost his target and stood bewildered, staring at Gohan, puzzled as to why the giant form had vanished. Gohan, replenishing his energy, activated his pink transformation and took a deep breath. A glimmer sparked in his eyes, and the next moment, his 100-fold King Kai fist was unleashed, propelling his speed to the utmost limit. Whoosh! A streak of red light zipped past, and before Broly could react, Gohan appeared before him, lifting his fist and delivering a mighty blow that sent Broly crashing into the magma. Boom! The force of this punch was even greater, driving Broly deeper into the planet's core, causing the very heart of the planet to fracture. Exploding lava surged across the planet, and it became evident that the planet was doomed, set to explode within minutes. Paragus, his face pale with dread, realized the gravity of the situation as fissures appeared beneath him. He no longer wished to continue the fight without a spaceship. They were certain to perish in the impending explosion. With a grim expression, he called out to Broly amidst the magma. Enough, Broly. We must escape. The planet is about to explode. Gohan cast a cold glance at Paragus, sneering. Now that you wish to stop, it's not so simple with you around. Broly is far from regaining his normal state. With that, Gohan raised a hand, aiming it at Paragus. Paragus's expression shifted as he attempted to resist, but Gohan offered him no chance. Die! Whoosh! A beam of energy shot forth, and Paragus's face went pale. He was utterly powerless to counter Gohan, who clearly intended to end his life. He raised his hand in a futile attempt to block, but the laser pierced through him, obliterating half of his body. In agony and despair, he collapsed to the ground, his eyes filled with unyielding bitterness. Gohan glanced at him dismissively, not sparing him another thought. before turning his gaze back to the lava. Your father has perished. If you wish to avenge him, come find me now. You can hear me, can't you? Surely. You won't succumb so easily. With your strength, mere lava cannot claim your life on this planet. A torrent of lava erupted, and Broly re-emerged, his eyes locking onto his father's lifeless body. His face twisted with rage as he clenched his fists. The sight of his father's demise ignited an explosive fury within him. Father! Father! He bellowed, his emotions overwhelming him. Despite his father's treatment of him as a mere tool rather than a son, he still held deep feelings for him. Consumed by rage, Broly charged at Gohan without a second thought, disregarding the impending explosion of the planet as they clashed in combat. They ascended into the sky, then plunged into the molten core once more. Their fists collided, unleashing waves of energy that shattered the very fabric of the planet. Meanwhile, in space, Android 18 and the others had long since departed the doomed planet. As they hovered in the void, they looked down to witness the planet slowly disintegrating. Incredible! Exclaimed Chi-Lai, marveling at the intensity of the battle, which far surpassed their previous encounter with Frieza's army. This is terrifying. The planet is on the brink of explosion. I hope Gohan will be all right. Android 18, her expression serious yet trusting, replied, if it's him, he should find a way to escape. Remo soon noticed two figures ascending from the planet. Look, that's Lord Gohan and that fellow named Broly. Everyone turned their attention, witnessing the two ascend into space just as the planet began to explode. Although the vacuum of space lacked oxygen, their formidable powers would allow them to endure for several minutes without difficulty. Chapter 57. The might of my power. The two combatants soared into the cosmos, engaging in a fierce battle amidst the vastness of space. Their conflict was so intense that even the meteors scattered throughout the starry expanse were caught in the fray, shattering under the force of their blows. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions of the meteors sent violent tremors rippling through the void. They traversed from one planet to another, with Broly furiously in pursuit while Gohan leisurely widened the gap, luring his opponent. This spectacle left the crew of the spaceship utterly astonished. Such overwhelming power disregarded the very environment and terrain, leading to the obliteration of an entire planet and the fragmentation of countless meteors. The two fighters landed on another desolate planet. Upon touching down, Gohan observed Broly charging at him with reckless abandon. As he prepared to collide, Gohan deftly evaded, allowing Broly to crash headlong into the surface of the barren world. With a resounding thud, Broly plunged deep into the planet's core, momentarily rendered unable to alter his trajectory. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Gohan raised his hands, intent on concluding their confrontation. Enough is enough. The ultimate Kamehameha, a flawless 100 Kamehameha, shall shatter this planet. As he lifted his arms, the gathered energy radiated a crimson glow. Just as Broly sought to escape, Gohan unleashed the colossal Kamehameha directly at him. The immense wave of energy engulfed the entire planet, pushing Broly back before he could flee. This time, Broly was utterly defenseless against the onslaught, crashing into the planet's interior with a long tail trailing behind him. The desolate world erupted in a cataclysmic explosion, sending a tremendous shockwave that swept across the cosmos. Boom. The spaceship carrying Android 18 and the others began to shake violently. Inside, the crew clung desperately to the handrails to avoid being thrown about. The vessel rocked precariously for several minutes before finally settling. As the ship ceased its tumultuous motion, the occupants exhaled in relief, astonished that Gohan had managed to annihilate a planet with such ease. Gohan floated high above, sensing a significant decrease in Broly's energy. With a smirk, he returned to the ship. Android 18 opened the hatch, and Gohan dove inside, grateful for the oxygen-rich atmosphere. After taking a deep breath, he remarked, "That guy is truly formidable. I nearly suffocated out there. Fighting in space without oxygen is incredibly difficult." Nearby, Chi-Lai gazed at the remnants of the exploded planet, her expression anxious. Gohan, is he dead?" Gohan waved dismissively. "No, that guy's body is incredibly resilient. He won't be dead. He should be unconscious now. Let's head over and retrieve him." Chi-Lai's face reflected her worry. "Gohan, do we really have to save him? I'm afraid if he wakes up, he might go on another rampage. His father is gone now. Won't he seek revenge against us?" Gohan showed no sign of concern. That guy's father was nothing but trash. His death is inconsequential. Broly is still useful. I know he's likely been captured by Frieza's forces, and I want to recruit a powerful ally to oppose Frieza and protect our ship. With a wave of his hand, he reassured her, "There's no need to fear. If he awakens, I have ways to subdue him. We must retrieve him quickly, or he may perish for real." Remo immediately piloted the ship toward the remnants of the exploded planet, soon spotting the unconscious Broly. Under Gohan's direction, he donned a spacesuit and exited the ship, securing Broly and returning him aboard. Broly gradually regained consciousness a day later. After securing him, Gohan set off once more in search of the Super Dragon Balls of Universe 7. While examining Frieza's cosmic map to determine their course, Chi-Li's voice interrupted his thoughts. Gohan. He is awake. Turning around, Gohan saw that Broly, though bound, had regained consciousness. Despite his restraints, they were of little consequence given Broly's strength. As he lifted his head, his gaze fell upon Gohan. Even in his fury, he realized the gravity of his father's death and the peril that Gohan had put him in. Confusion clouded his mind. Why would this individual save him and bring him aboard the ship? Anger clouded his vision, and he glared at Gohan, ready to unleash his wrath. Chi-Li, frightened, quickly hid behind Gohan. Gohan, we shouldn't have saved him. He might explode with rage again. Our ship could be destroyed. Gohan remained impassive, emanating an aura of dominance as he momentarily subdued Broly with an illusion. Calmly observing Broly's fury, he spoke softly. Broly, I can offer you the freedom you desire. Are you willing to become my subordinate and assist me in conquering this universe? However, Broly broke free from his restraints, seething with rage. My father died because of you. I will avenge him. Gohan, unimpressed by Broly's outburst, replied coolly, your father brought this upon himself. He attempted to seize my ship and sought to kill me. That was his own doing. This universe is one governed by the strong, and because I am stronger, he perished. Had I been weaker, it would have been my demise. The reason I survived is that I am powerful. Broly's expression shifted, caught in the turmoil of his thoughts. He was forced to acknowledge the truth in Gohan's words. In this cosmic realm, power reigned supreme, and he knew his own strength could not match that of the man before him. His face grew pale, and confusion filled his mind as he questioned, Why didn't you kill me? Gohan answered with a detached calmness, because you hold value. I do not expect your forgiveness. Since I am stronger, you must submit to me. I offer you the chance to avenge your father. If you possess the capability to defeat me, I will allow you that opportunity. Broly's expression shifted dramatically, unprepared for Gohan's composed demeanor. Chapter 58. Culinary delights captivate the heart. Broly's expression shifted, still harboring skepticism towards the words of the individual before him. Why should I believe you? His face clouded with animosity as he glared. Beside him, Zyle pouted, discontent evident on her features. If it weren't for Lord Gohan, you would have perished long ago. Do not forget, you were defeated by our Lord Gohan. Otherwise, why would we have rescued you, allowing you to linger in the cosmos a little longer? You owe your life to him. With Zyle's pointed remark, Broly fell silent. Indeed, had it not been for Gohan's intervention, he might have met his end. He was perplexed by the intentions of the person standing before him. This individual had slain his father yet granted him a chance at life. He had been handed the power of choice, and in this moment, he could be deemed truly free. Yet, he was at a loss regarding his next steps. His simple mind struggled to comprehend such intricate dilemmas. Though vengeance against Gohan sparked within him, he recognized the futility of confronting someone who had bested him once. To retaliate would only result in being cast from the ship, sealing his fate. Conversely, what could he achieve by refraining from revenge? Was he to become this person's subordinate, aiding him in his endeavors? Broly's face contorted with inner turmoil and suffering. Observing his distress, Zyle stepped closer, placing a comforting hand on his shoulder. In truth, following Lord Gohan is quite favorable. He is far superior to King Frieza, and significantly better than your father. Your father was brutal, controlling you with a collar. Yet, Lord Gohan has never resorted to such measures. Zyle's persuasive words ignited a flicker of realization within Broly. He conceded that his father had indeed been cruel. Compared to the individual before him, this one was a breath of fresh air. Lowering his gaze, Broly ceased speaking. Zyle, with a dismissive huff, returned to Gohan's side and spoke softly, Lord Gohan, keeping this guy on our ship poses a risk. He could snap at any moment. Should we restrain him further? Gohan waved his hand dismissively, expressing no concern. No need, let him come to his own conclusions. I have my own matters to attend to. And whether he gains clarity is entirely up to him. Turning away, Gohan began examining the cosmic map, seeking the location of the third Super Dragon Ball. The ship swiftly pinpointed a planet, guided by the Dragon Ball radar, and set its course towards this celestial body. As they traversed the vastness of space, enveloped in darkness, they encountered numerous peculiar planets, their breathtaking vistas eliciting awe from the ship's occupants. Videl, particularly enchanted by their beauty, exclaimed, Lord Gohan, Look at that stunning planet. It even has green vegetation like Earth. She pointed toward a small Earth-like planet, capturing Gohan's attention. The radar responded, indicating that they were approaching the very Super Dragon Ball he sought. Let us proceed. We should be nearing the location of the third Super Dragon Ball, Gohan commanded, instructing Remo to pilot the ship toward the small Earth-like planet. Once they landed, it became evident that this world bore a striking resemblance to Earth, adorned with lush greenery and abundant oxygen. Various animals thrived here, yet there were no humans, only creatures of the wild. As they disembarked, Broly followed closely behind, experiencing his first venture into the unknown following his escape from a hellish existence. He surveyed his surroundings, astonished by the safety of this planet. There were no monsters, nor any life forms that posed a threat. He began to question why his father had subjected him to such a dire environment. Glancing down at his collar, his expression shifted, revealing inner conflict. Meanwhile, 18 and Videl had already unpacked food, eager to enjoy a meal. Lord Gohan, this is a perfect spot for a picnic. We brought plenty of food from the ship. With their numbers increased, their provisions were dwindling, but Bulma had generously prepared an abundance of sustenance. The amount of food was sufficient for several months, catering to their needs. As the delectable dishes from Earth emerged, Remo and Xyle's eyes lit up at the sight of the succulent roasted chicken, duck, and an array of burgers and fries. One taste, and they were captivated by the delightful flavors. Earth's cuisine easily surpassed that of other planets. Lord Gohan, your Earth food is exquisite. These past few days aboard the ship have offered me the best meals of my life. Xyle cheered, devouring a burger with delight. Broly observed from a distance, wary and hesitant to approach. Noticing his reluctance, Xyle shook her head and playfully shoved a burger into his hands. Come on, eat. Are you afraid we'll poison you? Humph. Lord Gohan would never stoop to such pettiness. Enjoy your meal. I bet you've never had anything this good in that wretched place. Staring at the burger, Broly was momentarily taken aback. He had never before indulged in such meticulously prepared food. On his previous planet, even the opportunity to consume cooked meat was rare, with raw flesh often being the only option. Taking a bite of the burger, his eyes widened in astonishment. He had developed an appreciation for culinary delights and began to devour it voraciously. Gohan observed, surprised to find that this individual's weakness lay in Earth's cuisine. No words of persuasion were necessary. The mere presence of delectable food was enough to ensnare him. As Broly gorged himself on the burger, Xyle nudged him with her elbow, grinning. So, how does it feel to be following Lord Gohan? Eating well and enjoying freedom. Far better than being under the thumb of that wretched father of yours. Broly instinctively nodded, then quickly shook his head, glaring at her in anger. Xyle feigned ignorance, her smile unwavering. You know deep down that your father was cruel. He deprived you of even the simplest pleasures. Look at Lord Gohan. He generously shares everything. Broly continued to gaze at the burger in silence. Xyle, growing impatient, exclaimed, If it weren't for Lord Gohan, you'd be dead by now. Your father used you as a tool for murder. Lord Gohan has liberated you, yet you remain oblivious. As Broly halted his eating, silence enveloped him as he placed the burger down. Xyle furrowed her brow, contemplating his stubbornness, when suddenly, the ship emitted a warning alarm. Beeping ominously, Remo raised his wristwatch to check the monitoring device, his expression shifting to one of alarm. No, this is bad. Lord Gohan, a fleet of ships is heading our way. The insignia indicates they belong to Frieza's army. Frieza's forces, having traversed much of the universe, had finally located their position. As their ship came to a halt, the vengeful Frieza and his army swiftly approached, intent on retaliating for the theft of his base. Lord Frieza, those individuals have landed their ship on a planet. This is an opportunity. We shall surround them now and not allow that scoundrel to escape. Sitting at the helm, Frieza gazed coldly ahead, his attention drawn to the vessel docked on the planet. With gritted teeth and a countenance as dark as a stormy sky, he seethed at the audacity of those who dared to plunder from the great Frieza. Regardless of their numbers, I shall ensure they perish here. Mobilize everyone this time. Not a single one shall escape. Upon hearing the command, his subordinates promptly complied, swiftly deploying their fleet of spacecraft. Now, over 1,000 ships spread out across the cosmos, converging thickly around the planet, effectively cornering Gohan. The Frieza force had arrived. Zilai quickly noticed the impending threat. Her face turned pale as she instinctively sought refuge behind Gohan, trembling in fear of Frieza. After all, within the 7th universe, the notorious reputation of Frieza had echoed throughout the cosmos, rivaling even that of the destroyers. For years, Frieza had undertaken tasks that allowed the destroyers to rest, rendering them devoid of duty. The terror of Frieza was known to all. Remo's expression mirrored her trepidation. It would have been manageable had it been merely Frieza, but now he approached with an entire legion, with thousands, perhaps tens of thousands, filling the skies. It was evident they had no intention of sparing any of them. Gohan lifted his gaze and immediately spotted Frieza, suspended in midair within his infantile pod. His visage contorted with rage. Frieza's gaze fixated on Remo and Zillai first, a disdainful snort escaping him, brimming with fury. Remo, Zillai, you treacherous wretches. How dare you betray Lord Frieza? Your only fate is death. Rest assured, I shall savor the pleasure of torturing you slowly, ensuring you do not meet a swift end. Frieza harbored an intense disdain for betrayal. Those who dared to defy him would face a torturous demise. His ire was particularly directed at the Saiyan, whom he regarded with a seething glare, his body trembling with rage. Coldly, he declared, "And you, Vol Saiyan. You Saiyans are utterly despicable. How dare you attempt to rob my base?" Chapter 59. The Emergence of Golden Frieza Cursed Saiyans. From you, I perceive the shadow of the one I loathe the most. I shall savor the torment of your demise. All of you shall perish here. Frieza's wrath surged as he glared at Gohan, his voice dripping with fury. The ranks of Frieza's army stood ready, over 10,000 warriors encircling them, an imposing force indeed. It was evident that Frieza was truly enraged. For his base had suffered significant destruction, and he had lost a considerable amount of resources. The devastation inflicted on Frieza's base was severe. How could he possibly remain calm? His fury was explosive. He intended to annihilate those audacious enough to raid him. Gohan raised his head and regarded Frieza. To him, Frieza was not a formidable opponent. Yet the sheer number of warriors was disconcerting. If a battle ensued, it was likely that these warriors could inadvertently harm Dilly and others. He cast a glance at Broly, smirking slightly as he addressed him. Leave the foremost foe to me. The rest of the small fry are yours to deal with. Unless you wish to meet your end here. Broly's expression shifted as he lifted his gaze, locking onto Frieza. He surveyed some delicacies on the ground, his demeanor darkening as he replied, "No, that foe ahead is mine. The others are yours." Gohan was taken aback by Broly's seriousness, yet he chuckled softly. "Very well. It appears you've come to a realization." With a chilling countenance, Broly retorted, "I merely wish to repay your kindness in providing me with delectable food." With that, he moved with swiftness, charging towards Frieza. Frieza furrowed his brow, perplexed that this audacious individual dared to confront him without provocation. Frieza's expression soured as he raised his hand, launching an energy blast. To his astonishment, Broly effortlessly deflected the attack. In that moment, Frieza comprehended the gravity of the situation, his expression darkening. "I did not anticipate that you two are a Saiyan." Thus, Broly, in his base form, and Frieza, in his untransformed state, clashed in battle. Broly pursued Frieza while the latter evaded, simultaneously unleashing energy blasts. It seemed that Broly could stall Frieza for a while, and during this interval, Gohan resolved to eliminate the remaining foes in one fell swoop. Swift action was imperative. He had no desire to prolong the conflict. "Now, I shall handle the rest. You all stay back. I intend to eradicate this army of 10,000 in one decisive strike." Gohan's declaration caused Sai and Remo to exchange apprehensive glances. Fully aware of Gohan's capabilities, they silently withdrew, positioning themselves at a distance, awaiting Gohan's signal. As Gohan advanced alone, the thousands of Frieza's warriors erupted into laughter, oblivious to Gohan's true strength. They believed that their sheer numbers guaranteed victory. "Huh, you dare challenge us alone? Who granted you such audacity? This Saiyan is utterly ridiculous. Our strength is incomparable to those at the base, especially with our numbers. With our numerical advantage, we can overpower him, even if he transforms into a Super Saiyan. How could he possibly eliminate us all at once? We needn't even trouble Lord Frieza. We can overwhelm this fool ourselves." The laughter of Frieza's army rang out. Yet Gohan found their mockery amusing. These fools truly relished their derision. Drawing a deep breath, he fixed them with a piercing gaze. "I can eliminate all of you in one fell swoop." Eradicating these 10,000 Frieza soldiers would be an effortless task for him. With a swift motion, Gohan summoned an army of shadow clones. "You believe numbers grant you an advantage? Before me, your quantity is inconsequential. Shadow clone jutsu, 1,000 clones." In an instant, smoke enveloped the area, and the next moment, Gohan had manifested 1,000 clones. He released them all, for against such insignificant foes, even 1,000th of his power would suffice. The sky became crowded with clones, leaving Frieza's 1,000 warriors dumbfounded, their expressions reflecting disbelief at the sight of one individual multiplying into 1,000 identical figures. The 10,000 warriors exchanged bewildered glances, unable to comprehend the situation. What sorcery is this? This person cannot be one. Why has he suddenly multiplied so? Damn it. What trickery is this? I refuse to believe it. Some were unwilling to accept the reality of Gohan's clones and recklessly charged towards one of them. Even if Gohan's clone possessed only a fraction of his power, that strength began in the millions. A single clone's power easily surpassed hundreds of thousands. And as a fist was clenched, it struck the charging Frieza soldier, sending him flying. In the next moment, Gohan's clone unleashed a Kamehameha, obliterating the foe midair. The explosion of smoke exploded like fireworks, leaving Frieza's soldiers astonished. It became apparent that Gohan's clones were indeed real, and their combat prowess was terrifying. One clone was already a formidable challenge, yet here stood 1,000. All 1,000 clones surged forward, engaging Frieza's warriors in a fray. Each unleashing Kamehameha blasts or energy spheres, mercilessly decimating the 10,000 Frieza soldiers. The tide of battle was overwhelmingly in Gohan's favor. The Frieza soldiers stood no chance of resistance. They now realized the astonishing extent of Gohan's abilities, too late to escape. Kamehameha blast struck down several, reducing them to ash without a sound. As for the energy spheres, they sliced through defenses, cleaving 10 warriors in half before they could react. Panic ensued among Frieza's ranks as they realized the sheer horror of Gohan's clones. This is madness. We cannot withstand this. We must flee. Lord Frieza, save us. No. Do not come near. This individual has split into so many clones, each with immense power. 1,000 beings, each with millions in combat strength. How can we possibly contend with this? Run. Frieza, witnessing the chaos, was taken aback. He had never anticipated that the army he commanded would falter so quickly. Unable to withstand even half an hour under Gohan's onslaught. With over 2,000 casualties already, the remaining warriors, gripped by fear, turned to flee, unwilling to confront Gohan. Frieza's fury reached its peak. With a roaring cry, he transformed. Ah, do not run. I, Frieza, and my army are invincible. Cursed Saiyans, I shall slay you both. With that, Frieza underwent his strongest transformation. Golden Frieza. His entire form gleamed as though coated in gold, suspended in the air, discarding his infantile vehicle. With an air of arrogance, he completed his most formidable transformation. Coldly gazing at Broly before him, he sneered, "The time for games has come to an end, Saiyan. Your demise is imminent. My Golden Frieza was originally intended to confront a Super Saiyan, but now, employing it against you, you should consider yourself fortunate." Oblivious to the might of Golden Frieza, Broly charged forward without a moment's hesitation. Alas, without transforming into a Super Saiyan, he was utterly outmatched by Golden Frieza. With a single punch, Golden Frieza effortlessly evaded the attack, swiftly ensnaring Broly's neck with his tail, lifting him high into the sky. Broly could not break free. His expression contorted in agony as he struggled, gasping for breath, completely at the mercy of Frieza. He possessed no fighting capability whatsoever. Golden Frieza wore a mocking grin, his haughty demeanor firmly restraining his opponent. You, a worthless Saiyan, dare to compare yourself to me, Golden Frieza? How laughable. I shall make you the first to perish. Just as he prepared to snap Broly's neck, an energy blast suddenly soared through the air, striking his tail. Crack! The tail snapped. And as Golden Frieza turned to see Gohan in the distance, his expression darkened immediately. Gohan, with a calm demeanor, remarked coldly, "Frieza, this individual possesses considerable potential. You cannot simply eliminate him. He is under my command, and his true strength surpasses your current abilities." Golden Frieza found Gohan's words utterly ridiculous. Watching as Broly narrowly escaped death, sneering, "This worthless Saiyan can surpass me? How absurd. You interrupted me, and for that, I shall ensure you are the first to die." With that, Golden Frieza charged toward him, yet Gohan remained unperturbed, retreating swiftly. He aimed to draw Golden Frieza to a distant battle arena, where they could engage without endangering others, fearing that a clash akin to the one with Broly would lead to planetary devastation. Gohan leaped forward, with Golden Frieza hot on his heels, seething with rage. "You little brat, stop hiding. I, Golden Frieza, shall emerge victorious." Chapter 60. Frieza's outdated information. Golden Frieza exuded confidence, for he had prepared for Kakarot. In his eyes, the Saiyan before him would merely transform into a Super Saiyan. His power had long surpassed that of a Super Saiyan. Ordinary Super Saiyans were no match for him. Even Super Saiyan 3 could not rival his strength. Thus, his arrogance swelled as he gazed at Gohan with a predatory glint in his eyes. Gohan lured Frieza to a nearby plain and, once the distance was deemed sufficient, he halted. Noticing the mocking expression on Frieza's face, a smile crept across his own. Frieza, it seems you possess great confidence. Do you truly believe that Golden Frieza can triumph over my father, Kakarot? Frieza furrowed his brow, finally recognizing who Gohan was. No wonder he seemed familiar. He was Kakarot's son. Clenching his fists in anger, Frieza's rage was ignited by Gohan's words. You are the son of that infuriating Kakarot. Now I understand why I felt such irritation upon seeing you. Cursed Kakarot, I shall eliminate you first before seeking trouble with him on Earth. Gohan found this utterly amusing. Chuckling as he replied, Frieza, if you can defeat me, you might stand a chance against my father. Frieza was momentarily taken aback. Disbelief etched across his face. Oh? You claim to be even stronger than your father, Kakarot? I fail to see it. Aside from your petty tricks, what else can you do? Do not hide. Before Golden Frieza, everything you possess is insignificant. Frieza's arrogance remained unshaken, for he was a creature of stubborn defiance, persistently seeking trouble with the Saiyans. Gohan regarded him with a cold smile, his expression unyielding. Frieza, you will soon regret encountering me. I intend to utilize you to achieve my 100 pink transformation. Clenching his fist, Gohan understood that he had yet to attain the full potential of his transformation. Thus, the next draw had not been successful. He needed to hasten the completion of his pink transformation. Frieza, standing before him, could assist in reaching the final stage of this transformation. Frieza looked perplexed, unable to comprehend Gohan's words. Oh, pink transformation? Is that a name for a Super Saiyan form? Huh. Super Saiyans are beneath me, mere fodder. You clearly do not grasp the magnitude of my strength as Golden Frieza. Frieza dismissed the notion that pink transformation was anything but a variation of Super Saiyan. Gohan felt a wave of incredulity wash over him. Frieza, just resurrected from hell, was still oblivious to the advancements that Kakarot and Vegeta had made in achieving Super Saiyan Blue. In reality, Super Saiyan Blue was quite akin to pink transformation, with pure pink being even more formidable. Gohan, sensing the power of his pink transformation, continued to smirk. After battling that Broly fellow, I am now at approximately 80 of my super pink. With your assistance, Golden Frieza, I shall reach 100. You should take pride in this. For my father has never witnessed a full transformation. Even Vegeta would be astonished. Upon hearing Vegeta's name, Frieza's expression soured. Oh, that Vegeta is still alive? Has he achieved Super Saiyan transformation? After I eliminate you, I shall pay a visit to Earth to deal with him. The confidence Frieza exhibited was astounding, as he believed he would have the opportunity to visit Earth. Gohan laughed heartily. Frieza, you will not have such a chance. Behold, this is my 80 Super Pink transformation. Ah! With a powerful shout, Gohan's body trembled, and in an instant, he completed the Super Pink transformation. Boom! The ferocious red divine energy surged forth, exploding into countless crimson beams that radiated outward. Frieza, seemingly oblivious to Gohan's rising aura, wore a cold smirk. Oh, Super Pink transformation? Just another trick of the Saiyans. It pales in comparison to my golden form. Frieza stood proudly in his golden state, arms crossed, seemingly unwilling to engage. Gohan observed, bemused by Frieza's ignorance. If Kakarot were present, he would undoubtedly be astonished, for he had surpassed Gogeta. Gohan inhaled deeply, determined to unleash his full potential. Following Super Pink, he aimed to achieve 10 Ultra Instinct. Surpassing the threshold would astonish even him. This was the level of true divinity, aside from the gods of destruction. None could withstand him. White God transformation activate. With a dazzling flash, Gohan transformed once more, enveloped in a soft white luminescence. His hair shimmered with shades of red and white, a striking duality. Frieza regarded him with a peculiar expression, realizing that this transformation was unlike any ordinary Saiyan transformation. What do you mean? You've transformed twice, yet I still do not sense your power. Are you insulting me? Frieza's simplistic thinking led him to underestimate Gohan's strength. If a god of destruction were present, they would be taken aback. After all, Gohan had perfectly merged two transformation abilities, and his power was now akin to that of a god of destruction. Gohan, taking a deep breath, locked his gaze on Frieza, a playful expression gracing his features. Frieza, do not be startled. Watch closely. Frieza sneered dismissively, ignoring Gohan's words. Enough, brat. Come forth and accept the judgment of your king, Frieza. In the next instant, Gohan sprang into action with startling speed. Whoosh! A flash of light surged past, leaving only an afterimage in Gohan's wake. Before Frieza could react, Gohan was upon him, delivering a powerful kick that sent him flying. Bang! Frieza, caught off guard, took Gohan's kick head-on, hurtling through the air and crashing into a nearby mountain, shattering several peaks. Yet, his momentum could not be halted, and he continued to soar, leaving Broly and others in a state of disbelief as they watched. King Frieza was sent spiraling through the air, completing a full orbit around the small planet before crashing back down to his original spot, clearly unable to withstand the blow. Golden Frieza lay battered before Gohan. Zillai was utterly stunned. Frieza, the mighty King Frieza, could not even withstand a single kick and has been sent reeling. On the ground, Frieza, racked with pain, struggled to lift his head to gaze at Gohan, still unable to comprehend the source of such overwhelming power. The sudden force unleashed by Gohan's kick instilled a sense of dread within him. The boy had concealed his true strength, only to unleash it at the moment of confrontation. Frieza lay on the ground, seething with rage. You dare to deceive me. From the very beginning, you concealed your power. You've tricked me and ambushed us. The Golden Frieza. Gohan found it utterly ludicrous that Frieza would accuse him of ambush. What a joke. Did he truly need to resort to such underhanded tactics? As Gohan lifted his foot and approached, he activated the hundredfold King Kai Fist. Frieza, let me demonstrate the chasm that lies between us. I do not require ambush. I stand before you, and you cannot harm me. Frieza, incredulous and grinding his teeth, struggled to rise once more, panting heavily. He was gravely injured, convinced that the only reason Gohan prevailed was due to his sneak attack. Reluctantly, Frieza raised his hand and unleashed a death ray aimed at Gohan. With a sinister expression, he charged energy into his fingertip, declaring, "Had it not been for the ambush, you would never stand a chance against me, Frieza the Great. You insufferable brat, perish." A beam of destruction shot forth, hurtling towards Gohan. Yet, with a casual gesture, Gohan deflected it effortlessly. The beam soared away, leaving Frieza aghast, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground. No, this cannot be. I am Golden Frieza, in my most potent form, surpassing 100-fold power. You cannot be this formidable. I refuse to believe it. With a furious roar, Frieza unleashed the full extent of his 100 Golden Frieza power. He bombarded Gohan with a flurry of destructive rays, his hands moving frantically as the beams surged towards him. Gohan, however, required only one hand to counter this onslaught. With a single hand raised, he effortlessly waved away the incoming rays, obliterating them with ease. Boom, boom, boom. The rays were completely shattered, and Gohan, unfazed, began to walk forward leisurely. His strides were deliberate and slow, taking several seconds for each step. In what seemed like an eternity, he covered a mere 100 meters. Yet, with every step he took, Frieza felt the mounting pressure as he gathered energy in his fingers, preparing to unleash the power capable of obliterating planets upon Gohan. Chapter 61. The Demise of Golden Frieza. Ah, perish, you wretched little brat. I, Golden Frieza, shall never be defeated by you Saiyans. With disdain, Frieza raised his hand, unleashing a colossal sphere of destructive energy aimed at the Saiyan planet. He intended to obliterate the entire world along with his opponents, a feat most would find insurmountable. If unleashed on Earth, it would surely lead to its annihilation. Frieza, consumed by madness, accumulated his utmost power and hurled it towards Gohan. Yet, Gohan merely smirked, a glimmer of amusement dancing at the corner of his mouth. As Frieza prepared to launch his attack, Gohan raised his hands, defiantly absorbing the immense energy of the sphere with sheer willpower. The energy crackled and roared as Gohan, undeterred, took a step forward. Frieza's expression turned to one of disbelief. He could scarcely comprehend that this opponent was not only withstanding his destructive force but was also advancing against it. With each step Gohan took, Frieza's countenance darkened further. In a moment of sheer determination, Gohan bit down hard and thrust the energy back towards Frieza. Even Kakarot, in his Super Saiyan blue form, would have struggled against such a force. Yet, Gohan, empowered and transformed, surged beyond limits, achieving the pinnacle of his Saiyan pink transformation, reaching 90, then 95, and finally 100. With the completion of this transformation, a deafening roar erupted from Gohan, his energy exploding forth. The sheer intensity of his aura left Frieza in utter shock, unable to fathom the magnitude of Gohan's power. This was a force far more terrifying than he had anticipated. Frieza, filled with regret for confronting Gohan, realized that he had neglected to perfect his own Golden Frieza form. Gohan, however, offered no chance for contemplation. With a fierce battle cry, he unleashed his 100 pink transformation, amplifying his energy to unprecedented heights. The power of 100 pink, the one-handed Kamehameha. Gohan raised one hand, channeling the Kamehameha wave, which shot forth like a laser, obliterating Frieza's destructive sphere. The impact resonated as Gohan's attack pierced through, striking a distant asteroid. In the vastness of space, the explosion of the asteroid sent shockwaves, leaving Broly astonished. He finally grasped the terrifying strength Gohan possessed, realizing that Gohan could indeed vanquish him in his uncontrolled state. Even King Frieza was left in awe. Recognizing that Gohan's one-handed Kamehameha surpassed his own might, instilling fear within him. Frieza contemplated fleeing, sensing Gohan's murderous intent. However, before he could ascend into the sky, Gohan swiftly intercepted him, refusing to let him escape. Did you truly believe I would allow you to flee? You claim to be invincible. But now you shall witness the true meaning of invincibility. In an instant, Gohan teleported before Frieza, seizing him with a firm grip. Frieza had no chance to evade as he was hurled downwards, crashing violently into the ground. As Gohan prepared to unleash another Kamehameha, Frieza was gripped by terror, desperately pleading for his life. No, please. Spare me. I promise I won't go to Earth. Please, grant me mercy. I do not wish to perish here. Yet. Gohan remained unmoved, perceiving the insincerity in Frieza's plea. With cold determination, he unleashed his 100 pink Kamehameha, aiming it directly at the begging Frieza. Frieza's expression shifted to one of horror as he was engulfed by the attack, which penetrated not only him but the very planet itself. In an instant, Frieza was obliterated, leaving behind only a vast crater. Gohan withdrew his hand, glancing at the void where Frieza once stood, having sent him back to the depths of hell. With a casual wave, Gohan reverted from his transformation, casting a glance at 18 and the others nearby. Zyle was the first to react, her face alight with excitement as she cheered. Wonderful! Gohan is incredible! Frieza has been defeated. The Frieza force is finished. Limo observed the remnants of Frieza's army, now stricken with fear. With their leader's demise, chaos erupted among the ranks, and they scattered in terror. Frieza is dead. The Saiyan is too formidable. We must flee. Zyle, brimming with joy, approached Gohan. Gohan, you are amazing. Now the Frieza force will certainly fear us. We should seize Frieza's ships. His main ship would serve us well. Gohan surveyed Frieza's main vessel, noting its larger size compared to his own. With plans to venture to Universe 6, an additional ship would indeed be advantageous. Nodding in agreement, Zyle swiftly made her way toward Frieza's flagship, boldly entering the cockpit without a soul daring to impede her. Chapter 62. Seizing Frieza's main ship. A group of Frieza's soldiers trembled in fear. Please, do not kill us. Spare our lives. Frieza the Great cannot be dead, they pleaded, recalling their previous encounters with Solai. I beg you, do not let that Saiyan take our lives. The soldiers knelt, begging for mercy. As Tsulai smiled with a radiance that betrayed her satisfaction. This ship belongs to us now, and everything aboard is under the command of our Master Gohan. You have two choices, obey Master Gohan's orders, or face certain death. With Frieza himself deceased, the soldiers had no choice but to yield. They were terrified of the legendary Super Saiyan. One by one, they surrendered, allowing Tsulai to take control of the spacecraft. Gohan and his companions boarded Frieza's vessel and were astonished by its superior facilities. Android 18 and Videl expressed their amazement. The ship was worth its weight in gold, perfectly suited for their ventures into other universes. Gohan, the ship is enormous. With it, we now have two vessels. We need not fear even the sixth universe. The sixth universe posed little threat, aside from the god of destruction and the time-manipulating assassin hit. Gohan acknowledged its formidable time control abilities, realizing the importance of remaining undetected by the god of destruction. As he surveyed the interior of the ship, he noted its cloaking capabilities and a vast array of combat equipment. Notably, there was a massive healing pod nearby, capable of mending even the gravest injuries within mere hours, a feature absent from their current ship. With all these resources at his disposal, he intended to designate this vessel as their primary combat ship, assigning Remo as its pilot. Turning to Remo, Tsulai, and Broly, Gohan stated, Remo, you shall operate this ship. Tsulai, you will assume command as the ship's captain, executing my orders. Broly, you will serve as a combat specialist. I will inform you when your protection is needed. Broly nodded in agreement, having come to trust Gohan through their recent battles. He yearned for freedom and sought a purpose for his existence in the universe. Tsulai was elated to be appointed captain. This is wonderful. Gohan, command these soldiers. They may still be useful. If they dare to defy us, we shall eliminate them. She directed her attention to the remaining Frieza soldiers, eager to assert her authority. Gohan shot a cold glance at them, instilling fear with a single statement. Should they choose disobedience, I can easily send them to meet Frieza. The soldiers trembled even more, pleading, No, no, great Saiyan. We will obey. We wish to serve you. You are our new king. Long live Gohan the Great. Gohan reigns supreme in the universe, they shouted, their voices ringing with fear and submission, fully aware of their powerlessness against Gohan. Having seized Frieza's ship and his followers, Gohan now intended to venture into the 6th universe, first claiming 2 nearby Super Dragon Balls. Suddenly, a notification echoed, "Congratulations, you have acquired the power of Sage Mode." Sage Mode enables activation of Sage Mode, granting enhanced strength and maximizing one's energy to 100, significantly increasing combat prowess. Yet another valuable skill gained. Sage Mode is arguably more advantageous than the Sharingan Gohan used. Eager to practice this new ability and reach its full potential. As he pondered the implications of this newfound power, the ship's communication system interrupted his thoughts. "Master Gohan, we have located a Super Dragon Ball. Broly has discovered another one." Through the ship's communication, Gohan quickly learned that both Dragon Balls had been found. Broly, demonstrating his utility, used an energy blast to shatter the rocky surface, revealing the 2 Dragon Balls. Sulai reported excitedly while Gohan relaxed with Videl and Android 18, enjoying snacks and reveling in their recent success. This was the cosmic adventure he had longed for. "Excellent. Retrieve the 2 Super Dragon Balls. Our next destination is the 6th universe." Sulai readily complied but inquired with curiosity, "Master Gohan, how shall we travel to other universes?" Frieza's ship lacks such capabilities for inter-universal travel. Gohan raised his hand, revealing his Kaio-Ken ring, which had yet to be utilized. Its powers were formidable, capable of reversing time and creating parallel dimensions, an ability requiring utmost caution. "This ring will assist us. Gather around. I will use it to traverse into another universe." Sulai looked on in awe, her excitement palpable. "Incredible! With this, we need not fear anything. Let us raid the 6th universe and return unscathed." Gohan observed her enthusiasm, shaking his head with a faint smile as Broly approached, bearing the Super Dragon Balls. As the 2 ships drew closer, Broly handed the Dragon Balls to Gohan. With 4 in his possession, only 3 remained. Satisfied, Gohan stored the Dragon Balls and commanded Sulai to steer the ship closer, his expression serious as he held the Kaio-Ken ring. Chapter 63, Journey to the 6th Universe. Addressing the communication device, he stated, "Everyone, prepare yourselves. The temporal fluctuations will create a substantial pulling force, so hold on tightly to the spacecraft to avoid being thrown off." After speaking, he drew Videl into his embrace, ensuring her safety while also firmly grasping the hand of Android 18. With a resolute expression, 18 understood the significance of their journey to the 6th universe. Aware that Gohan was on a quest to gather all the Super Dragon Balls, she was determined to assist him. As Gohan raised his ring, the King Kai's ring emanated a dazzling light, enveloping them completely. This radiant glow also encompassed the surrounding space in the 2 spacecrafts. With a powerful flash, the 2 spaceships traversed through the fabric of space, crossing over 2 parallel worlds. In the next instant, they swiftly transitioned into the 6th universe, arriving at another Saiyan planet, which also served as a domain for Frieza. Upon completing the leap, the group was stunned to realize they were in a different place. The surroundings were shrouded in darkness. Yet the celestial bodies were visible, and the spacecraft came to a halt, swaying momentarily. The first to speak was Videl, her curiosity piqued. "Gohan, have we really arrived in the 6th universe?" Android 18 surveyed the area and, with a serious demeanor, responded, "It appears so. Look over there. There's a planet that certainly does not belong to the 7th universe." Indeed, a brilliant planet glimmered not far away, unmistakably not Earth. Gohan's eyes widened in recognition. Even without having seen it before, he could discern from Broly's expression that it was the Saiyan planet. "No, it can't be. The Saiyan planet was destroyed. Why does it still exist here? My father once told me that the Saiyan planet was completely annihilated." Broly's face was a mixture of shock and disbelief at the sight of the Saiyan planet. The others, including Zyle, were equally astonished, realizing they had truly arrived in the authentic 6th universe. After all, why would the destroyed Saiyan planet appear here? Upon witnessing the Saiyan planet, Gohan's spirits lifted, especially as the Super Dragon Ball radar emitted a sound, indicating the presence of the Dragon Balls nearby. A smile crept across his face as he exclaimed, "Indeed, it seems the 5th Super Dragon Ball is right here. Let us head to the Saiyan planet in the 6th universe. Find a suitable place to land the spaceship. But do not act recklessly. We must assess the situation first." He instructed Broly to return to Zyle's spacecraft. The 2 ships gradually descended onto the Saiyan planet. They found an open area and landed amidst the flourishing Saiyan civilization. The Saiyan planet in the 6th universe had not been developed, and there were far fewer cosmic warriors present. Instead, it was inhabited by a population of unrefined Saiyans, whose strength was rather modest. Gohan felt a wave of disappointment as he sensed no formidable energy signatures. It was evident that the Saiyan planet in the 6th universe could not compare to that of the 7th universe. The disparity was stark. This Saiyan planet was peaceful and untroubled by Frieza's tyranny, yet it formed two factions of its own. The Saiyans engaged in mutual competition and conflict. A majority of them were benevolent, a stark contrast to the Saiyans of the 7th universe. Broly felt a wave of nostalgia as he stepped onto this land. Meanwhile, Android 18 and Videl exchanged curious glances, noting the similarities between this place and Earth, though it was distinctly not Earth. They observed numerous streets and houses reminiscent of a bygone era on Earth. The Saiyans bore striking resemblance to humans, making it unlikely for them to be discovered. Moreover, with Broly's presence, his tail a telltale sign of his heritage, there was little chance of being overlooked. The group ventured into the Saiyan planet, encountering a bustling marketplace filled with vendors selling various wares. The Saiyans, much like ordinary residents, exhibited combat prowess that was not significantly superior to that of humans, giving Gohan a sense of familiarity, akin to returning to Earth. Should we purchase some items to take back? Videl suggested, her eyes lighting up at the local specialties as she accompanied Android 18 to investigate. Gohan surveyed the surroundings, sensing the peculiarity of this place. Indeed, the 6th universe was markedly different from the 7th. Zyle leaned closer and whispered, Gohan, should we consider raiding this planet? Gohan shot him a disapproving glance, remarking that his suggestion sounded akin to Frieza's tactics. He had no time for such petty thievery. Locating the Dragon Balls was of utmost importance. Just as he was about to call Videl and 18 back, commotion erupted among the vendors as someone shouted in panic, No, this is bad. Those thugs are back, run. How despicable. They are here to rob us again. Hurry, do not just stand there, leave this place. The vendors' faces paled as they frantically fled, abandoning their stalls in the process. Zyle, puzzled, asked, Gohan, what is happening? We haven't even attempted to rob them yet. Why are they fleeing? Gohan lifted his head and quickly sensed a faint, yet ominous energy. It appeared that this group of Saiyans also had their share of rogues. The situation was becoming intriguing as he recognized a familiar voice amidst the chaos. Aha, boys, smash everything here. Anyone who defies my orders, Karafura, shall face dire consequences. Eh? No one is running? They are still here, even upon seeing me, Karafura? They truly possess some courage. Karafura and her gang arrived to plunder the marketplace, initially expecting that everyone would have fled. To her surprise, a few dared to stand their ground. Spotting Gohan and the others, the unscrupulous Saiyans erupted into laughter, clearly intending to bully them. Karafura, these fellows must be paralyzed with fear. They look like they've never seen anything like this before. Among them, one Saiyan pointed out the presence of extraterrestrials mingling with their ranks, ridiculing their fellow Saiyans. Karafura, let us capture them all. We could sell the aliens for a fortune. Karafura's gaze fell upon Gohan, a smirk forming on her lips as she approached. Chapter 64. Another Saiyan planet on the Saiyan planet. A rather audacious group of bandits was led by Caulifla, who specialized in robbing numerous Saiyans. They engaged in acts of theft under the guise of redistributing wealth, thus presenting themselves as morally driven thieves. When she laid her eyes on Gohan, an outsider, amusement flickered across her face, and she inquired with a playful smirk. Who are you? Where do you hail from? You certainly do not seem like inhabitants of our Saiyan planet. Except for that guy over there. He has a tail, but his aura feels different. Did you come from another universe? Gohan maintained his composure, surprised yet unfazed by the presence of this female Saiyan. He glanced at Caulifla, noting her current weakness as she had yet to transform into Super Saiyan. However, nearby, her sister Caulifla concealed immense power, comparable to Broly's. I am indeed from Universe 7. Having arrived in this Universe 6, Gohan replied directly. Caulifla paused, then erupted into laughter, the others joining in. You were quite the jester. Universe 6? Universe 7? Are there really multiple universes in this world? You must be out of your mind. The others chimed in, their ignorance evident as they were mere ordinary Saiyans from Universe 6, unaware of the existence of other universes. Caulifla, this fool is just jesting. He seems insane. Let us seize all their belongings. One suggested, emboldened by the laughter. Yes, this guy is clearly deranged. We are from Universe 6, how could we not know? Hand over everything you possess. Another threatened, advancing towards Gohan with malicious intent. Gohan raised his gaze, his expression icy and indifferent. I advise you not to touch me. Unfazed, the assailant scoffed. What can a madman like you do to me? He reached out, intending to make contact with Gohan, but in the next moment, crack, he froze. His eyes rolled back, and he collapsed lifelessly to the ground, as stiff as wood. The others exchanged bewildered glances, shock etched on their faces. Laurel, what are you doing? Wait, Laurel, he has no heartbeat. Laurel is dead. The sudden demise of their companion left them utterly dumbfounded. How could this happen? Laurel was fine just a moment ago. Why did he fall? They exclaimed, grappling with the inexplicable situation. Tell me, what did you do to Laurel? Did you ambush him? They demanded, suspicion growing towards Gohan. Gohan found their confusion amusing. His aura was far too potent for these ordinary Saiyans to withstand. With the Ten Tails absorbed from Majin Buu, he was under a protective state. Any who dared to touch him would meet an immediate end. Brushing dust off his shoulder, Gohan remarked nonchalantly, "This has nothing to do with me. I warned him not to touch me, and he chose to ignore it. His fate is his own doing." The group's demeanor shifted as they drew their weapons, pointing them at Gohan. Caulifla, observing the scene, understood the gravity of the situation. Laurel was the second strongest among them. His sudden collapse spoke volumes. Her expression darkened as she approached, her tone stern. "Who are you really? You claim to come from another universe, but how can I trust you?" Gohan raised his hand, revealing his Kaio-Ken ring. "This ring allows me to traverse between universes," he stated calmly. Caulifla's eyes sparkled with interest as a smile crept across her face. "Ah, it seems you possess something valuable. Seize that ring. Do not let them escape. Capture them all and bring them back to our camp." With a wave of her hand, she signaled her subordinates to attack. Gohan sighed, realizing that this girl was intent on narrowing her options despite his warning. As he observed Caulifla's approaching minions, he simply cast a glance at Broly. With a mighty roar, Broly unleashed his formidable power, charging forth without needing to transform. Even against the hundreds of Caulifla's subordinates, he remained unscathed. With a mere wave of his hand, he dispatched one after another, sending them crashing to the ground, bloodied and unconscious. As Broly continued his rampage, Gohan, witnessing the carnage, felt reluctant to see too many of them perish, recognizing their potential value. "Broly, do not kill too many. Leave half of them alive." Broly complied, incapacitating them instead, showcasing an overwhelming display of strength that rendered Caulifla's followers utterly helpless. Caulifla's expression soured, her fear palpable as she realized she was up against a true monster, a genuine combat beast. "Stop. Everyone, stop. Command your monster to halt. If it weren't for you bringing him here, we would not be losing. You only hide behind him. If you have the courage, face me directly," she challenged Gohan, her frustration evident. Gohan chuckled at her provocation, signaling Broly to step back while he approached Caulifla. "All right, if you wish to fight, I will oblige. However, should I win, I have a condition." Caulifla's expression hardened, her tone icy. "What condition?" Gohan pointed directly at her, stating without hesitation, "You will become my servant." Caulifla trembled with rage. Her fists clenched tightly, shaking with fury. "How dare you? I will never be anyone's servant." In the Saiyan realm, she was the only one who could be so audacious. Fueled by anger, she charged at him, her fists poised for a strike. Gohan made no attempt to evade. Instead, he raised a single finger, demonstrating the vast disparity in their powers. With a mere finger, he could thwart his opponent's assault. Bang, bang, bang. After 3 punches, Gohan effortlessly blocked all of Caulifla's strikes with just a single finger. Caulifla's expression was one of astonishment. She had never anticipated that her attacks would be utterly futile. She could not fathom that while Broly was a monster, Gohan was a monster among monsters. His power was overwhelmingly terrifying, completely dominating her from the very beginning. As she fought on, her astonishment grew, and ultimately, her efforts proved to be of no avail. Frustrated, she could not even land a blow on his finger, prompting her to stomp her foot in anger. You are going too far. How dare you only use one finger? You are so cunning. If you have the ability, unleash your full power." Gohan found her request amusing. To let loose his full strength would mean obliterating this entire Saiyan planet, even the entire galaxy. His power was comparable to that of a god of destruction. Asking him to exert his full strength was nothing short of a joke. With a mocking grin, Gohan replied, "All right then, I shall use 2 fingers to show you what I'm capable of." Caulifla's anger intensified, her face contorting in displeasure. "Are you belittling me? Humph. You think you can defeat me with just 2 fingers? I dare you to try." Gohan, alongside Android 18, nearly stepped in to teach her a lesson, as he sensed that this Saiyan woman was in dire need of education. Shaking his head, he raised 2 fingers, adopting a gesture akin to a gun aimed at Caulifla. She furrowed her brow, puzzled by his intentions. In the next instant, before she could blink, a brilliant beam shot forth from Gohan's fingers. Crack. It was like the firing of a gun, except the gun was his fingers, aimed directly behind Caulifla. An energy blast was unleashed, landing not far behind her and stirring up a tremendous whirlwind. It erupted like a mushroom cloud, obliterating the land for miles around. Boom. The explosion decimated everything in its vicinity, leaving Caulifla's subordinates dumbfounded, kneeling in terror as they beheld the desolation behind them. They realized in that moment that they had provoked someone they should not have. His power was utterly beyond comprehension. Caulifla was frozen in shock, cold sweat forming on her brow. She understood that had Gohan aimed at her, she would have been the first to perish. Her legs felt weak, and her subordinates were already begging for mercy on their knees. Please, don't kill us. You are the strongest. We are willing to be your servants. Indeed, Great One. With you here, you can surely overthrow the tyranny of the Saiyan King. We pledge our allegiance to you as the ruler of the Saiyan planet. Long live the Saiyan King. Gohan scoffed at their pleas, casting them aside as he focused on Caulifla. He calmly inquired, so, do you concede? Or do you wish to continue testing your luck? As he pointed a finger at her, Caulifla recognized the sheer power behind it. She was overwhelmed, her expression darkening. Clenching her fists, she reluctantly surrendered. I admit defeat. Though reluctant, her submission brought satisfaction to Gohan, who stepped forward and unleashed a terrifying aura that pressed down upon her. Caulifla could scarcely endure it, collapsing to her knees before him. Thud. She fell to the ground involuntarily. Nearby, Kale, witnessing this, rushed over, her face a mask of concern. Sister. She embraced Caulifla, her expression fierce as she glared at Gohan, her anger boiling over. In her rage, Kale was on the brink of transforming, but Caulifla, noticing the shift, gasped in alarm. No, Kale. Even in your transformed state, you cannot defeat him. Don't do anything reckless. She understood the terrifying reality of Gohan's strength. Even if Kale transformed into a berserker, she would stand no chance against him. Yet, in her fury, Kale lost control, preparing to unleash her Super Saiyan transformation. Before she could fully transform, Gohan raised a hand, directing his energy toward her. Kale shuddered, unable to withstand Gohan's overwhelming presence, and fainted, collapsing at his feet. Caulifla's expression shifted dramatically. Fearing for her sister, she cried out, "What have you done to Kale?" Gohan withdrew his hand, replying calmly, "Do not worry, she is not dead. Her strength is commendable and still of use. I merely allowed her to rest a bit longer. Now, take me back. I need to relocate my spaceship and have many tasks for you to assist with." Caulifla was bewildered by his demands, feeling compelled to comply, now reduced to serving him. This feeling left her deeply uncomfortable and unsettled. She had never imagined she would one day find herself a servant, and yet there was no denying the awe inspired by his power. Chapter 65. Teaching Kale to transform. Kale's base was rather ordinary, even somewhat dilapidated. After all, the Saiyans were embroiled in internal strife, with various wars erupting as factions clashed against one another. Life was arduous for this group of Saiyans. On this planet of Saiyans, chaos reigned, and many were willing to resist. Kale occupied a neutral stance, choosing to focus solely on her own affairs. Upon Gohan's arrival, he usurped her position, leaving Kale with a peculiar expression as she regarded him. From Gohan, she sensed a familiar energy. It dawned on her that he might also be a Saiyan, despite the absence of a tail and the peculiarities of his aura. Confusion clouded her mind as she pondered Gohan's true identity. Was he truly from Universe 7? Or perhaps another universe altogether? What was his purpose in coming here? Gohan took a seat, and a group of Saiyans submitted to him. He began to inquire about certain matters. Tell me, how many of you Saiyans remain? Do you possess maps or routes to other planets? Several Saiyans, their faces pale, approached hesitantly and stammered, Master, there are still over 100,000 of us on this planet, but we have no knowledge of other planets. We seldom leave this one. This planet lacked a tyrant like Frieza, which explained why they had never ventured beyond its confines. They were a group of undeveloped Saiyans. Gohan began to comprehend the reason behind the lackluster fighting abilities of these inhabitants. They were frail and easily subdued, even by a Super Saiyan transformation. His gaze fell upon Kale, a Saiyan with considerable talent. She was capable of transforming into Super Saiyan 1 and even Super Saiyan 2. With proper training, she could potentially reach Super Saiyan 3. A smile graced his lips as he contemplated training Kale to transform into a Super Saiyan. He needed capable subordinates to assist him in the quest for the Dragon Balls, as gathering the Super Dragon Balls would be expedited with powerful allies. Wandering aimlessly through the vast universe with just a handful of companions would make collecting them a daunting task, one that could take a year or more. He did not have that much time. The god of destruction was drawing closer to Earth, and there were still 3 Super Dragon Balls remaining in this universe. He needed to acquire them swiftly. With a wave of his hand, Gohan beckoned Kale over. You, step forward. As their leader. You shall also be my subordinate from this day forth. I require your assistance with the task. Kale's expression darkened as she approached, fear evident in her demeanor. What do you want me to do? Gohan found her apprehension amusing, contrasting her earlier arrogance. He smirked and replied, It's quite simple. I will enhance your strength through training, transforming you into one of my most formidable warriors. He gestured towards Broly, prompting Kale to glance at him. Her eyes brightened, and her nervousness dissipated, replaced by excitement. Really? That would be amazing. To be as powerful as him is fantastic. If you can make me as strong as him. I fear nothing. But first, I want to learn your transformation abilities. With pride, she declared her intent to master the transformation, believing that achieving such a skill would equate her strength with Gohan and Broly. Once I learn to transform, if I still can't defeat you, I'll willingly become your slave. Gohan chuckled heartily, readily agreeing. Very well, I shall grant you this opportunity. I will teach you the transformation into Super Saiyan 1. The transformation is quite simple. Observe closely, and you will grasp it easily. Your talent is commendable, deserving of my guidance. Kale's potential was evident. As a female Saiyan, her character was well suited for transformation. As the leader of the Saiyan base, her strength was commendable. With proper development, she could reach Broly's level. Gohan stood, his energy coalescing as he transformed into Super Saiyan 1. The aura expanded magnificently, albeit Kale felt something amiss. She observed Broly and then Gohan, quickly realizing the difference. Why does your transformation differ from his? His Super Saiyan form doesn't look like this. Moreover, your aura is considerably weaker than his during transformation. Gohan smirked, recognizing her misunderstanding. He corrected her. I must clarify that being able to transform into Super Saiyan 1 does not necessarily equate to a significant increase in power. The transformation's effects vary for each individual. Broly's transformation is extraordinary, akin to your sister's. Kale began to understand that transforming into Super Saiyan 1 did not instantaneously enhance her strength. Without training and progression, her battle prowess would not increase significantly. Pouting in realization, she recognized the extent of her misconceptions. As she observed Gohan's transformation, she resolved to complete her own transformation into Super Saiyan 1, gathering her anger to unleash it. With her inherent talent, she succeeded, yet upon transformation, she discovered her newfound power was not as formidable as she had hoped. In comparison to Broly, it was utterly insufficient. And matching Gohan's Super Saiyan 1 was out of the question. Upon witnessing Kale's transformation, Gohan nodded in satisfaction. With a calm demeanor, he inquired, How about a friendly competition? Kale, dejected, promptly retracted her transformation. She could hardly maintain it for long and voiced her grievances. I thought that transforming would make me as powerful as you two. Now I realize that I still can't match your strength. You both are monsters, especially you. I stand no chance against you in Super Saiyan 1. Chapter 66. Realizing the disparity in power, Kefla wore a disheartened expression as she transformed into Super Saiyan 1, only to discover the vast difference in strength. Previously, she had been akin to a frog in a well, utterly oblivious to the considerable gaps that existed among Super Saiyans. Super Saiyan 1 was merely a starting point, the most fundamental threshold for a Super Saiyan. It did not grant immediate power. Rather, it opened the door to an entirely new realm, revealing the terrifying nature of strength in this world. Kefla struggled to maintain her Super Saiyan 1 form, and Gohan chuckled softly, remarking, Not bad for your first transformation. Maintaining it for over 10 seconds is quite impressive. Unwilling to accept defeat, Kefla lifted her chin defiantly and inquired, How long will it take for me to be like you? Gohan paused for a moment, reflecting on her question before responding. First, you must master Super Saiyan 1. Then grasp Super Saiyan 2. After that, I can teach you Super Saiyan 3. Only once you have mastered Super Saiyan 3 can you attempt the red transformation. However, even with the red transformation, you will never match my prowess. Understand that Broly was once defeated by me. Kefla's mouth fell open in realization, comprehending that Gohan was intentionally undermining her. The notion that she could never surpass him inflamed her determination, and she clenched her fists in anger. Humph. Don't think you're so impressive. I will surpass you eventually. Just wait and see. Gohan erupted into laughter, unperturbed by her defiance. Beside him, Broly, who harbored ambitions of surpassing Gohan himself, now found himself in the company of yet another female Saiyan. Gohan nodded calmly, offering praise. Very well, as a Saiyan, this spirit is commendable. However, Since you have conceded, you might as well accept your role as my subordinate. Zul, instruct her on how to serve as an obedient maid. Zul stepped forward with a bright smile, greeting, "Hello, Lord Gohan." Her playful gaze sent a shiver down Kefla's spine, instilling in her a sense of helplessness. Upon arriving at the Saiyan planet in Universe 6, Gohan quickly took the lead, beginning to train Kefla and her companions. He personally instructed them in combat and transformation techniques, successfully guiding about 5 individuals, including Kefla's sister Caulifla, to achieve Super Saiyan 1. Gohan was pleasantly surprised by Caulifla's potential if she could master her transformation. Her power might rival that of Broly. With the addition of formidable allies, Gohan's team began to grow. He was reminiscent of Frieza, effortlessly commanding the group without needing to lift a finger to manage trivial matters. He tasked them with locating a cosmic map of Universe 7 and searching for spaceships belonging to the Saiyan race, intending to expand his fleet. Once they departed from the Saiyan planet, Gohan intended to explore the cosmos further in pursuit of the remaining 3 Super Dragon Balls. His reputation for formidable strength inspired a sense of loyalty among the Saiyans, who willingly followed his lead, knowing he surpassed even the likes of Broly. In the specially designated training area, dozens of individuals lay sprawled on the ground, utterly exhausted, including Kefla and even Broly. Gohan, having showcased his Super Saiyan 3 form, shook his head in disappointment. "You all are far too weak. With so many of you, not one could last even half an hour. Pathetic. Caulifla and Kefla. You both can transform into Super Saiyan 1, but cannot maintain it for long. More training is essential." Kefla pouted, wanting to retort that Gohan was the true monster. He could effortlessly contend with dozens of opponents, including Broly, and had not even unleashed his full strength. This realization was daunting. One individual against many. And yet he remained unyielding, truly invincible. For Gohan, this was merely a warm-up exercise. After the training session concluded, he relaxed and issued further orders. "Kefla, take a group and help me find some spaceship fuel to replenish our resources. Also, look for other spaceships capable of interstellar travel. In a few days, I will lead you all away from the Saiyan planet." Kefla's eyes sparkled with excitement, her energy renewed. "Really? That's wonderful. I want to see what lies beyond this planet. I never imagined I would leave. By the way, is Universe 7 similar to ours?" When Kefla mentioned Universe 7, Gohan smirked playfully. "Oh, do you now believe we are from Universe 7? Kefla pursed her lips, aware of the mockery behind his words, until she transformed into Super Saiyan 1. She had no grasp of the terrifying power of the Saiyans. Only after her transformation did she realize the potential to transcend time and space. At a certain level of strength, one could become a true deity capable of anything. She was compelled to accept, without transforming into Super Saiyan 1. "I would not have believed it, but now I do. By the way, Lord Gohan, what brings you to Universe 6? Gohan gazed calmly at the universe, stating, "I seek 3 orbs, each the size of a planet, and I will need your assistance." Kefla's curiosity piqued, though she had no idea what these orbs were. However, as Gohan's subordinate, she was determined to aid him in his quest. She too wished to uncover what could possibly entice such a formidable being to Universe 6. The items he sought were undoubtedly extraordinary, and she longed to witness them firsthand. Now, with her newfound strength, along with several others capable of transforming into Super Saiyan 1, they were among the most powerful warriors of the Saiyan planet. Even seizing the Saiyan throne would pose no challenge. Yet, without Gohan's directive, they would refrain from acting independently, instead following his orders to gather spaceship fuel and search for vessels capable of traversing the cosmos. Such resources were typically reserved for the Saiyan royal family. And despite their unwillingness, conflict with the royals was inevitable. Chapter 67, The Plunder of Planet Saiyan on the war-torn planet of the Saiyans, within the 6th universe. Chaos reigns as power struggles unfold. The conflicts among the Saiyan royal family and the antagonistic forces have escalated, leading to widespread disorder. Among those caught in the turmoil is Gabe, a staunch supporter of the Saiyan King. As an ordinary Saiyan fighting for his survival, he is unsettled by the sudden emergence of a group that threatens his world. What? The Saiyan royal family has been attacked? How could this be? Gabe's disbelief is palpable as he grapples with the shocking news. The great Saiyan royal family, under siege, what a dire situation. As a loyal follower of the royal lineage, he anxiously observes the arrival of a warrior from the royal family, whose grim expression indicates the gravity of the situation. A group has appeared unexpectedly, seeking to seize the energy sources of their spacecraft, wreaking havoc upon the royal estate, particularly led by a formidable female Saiyan. Upon transformation, her power is terrifying, and her golden hair signifies a level of might beyond comparison. Gabe is astonished. Transformation? Aren't Saiyans supposed to turn into monkeys? Why are there other forms? The royal warrior, equally perplexed, recounts how this group has pillaged numerous treasures from the royal family. He himself sustains injuries and is left with a lingering fear. I cannot comprehend this chaos. The Saiyan royal family is in utter disarray. The king himself could be slain. Upon hearing that the Saiyan king is in peril, Gabe's expression darkens, and he rises abruptly, determined to intervene. Despite lacking the strength of a warrior, he feels compelled to defend the dignity of the Saiyan royal family. I will not allow these invaders to tarnish our noble lineage. The king is a proud warrior and a great leader. I cannot permit anyone to undermine the integrity of our entire race. With a serious countenance, Gabe departs for the royal residence. The royal warriors attempt to restrain him, but their efforts are in vain. Gabe, don't act recklessly. You are no match for her. You could very well die. Gabe, however, is undeterred. His curiosity drives him to uncover the identity of those invading the royal family and the source of their formidable power. Upon reaching the royal palace, he is met with a scene of utter chaos. The grand structure, reminiscent of ancient Chinese palaces, lies in ruins, walls demolished, and flames engulfing the surroundings. The air is thick with the cacophony of panic and despair as people rush in and out, cries of anguish resonating around him. Gabe's heart sinks as he realizes the gravity of the situation. The Saiyan royal family has truly come under siege. The area is completely overrun. The royal warriors stand no chance against the intruders. Not far off, a female Saiyan, transformed into Super Saiyan 1 with long golden hair, commands her subordinates with an air of arrogance. Boys, carry everything back. Take all that Gohan desires, along with the royal treasures. Take as much as you can until you can carry no more. Kefla's laughter rings out as she relishes the chaos of plundering the royal family. She is determined to seize not only what Gohan requires, but also all available riches. Just then, a voice interrupts her revelry. Gabe, emboldened, steps forward defiantly. Stop right there, he shouts, his face a mask of determination as he confronts Kefla. She glances at him, narrowing her eyes in amusement. Oh, you dare stand before me, Kefla? I suppose you must not know that I am the Super Saiyan Kefla. Do you wish to fight me, little one? Kefla's confidence is unshakable. Having mastered the Super Saiyan form, she believes herself invincible among Saiyans. Gabe, gritting his teeth in anger, clenches his fists, unable to contain his fury. I will not let you destroy our Saiyan planet. I will not allow you to ruin our royal family. Cease your actions. With that, he charges forward, throwing a punch at Kefla. Kefla merely scoffs, effortlessly catching his fist and, without hesitation, tossing Gabe aside. It is evident that her power far surpasses his. He crashes to the ground, blood spilling from his lips, struggling to rise. Kefla smirks, disdain evident in her expression. Enough. You are pathetic. You cannot even compare to my pinky finger. The gap between us is insurmountable. Yet, Gabe rises once more, surprising Kefla. Oh, I did not expect you to have such tenacity. I admire your spirit. How about this? Serve my master, Gohan, and with your strength, you could be a squad leader. Insulted, Gabe charges again, ready to strike. Kefla's demeanor shifts, her irritation flares, and she contemplates a more lethal response. As Gabe advances, he gathers energy into his fist, which suddenly radiates with light. Do you truly wish to meet your demise? Gabe realizes the vast chasm of power between them as he senses her overwhelming energy. The threat of death looms, and fear grips him, causing him to tremble. Just then, a figure appears, prompting Kefla to halt her advance, her expression shifting from wrath to surprise. Gohan, you have arrived. We are in the process of collecting the energy for the spacecraft, while also uncovering numerous valuable items. Seeing Gohan, Kefla rushes towards him, laughter spilling from her lips. After several rigorous training sessions, she is now thoroughly impressed by his strength and has become quite obedient. Chapter 68. Capturing two Super Saiyans. Gohan cast a fleeting glance at his opponent, sensing that Caulifla's Super Saiyan form was commendable, providing her with the opportunity to grasp Super Saiyan 2. Furthermore, he could also assist her in learning Super Saiyan 3, thereby enhancing the combat prowess of his followers. In due course, Caulifla would be able to assist him significantly. His gaze swept across the area and landed on an individual not far away, and upon recognizing him, he realized that this was none other than Vegeta's disciple. This fellow was rather intriguing. With a pleasant demeanor and possessing remarkable talent for an ordinary Saiyan, Gohan approached him. However, as he drew near, Gabe's expression soured further. His fist clenched as he glared at Gohan. Clearly furious, Gabe demanded, "Why did you attack the Saiyan royal family?" Observing the situation before him, Gohan understood that Gabe was enraged on behalf of the Saiyan royal family. Maintaining his composure, he replied, "In the Saiyan race, strength is the key to becoming a king. Your king can reign, so why can't I?" Gabe was momentarily taken aback, nearly at a loss for words. His face flushed with indignation as he retorted, You are not a Saiyan. Why do you aspire to be our king?" Gohan erupted into laughter, his pride evident. "I am indeed a Saiyan. Who told you otherwise? Witness my transformation, and you shall comprehend that I am one of you." With that, Gohan gathered his energy and transformed into Super Saiyan 1, leaving Gabe astounded. He had never anticipated that Gohan too was a Super Saiyan. Despite lacking a tail, he was undeniably a genuine Saiyan. Gabe wore an expression of disbelief, shock evident on his face as he struggled to accept the revelation. Gohan calmly addressed him. "Your name is Gabe, correct? Your strength is insufficient to protect the Saiyan royal family. If you wish to preserve its legacy, I offer you an opportunity. Join me as my subordinate, and I shall teach you the transformation into Super Saiyan 1. You may call me Master. I am willing to accept you as my disciple." Gabe was bewildered, unable to fathom why this individual would want to teach him how to transform. Meanwhile, Caulifla felt a pang of jealousy, clenching her fists in regret for not having dealt with Gohan earlier. Gritting his teeth, Gabe protested, "Why should I allow you to teach me?" Gohan chuckled. "Because I am more powerful than you. You must realize why Caulifla submitted to me. It is because I surpass her in strength. Your power pales in comparison to hers. So consider the vast gap in our abilities." The disparity was glaring, leaving Gabe with a grim expression as he felt his resolve wane. With a bitter smile, he finally relented. "If you promise not to harm the Saiyans any further, then I will agree." Gohan assessed the current circumstances, noting that he had already gathered certain resources. He had not intended to usurp the Saiyans. His only goal was for Caulifla to retrieve some energy sources, but he hadn't anticipated the situation escalating to this extent. Nodding, he acquiesced, "Very well. As long as those individuals refrain from causing trouble, I shall not pursue them." Gabe took a deep breath, kneeling obediently before Gohan. "Master," he called out decisively. Gohan felt satisfaction swell within him. This individual displayed potential for mentorship, thus adding another warrior to his ranks. He envisioned forming a Saiyan team, far superior to Frieza's army. Just imagine a cadre of warriors capable of transforming into Super Saiyan 1, dominating not only Universe 6 and Universe 7, but also wreaking havoc across other universes. With a smile, he approached Gabe and patted him on the shoulder. "Now, I shall teach you the method to transform into Super Saiyan 1. In the future, you will accompany Caulifla as her subordinate and learn from her. After you grasp the Super Saiyan 1 transformation, I can guide you in mastering other transformations." Gabe's eyes widened in astonishment. Disbelief etched on his face. "Besides this transformation, there are others?" Caulifla, unable to contain her irritation, glared at Gabe, feeling threatened by his presence. She had worked hard to become one of Gohan's most promising subordinates. And now another Saiyan had arrived, seemingly encroaching on her territory. Gritting her teeth, she scoffed, "You lack understanding. Gohan's prowess extends far beyond this. Super Saiyan 1 is merely the beginning. He could easily surpass you with a mere finger." Gabe's jaw dropped in disbelief. He never imagined that the power of Super Saiyan 1 could be so terrifying, rendering him inferior to Gohan's mere fingertip. This formidable being could annihilate the entire Saiyan race. He swallowed nervously, anxiety plastered across his face. Gohan found satisfaction in Gabe's fearful expression, realizing that he had secured a second valuable Saiyan subordinate. This venture into Universe 6 had indeed proven fruitful. Smiling, he began instructing Gabe on the Super Saiyan 1 transformation. In less than half an hour, Gabe successfully transformed into Super Saiyan 1. Unlike Caulifla, who struggled during her initial transformation, Gabe stabilized it quite well, much to Caulifla's chagrin. With a huff, she charged forward, eager to assert her dominance over him. Gohan observed the unfolding events without interference, well aware of Caulifla's brash nature. Now that Gabe had accepted his role as a subordinate, he seemed determined to claim the title of Gohan's most powerful follower. This ambition was commendable in Gohan's eyes, and he resolved to support her efforts, encouraging her to strive for excellence in service to him. Meanwhile, the spaceship's energy reserves had been replenished, and the maps of the surrounding planets were ready. Gohan, eager to pursue his quest for the Super Dragon Balls, decided not to linger any longer. With Caulifla now as his subordinate and Gabe as his new disciple, he prepared to embark on their cosmic adventure. All right, Caulifla, he instructed, gather your belongings. We shall venture forth into the universe to seek the Super Dragon Balls. And you, Gabe, come along as well. I will gradually teach you how to transform. Caulifla cheered with delight, and Gabe clenched his fists, fully aware that to grow stronger, he must accompany this formidable master into the cosmos. He too yearned for the thrill of interstellar exploration. Chapter 69. The growth of Gohan's team on the planet of the Saiyans. There were 2 dilapidated spaceships utilized as their fleet. They had seized numerous energy resources from the Saiyan planet, all stored aboard these vessels, providing them with sufficient power for a considerable journey. With their numbers swelling, Gohan realized that this expedition had indeed garnered quite a few recruits. Kaba, Kale, and her sister Caulifla each possessed formidable combat prowess. They were appointed as warriors aboard his ship, training together with Broly. The group engaged in mutual training sessions, with Broly being the strongest among them, able to impart guidance to the trio. The most promising among them was Kale, a female Saiyan with remarkable potential despite her timid demeanor. If her capabilities were fully harnessed, she could undoubtedly reach Broly's level. Gohan held high hopes for her, and with the enhanced combat strength of his ship, they faced no opposition within Universe 6. Navigating the spaceship towards the location of the Super Dragon Balls, they soon identified a site. The first Super Dragon Ball was located within an expanse of void, devoid of air and water, relying solely on human strength for its transport. The transfer of the Super Dragon Ball did not require Gohan's intervention. Consulting the Dragon Ball radar, he confirmed the direction, and despite the multitude of planets in the galaxy, locating the Dragon Ball proved to be a simple task. Gohan issued commands to Caulifla and the others, instructing them to scout for the Super Dragon Ball, which was as large as a planet. They were to strike any planet that seemed amiss with energy blasts. Caulifla readily accepted, leading Kaba and the others to descend from the spaceship and venture towards a nearby planet-rich galaxy. Despite the abundance of planets, their collective strength was not to be underestimated. Once separated, they commenced their bombardment. The chaos ensued as explosions rocked the galaxy for about 10 minutes before Caulifla's voice echoed back. I found it, Lord Gohan. We have located it. This is the planet. It's incredible. This is the Super Dragon Ball. Gohan lifted his gaze and instantly spotted the radiant glow of the Super Dragon Ball. He gestured for the spaceship to approach, and soon they landed on the planet, which had already been partially destroyed by Caulifla, revealing the brilliant core of the Dragon Ball. This marked the 5th Super Dragon Ball they had acquired, leaving only 2 more to collect. Gohan, satisfied, retrieved the capsule to store the Dragon Ball, effectively securing it. In awe, Caulifla marveled at the immense power of the Super Dragon Ball and the extraordinary item Gohan had produced. Lord Gohan, what is this Super Dragon Ball? How did you manage to collect such a massive planet? Gohan, maintaining his composure, picked up the capsule and explained, the Super Dragon Balls can grant my wishes. We have now gathered 5, with only 2 remaining. Once we possess all 7, we will be able to fulfill any wish. He was optimistic about enhancing their strength through the Dragon Balls, confident that the remaining 2 would soon be found. With a wave of his hand, he led the group back to the ship, setting course for their next destination. After a day's journey through the cosmos, Gohan arrived at another planet. He calculated that they had been traveling for about 4 days. Collecting all the Dragon Balls within a week posed a challenge, especially since summoning the Eternal Dragon required the Dragon language, a skill only the Supreme Kai could articulate. This led him into deep contemplation about whom to consult. Caulifla approached him, her excitement palpable. Lord Gohan, we have arrived. This planet is vast and incredible. However, it seems to be teeming with aliens. There are all sorts of beings here. It resembled a central supply station, bustling with extraterrestrial life engaged in trade and commerce. As the spaceship docked, Gohan hoped to procure a cosmic map to expedite the search for the remaining Dragon Balls. Descending from the ship with Caulifla and the others, they drew the attention of several aliens, intrigued by their impressive attire and the size of their group. Gohan sensed the ill intentions of a few mantis-like aliens, but dismissed them, focusing instead on Caulifla. Let us avoid trouble. Once we obtain the surrounding map, we will depart. We must quickly gather the 6th and 7th Dragon Balls. Caulifla nodded in agreement. Had Gohan not spoken, she might have sought mischief, as she was not one to shy away from conflict. With a cold glance at the hostile aliens, she joined Kale in searching for the planetary map. Meanwhile, Gohan kept an eye on Android 18 and Videl, surveying their surroundings. Soon, they found themselves in a bustling marketplace filled with vendors selling an array of peculiar items, such as monster hearts and heads, alongside dazzling extraterrestrial gems that caught Android 18's eye. Unable to resist, she approached a few particularly radiant stones. Gohan, observing her fascination. Smiled and inquired of a vendor, "What is the price for this gem?" The vendor gestured, though the language barrier was evident, indicating a desire for cosmic currency, which Gohan lacked. He produced a valuable crystal he had seized from Frieza and offered, "How about we trade this item?" Chapter 70, a reckless bunch. Upon concluding his statement, he gestured toward the gemstone. The vendor immediately recognized the crystal's extraordinary nature, realizing that it must be a remarkable item, especially since it was collected by King Frieza from the 7th universe. The vendor nodded with delight, completing the transaction as Android 18 acquired the gemstone, her expression brimming with joy as she carefully stored it away. Gohan shared his smile, feeling uplifted by Android 18's happiness, and contemplated purchasing a few items for Videl as well. However, he distinctly sensed several individuals encroaching upon his vicinity. With a sigh of exasperation, he mused that some individuals truly had a death wish. He turned to Android 18 and Videl and remarked, "You two take your time browsing. I shall deal with these nuisances first." Android 18 and Videl nodded, harboring little concern since these minor extraterrestrial beings posed no challenge to Gohan. He could easily handle them with a mere flick of his finger. As he stepped forward, he led them away from Android 18 and Videl. Upon reaching a narrow alley, he noticed that the group had indeed followed him. "What a reckless bunch," he muttered. "Now, how do you wish to meet your demise?" Clenching his fist, Gohan realized he had not had the opportunity to unwind for quite some time. Even aboard the spaceship, he had been unable to train extensively. These individuals were practically delivering themselves to him. The extraterrestrials exchanged glances, and upon hearing Gohan's words, they sneered derisively. One of them boldly addressed Gohan, saying, "If you know what's good for you, hand over all your possessions. We've seen those capsules in your pockets, empty them out." With that, they brandished their weapons, which only elicited laughter from Gohan. Indeed, every universe harbors its share of fools. After all, on certain planets, the strong are but a rarity. In the 6th universe, aside from the god of destruction, there were scarcely any formidable warriors. Otherwise, during battles between the 6th and 7th universes, they would not have relied on Saiyans to bolster their ranks. The strength of the 6th universe paled in comparison to that of the 7th. Gohan shook his head at the pitiful figures before him and calmly stated, "Very well, I could use you to practice my Sage Mode." With a commanding shout, he activated Sage Mode. A surge of energy enveloped him, and even in this form, his battle prowess soared to levels equivalent to Super Saiyan 3. There was no need for him to transform. Simply entering Sage Mode granted him immense power. As he relished the flow of energy coursing through him, Gohan unleashed a ferocious assault without an ounce of mercy. "None of you shall escape." The extraterrestrials, having never witnessed a transformation, stood frozen in shock as Gohan shifted forms. Before they could react, half of their number, at least 50, were swiftly decimated. Heads flew as the remaining 30 or so stared in disbelief, unable to comprehend the carnage that had unfolded in less than a second. "A monster! This guy is a monster!" they cried, panic-stricken. "No, please, spare me. I surrender." The once audacious group now cowered in terror, their intentions to rob Gohan swiftly eclipsed by their fear of him. Watching them tremble in fright, Gohan found their predicament amusing. They sought to rob him, yet now they begged for mercy. There was no way he would allow them to escape. He intended to ensure none would survive. "Enough. You all shall perish," he declared, raising his hand. This time, Gohan concentrated his energy, gathering it into a sphere that exploded forth, unleashing countless energy blasts upon the extraterrestrial horde. They reacted too late. Over 10 of them were obliterated in an instant. In a desperate bid for survival, they turned to flee, seeking to distance themselves from the terrifying figure. Their frantic escape was punctuated by their cries of horror. Gohan's energy, enhanced by Sage Mode, pursued them relentlessly. No matter how far they ran, even out of this star system, they could not hope to evade him. The energy closed in, leaving the extraterrestrials in a state of utter disarray, their faces twisted in fear. "Please, don't kill me. Don't kill me," they begged. Their frantic flight led them to a bustling commercial street, where numerous onlookers bore witness to the massacre. Many were paralyzed by fear as they watched Gohan mercilessly eliminate over 20 extraterrestrials, their expressions mirroring sheer terror. "Devil! You are a devil!" one shouted, his face contorted with rage. "How could you kill so many? You are a despicable fiend." Gohan merely shrugged, disinterested in providing explanations. As he prepared to depart, he sensed a formidable presence approaching, compelling him to narrow his eyes in surprise. He had not anticipated encountering such a powerful aura on this planet. "Stop! Why are you slaughtering people here?" It approached with a slow, deliberate gait, Yet Gohan could perceive the air swirling around him. Despite the apparent vulnerabilities in Hit's stance, he possessed the ability to traverse space and time, creating an invincible realm around himself. The complexity and strength of his abilities were undeniable. Gohan frowned as he regarded Hit, surprised that this assassin had taken an interest in his affairs. "Oh, and who might you be?" he inquired, maintaining an air of arrogance despite recognizing Hit's identity. Standing a few paces away, Hit sensed Gohan's unique aura, immediately realizing he was unlike anyone he had encountered before. His expression grew grave. "You are not from our universe. You hail from another realm, do you not?" Hit's keen perception elicited a hearty laugh from Gohan. "Indeed, it seems you are quite perceptive. You grasp my identity and origins with remarkable ease." Hit's demeanor hardened as he coldly questioned, "Why are you killing in our universe?" Chapter 71. The strongest assassin of Universe 6. Gohan's response was remarkably straightforward, because they deserve to die. In the next moment, Hit stepped forward, shattering the fabric of time and space, clearly intent on attacking without hesitation. This fellow was determined to avenge that group of people, and one cannot deny that Hit, the assassin from Universe 6, possessed a strong sense of justice. After all, his targets were always villains, and he had never mistakenly harmed an innocent. He was indeed a remarkably principled assassin. As Gohan advanced, he unmistakably entered Hit's realm, sensing a suspension of time, where everything around him seemed to freeze. In an instant, Hit appeared before him, having achieved a temporal leap. Raising a hand, he aimed for a decisive strike. Yet, Gohan was not so easily intimidated. "Humph. You've chosen the wrong target for your ambush." With a surge of energy, he unleashed his power, instantly transforming and activating the Kaio-Ken at 100 times its normal strength. Not to mention, he was also under the direct influence of an incomplete Ultra Instinct. When Hit's fist collided with Gohan's aura, it failed to breach his protective barrier within a mere second. This brief moment allowed Gohan to react. In just 0.1 seconds, he countered with a punch aimed directly at Hit. Currently, Hit's temporal abilities lasted only about a second, making it exceedingly difficult for him to respond within 0.5 seconds. The 0.2 seconds he had were insufficient for him to evade Gohan's onslaught, and with a mere flick of Gohan's hand, he was sent flying with immense force. Boom. Hit's initial assault ended in retreat, caught off guard by Gohan's preparedness. It seemed as though Gohan was well acquainted with Hit's abilities, skillfully avoiding his lethal move during such a rapid exchange. This individual was certainly not an ordinary opponent, and Hit's expression shifted with uncertainty, now on high alert. Gohan, observing Hit's wary demeanor, spoke with an air of nonchalance. "Enough of this. I have no time to waste here. I have other matters to attend to. With your current temporal abilities of around 1 second, you are no match for me, unless you can step forward and reduce your response time to 0.5 seconds or even 0.2 seconds. Hit frowned, clearly intrigued by Gohan's words. "You seem quite familiar with me. When I attacked just now, it appeared as though you knew me well. Who exactly are you?" Gohan merely smiled and waved his hand dismissively. "Perhaps you will find out in due time." After their encounter, Gohan felt a sense of disappointment. Hit's immaturity was evident. For him to grow stronger, he would need to engage in battle with Kakarot to undergo the necessary enhancement. At this point, Hit was far from formidable. Gohan could easily overwhelm him if he unleashed his full strength. He refrained from eliminating Hit, wishing instead to expedite his growth. There was no need to strike down someone who had yet to prove their worth against him. As Gohan turned to leave, Hit's expression remained tumultuous. He sensed an aura from Gohan that was utterly foreign to him. Within this universe, he had long been invincible. Even the gods of destruction found it challenging to confront him. He could evade them and eliminate anyone he wished. As the strongest in Universe 6, his confidence faltered in the presence of Gohan. He realized he was significantly outmatched. Had the battle continued, victory would have eluded him. He had already unleashed his most formidable techniques, and if they could be countered, he would possess no effective skills left. His temporal abilities constituted his entirety. Now, he recognized that true strength transcended mere skills. Gohan's protective barrier was impenetrable to him. Hit felt a surge of dissatisfaction. He needed to refine himself to attain the true level of a warrior. He was lagging far behind. Soon, on this planet, they acquired what they needed. Having tidied up, they prepared to set off again, as the search for the Super Dragon Balls remained imperative. Meanwhile, as Gohan commenced his journey, at the residence of the God of Destruction in Universe 6, Beerus' attendant, Whis, raised his staff, striking it against the ground, causing the entire planet of the God of Destruction to tremble. Boom! The ground shook violently, waking Kampa, who tumbled from his bed, bewildered. his expression shifting as he surveyed his surroundings. What on earth? Is the planet exploding? Whis, what are you doing? Seeing Kappa's furious countenance, Whis chuckled lightly. A smile gracing his features. Lord Kappa, I have something to inform you. 2 days ago, I sensed a disturbance in Universe 7. Someone must have used the Kaio-Ken's ring to traverse into our universe. Kappa, curious, yawned, realizing that Universe 7 was home to his brother, Beerus. Suddenly alert, he queried. Oh. What is that guy from Beerus's universe doing here? Whis projected an image, revealing Gohan as he captured a Super Dragon Ball. He appears to be collecting these enormous Super Dragon Balls. He has already secured one, and we still have 2 left on our planet. Kappa's eyes widened with intrigue as he gazed at the Super Dragon Ball in the image. His curiosity piqued. What purpose does this serve? It looks rather valueless. Such a size would make it difficult to use as a decorative item. He couldn't fathom why anyone would seek to collect them. Whis smiled knowingly, explaining. These are Super Dragon Balls, and collecting all 7 can grant any wish, even the annihilation of Universe 6. Kappa's expression shifted dramatically, leaping to his feet. Seriousness replacing his earlier demeanor. This guy is actually aiming to destroy Universe 6? I see. He must be sent by Beerus. He intends to obliterate our universe. That vile scoundrel. We cannot allow him to succeed. With that, he began gathering his belongings, determined to set out. He firmly believed that this was an envoy from Beerus, intent on the destruction of his universe. The Super Dragon Balls must not fall into his hands. He commanded Whis to accompany him as they intercepted the fleet searching for the Super Dragon Balls. Whis smiled gently, wielding his staff, as he accompanied Kappa. Using their crystal ball to track the destination of the Super Dragon Ball ship, they arrived ahead of time at the planet the ship was headed toward. Waiting there in anticipation. Chapter 72. The disturbance of the destroyer Kappa within the spacecraft, Caulifla joyously relayed some news to Gohan. Lord Gohan. We are about to reach the location of the second Super Dragon Ball, and the last 2 Dragon Balls are located nearby. We will surely acquire both of them at once. She pointed to a distant spot, her face beaming with excitement. Gohan observed her with a slight smile, eagerly anticipating the acquisition of the final 2 Dragon Balls. However, he soon sensed a powerful energy rapidly approaching from ahead. Raising his hand, he halted the vessel's progress, his brow furrowing in concern as he recognized the unique aura. If there existed an energy within Universe 6 capable of surpassing that of Hit, it could only belong to the destroyer, Kappa. Gohan was genuinely astonished that the destroyer had been stirred. A glance at the Kaio-Ken ring in his possession clarified the connection. It seemed to be linked to his ring. The ring had transcended time and space, instantly detected by the angel. The angel, sensing the activation of the Kaio-Ken ring, directly informed the destroyer, who had come to investigate the situation. It was evident that Kappa had misunderstood something, having been brought here by the angel. Upon seeing several spacecraft, Kappa's expression darkened, and he clenched his fist in fury. Hey, you there. You must be sent by Beerus, right? How dare you disrupt our Universe 6? That scoundrel Beerus actually dares to send someone here. Come out and tell me who Beerus has sent. Kappa shouted angrily, venting his frustration towards Beerus. After all, the Kaio-Ken and the destroyer were interconnected. If the Kaio-Ken ring from Universe 7 were to fall into someone else's hands, Beerus would undoubtedly be aware. And if Beerus knew yet allowed it to happen, it implied his tacit approval. Unfortunately, he remained oblivious to the fact that Gohan had directly taken the Kaio-Ken ring to Universe 7, a matter Beerus was entirely unaware of. Observing Kappa's outburst, Caulifla furrowed her brow and addressed Gohan. Lord Gohan, let me confront this guy. He is making such a racket here. He must be tired of living. With that, she rolled up her sleeves, eager to seek trouble with the destroyer. Before Gohan could intervene, this fearless Saiyan woman had already exited the spacecraft, donning her distinctive spacesuit, and floated into the cosmos, challenging Kappa. Hey, ugly. If you're coming to trouble Lord Gohan, you should ask about his most powerful disciple first. Just so you know, I'm Caulifla, the mightiest among Lord Gohan's subordinates. Caulifla declared proudly, asserting her strength. Kappa looked at her in bewilderment, not understanding why someone would be so brazenly defiant. He turned to the side, glancing at Vados, who, with a resigned sigh, explained to Kappa, this individual is from our Universe 6, belonging to the Saiyan race. Upon hearing this, Kappa's displeasure intensified, his teeth grinding in anger. That despicable Beerus actually wants to steal our people. This is outrageous. I will definitely confront Beerus in Universe 7. Kappa seethed, directing all his ire towards Beerus. Caulifla, feeling slighted by his indifference, became infuriated and transformed without hesitation. In an instant, she achieved the Super Saiyan 1 transformation. Hey, you. How dare you ignore me? Let me show you just how formidable I am, she exclaimed. The transformation into Super Saiyan 1 caught Kappa off guard, not because of her strength, but due to the audacity of such a weak transformation. He glanced at Vados, who continued to explain, "This is the Super Saiyan 1 state, enhancing 1's combat power." Caulifla, brimming with confidence, grinned widely. "So, are you intimidated now? By the way, let me demonstrate the results of my recent training. I haven't even shown Lord Gohan yet. I plan to surprise him." With that, Caulifla transformed again, astonishing Gohan aboard the spacecraft as she achieved Super Saiyan 3. In a heartbeat, her hair lengthened, and she excitedly waved her arms. "Yes, look, Lord Gohan. I've completed the Super Saiyan 3 transformation. I am the strongest. This is incredible. I feel an immense power surging through me." Her transformation left Kappa slightly astonished, not at her strength, but at the realization that such a remarkable individual existed on his planet. Anger towards Beerus reignited within him. "That wretched Beerus has taken away our best people. This time, I will annihilate these pests and hold Beerus accountable." Clenching his fists, Kappa expressed his fury. But Caulifla was not pleased. Ignored yet again, she was oblivious to the significance of the destroyer. Angrily, she glared at him. "Hey, do you think I'm invisible? You're not worthy of Lord Gohan's attention. I'll take you down right now." With that, the fearless Caulifla surged forward, launching a Kamehameha. Aiming to confront him directly, having learned from Gohan, she had mastered the technique and was filled with confidence. "You will perish," she shouted as she unleashed the energy. The Kamehameha exploded with tremendous force, shocking Gabe and the others. It seemed that apart from Broly and Caulifla, Caulifla possessed the greatest strength. Yet, regrettably, her power was insignificant before a destroyer, as Gohan frowned in concern. Kappa merely yawned, waving his hand dismissively. Without even touching the Kamehameha, he redirected it with a mere gust of wind. In an instant, the energy blast was sent flying away. The Kamehameha struck a nearby planet, resulting in a massive explosion. Chapter 73. The God of Destruction could no longer restrain himself. Kefla's expression was one of sheer astonishment, her mouth agape in disbelief as she gazed at the unfolding scene. She could not comprehend how her Kamehameha had been effortlessly dispelled. Before she could regain her composure, Kappa was already preparing to strike. "Enough of this. How dare you betray our Universe 6 and ally with Beerus? You shall perish." Kappa's face contorted with anger as he raised his hand. A flicker of destructive energy manifesting at his fingertips, hurtling towards Kefla in an instant. This time, there was no chance for Kefla to evade. A direct hit would surely mean her demise. The onlookers gasped, understanding the formidable nature of the destructive energy unleashed by Kappa. As he released his power, the entire universe seemed to shift in hue. The blinding flash absorbed all surrounding colors, embodying a force capable of obliterating anything in its path. Even in Super Saiyan 3, or even in Super Saiyan Blue, it would be exceedingly difficult to withstand such might. Kefla, in her Super Saiyan 3 form, realized that she stood no chance. Her complexion paled as she contemplated her imminent doom. Suddenly, a figure flashed past her. Gohan, utilizing instant transmission, appeared just in time to seize her, whisking her away to safety several dozen meters away, narrowly avoiding the God of Destruction's onslaught. Kefla was overwhelmed with gratitude, her heart racing from the near brush with death. "Thank you so much, Gohan. You nearly scared me to death. What was that?" She still bore the marks of fear as she gazed at the destructive beam that had just obliterated a nearby asteroid. The explosion was deafening. The sheer power was terrifying. The entire star system was affected by that violent energy. At that moment, Kefla was genuinely frightened, finally grasping the extent of her adversary's abnormal strength. The crew aboard the spaceship was equally shaken, realizing they were up against a formidable foe. Gab trembled in fear. Who is he?" Beside Kappa. Vados coughed lightly, eager to introduce him. "Listen well, inhabitants of Universe 6. This is the God of Destruction, the most powerful and esteemed being in the entire universe." Kappa glared at Vados, clearly displeased with her introduction. "What do you mean, esteemed? You think I need your approval? Listen closely. Surrender now, and perhaps death will come without suffering. Otherwise, your demise will be most painful." His words dripped with confidence, as he knew no one in Universe 6 could rival him. Gohan observed the scene, surprised to encounter a God of Destruction, but not unprepared. Given his current strength, he believed he had a slim chance of overcoming Kappa. Even if he could not win, he was confident he could retreat unscathed. With a calm demeanor, he turned to Kefla and the others aboard the spaceship. "You all need to leave now. Retrieve the remaining 2 Super Dragon Balls and leave this to me." The crew exchanged glances, and even Kefla's expression darkened. "Gohan, He shot her a serious look. It's time to go back to the ship. Though reluctant to leave, Kefla understood her presence would be futile. Resigned and sullen, she turned and returned to the spaceship. Meanwhile, as Kefla boarded, several ships prepared to depart. Kampa, furious at their apparent disregard for him, shouted, "Hey, I never said you could leave. Do you think my words hold no weight? You scoundrels will not escape. I demand you all perish." With that, Kampa hurled a destructive sphere toward the fleeing ships. However, Gohan, having anticipated the attack, teleported in front of the vessel. With a swift motion, he deflected the destructive energy away. Both Kampa and Vados were taken aback, astonished by Gohan's peculiar strength. "Indeed, it is peculiar," Vados mused, sensing the immense energy concealed within Gohan. But beyond that energy, he possesses strange abilities. He clearly discerned the weakness of Kampa's destructive sphere and exploited it, not merely relying on raw power, but employing cunning technique. Vados was impressed, noting the distinct difference in Gohan. Kampa, it seems he is not one of Beerus's minions. His aura bears no resemblance to that of Beerus or even the angel from Universe 7. Kampa, undeterred, clenched his teeth, watching the ships depart in anger. "Whoever he is, if he dares to invade my territory, he shall not escape. How audacious of him to attempt to flee right before my eyes." With that, Kampa charged at Gohan, unleashing an attack with a fraction of his power, 10%, still a terrifying force. In an instant, he was upon Gohan, delivering a powerful punch. Gohan raised his hands to block, the impact resonating throughout the cosmos, shattering nearby planets in the process. Vados, realizing the impending destruction, was too late to intervene. Kampa, having experienced Gohan's block, displayed a glimmer of intrigue. "Oh, you were quite interesting, managing to withstand my punch. How delightful." With that, he launched a furious assault on Gohan, who found it necessary to enter his most formidable transformation, the Super Saiyan Rose form. In a flash, he transformed, prompting a frown from Vados, who observed with concern. "This one possesses the essence of a deity. Kampa, you may find it challenging to subdue him." Kampa, exasperated, retorted, "You are quite verbose, Vados. Do you think I am blind to this?" Chapter 74. The super battle on the planet. It was evident that Kampa noticed something peculiar about Gohan's energy. It had reached divine realms, a level far beyond that of an ordinary individual, piquing his curiosity. "Who sent you, young man? Are you in any way affiliated with that fellow Beerus? What brings you to our universe in search of those so-called Super Dragon Balls?" Gohan replied casually, a relaxed demeanor gracing his face. "Beerus is an old friend of mine. Indeed, I am here at his behest. Lord Beerus has some matters that require the Super Dragon Balls, and I am merely assisting him in gathering them." Upon hearing this, Kampa's expression changed dramatically, his anger flaring. "I knew it. This has to be connected to that Beerus character. Vados, you didn't believe me." Vados shook her head, understanding that Gohan intentionally made such a statement to cast the blame on Beerus. Kampa, becoming increasingly irate, declared that he would confront Beerus. That despicable Beerus, sending someone to our universe. What exactly does he intend to do? Gohan released his energy, showcasing his full strength, and proclaimed with pride, "Beerus, I am here to teach you a lesson and to seize some treasures from your world." With that, he instantly activated his 100-fold Kaio-Ken and charged forward. Gohan's sudden assault caught Kampa off guard, leaving him no time to react. A powerful punch landed squarely on Kampa's face, and despite being a god of destruction, he was caught unawares and sent flying by Gohan's strike. The impact was significant. Kampa crashed into an asteroid, obliterating it. Vados, witnessing the spectacle, stifled a laugh, unable to contain her amusement. Kampa, infuriated by being knocked away and seeing Vados chuckle, seethed with rage. "How dare you ambush me? Regardless of whether you are under Beerus's command, I will not let you off the hook. Vados, stop laughing and seal off this entire space." Without hesitation, Vados raised her angelic staff, shattering the surrounding space completely. "Kampa, do try not to make too much of a ruckus. Otherwise, you may end up destroying this entire universe." Now, within the void of space, the area was entirely sealed off. This dual-layered protection was to prevent Gohan from escaping and to establish a barrier against the overwhelming force that could rend the very fabric of the universe. As Vados's protective shield rose, Kampa grinned, revealing a foolish smile. "It seems I must show a bit of my strength. You are indeed an interesting opponent. Very well. Let us play. I will unleash 20, no, 30 of my God of Destruction power." Vados's brow furrowed, for 30 of a God of Destruction's power was truly formidable. A mere sneeze could annihilate a planet, and a simple wave of the hand could extinguish an entire galaxy. Concerned, she gazed at Gohan. Realizing that this Saiyan was indeed a threat, she understood that Beerus of Universe 7 and Kampa of Universe 6 were brothers of the same race, chosen as gods of destruction. Thus, the two universes were undeniably connected. Even if Gohan did not know Beerus personally, he must surely be acquainted with the Kaio-Ken. Prompting Vados to caution him, "I advise you to surrender and admit your mistakes. Perhaps Kampa will take pity on you and allow you to leave with the Kaio-Ken ring. You must have a good relationship with the Kaio-Ken and know Beerus. Surely you do not wish to perish here." Feeling Vados' concern, Gohan smiled confidently. He was not afraid. Instead, he felt invigorated. It seemed that as a transmigrator, he had been invigorated by the Saiyan blood coursing through him. The rare opportunity to battle a god of destruction was exhilarating. Now in Universe 7, he had triumphed over the fusion of Kakarot and Vegeta, and in Universe 6, even the strongest assassin, Hit, posed no challenge. He felt truly invincible, yet invincibility brought loneliness. Without rivals, self-improvement became arduous. Encountering God of Destruction Kampa was undoubtedly a golden opportunity. Though risky, the potential rewards were equally significant. Opportunities to battle a god of destruction are scarce. Vados, is it true that only the strongest are chosen as gods of destruction? If I were to surpass a god of destruction, would I have a chance to become one myself? His curiosity about the gods of destruction grew as he pondered the possibility of transcending them. Vados frowned, momentarily at a loss for words. After all, she was unaware of Gohan's true capabilities. His presence made it exceedingly difficult for her to gauge his strength. He was currently far from matching even 10 of Kampa's power. Yet Kampa had already unleashed 30 of his might. She could not comprehend why Gohan was so confident. Contemplating the audacity of challenging a god of destruction, shaking her head, Vados calmly responded, "Your current strength does not even reach 30 of Lord Kampa's power. No. You have yet to attain even 20 of his might. Even if you are concealing other abilities, you cannot surpass Lord Kampa's 30 strength at this moment." Gohan, with unwavering confidence, acknowledged Kampa's prowess and smiled as he continued, "Very well, let us wager. If I can surpass him at 30, allowing him to unleash 50 of his strength, and if I win, you shall let us go and assist me in locating the 7th Super Dragon Ball to return us to Universe 7. Intrigued, Vados found herself captivated by Gohan's proposition. The relationship between angels and gods of destruction was one of cooperation. An angel's strength could be quite formidable, even if many lacked combat abilities, serving primarily in supportive roles. Hearing Gohan's words piqued her interest, and she nodded, saying, "What you propose is indeed intriguing. I can agree to your terms. But you should know it is utterly impossible for you to achieve. Should you manage to compel Lord Kampa to unleash even 50 of his power, or even 40, I can guarantee your safe departure." Chapter 75. Battling the God of Destruction, Kampa. Gohan chuckled, his gaze fixated on Kampa, who stood not far away. Kampa had already heard the words of Beerus, but chose to disregard them entirely, his expression brimming with confidence and pride. "Enough, Beerus. Your wager with him is utterly futile. Now that I am angered, I shall unleash 30 of my God of Destruction power to obliterate you." In a flash, Kampa dashed forward, his speed astonishing as he appeared before Gohan in an instant. With a single punch, he forced Gohan back, who remained rooted to the spot. One could not deny that 30 of a god of destruction's strength was formidable, far surpassing that of an ordinary adversary. Although Kampa's power was not on par with Beerus, he ranked among the top in over a dozen universes. Observing Kampa's self-assured demeanor, Gohan understood that his opponent was confident in his strength. Kampa laughed. "What do you say now? You were just boasting, but it seems you're not even worth my time. With just one move, I can end you." With that, he began to gather his destructive energy, preparing to unleash a sphere of destruction. This was no ordinary attack. It was a massive orb the size of his palm, aimed directly at Gohan. Realizing this was not the moment to hold back, Gohan took a deep breath, steadied himself, and brushed off the dust from his shoulders. He performed a brief warm-up, a sight that left Kampa momentarily bewildered. "Have you lost your mind, kid? I am about to obliterate you along with the entire universe." As Gohan moved, he steadied himself once more and began to gather energy in a unique manner, entering a state of perfect harmony. Lightning crackled around him, a sight that elicited a change in Beerus's expression, turning grave. "Wait, Kampa. This guy is rather peculiar." Kampa, however, remained oblivious, dismissing Beerus's concerns. "What are you talking about, Beerus? This fool is far beneath me." Even if he could transform, he could never match my power. Shaking his head, Beerus insisted, no. It's not that simple. His energy is strange. It bears the aura of something beyond the gods. This guy has mastered Ultra Instinct. Kampa's face turned pale with shock. What? Ultra Instinct? This cannot be. How could this kid possibly possess such a technique? Are you sure you're not mistaken? Beerus was certain. He had recognized the telltale signs of Gohan's energy. With a smile, Gohan opened his eyes, exuding confidence. Indeed, this is Ultra Instinct, at 15. Quite impressive, isn't it? You might be surprised, but there's more to come. Ah, behold the white god. In an instant, Gohan's hair turned a brilliant white, surrounded by crackling lightning. The energy around him transformed dramatically. Kampa and Beerus were both taken aback, the latter realizing there was so much more to Gohan than he had anticipated. After transforming into the white god, my previous form is no longer effective. However, I can still utilize the Kaio-Ken at 100x. Now, let me summon the Ten Tails. As he spoke, Gohan invoked the power of the Ten Tails, enveloping himself in a defensive mode. Several tailed beast bombs materialized, orbiting him. Gohan then closed his eyes, opened them again, and unleashed two abilities simultaneously. Kaleidoscope Sharingan, activate. Sage Mode, activate. Instantly, Gohan's power surged as the aura of the white god expanded, his combat prowess escalating. Beerus was left stunned, realizing just how much Gohan had concealed. Kampa, this guy is truly extraordinary. You should be cautious. Kampa, still oblivious to Gohan's newfound powers, scoffed and continued to unleash his destructive sphere. Even if he is Ultra Instinct, I will destroy him. The 30 destructive sphere surged forward, colliding with Gohan. Yet, Gohan merely raised his hand, and in the next moment, a tailed beast bomb struck, crashing into the destructive orb. Boom, boom, boom. Neither the destructive sphere nor the barrage of tailed beast bombs yielded an inch, as hundreds of them collided in a spectacular display, utterly dismantling Kampa's attack. Gohan remained motionless, prompting Kampa to realize Beerus had spoken the truth. This opponent was indeed peculiar. Now it's my turn. With a swift motion, Gohan appeared before Kampa, who was no longer a match for Gohan's might. He effortlessly grasped Kampa's head, tossing him away as if he were a mere plaything. Crash! Kampa slammed into the protective barrier, which now served as an instrument of his own suffering. Dazed from the impact, Gohan rushed in again, unleashing a Kamehameha that struck true. Kaio-Ken. The Kamehameha hit Kampa squarely, causing him to explode against the barrier, unable to escape. Kampa was left battered, his body singed and blackened, resembling a charred husk. Beerus stood in stunned silence, unable to fathom the devastation. Kampa, reeling from the unexpected onslaught, shook off the smoke and regarded Gohan with newfound seriousness. You actually managed to injure me. I will not forgive you. 40 of my god of destruction power. As he summoned more energy, Kampa could only muster a 10 increase, for his power was immense, and he had not utilized it in ages. Achieving 100 was indeed a daunting task. Even at 40, he was still no match for Gohan. Sensing the opportunity, Gohan charged forward once more. With a swift gesture, he summoned Susanoo, ready to unleash his ultimate blade. The strongest sword, break for me. Chapter 76. Is he to surpass the god of destruction? Susanoo emerged, towering like a giant, formed entirely from Gohan's immense energy. He raised his colossal energy sword and swung it towards Kampa, striking him directly. The impact sent Kampa crashing onto a distant planet. Boom. He was struck hard, hurtling through space and smashing into 3 more planets in rapid succession. Bardoss, watching from afar, was taken aback. Kampa was utterly overwhelmed. Even utilizing 40 of his god of destruction power, yet he remained no match for this adversary. She began to doubt whether even 50 of Kampa's power would suffice against him. The sheer terror of it all was undeniable. This individual's claim of surpassing the god of destruction was no jest. It was evident that his mastery of Ultra Instinct was not yet in its most refined state. If it were perfected, Kampa would likely stand no chance against him. Gohan, brimming with confidence, observed Kampa's injuries and smirked. He turned to Bardoss and said, "So, if this guy unleashes 50 of his god of destruction power, and I win, will you fulfill your promise?" Bardoss glanced at Kampa and replied with a smile, "Sure, but only if you manage to defeat the current Kampa." Kampa, now furious and with eyes ablaze, activated 50 of his god of destruction power. "You insufferable fool," cursed Beerus. "With 50 of my power, I will obliterate you." Rising in fury, he unleashed a devastating wave of destruction, intent on annihilating the entire galaxy. Realizing the severity of the situation, Bardoss raised her hand, creating a protective barrier while maintaining a serene smile as she looked at Gohan. If you survive, I will honor my word. Gohan smirked, sensing the vast energy radiating from Kappa, which spread outwards in a perfect sphere of destructive force. He remained unfazed, retorting coolly, "Oh, we have a deal." He raised his hand, summoning Susanoo to shield him, combining all the power of the Ten Tails. As the destructive energy surged towards him, he pressed all his energy against it. Hiss. The friction of the colliding energies erupted in explosions, shattering the surrounding space into fragments. In a mere 10 seconds, everything around Gohan transformed into nothingness. Bardoss watched in astonishment, unable to believe that Gohan could withstand such overwhelming force. Now, aside from her presence, there existed only a sliver of space around Gohan. Meanwhile, Kappa, with his eyes still raging, prepared to escalate to 60 of his God of Destruction power, aiming for 100. However, before he could complete the transformation, Bardoss intervened. "Enough, Lord Kappa, we concede. We must show some respect to Lord Beerus of Universe 7. With that, she raised her staff, restoring everything around them and reversing time, causing Kappa's energy to dissipate, while Gohan returned to his original position. He marveled at the immense capability of the angel. Time reversal was indeed a divine technique. Kappa, forced back to 10 of his power, wore an expression of displeasure and resentment. "Bardoss, what are you doing? I was about to unleash my full 100 power. This brat is definitely no match for me." Bardoss sighed, "But I made a promise to him. I must return him safely. My ties with the angels of Universe 7 are significant, so I cannot harm him." Kappa gritted his teeth in frustration, watching helplessly as Bardoss approached Gohan with calm composure. "What is your intent in seeking the Super Dragon Balls? Is it not to destroy our Universe 6? He could hardly believe that someone would go through the trouble of gathering the 7 Super Dragon Balls for such a trivial pursuit. "I have no interest in destroying the universe. I seek only personal growth." Upon hearing this, Bardoss felt reassured and nodded at Kappa. "Lord Kappa, he has no intention of destroying Universe 6. You can rest easy now." Although relieved, Kappa still grumbled at Bardoss. "But I remember you summoned me, claiming they would devastate our universe. Now you say they want tea." Bardoss chuckled. "Did I say that? I seem to have forgotten." Kappa seethed. "Bardoss." Bardoss paid no heed to Kappa's indignation and focused her attention on Gohan, intrigued by him. "By the way, who did you learn Ultra Instinct from? To master such a technique, if you could fully harness it, you could become a god of destruction." Kappa, agitated, gasped at her words, clearly displeased. "Bardoss, what are you implying? You wouldn't dare." Bardoss jested. "If he were trained right, he might surpass you, Lord Kappa. You spend all day napping. Perhaps you are not suited for the role of a god of destruction." Kappa's expression changed drastically, and he quickly pleaded, "No, Bardoss. I concede. I promise to reduce my rest time." Bardoss was merely joking, but her genuine interest in Gohan was apparent. She recognized the potential for greatness within him. If Gohan could fully develop his Ultra Instinct, he could indeed be terrifying, capable of surpassing even a god of destruction. However, Gohan remained nonchalant. "I came to understand it on my own." Bardoss did not press further, acknowledging Gohan's wishes. She raised her staff once more, addressing Gohan, "Let us find your spaceship, so I can inform you of the last Dragon Ball's whereabouts." Upon hearing this, Gohan realized, "Oh, it seems Caulifla has already located the 6th Dragon Ball. Excellent. That means we are only one away from summoning the Super Shenron." His spirits lifted, as they were now so close to achieving their goal. Most importantly, with Bardoss present, who could speak the language of the dragon, he could directly make his wish to the Super Shenron. Although he felt a twinge of guilt towards Bulma, he knew that making the wish took precedence. Chapter 77. The angel who was successfully tricked. The angelic abilities of Bardoss are indeed remarkably swift, enabling her to traverse between several star systems in mere minutes. Given such agility, covering this modest distance is hardly a challenge. As long as Bardoss is present, nothing can evade her grasp. Fortunately, Gohan managed to secure a promise from her. Now, Bardoss is fulfilling her commitment. An angel's word is indeed binding. She has returned him to the spaceship. The sudden appearance of Bardoss caused the ship to halt abruptly, startling Kale and her companions, who feared Gohan had been abducted. Kale, in a fit of anger, shouted, "You lot, release Lord Gohan at once. We have collected the 6th Super Dragon Ball. Only one remains. Once we gather them all, we will make our wish. Do you hear me? Release Lord Gohan, or else." Kale's threats, however, bore no weight. With a smile on her face, Bardoss calmly replied, "You will need my assistance to locate the 7th Dragon Ball. Furthermore, even if you gather all 7. Without knowledge of the Super Dragon Ball language, essentially the language of the gods, you cannot fulfill your wish. Kale was left speechless, her mouth agape. How could she have known that the Super Dragon Balls required such divine language? Gohan stepped forward, gesturing for the spaceship's door to be opened, his demeanor tranquil. Open the door. Bados will help us find the final Dragon Ball. Upon hearing Gohan's words, relief washed over them as they realized he was unharmed. They promptly opened the spaceship's door, allowing Bados and Kappa to enter. Once inside, the two were immediately struck by the spaceship's uniqueness, filled with various items, especially some delicacies from Earth. Kappa, ever the curious one, began exploring, eventually fixating on a dessert, a cake brought from Earth. What is this delightful item? He inquired, visibly intrigued. As the god of destruction, Kappa's excitement was palpable. Gabito, trembling, replied, "It's cake, something edible." Kappa's eyes lit up as he raised his hand. Tasting the cream of the cake, a shiver of delight coursed through him, and he leapt up in excitement. "This is amazing. It's incredibly delicious. Is there more?" Gabito hesitated, glancing at Gohan, who waved his hand dismissively. He had plenty of cakes in his storage and instructed Gabito to fetch some. However, he was not one to give away such treasures without reciprocity. "You see, Lord Kappa, our Earth is abundant with delectable foods. I have plenty aboard my ship, but I can spare a few for you." Kappa's eyes sparkled. With food on the line, he was all ears. "Indeed, give me your food. You're quite generous, haha." Gohan smirked, "But I don't offer gifts without a return. In our world, we have a saying, courtesy demands reciprocity. I'll share these delights, but you must provide me something in return." Kappa appeared conflicted, pondering Gohan's request. He truly had little to offer, given his formidable power as a god of destruction, which negated the need for material possessions. "What do you desire? I cannot part with food." Seeing Kappa's reluctance, Gohan's interest shifted to Bados. A sly smile crept across his face, recognizing the potential of these angels. "How about this, Lord Kappa? Allow Bados to accompany me for a few days to assist in my training. In return, I shall bring you some delicious treats when I return to Earth." Kappa's eyes gleamed with joy at this proposition, eager to nod in agreement. However, he noticed Bados frowning, prompting a cough to mask his excitement. "You may keep her for a few days. She is quite bothersome around me." "Bados, don't look at me like that. I jest. I would miss you." Bados understood Kappa's feigned annoyance, and with his approval, she nodded in agreement, curious about Gohan's intentions. The spaceship then set off on its journey to locate the final Super Dragon Ball. In the vastness of the cosmos, Bados effortlessly guided them to the last Dragon Ball, her angelic powers negating the need for a dragon radar. She identified a planet and, raising her hand, dispersed the dust enveloping it. With a flourish, the planet's dust was obliterated, revealing the final Dragon Ball, the 7th. Its radiant glow was blindingly beautiful. Gohan's face lit up with joy. At last, they had gathered all 7 Dragon Balls. He wasted no time in retrieving the remaining capsules, intending to summon the Eternal Dragon right there, avoiding the need to return to Universe 7 and risk provoking the temperamental Beerus. He couldn't let Bulma know either. He would simply say the Super Dragon Balls were not found. "Very well, Bados, summon the dragon. I am ready to make my wish." Bados nodded and glanced at Gohan as he prepared to summon the Eternal Dragon. "What wish do you intend to make?" After some contemplation, Gohan decided on a singular desire. "I wish for my Ultra Instinct to reach its utmost potential." Bados frowned slightly before responding. "Ultra Instinct surpasses even the gods. It is a technique beyond angels. The best the Eternal Dragon can grant you is only 50% of its full power." Though slightly disheartened by this limitation, Gohan understood that even 50% would enable him to achieve the ultimate form of the White God, which he considered a significant accomplishment. Chapter 78, Breakthrough of the Ultimate Freedom Technique. He nodded, his determination solidified. "All right, 50 will suffice." After all, with the Super Dragon at his disposal in the Time Ring, he could traverse dimensions to seek out the Super Dragon again. Without further ado, Bardoss summoned the Super Dragon upon hearing Gohan's wish. The Dragon Balls converged, and in an instant, the Super Dragon awakened. With a flurry of brilliance, countless rays illuminated the dark expanse of the universe, transforming it into a spectacle of light. Gohan, awestruck by the phenomenon, yearned for the Super Dragon as a traveler of dimensions. Within the essence of the Super Dragon, he could feel its immense power, truly a magnificent being. Its colossal form was capable of transporting them across an entire star system, even traversing the vast universe. As they journeyed through the elongated body of the dragon, they finally arrived at its head, gazing upon the majestic cosmic super dragon. Bardoss wasted no time. She translated Gohan's wish for the super dragon. The dragon nodded. Its gaze fixed upon Gohan, and in the next moment, a radiant beam of light enveloped him, flooding his being with an overwhelming sense of comfort. Most importantly, in that fleeting moment, the ultimate freedom technique surged forward with remarkable speed. The technique broke through to 20, then 30. Subsequently, it reached 40. Finally, it surpassed 50, allowing him to comprehend a perfected form of the White God, not the ultimate form, but rather a perfected enhancement. With the ultimate freedom technique at 50, he attained the perfect ultimate freedom technique, granting him 100 physical evasion capability, a 200 enhancement of energy waves, and the celestial status of an angel. The angelic realm enabled him to reach angelic standards, significantly amplifying his combat prowess. 50 equated to the angelic realm, a level akin to that of an angel. Should he achieve 100, he might even surpass the omnipotent Zeno. How extraordinary that would be. The completion of the angelic realm brought Gohan immense joy. Now, it was time to hone his newfound abilities. His gaze fell upon Bardoss, realizing he had much to learn from her. There was no need to seek the angels near Beerus. Bardoss was indeed formidable, her prowess not significantly inferior to those by Beerus's side. Given that Kappa had already granted his permission, he was eager to master the ultimate freedom technique swiftly. Having spent considerable time away, he feared Bulma's birthday celebration might already be underway. He wished to avoid lingering any longer. With his wish fulfilled, he decided to return to Earth. Addressing Bardoss, he said, "All right, Bardoss, let us return to Earth together. Kappa has permitted you to accompany me. I have an event to attend. Please take my spacecraft and return us to Universe 7. Bardoss nodded, raising her staff without hesitation, and together with Gohan and the fleet of ships, they traversed back to Universe 7. For Bardoss, crossing 2 universes was a trivial task. Upon their return, Gohan felt a wave of delight wash over him as he beheld the familiar cosmic surroundings. His gaze wandered to a distant aquamarine planet. After so many days away, he found himself nostalgic. He had changed, and this journey had indeed consumed more time than anticipated. However, the rewards were substantial. Not only had he gathered numerous allies, but he also had Bardoss from Universe 6 accompanying him. Now, he piloted the spacecraft back to Earth, wondering how Bulma's birthday celebration was faring. He suspected that Bruise had awakened by now. No one on Earth could rival the power of the destroyer. He needed to return promptly. At that moment, aboard a luxurious yacht, Bulma had meticulously prepared for her birthday celebration. She had dedicated substantial time and effort to this occasion, yet not a single guest had arrived. Gohan's absence was particularly concerning. Her son had not made contact. She had made numerous calls and even enlisted Jaco's help to reach him in the universe. She was determined that even if the Super Dragon Balls were not located, Gohan must return in time for her birthday party. The matter of the Super Dragon Balls was inconsequential. The most important thing was his presence. However, after several unsuccessful attempts, Bulma's expression darkened. "Gohan, I told you my birthday party was about to commence. Surely, you haven't forgotten about it." Fuming, she clenched her fists, furious that he had not attended her birthday celebration. "When he arrives, I will have a serious talk with him." Just then, she noticed Piccolo and others arriving, including Yamcha and Tien. They approached Bulma with greetings. "Hey, Bulma. Have Goku and Gohan shown up yet?" "I haven't seen Gohan around lately," said Piccolo, his brow furrowed with concern. "His energy has completely vanished from Earth. It feels as if he is not even within this universe. Something must be amiss." Bulma chuckled nervously, keeping the matter of the Super Dragon Balls to herself. "Gohan has some matters to attend to. He will return shortly. By the way, everyone, I have a surprise for you at my birthday party. A lottery with 3 grand prizes waiting for you." At her words, Yamcha and Krillin's expressions lit up with excitement. "That's fantastic. I knew Bulma wouldn't disappoint. I could use a gift for my girlfriend, so I must win a grand prize." Krillin scratched his head, laughing. "I've been reconciling with my ex lately, and I could really use some cash. Hopefully, I can snag a prize." Bulma then looked around, noticing the absence of any familiar faces, and called out, "Vegeta, where are you? Hurry and help me greet the guests." Vegeta approached with an icy demeanor, his expression indifferent. "Why should I care? I'm not your servant. Let your lackeys handle that." Chapter 79. Bulma's birthday party. Is it truly necessary for me to instruct you? The servants you have summoned are not performing their duties adequately. While he verbally expresses concern for Bulma's birthday celebration, many of the servants are under his command. Bulma smiled. Understanding this dynamic, and approached him with a charming demeanor. Vegeta, this is your wife's birthday celebration. Just for today, please make an effort to entertain the guests. Vegeta snorted dismissively, feigning reluctance, yet his actions betrayed him. He promptly guided a few individuals to the leisure area of the yacht, arranging for some food to be prepared. Vegeta's transformation in character has become a topic of amusement for Yamcha and others. Who would have thought that Vegeta, once so domineering, is now quite the henpecked husband? Indeed, the change in his demeanor is striking. After the battle with Majin Buu, Vegeta's personality underwent a considerable shift, though his relentless pursuit of strength remained unchanged. His focus has merely shifted from Goku to Gohan. He couldn't fathom why Gohan had yet to arrive, pondering what the young man could be occupied with. Was he secretly training, perhaps growing even stronger? Vegeta remained skeptical. At that moment, as Vegeta busied himself preparing for the impending birthday festivities, he and Bulma were suddenly transported to Universe 6. Not Gohan or his companions, but Beerus, accompanied by Whis, had arrived on Earth of Universe 7, having received a prophecy. Whis, is this Earth, the place the Oracle Fish spoke of? Whis nodded calmly, replying, indeed, the Oracle Fish indicated that someone capable of challenging Lord Beerus resides here. Today is the day, and the location appears to be correct. However, it seems there is a celebration underway. Beerus inhaled deeply, savoring the aroma of delectable food wafting through the air, his eyes lighting up with excitement. Ah, it seems someone is preparing a barbecue. It looks absolutely mouth-watering. Whis, also catching the scent, nodded with a smile. Yes, Earth is renowned for its culinary delights. There are indeed many delicious dishes here. I have dined here before. Upon hearing this, Beerus shot Whis a piercing glance. Oh, you visited Earth while I was away? Whis chuckled and refrained from further elaboration. The two soon spotted Vegeta, and Beerus couldn't help but smile, recognizing a familiar resemblance. This fellow bears a striking resemblance to someone I once encountered, yet I cannot recall who it was. Whis, have you seen this individual before? Whis nodded knowingly. Yes, he is the son of the Saiyan King. It has been several decades since your last visit to planet Vegeta when they assisted you with a task. Beerus yawned nonchalantly. Oh, is that so? I seem to have forgotten. Never mind, let us pay him a visit. How could Beerus possibly remember such trivial matters? With a yawn, he followed Whis, and in an instant, they appeared before Vegeta. Vegeta's expression shifted dramatically. He sensed the overwhelming power of Whis and Beerus the moment they materialized before him. The disparity in strength rendered him momentarily speechless, and as he regained his composure, he gazed up, his expression a mixture of alarm and wariness. Who are you? You are not from Earth. Where do you hail from? Vegeta was determined to prevent any disruption to Bulma's birthday celebration, feeling the weight of the situation. Beerus casually glanced at him. So you are the son of the Saiyan King. I must admit, you have grown considerably since I last saw you as a mere child. Vegeta was taken aback, unable to believe that this figure had met his father. He scrutinized Beerus's familiar face, memories flooding back. Whis coughed softly, introducing Beerus. This is Lord Beerus, the strongest and most formidable being of Universe 7. He has come to Earth for an important matter. Vegeta repeatedly murmured Beerus's name, trembling as he finally recognized the gravity of the situation. Lord Beerus? The god of destruction? His body shook with fear, but Beerus remained unfazed, observing him calmly. Whis interjected with a chuckle, Lord Beerus is indeed searching for a worthy opponent. However, do be cautious. If you provoke his wrath, it could lead to the destruction of this entire planet. Vegeta, fully aware of the terrifying reputation of the god of destruction, who had left a lasting impression on him since their first encounter, straightened his posture, displaying newfound respect. Lord Beerus, I am curious to know who could possibly be your equal. Today is my wife's birthday, and we have prepared a variety of exquisite dishes that I trust will meet your satisfaction. With that, he led Beerus and Whis toward the nearby dining area, his demeanor respectful yet slightly subservient. Beerus's eyes gleamed with interest as they approached the food, clearly captivated by the offerings. As Vegeta enthusiastically introduced the culinary delights, Yamcha and the others observed with puzzled expressions. What is Vegeta up to? Is he putting on a show? They wondered, intrigued by Vegeta's unusual courtesy towards this peculiar-looking individual. Yamcha, emboldened by curiosity, approached Beerus, who was enjoying the feast. With a hearty laugh, he clapped Beerus on the shoulder. You, my friend, look like quite the alien. Are you a friend of Vegeta's? It seems this is your first visit to Earth. Shall I, Yamcha, give you a proper introduction? Chapter 80. The Arrival of the God of Destruction. Beerus not far away. Vegeta's expression shifted dramatically, his face nearly turning green with apprehension. He rushed forward, pulling the reckless Yamcha aside, his countenance grim. Lord Beerus, this fool has a few screws loose. Do not stoop to his level. Yamcha, overhearing this, felt his own face darken with indignation. Vegeta, what do you mean by that? Yet, upon meeting Vegeta's fierce gaze, Yamcha fell silent, immediately acquiescing, fully aware that he stood no chance against Vegeta. At this moment, Vegeta had the upper hand, allowing Beerus to indulge in the delights of Earth's cuisine. These terrestrial delicacies captured the attention of both Beerus and Whis, momentarily diverting them from their quest for the prophecy fish. Had it not been for an unexpected interruption, Beerus might have forgotten his original purpose altogether. The disruption came in the form of a rotund Buu, who seized a pudding. For the first time, Beerus became irate. But Vegeta's flamboyant antics quelled his anger, at least temporarily. However, a second bout of fury from Beerus would be far less easily contained, when Beerus's wrath erupted once more. Even if Yamcha and the others joined forces, they would barely match the strength of a mere finger from him. With a casual wave, Beerus sent the group sprawling to the ground, his overwhelming aura leaving them gasping for breath. It was then they comprehended the true extent of Beerus's power. Who exactly is this being, Vegeta? Yamcha and the others were utterly astounded, having been subdued by a single finger. Piccolo's expression mirrored their shock as he glanced at Vegeta, who hung his head in despair. Earth was doomed. Bulma, observing the scene with growing displeasure, clenched her teeth and stepped forward, her voice laced with anger. Hey, no matter who you are, this is my birthday party. Do not cause chaos here. Seeing Bulma approach, Vegeta swiftly intervened, much to her annoyance. What are you doing, Vegeta? Beerus, dismissive, curled his lip and raised his hand, gathering energy. It seemed he intended to obliterate the entire planet. However, at that moment, Whis' brow furrowed as he approached Beerus. Beerus, wait a moment. Impatiently, Beerus replied, Whis, do not interrupt me. I am about to destroy this planet. With a serious expression, Whis countered, you might want to hold off. I sense a familiar energy. This is Badatsu's aura. Beerus's expression turned peculiar at the mention of Badatsu. Knowing well who that was, the angel from Universe 6, accompanying Kampa. What are you saying, Whis? Badatsu is in Universe 6. How could he possibly be here? Whis shook his head, a wry smile on his face. My instincts are never wrong. This is indeed Badatsu's energy. He is nearby, approaching rapidly. Upon lifting his gaze, they saw a group swiftly nearing them in the sky. These individuals, led by Badatsu wielding an angelic scepter, were moving at superluminal speed, descending onto Earth, right by Bulma's yacht. As Gohan made his appearance, the onlookers gasped in astonishment. It's Gohan. He is finally here. Wait, who are those people with Gohan? Why has he brought so many subordinates? Indeed, he seems to have changed a lot in just a few days, arriving with quite the entourage. Gohan. This guy is ruining my birthday party. We must teach him a lesson. Bulma, unfazed by the chaos, called out to Gohan from above. Gohan had already locked onto Beerus. As Beerus prepared to unleash his destructive energy, Gohan's expression turned serious, clearly having arrived just in time to intervene. Badatsu, moving with remarkable speed, led Gohan aboard the ship and casually greeted Whis. Ah, Whis, it's been ages. We haven't seen each other in hundreds of years. Whis regarded Badatsu with curiosity. His brow furrowed. Badatsu, what brings you here? Aren't you supposed to be with Lord Kampa, following the Saiyan? Badatsu shrugged, a look of resignation on his face. I lost a bet to him. This Saiyan has proven too formidable even for Lord Kampa. Thus, I am bound to follow his orders. He feigned a sorrowful expression, which only deepened Whis' concern as he glanced at Gohan, his mind racing with implications. Beerus, on the other hand, was left in disbelief, his body trembling. Badatsu, what did you just say? Even Kampa could not handle him? Who is he? Before Badatsu could respond, Gohan stepped forward, unperturbed by Beerus' presence, exuding a combative spirit. Greetings, Lord Beerus. This is our first meeting, yet I am quite familiar with you. In fact, I admire your power. Gohan chuckled, expressing genuine admiration for Beerus' status as one of the universe's mightiest beings, rivaled only by the Grand Minister. Beerus frowned, sensing Gohan's fighting spirit, his expression becoming increasingly perplexed. He could not fathom why Gohan was so fixated on him, radiating an intense desire for battle. He did not perceive Gohan as a fool. Anyone capable of ensnaring Badatsu and besting Kampa was undoubtedly formidable. With a serious demeanor, Beerus addressed Gohan. Hey, kid, who are you exactly? Did you really defeat Kampa? Gohan, maintaining a relaxed demeanor, replied, well, sort of. It was only about 40 of his strength, though. If it were the full 100, that would be another story. But I have grown stronger since then. I could surpass even 50 of Kampa's strength now. This revelation took Beerus by surprise. Although Kampa was certainly weaker than Beerus, he was still a god of destruction. The notion that someone on Earth could have bested a god from Universe 6 was astonishing. Intrigued, Beerus scrutinized Gohan, unable to detect anything particularly special about him. After all, Gohan had not transformed. He could not believe Gohan could truly surpass Kampa. Chapter 81. Gohan returns to Earth. Gohan casually glanced around the yacht, surveying the scene. Many lay incapacitated on the ground. Chaos reigned as Bulma's birthday celebration had been shattered. And an enraged Bulma was shouting in protest. Gohan, teach this scoundrel a lesson. How dare he ruin my most cherished birthday party? Woe is me. My birthday celebration in my 40s has been completely destroyed. She inadvertently revealed her true age, prompting Gohan to raise his head and fix his gaze on Beerus. His eyes narrowed, exuding an unmistakable aura. Lord Beerus, what does this mean? Gohan inquired. Beerus had never encountered someone who dared to confront him in such a manner. With such audacity. With an air of arrogance, he coldly replied, I initially intended to devastate Earth. I was merely following through with my plan. Even if Bardock stands by your side, do not presume that I will refrain from acting against you. Gohan responded with a cold smirk. Is that so? Lord Beerus, I have not prevented you from making a move. However, I am vehemently opposed to your intention to destroy Earth. This is my home. If it's destroyed, where shall I reside? Beerus was taken aback by Gohan's audacity. A chilling gaze fell upon Gohan, who was now causing many nearby to break out in a cold sweat. Piccolo, concerned, called out, Gohan, Beerus is formidable. Do not act recklessly. Gohan, maintaining his composure, replied to Piccolo. I am well aware of the strength of the God of Destruction, but you needn't worry about me. While the God of Destruction possesses immense power, his strength requires time to fully manifest. After all, the power of destruction has been sealed. It is impossible for him to unleash it all at once. Based on my calculations. He paused for a moment, then raised a hand to indicate a number for Lord Beerus to reach 100. It should take around 10 minutes. Beerus laughed heartily. Kid, you actually comprehend the pace at which we gods of destruction gain power, but what significance does that hold? Gohan raised his hand earnestly. 10 minutes is excessive. Around 5 minutes should suffice. I will not allow you to achieve 100 power. Beerus scoffed, finding Gohan's bravado infuriating. His temper flared, as he was already known for his volatility, and he was further provoked by Gohan's insolence. In a fit of rage, Beerus unleashed an additional 20 of his destructive power and charged directly at Gohan. You little brat, you were too arrogant. As he lunged forward, Beerus threw a punch at Gohan, but before contact could be made, Gohan vanished. Beerus's expression shifted in surprise. He failed to catch Gohan's movement. In an instant, Gohan appeared behind him, delivering a solid punch to Beerus's face. With a resounding impact, Beerus was sent flying, crashing onto the yacht's deck with a tremendous noise. Water splashed everywhere as the yacht nearly sustained serious damage. The onlookers were astonished. They could hardly believe that the formidable god of destruction, Beerus, had been sent sprawling by a single blow from Gohan. What was happening? Gohan had truly grown stronger. As Beerus rose, disbelief etched across his face. He struggled to comprehend how Gohan had managed to strike him. Gritting his teeth, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and turned to Whis. Whis, what is going on with this guy? I didn't even sense his energy just now. How did he evade my attack and strike me? Whis remained silent for a moment before nodding. Lord Beerus, it appears you should exercise caution. This individual just momentarily amplified his energy, only for about 0.1 seconds, and then retracted it. His control over energy is quite impressive. Whis regarded Gohan's mastery over his abilities with a measure of admiration. Recognizing that Gohan's potential could rival that of a second god of destruction, Beerus, now agitated by Whis's words, exclaimed, Damn it, kid. It seems I underestimated you. The prophecy fish was not mistaken. You are indeed capable of matching me, surpassing even the Super Saiyan God. In a fit of fury, Beerus activated his destructive powers anew, now reaching 30 of his total strength, and charged at Gohan, initiating a fierce battle. They ascended into the skies, only to plunge into the depths of the ocean, creating a massive storm on the surface. Boom. The waves surged, leaving the spectators in awe, as the two combatants moved too swiftly for anyone other than the angels to perceive. Even Vegeta clenched his fists in frustration, realizing Gohan had reached such a level of power. As the two figures clashed, they erupted from the water's surface, and Beerus grew increasingly astonished. He had not anticipated that Gohan could match him at a 55 to 45 power ratio. The evenness of their confrontation left him utterly astonished. This kid is exceptionally skilled in close combat. I never imagined such a formidable opponent could exist within my domain in Universe 7. Excitement surged through Beerus, who unleashed an additional 5 of his power, now at 35. With a playful grin, he fought Gohan while declaring, "Kid, I have reached 35 of my fighting strength. If you allow me to reach 50, I will surpass Kampa significantly. That buffoon cannot compare to me. At that point, I will annihilate both you and Earth." Gohan remained unfazed as Beerus pressed on, icy determination in his eyes. "My strength is continually increasing. If you cannot keep up, you will remain powerless. It has been several minutes already. You promised to finish this in 5. Gohan glanced at Beerus's haughty expression and smirked. "It has barely been 3 minutes, Lord Beerus. We are just getting started." Beerus frowned, perplexed by Gohan's words. Meanwhile, was sensed something amiss and cautioned Beerus, "Lord Beerus, be on guard." He then turned his curious gaze toward Bardock, asking, "Bardock, how did this individual manage to surpass Kampa's 40? Chapter 82. The power of the absolute angel. A smile graced the lips of Bados as he remarked, "Weiss, you have finally inquired about this. This Saiyan possesses the mastery of Ultra Instinct." Upon uttering these words, not only did Weiss react with astonishment, but even Beerus, from a distance, trembled at the revelation. His expression one of utter disbelief. He never anticipated that Gohan would wield such power. With a pallid countenance and trembling form, Beerus stared incredulously at Gohan. "No, it cannot be. You can use Ultra Instinct?" At this moment, Gohan felt no need to conceal his strength. He revealed his full prowess in an instant. Indeed, Lord Beerus, behold. With a surge of energy, he unleashed 50 of his divine power, activating his angelic form of Ultra Instinct. The ocean erupted in tumultuous waves, creating a massive vortex of water that swept across the surroundings. In a stunning display, the waters parted, cascading from the sky like celestial flowers. Gohan's transformation left Beerus in a state of shock. It appeared he not only mastered Ultra Instinct, but had achieved 50 of its potential. This revelation was terrifying. Gohan's eyes sparked with brilliance, and with a mere flick of his hand, he manifested overwhelming force. This was the true angelic mode. Weiss, too, was astounded, unable to fathom that Gohan had attained such a level of mastery. No wonder Gohan's earlier displays of power could contend with Beerus. This 50 angelic state instilled a sense of trepidation in the god of destruction. In an instant, Gohan lunged forward, delivering a powerful punch to Beerus's head. The impact was so severe that it left Beerus momentarily dazed, his body trembling from the blow. Before Beerus could recover, Gohan seized him by the head and delivered a fierce kick to his body. Gohan's relentless assault sent Beerus spiraling from the surface into the depths of the ocean, then soaring back up into the sky. Ultimately, with a final, devastating punch, Beerus was propelled beyond the atmosphere. As Gohan ascended, he radiated a brilliant white light, his form resembling a pillar of energy. He struck down again with tremendous force, causing Beerus to spit blood rather than mere water. Weiss covered his mouth in disbelief. Gohan's display of might was astonishing, indicating his intent to overpower Beerus before he could retaliate. Beerus, having underestimated Gohan from the outset, was now struggling to regain his composure as he found himself propelled into outer space. Clenching his fists, he braced himself as Gohan approached once more, this time in a fit of rage. "Enough, you little brat. You have provoked me. My 50 destruction power will not be overcome by you." As Beerus unleashed his 50 power, he conjured a sphere of destructive energy and hurled it at Gohan. Swiftly dodging, Gohan countered with a barrage of energy blasts aimed at Beerus. Despite Beerus's efforts to obliterate Gohan's projectiles, he prepared a larger destructive sphere, one that rivaled the size of a planet, aimed at both Gohan and Earth. "Die, boy. I will obliterate you and the Earth." Taking a deep breath, Gohan unleashed the Kamehameha wave, colliding it with Beerus's destructive sphere. Initially, Gohan's energy seemed insufficient, but he remained undeterred, having yet to reveal his full potential. As Beerus exerted more force, Gohan activated the 100x Kaio-Ken. In that moment, he successfully halted the destructive sphere, astonishing Beerus, who never expected such resilience. Gohan's energy surged, bolstered by the Kaio-Ken in his angelic form, amplifying the Kamehameha wave significantly. With newfound strength, Gohan redirected the destructive sphere, sending it hurtling away. The ensuing explosion echoed as Beerus cried out, wounded by his own attack. Enraged, Beerus unleashed 80 of his destructive capabilities. "You insolent brat. You are the first to push me to this extent. Beerus's fury resonated throughout the solar system as he unleashed his full power. Gohan, eager to challenge him, recognized his own limitations. He needed further training. This confrontation had imparted valuable insights, bringing him closer to attaining 100 of his angelic mode. As Beerus raged, he unexpectedly reverted to his normal state, gazing at Gohan with confusion. What is he plotting? Gohan smiled, addressing Beerus. Lord Beerus, I have indeed learned much from this battle. However, it is unnecessary for us to continue this conflict. Our struggle holds no significance. We are both part of the seventh universe, aligned on the same front. Beerus's expression shifted, his frustration palpable. What do you mean? Are you surrendering? Gohan shook his head, an enigmatic smile on his face. No, Lord Beerus. I do not seek mercy. Rather, I wish to negotiate. Continuing this fight benefits neither of us. Chapter 83. Believing I can surpass you in due time. You shall not be able to bring about my demise. Even if you were to obliterate the earth, I would assuredly seek retribution. For do you truly believe that I cannot surpass you? Beerus was momentarily taken aback, his expression shifting as he listened to Gohan's words. With a visage clouded in indifference, he inquired, what exactly do you wish to convey? Gohan, spreading his hands, replied, surely, Lord Beerus comprehends my intention. This world is not confined to a single universe. Beyond Universe 7, there exists Universe 6, 8, 9, and 10. With so many universes in existence, what position does our universe hold? If we rank low, would you not agree that our universe would be at risk of annihilation? A shiver coursed through Beerus at this revelation, his countenance darkened. After all, among these universes, there exists a Grand Zeno, who, alongside the Grand Minister, evaluates all universes. Should our universe receive a low score, it could very well face immediate destruction. Gohan's words ignited a flicker of concern within him. He had not adequately organized the universe lately, and powerful beings were scarce. The individual before him was undoubtedly a formidable fighter, and he began to understand Gohan's message. His anger subsided considerably. Noticing this change, Gohan gently smiled and continued, surely. Lord Beerus understands that a universe, aside from its god of destruction, requires even stronger warriors to elevate its score. Now that you are aware of my capabilities, let us join forces to achieve the highest possible score for our universe. In doing so, we shall ensure our survival. Beerus, maintaining a stern expression, regarded him with a peculiar gaze and said coldly, speak plainly. What do you truly know? Gohan, well informed as a traveler from another realm, found it easy to deceive Beerus with his knowledge. Without hesitation, he declared, I am quite familiar with the Grand Zeno and the standards by which he and the Grand Minister assess each universe. It is conceivable that they may require inter-universal comparisons. Would it not be beneficial for our universe to possess more powerful beings, Lord Beerus? Upon hearing the name of the Grand Zeno, Beerus trembled, his skepticism dissipating entirely. His expression turned serious, and he nodded in agreement with Gohan's assertion. Realizing this, he resolved to reconcile with Gohan, acknowledging the impressive combat prowess he displayed. With a slight smirk, Beerus spoke, you make a valid point. It appears you possess considerable insight, which I had not anticipated. Young man, for the sake of Universe 7, I shall forgive this incident and let it pass. Stifling a yawn, Beerus admitted his fatigue. After their confrontation, he felt utterly drained and was reluctant to ponder further matters. With an air of nonchalance, he acknowledged, I am truly exhausted. That will suffice. Regardless, should any matters arise in the future, particularly those concerning the universes, I will certainly seek you out. For now, I shall accompany you back, but there is one request you must fulfill. Curiosity piqued, Gohan inquired about Beerus's demand. What is it? With a serious expression, Beerus replied, the pudding from Earth. I simply must taste it. I have never had the pleasure of experiencing such a delectable treat, and I am determined to savor it. How amusing it was to Gohan. This god of destruction was quite the foodie. Chuckling, he reassured Beerus, rest assured. Bulma has plenty of talented chefs who can whip up a pudding with ease. There are even many dishes far superior to pudding. Beerus's eyes gleamed with interest. He leaned in closer, eager to learn more about these superior delicacies. Really? What could possibly be better than pudding? Gohan replied with a mysterious smile. Well, you shall find out soon enough. My home also boasts numerous skilled chefs. I will take you to sample Earth's various culinary delights, especially the exquisite Chinese cuisine. Speaking of food, Gohan had indeed enlisted several chefs skilled in Chinese culinary arts. Now, having returned with considerable wealth from his recent endeavors, He felt confident in treating Beerus to a true gourmet experience. Money was not an issue, and he had numerous tasks in mind for Beerus, whose formidable strength made him an ideal training partner. With Beerus as his training mate, Gohan would flourish in his development. The two returned to Earth, arriving at the yacht, where their lively banter elicited astonishment from the onlookers. They had not anticipated Gohan would manage to befriend the god of destruction. Bulma and her companions were taken aback, as was Vegeta, who understood Beerus's immense power. For Gohan to secure Beerus's approval was a feat that neither he nor Kakarot could achieve without sufficient strength to engage in meaningful dialogue. Their successful conversation indicated that Beerus recognized Gohan's capabilities, a feat few could accomplish. As he disembarked from the yacht, Gohan approached Bulma with a relaxed demeanor, saying, "Aunt Bulma, there is no need for concern. Beerus simply wishes to enjoy some pudding." With a scowl, Bulma replied, "Humph, this creature caused chaos at my birthday party, and now I am expected to prepare food for him?" Gohan leaned in and whispered something to Beerus. To everyone's astonishment, Beerus stepped forward, bowing respectfully, and apologized. Bulma's jaw dropped, and Vegeta stood in stunned silence. The crowd was left incredulous. Who could elicit an apology from Beerus, the god of destruction? Clearly, only Gohan possessed such an ability. Even Android 18 and Videl approached, curiosity etched on their faces. "Gohan, what did you say to Lord Beerus?" With a mysterious smile, Gohan chuckled. "I merely informed him that if he did not apologize, he would miss out on Earth's finest culinary offerings." Such a notion was incomprehensible to them. They could not fathom why Beerus would bow his head. To him, tasting the finest cuisine was worth any endeavor, and a mere apology was trivial. At the very least, Bulma would forgive him, allowing him to finally enjoy the pudding he had long coveted. Chapter 84, Kakarot is truly astonished. Whis stood by, shaking his head in bewilderment, unable to find the right words to express his thoughts. He held a high regard for Gohan's intellect, recognizing that Gohan's potential was indeed remarkable. Whis began to understand why the angel from Universe 6 chose to accompany this Saiyan. He possessed an undeniable charm. Compared to another individual named Kakarot, Gohan's potential seemed far more developed. In truth, it could be said that Kakarot's selection of Whis as his mentor was more a matter of Whis choosing him. Whis was discerning in his tutelage. Without innate talent, he would be reluctant to teach. However, Gohan piqued his interest immensely. Upon Kakarot's return from King Kai's planet to Earth, he had anticipated a ruckus caused by Lord Beerus. To his surprise, Beerus was quietly indulging in food, creating no disturbance whatsoever. The birthday celebration for Bulma proceeded smoothly, which was entirely unexpected. Curiosity drove him closer to Vegeta to inquire, "Vegeta, what is the situation? Lord Beerus seems remarkably subdued. What does this mean?" Vegeta cast a sidelong glance at Kakarot, his lips curling into a sardonic smile. "Kakarot, you are a bit late. It's unfortunate you missed the earlier battle, otherwise you would comprehend the reason behind this." Intrigued by Vegeta's words, Kakarot sought to learn more, but Vegeta, with a calm demeanor, continued to jest. "You have produced quite an impressive son, Kakarot. Even you cannot measure up to him now." Vegeta seemed to revel in the notion that Gohan surpassed Kakarot, knowing full well the Saiyan spirit that thrived within them. Kakarot, despite feeling a hint of dissatisfaction, found the situation amusing. Upon hearing about Gohan managing to handle Lord Beerus, Kakarot was utterly flabbergasted. He had never imagined Gohan possessed such capability. His astonishment only grew as he noticed Gohan surrounded by numerous individuals, many of whom exhibited considerable strength. Among these were the Saiyans from Universe 6, including a particularly noteworthy figure whose muscular physique and potent aura captured Kakarot's attention. "Hey, Vegeta, did you see that?" Kakarot exclaimed. Vegeta, already aware of Gohan's companions, smirked, realizing their formidable prowess, especially the group led by Kaba, which was unmistakably Saiyan in lineage. Kakarot's gaze then settled on Broly, the strongest among them, whose seemingly simple demeanor belied an impressive power that stirred Kakarot's competitive spirit. "Vegeta, I have encountered someone quite intriguing. I shall engage him in conversation." With that, he approached Broly, who was devouring his meal, and waved. "Your energy is quite unique and fascinating. Are you also a Saiyan? How did you come to be with Gohan?" Broly, cautious and uncommunicative, regarded Kakarot with a wary gaze, clearly resistant to interaction. His upbringing had instilled in him a distrust of others, save for the team that Gohan had introduced him to, which had provided him a sense of liberation. "Do not be alarmed. I am Son Goku, and Gohan is my son. I merely find your energy intriguing and wish to learn more." "So, you are a Saiyan?" Broly nodded slightly. Kakarot's interest piqued further. So, you can transform into a Super Saiyan? Fascinating. It has been ages since I fought another Saiyan. Would you be interested in showcasing your abilities against me? Broly glanced at Gohan before shaking his head. Kakarot realized that Gohan had a firm grip on his team, and they respected him deeply, willingly following him due to his immense strength. To spar with Broly would require Gohan's consent, and Kakarot was eager to obtain it. He called out to Gohan, "Gohan, this fellow seems quite interesting. I wish to test my skills against him. What do you think?" Gohan, engaged with Beerus, calmly shook his head in response. "Father, you cannot hope to defeat Broly. You have yet to master Super Saiyan Blue. You would stand no chance against him." This revelation intrigued Kakarot, igniting a desire to engage. "Haha, so this fellow is truly formidable. I shall not hold back." Without hesitation, Kakarot transformed into a Super Saiyan and launched a punch at Broly. The suddenness of the attack was still perceived by Broly, who adeptly evaded it, showcasing remarkable reflexes, which thrilled Kakarot. "Impressive. Your reaction speed exceeds my expectations. Your strength is indeed formidable." Broly's power was already beyond that of Super Saiyan Blue, capable of withstanding a god's might. Kakarot realized that he was no match for him. Observing the encounter, Gohan casually remarked, "Broly, transform into a Super Saiyan and engage my father. It will serve as a means for you to hone your control over your abilities." Broly nodded in agreement, recognizing this as an opportunity for training. Engaging Kakarot would be an ideal way for him to refine his mastery of his most potent transformation. Gohan smiled, standing to the side as he watched the two engage in battle. Chapter 85. A mutual growth. As Broly became serious, he transformed into a Super Saiyan, unleashing 10% of his power without succumbing to rage. Goku's Super Saiyan form was utterly inadequate, leading to a swift and one-sided defeat at Broly's hands. From the heights of the sky to the depths of the ocean, it was Goku who faced relentless pressure, leaving onlookers in astonishment. Krillin and the others watched in utter disbelief, their expressions shifting continuously. Who is this individual? Is he truly someone Gohan brought? He certainly appears formidable. Yamcha nodded in agreement, recognizing the impressive combat prowess of Gohan's ally, who was able to dominate Goku. This group, once unremarkable, now caught the attention of Beerus, who, even while indulging in snacks, wore a serious expression, his brow furrowed. He sensed the immense hidden energy within Broly, a power that even he found unsettling. Whis quietly approached, smiling as he spoke. "Lord Beerus, it seems this individual has quite a few strong allies. If he were to command them all in battle, would you be able to subdue them?" While Beerus could handle Broly alone, the prospect of facing multiple opponents gave him pause. He was wary of overwhelming odds. Victory would not come easily, even if he did not fear defeat. This individual, remarkably strong despite lacking a formidable retinue, had fortunately avoided a desperate fight. In the end, neither side would emerge unscathed. Choosing to cease hostilities and coexist peacefully was indeed the right decision. Beerus, with a serious demeanor, remarked, "What was this fellow's name again?" "Broly, right? His power has already reached a divine level. Surely, there is more to him?" Whis nodded with a smile. "Indeed, his potential is impressive. With training, he could very well approach 50% of your strength, Lord Beerus." This revelation suggested that if Broly were to be joined by others of similar caliber, they could collectively match Beerus's power. Whis's unusual grin elicited a shudder from Beerus, who gritted his teeth. "Whis, what do you mean by that?" Whis chuckled, leaving the implication hanging. After their banter, the battle between Broly and Goku intensified. Goku unleashed his most powerful technique, transforming into Super Saiyan 3 and activating the Kaio-Ken. In response, Broly, feeling the pressure, let his power spiral out of control. In this chaotic state, Broly caught Goku and unleashed a brutal onslaught. This scene was disconcerting. It was clear that Broly struggled to manage his immense power. He hurled Goku into the sky, then into the depths of the ocean, unable to rein in his strength. Whis shook his head in disappointment, remarking, "It appears he still cannot control his power. Once he loses control, such strength becomes a burden." With that, he prepared to intervene to limit Broly's power. Before he could act, another voice interjected, "Wait a moment. Broly still retains some semblance of reason, and my father, Goku, has yet to concede." Indeed, Goku, despite being under relentless attack, refused to give in. His indomitable spirit provided both warriors with a valuable opportunity for growth. Broly's fury could not incapacitate Goku. Instead, it pushed him to new heights. Even when battered and bloodied, Goku's resolve only intensified. "You are stronger than I anticipated. I was right to see your potential." I must not fall behind my son. If he can surpass you, so can I. With a roar, Goku unleashed his hidden power, transforming into Super Saiyan God. In a moment of desperation, he combined this transformation with the Kaio-Ken, launching himself at Broly with renewed vigor. The ferocious onslaught forced Broly to slowly grasp the essence of control. In his enraged state, he realized that raw power alone could not secure victory. He needed to harness his strength effectively. Miraculously, he found a way to regain control over his abilities, leading to a breakthrough for both warriors. Even Whis was taken aback, a look of disbelief crossing his face. Saiyans were indeed fascinating beings. Through their rivalry, they both transcended their limits. Lord Beerus, it seems your position as Destroyer God may be at risk. Beerus, initially startled, dismissed the notion with a smile. Having such formidable individuals within our 7th universe is a boon. We need not fear competition from other universes. At that moment, as both warriors became exhausted, Gohan, witnessing the escalating conflict, realized he could not allow it to continue. The Earth simply could not bear the strain. He stepped forward, transforming into Super Saiyan God and intervening to halt their battle, grasping their fists to bring a ceasefire. Chapter 86, Kakarot has transformed into Super Red with a swift motion. Two fists clenched tightly, their powers clashing and nullifying each other effortlessly. Gohan appeared at ease, his expression calm as he stated, "All right, that's enough. Let us call it a day." Broly, surprisingly tranquil, relinquished his resistance. Kakarot, frowning slightly, shook his head, exclaiming with a hint of admiration, "Gohan, I initially thought my transformation to Super Red would grant me an edge over you. It seems, however, that you have grown even stronger. No wonder you can hold off Lord Beerus. Your strength indeed surpasses mine, and his trust in you speaks volumes." Casting a glance at Broly nearby, Kakarot recognized that Broly was obediently under Gohan's command. As for the hatred he once held for his father, Broly had long since forgotten. Fully aware that his father had always treated him as a mere pawn, Gohan had granted him true freedom, a stark contrast to the days of his past. No longer burdened by concerns of food or the threat of monsters in his sleep, he now indulged in abundant meals, savoring Earth's culinary delights alongside a circle of friends. He relished this newfound life, simple and unpretentious, wishing only to maintain it. Thus, all he needed to do was heed Gohan's words to preserve this existence. In this way, Broly had become Gohan's most valuable asset. He felt a sense of gratitude towards his father, Kakarot, for helping Broly master his own abilities. Turning to Broly with a broad smile, Gohan said, "Broly, you have done exceptionally well. At last, you can control your power. From this moment onward, you have discovered your true self." Broly nodded, a serious expression on his face as he acknowledged, "Although it's just a little, I can indeed sense my own strength now. Thank you." This was the first time someone had expressed gratitude towards him, causing Gohan to smile broadly and laugh heartily. It seemed Broly had finally grasped the depth of Gohan's intentions. From now on, with stronger allies by his side, Broly was aware that in the impending cosmic battles, the greater the number of powerful companions, the more advantageous it would be for him. The chaotic nature of intergalactic warfare necessitated teamwork. He needed to expand his team to secure ultimate victory. Merely enhancing his own strength would not suffice. He had to elevate others like Gabe as well. The most effective way to achieve this was to seek training from Whis. Observing Whis, Gohan wore a playful expression. This mentor was indeed a formidable instructor. He too was determined to enhance his own abilities, as his white god state was only at 50. And he needed to elevate his other skills to 100 to secure the next opportunity for a reward. Early that morning, Gohan found himself awakening alongside Biddy and Android 18, only to be roused by the unexpected arrival of Beerus and Whis at the villa. After finally returning to Earth and enjoying a day of rest, these two had come to indulge in the authentic Chinese cuisine he had promised. To prepare for this, Gohan sought out Satan and invited a premier Chinese chef from the region. By dawn, he had arranged for these culinary connoisseurs the finest of Chinese delicacies, noodles. In comparison to the instant ramen from the islands, the difference was staggering, given that much of their ramen consisted of mere instant varieties. Chinese noodles, with their diverse preparations, were a testament to culinary artistry. After sampling 2 types of Chinese noodle soups, the unique texture immediately captivated both Beerus and Whis. In just half an hour, these 2 gluttons managed to devour an astonishing 50 bowls of noodles, leaving even the hired chef in disbelief. As Gohan descended the stairs, he found the 2 still indulging, yawning in disbelief at their insatiable appetites. "Whis, you needn't have come so early just to feast. Besides, I promised to let you assist us with training. ISNT it a few hours until we start this afternoon?" Whis chuckled, playfully deflecting the blame onto Beerus. I had no intention of coming. But Lord Beerus insisted on sampling your noodles, initially intending to have just one bowl. Yet, he devoured 40 bowls without pause. Beerus blushed slightly, retorting, "Whis. You're the one who mentioned that this young man's home employed a Chinese chef, urging me to join in. Clearly, it was you who wanted to eat." Gohan, now uninterested in the trivial banter, casually remarked, "Let us put this aside for now. What about the afternoon training? Are Gabe and the others already in session?" Whis nodded, responding, "Yes, they have commenced their training under the supervision of Bardos. With her in charge, there is no need for concern. After all, Bardos is also an angel, capable of utilizing her abilities to guide their training. Angelic training is notoriously rigorous, and this time, under Gohan's direction, it will be even more intense." Even Whis couldn't suppress a grin as he looked over, adding, "But is it too early to have them train in the transformation to Super Saiyan God?" Gohan remained composed, sitting down with a serene demeanor. "There's no need to worry about that. Saiyans possess unique physiques. They thrive under duress. The more intense the training, the more beneficial it is for them. Transforming into Super God sooner will only aid their progress." Having said this, Gohan proceeded to enjoy his breakfast. Whis observed, knowing that Gohan's training methods would undoubtedly differ from others, especially since Gohan had already withstood 50 of Beerus's power. Hence, Gohan took his time, finishing his meal and preparing a packed lunch of various Chinese delicacies before they all returned to the God of Destruction-S planet. Upon arrival, as they appeared, a massive, pitch-black cube suddenly descended from the sky. With a thunderous crash, it barreled towards them, and Gohan raised his hand, striking the ominous cube. To his surprise, it did not shatter but merely hovered in the air, a testament to its formidable density and weight, difficult to bear even with one hand. "Oh, Whis, you've arrived. Perfect timing, Gohan. The training for these guys is about to enter a new phase. I was just preparing to use this to apply some pressure." Chapter 87. The burden of the destroyer raising his head, Gohan cast a glance at Broly and the others, who were all overwhelmed by the heavy cubes, struggling to breathe as they lay on the ground, too exhausted to move. Gabe and the others, although lacking the cubes, were still engaged in a grueling death race, clearly intimidated by the scene before them. Vegeta and Kakarot were both undergoing strenuous training with the heavy black cubes, their arms straining as they fought desperately against being flattened into mere pancakes by the weight. It was evident that everyone was enduring a hellish regimen. Gohan watched with a slight grimace, and with a casual flick of his wrist, he effortlessly tossed the cube aside. The action produced a thunderous sound that drew the attention of the group. Vegeta appeared stunned. They had been crushed under the weight. Yet Gohan had hurled the block away with a single hand. Not to be outdone, Vegeta gritted his teeth and exerted himself, managing to lift the cube significantly. Bardos, observing with keen interest, smiled and remarked to Gohan, "It seems your presence here has invigorated everyone. At this rate, a few of them might achieve the transformation into Super Saiyan God sooner than expected." Her gaze shifted among the group, landing momentarily on Gabe, which surprised Gohan. Gabe, the weakest among them, was deemed capable by Bardos of attaining the Super Saiyan God transformation, akin to Vegeta. This revelation astonished Gohan, as it appeared that Gabe was motivated to surpass Vegeta, leading to a friendly rivalry between them. After all, their relationship had originally been that of mentor and student, and it was only natural for them to be drawn to each other's potential. However, even if Gabe were to achieve the transformation, it did not guarantee he would surpass Vegeta, whose Super Saiyan form was undoubtedly the most refined. Kakarot, having already completed his Super Saiyan transformation, was now embarking on the journey to attain Super Saiyan Blue. His progress was the fastest, a testament to his exceptional talent, which was unmatched by the others. If it weren't for Gohan's own luck, he would have found it challenging to compete with Kakarot's innate abilities. If things continued on this path, Kakarot would likely achieve Super Saiyan Blue before him. This was unacceptable. Gohan needed to train diligently. The Saiyan physique required consistent training, and even with his newfound abilities, neglecting to hone them would make it exceedingly difficult to elevate his battle prowess. Casting a glance at Kakarot, who was on the verge of breaking through to Super Saiyan Blue, Gohan turned to Whis and Beerus, stating, "Whis, I entrust the upcoming training to you. And Lord Beerus, you need not keep an eye on lunch. Just train with me diligently, and I shall prepare a different Chinese dish for you every day." These words held great allure, causing a glimmer of excitement to flash in Beerus's eyes. He wiped away some drool, his face alight with enthusiasm as he exclaimed, "You'd better keep your promise." "Very well, Lord Beerus shall train earnestly. 30% of your power should suffice, right?" Gohan inquired, to which Beerus nodded in agreement. 30% was indeed suitable for their training. It would be impractical for Beerus to maintain his full strength continuously, as it would complicate matters and waste precious time. Training with Beerus would focus on two key aspects: the effortless mastery of the White God state and the incomplete 100 God mode. Taking a deep breath, Gohan activated both abilities, prompting Beerus to elevate his strength to 30%. As they clashed, under Whis' assistance in creating the training grounds, their session commenced. Beerus' destructive capabilities, including his speed, explosive power, and energy blasts, were formidable. It was undeniable that Beerus, the Destroyer God, was even more powerful during training than in their previous battle. Motivated by thoughts of delicious food, he unleashed his full potential with fervor, each energy blast threatening to obliterate Whis' carefully crafted arena. Gohan, moving fluidly within the chaos, raised his hands, quickly reaching 100 in God mode. His speed surged, and with a burst of energy, he darted to another point, akin to instantaneous movement. Before Beerus could react, Gohan landed a powerful punch to his face, sending him crashing into a nearby island, wreaking havoc upon the Destroyer planet's terrain. Whis, taken aback, watched as Gohan continued his relentless pursuit, perfecting his 100 God mode. 100 God mode. Flash movement technique. Gohan exclaimed, his velocity accelerating as he dashed forward. The God Kamehameha, imbued with incredible penetrating power, was unleashed, causing Beerus to feel a chill of apprehension. In an instant, the technique pierced through several islands of the Destroyer planet, its might undiminished as it soared into the cosmos, disappearing into the starry expanse. Remarkably, the energy Gohan wielded persisted for several minutes before finally subsiding, suggesting that this one Kamehameha had traversed an entire universe, reaching another without pause. Beerus, using only 30% of his power, was wary of injury as he observed. You never ceased to amaze me. Last time, you didn't employ such bizarre techniques. Indeed, achieving 100 in God mode had significantly enhanced Gohan's combat prowess, setting him apart from their previous encounters. While Kakarot relied on innate talent for growth, Gohan honed his abilities through training, coupled with fortuitous opportunities. Kakarot would never surpass him, for the one destined to surpass the Destroyer God would undoubtedly be Gohan. Faced with the Destroyer, he felt a newfound respect, compelling him to train with utmost seriousness, even channeling 40% of his strength. As the battle progressed, Beerus grew increasingly impressed with Gohan's comprehension and adaptability, marveling at how the Saiyan race thrived in adversity. He now understood why Whis had spoken so highly of Gohan. This young man truly possessed the potential to become a Destroyer God. Fortunately, Gohan held no interest in the title, unwilling to relinquish his identity as a human for the sake of such a role. To Gohan, the life of a Destroyer was merely a job, requiring approval from the Omni King, and if appointed, he would be under constant scrutiny, devoid of freedom. However, if it were the Omni King himself, Gohan would be intrigued to experience such power, though he remained uncertain just how astonishing the Omni King's strength truly was. Chapter 88. The arrival of two infants. The lottery was a success, granting the power of armament hockey, which enhances destructive force. Armament hockey is not merely a black substance enveloping the body, enabling a direct increase in the strength of one's punches. I wonder what enhancements could be attained upon reaching 100. This ability is neither remarkable nor disappointing. It possesses potential for training, especially since there are no other abilities available to refine. Achieving 100 would allow the acquisition of a lottery ability. Currently, Gohan focuses on enhancing his mastery of Ultra Instinct through training with Beerus. It must be noted that engaging in combat with Beerus has accelerated his progress in Ultra Instinct, achieving a swift breakthrough to 55 in less than a week. With another week of training, surpassing 60 seems achievable. During this week, Gohan primarily trains on the Kaio-Ken planet while accompanying Broly and others to monitor their training progress. The group is advancing rapidly, including Caulifla. They have all mastered Super Saiyan 3. Particularly, Broly has gained control over the formidable initial Super Saiyan transformation, matching Kakarot's Super Saiyan Red in combat prowess. The two have become battle partners, continuously training together, and with each encounter, they grow increasingly impressed by one another's strength. This has fostered a unique camaraderie. Gohan finds himself truly admiring Kakarot, who, regardless of the opponent, befriends anyone he fights, sparing those who survive. Kakarot's method of forging friendships through battle is undeniably effective. In just a few days, he and Broly have developed a close bond, rarely apart from one another. Naturally, Gohan is unconcerned about the possibility of Broly betraying him, as Broly, having once known a lack of companionship, now understands the meaning of camaraderie and the importance of strengthening abilities. He is committed to supporting Gohan and the entire team. Gohan envisions cultivating all these Saiyans into Super Saiyan Red and Blue, which would be truly exhilarating. Aside from the Team's enhancement, another matter weighs on Gohan's mind. Videl's belly has begun to grow, making movement increasingly difficult. After months of carrying the burden, Videl finds herself unable to do much. Consequently, Gohan seizes the opportunity to bring Whis from the Destroyer planet, leaving the Destroyer behind. Having enjoyed numerous Chinese meals, Whis is more than willing to assist. Are you suggesting I help your wife give birth sooner? That is quite feasible. Whis readily agrees, prompting a smile from Gohan, who wishes to alleviate Videl's discomfort. The sight of Videl's large belly is concerning. Soon, Gohan arrives on Earth with Whis, leading him to his luxurious residence. Upon seeing Videl, Whis nods, preparing to assist Gohan, but his gaze drifts to the nearby android 18, who is engaged in household chores. After a brief glance at Gohan, he cannot help but utter, "Are you sure you only want one?" Gohan, puzzled, inquires, "What do you mean?" Whis, with a mysterious smile, reveals, "In fact, I can expedite the development of a child under 1 month, allowing for an early birth without adverse physical effects." Following Whis' gaze to 18, it is evident she is equally surprised. However, Videl beams with joy, clearly thrilled for her sister. "Sister 18, could it be that you're expecting two? How amazing!" she exclaims. "But aren't you an android? How can you have a child?" Upon hearing this, 18 glances at Gohan, who clears his throat, intending to explain this complex matter to Videl later. He turns to Whis. "Two would be acceptable, but could they arrive as toddlers?" Whis shakes his head, explaining, "Even Earth's children, including Saiyans, require time to grow. While I can accelerate the process, it would be most beneficial for them to reach around 1 year of age. Any faster would be akin to pulling seedlings before they take root." Regrettably, Gohan's wish to create a Saiyan army of his own bloodline seems thwarted. Nevertheless, having 2 children with Saiyan heritage is still a delightful prospect, especially if they are daughters. Leaning closer to Whis, Gohan whispers, "In the future, come by every few days, and I shall prepare the most exquisite Chinese cuisine for you. Dishes such as mapo tofu and Chinese skewers, delicacies you have yet to experience." Whis' eyes light up with anticipation, and he chuckles in agreement. "Rest assured, I want to disclose this to the Destroyer. He tends to be rather rigid. Should he learn of my nurturing your offspring, he might intervene." Given Whis' remarkable abilities, Gohan wishes to utilize them as much as possible, naturally intending to reward him generously. After all, a mere taste of Chinese cuisine is a small price for such assistance. Without hesitation, Whis raises his staff, and the procedure unfolds seamlessly. A radiant light envelopes Videl, and a child emerges from her womb. It's a girl. The brilliance does not fade. It passes through Android 18, unexpectedly resulting in another daughter. It appears that 18's unique constitution ensures her first child must be a girl. Gazing at the newborn, Gohan feels a surge of affection. He names her Xiaolan. The bond of Saiyan blood intertwining with his own lineage is a gratifying sensation. Both children are exceptionally beautiful. Their cries evoke immediate maternal instincts in Videl and 18, who share a tender moment gazing at the infants. Observing this heartwarming scene, Gohan feels reassured. He holds high regard for Whis' capabilities. Whis, now focused on the 2 infants, remarks with seriousness, "Their lineage is indeed extraordinary, far from ordinary Saiyan and human bloodlines. There are additional elements involved, though I cannot articulate what they are." It is evident that Whis has discerned something significant, yet he remains puzzled. Gohan, as a traveler from another realm, knows the truth. These children embody the essence of his other Earth. Their potential for growth is likely immense. Approaching the 2 delightful little ones, Gohan begins to play with them. He soon discovers that Xiaolan is quite the lively spirit, showing no fear of his large hands as she eagerly grasps him, giggling incessantly. Truly, she embodies the playful mischief of her namesake. Chapter 89, Teaching my 2 daughters abilities. As for the other child, son Xiaolan, Gohan was taken aback to discover that he was rather timid and easily frightened. The moment Gohan reached out, the little one burst into tears. It was only when Android 18 frowned and scolded him a few times that he managed to stop crying. Gohan truly did not expect that despite Android 18's strong personality, their baby would be so prone to tears. Nonetheless, he adored both children and eagerly anticipated their growth. In fact, it wouldn't take long for them to mature. Whis couldn't accelerate their age too drastically, but he could certainly raise their age incrementally. Thus, he would gradually teach his daughters their abilities. He believed that, thanks to his lineage, both little girls would be able to learn to transform even in their early years. Haha, Xiaofeng has great potential. Perhaps by the age of 1, she will comprehend the Super Saiyan transformation. And then Daddy will teach you how to transform into a Super Saiyan. Xiaofeng grasped his small hand, her radiant smile displaying no fear whatsoever. Gohan chuckled. Relishing the gentle touch of her little hand, the bond of blood felt incredibly fascinating. He then turned his attention to Sun Xiaoluan, gently stroking his little head as he said, Daddy will teach you some special abilities. You have a remarkably powerful mother, and by inheriting your father's bloodline, your potential surpasses that of Xiaofeng. Indeed, Sun Xiaoluan's strength was greater than that of Xiaofeng. The combination of Android 18's boundless energy and his Saiyan heritage was truly formidable. Now, after spending some time with the two girls, he realized that the god of destruction, Beerus, was looking for Whis, prompting him to accompany Beerus back to the god of destruction's planet. Training must continue. There was no time for rest. The Universe Tournament was set to commence at any moment. After a day of training, Gohan found himself at Bulma's house, where she approached him eagerly. Gohan, hee. I heard you and Dilly and Android 18 had a baby. That's quite impressive. I haven't congratulated you yet. What gift do you hope Aunt Bulma will give your child? Gohan smiled and thought of a gift, replying, How about a small training room for them? I believe they would adore it. At his words, Bulma paused for a moment, shaking her head with a sigh. You Saiyans are really something else, always focused on fighting. Girls prefer gifts that are a bit more conventional, like large plush toys or perhaps a trip to an amusement park. Gohan was confident that his children would share his aspirations, seeking strength and a desire to grow stronger. His genes were immutable. He calmly remarked, both Xiaofeng and Xiaoluan possess extraordinary physiques, and their strength will undoubtedly surpass even Gotenks when they grow up. Upon hearing this, Bulma frowned, clearly displeased at the notion that Trunks would be outmatched. Don't even mention little Trunks. My big Trunks would never be surpassed. Speaking of big Trunks, she became curious, realizing she hadn't seen him since he ventured to another universe. By the way, and Bulma, why haven't I seen big Trunks recently? Is he not coming to see me? Gohan found this puzzling, recalling that Trunks might have encountered Black Goku. That shouldn't be possible as he had the Kaio-Ken ring, which could break the laws of time. Could Black Goku still emerge? While he pondered this, a rift in space-time suddenly appeared nearby. A time machine materialized in the presence of Beerus and the others, crashing into Bulma's courtyard with an explosive sound. Boom. The time machine crashed into the ground, smoke billowing from it, indicating something had gone awry. This scene caused the expressions of everyone present to shift, and as they beheld the sudden appearance of the time machine, Broly and the others adopted a wary demeanor. Only Gohan frowned, realizing his suspicion was correct. Black Goku had indeed appeared. This isn't Trunks' time machine. Trunks, wait. Could something have happened to him? Bulma's expression changed. Worry etched across her face as she rushed forward to check on Trunks. Gohan, accompanied by several others, quickly approached the spaceship. As the door opened, Trunks collapsed to the ground. Seeing this, Bulma was filled with concern, intent on taking Trunks to the hospital. However, Gohan preferred not to complicate matters. He knew that with Whis' abilities, Trunks could be healed directly. His gaze swept over to Whis, who had become familiar with his thoughts during their time together. Excuse me, everyone. Bulma, there's no need to touch him. Let him lie on the ground. In just a second, I can bring him back to consciousness. Upon hearing Whis' words, Bulma finally left him on the ground. Whis lifted his staff and employed a healing spell. Indeed, within less than a second, Trunks awakened, his expression dazed as he surveyed his surroundings. He muttered, Am I back on the original Earth? Nearby, Kakarot approached with concern. Trunks, what happened? Seeing Kakarot, Trunks' expression shifted to excitement, confirming Gohan's suspicions. However, when Trunks' face changed, he seemed ready to attack Kakarot, but Gohan swiftly raised a finger, preventing the drawn sword from striking. Trunks halted abruptly, realizing Gohan stood before him. His face brightened with recognition. Master Gohan. Gohan maintained a calm demeanor, stating, Trunks, this is the Earth of Universe 7, not your timeline or the future world. Trunks finally comprehended, glancing around once more and realizing he had indeed returned to the past. Sighing in relief, he felt an overwhelming sense of fatigue. It was evident that something had transpired in the future universe, and while no one questioned him, they all understood the gravity of the situation. Bulma led Trunks inside, where he recounted the events of the future world to everyone. Black Goku's corruption had suddenly emerged, annihilating the remaining human survivors of the world. In that timeline, even the Kaio-Ken had been killed, leading to the demise of Beerus, the god of destruction, who followed him. Zamasu was ruthless, demonstrating cunning intellect. After all, as a Kaio-Ken in turn, he had seized Goku's body with the intention of overthrowing the entire world. Yet, his methods were naive. Did he truly believe that simply killing would overturn the rules of the future world? He seemed unaware that beyond the future world, other universes and even more formidable beings existed. Chapter 90, Black Goku of the Future World. Trunks elucidated the situation, allowing everyone to comprehend that a dilemma had arisen in the future timeline. The emergence of Black Goku had wreaked havoc on the entire world, leaving Son Goku in a state of perplexity. Noticing the gazes of the crowd, he too was bewildered. After all, with his disposition, it was inconceivable that he would indiscriminately slay the innocent, even in a future world. He could not fathom why he would pose a threat to the future. Trunks, is what you saw truly me? Trunks, with a face filled with animosity, nodded vehemently, his fists clenched, clearly indicating he had suffered considerable harm from Black Goku. The entire future world had been left in ruins. Weiss, overhearing their conversation, stepped forward, contemplating aloud. Well, from what you've said, it is quite possible that someone has forcibly taken control of Son Goku's body. Such a method is indeed achievable. Trunks looked astonished, his expression one of disbelief at Weiss's assertion. Weiss then glanced at Gohan, who seemed to comprehend the situation, and Gohan, not wishing to conceal anything, revealed his possession of the Kaio-Ken ring. As a time traveler, he was able to grasp this circumstance. Indeed, based on Trunks' account, it seems likely that the Son Goku of the future has had his body usurped by another. Gohan then inquired, by the way, Trunks, did you notice if he was wearing a particular ring? He lifted his Kaio-Ken ring, which he had yet to return. After all, once something was in his possession, he had no intention of relinquishing it. Upon seeing the ring in Gohan's hand, Trunks' expression shifted dramatically. Master Gohan, why do you possess a ring identical to that of that individual? At that moment, without Gohan needing to speak further, Weiss had already understood and answered. It appears that someone has indeed seized the body of Kakarot, that is, Mr. Son Goku, causing chaos in the future world. However, Bulma, what does it imply that the future world possesses a time machine? Bulma chuckled nervously, refraining from admitting it was her invention. Weiss chose not to delve deeper, after all. The matter regarding the Kaio-Ken ring in Gohan's possession was more troubling. With a sigh, he remarked, very well, I shall investigate who is wearing the ring that Mr. Trunks saw. As for the rest of you, you may proceed to the future world to assess the situation. Gohan agreed, suggesting that Weiss seek out Thomas while they planned their journey to the future world. This time, they intended to take only a few capable individuals with them to provide assistance. Gohan felt compelled to help his disciple, particularly as he was eager to ascertain the extent of Black Goku's powers. Gohan surveyed Broly and the others, deciding to take Broly along while leaving the rest behind. Broly, accompany me. The others shall remain here. Also, Father and Vegeta, are you both joining us? The two nodded, having both mastered Super Saiyan Red. Gohan was not surprised, as Super Saiyan Red's power alone was insufficient to contend with Black Goku. After gaining immortality, Black Goku had acquired all of Son Goku's abilities and united with Thomas. They formed a formidable alliance. Even with Kakarot and Vegeta transforming into Super Saiyan Blue, they would struggle to cope, underscoring the terrifying nature of Black Goku's combat prowess. Gohan felt a surge of anticipation, for he now sought an opportunity to push his Super Saiyan Red to its utmost limit. He had not attained any new transformation abilities and was therefore searching for a breakthrough to transform into Super Saiyan Blue before Kakarot. Training with Beerus had reached a plateau due to Beerus's laxity, preventing Gohan from fully tapping into his Saiyan heritage. Only a more powerful adversary could unlock his potential and foster his growth. This time, he was determined to confront such a challenge, as traveling to the future world was a straightforward endeavor. Armed with the Kaio-Ken ring, he could traverse effortlessly without a time machine. Trunks, aware of his intentions, was elated. The group prepared to embark on their inaugural journey to the future world. Initially, Biddy and Android 18 were a bit apprehensive, but Gohan reassured them with a gentle smile, patting the children in their arms. We'll only be gone for a few minutes. The time flows differently between the two realms. A few days there will amount to mere minutes here. When I return, I intend to teach them how to transform into Super Saiyan. The two women nodded, while Vegeta, from a distance, snorted in disdain. It was not jealousy but incredulity that Gohan would dare claim he would teach his children to transform into Super Saiyans. What a preposterous notion. Did he think such a transformation was so easily attainable? Accompanying Gohan, Vegeta wore a countenance of fluctuating emotions. Hey, do you know something? Are you aware that Kakarot's body has been seized? Gohan chuckled lightly. I merely have my suspicions. Father, your strength is formidable, and I fear many may covet it. Such incidents have happened before, and it is not surprising they have recurred. Indeed, there had been past occurrences during Frieza's battles. This marked the second instance of Son Goku's body being usurped. Many coveted Son Goku's physique. Vegeta pondered briefly, glancing at Kakarot with a huff. Clearly displeased that the interest lay with Kakarot rather than himself. The proud Prince Vegeta resolved to teach that usurper a lesson for not targeting him. Trunks gathered his belongings and returned, standing alongside the others, for they required no time machine. Gohan raised the Kaio-Ken ring, enveloping the group, and with a calm demeanor declared, Steady yourselves. Time travel exerts tremendous forces. Should the fabric of time shatter, there will be no saving you. All present possessed formidable powers, and except for Trunks, the others were Super Saiyan God-level fighters. Naturally, they would not be affected by the forces of time. Utilizing the Kaio-Ken ring, the four of them once again traversed through time. Upon arriving in another timeline, it became evident that this was distinct from another universe. After all, this timeline also housed multiple universes, encompassing both Universe 7 and Universe 6. This constituted time travel rather than a leap between universes. During their temporal journey, they encountered familiar faces, yet each individual's life experiences were unique. In this realm, Son Goku had faced death multiple times, and now he had been replaced once more. Truly, a disheartening fate. Chapter 91. Journey to the world of future time surrounded by desolation. Kakarot furrowed his brows, realizing the dire state of the battlefield. Trunks, how many of your people remain? Trunks, wearing a bitter smile, replied with a grim expression. Fewer than 100,000 humans are left. This is the last vestige of human fighting strength. Ordinary humans stand no chance against that creature. The disparity in power is insurmountable. Even in my Super Saiyan 3 form, I am utterly incapable of matching him. Trunks had indeed mastered the transformation into Super Saiyan 3, a skill imparted by Gohan. Unfortunately, in the presence of Black Goku, this form was rendered trivial, akin to being crushed underfoot. He could not withstand the onslaught, let alone those humans with a mere battle power of 5, who were expected to confront an entity surpassing even the god of Super Saiyans. It was a laughable notion, akin to an ant challenging an elephant. Black Goku's strength had already eclipsed that of Kakarot, which left the group visibly tense, as they were oblivious to the true extent of Black Goku's combat capabilities. Kakarot, with a serious demeanor, surveyed the area, hoping to catch sight of Black Goku. However, unbeknownst to him, someone had spotted him from a distance. A girl's voice rang out. That guy is here. How infuriating. He has kidnapped Trunks. Everyone, concentrate your fire and eliminate him. As she shouted, she raised her hand, prompting a group of humans to brandish their weapons and aim at Kakarot. Caught off guard, Kakarot was momentarily stunned by the barrage of assault rifles and sniper rifles directed at him. It was clear he was mistaken for Black Goku. After all, they were but two halves of a single entity. This misunderstanding was, regrettably, inevitable. Trunks watched in alarm, his expression shifting as he attempted to intervene. But Gohan was already in motion. These foolish humans, armed with such inadequate weaponry, were indiscriminately firing, enveloping him in a hail of bullets. Without a second thought, he raised a hand, conjuring an energy shield that effortlessly deflected the entire volley of bullets. The humans nearby stared in astonishment, their faces reflecting disbelief. The leading girl gritted her teeth, her face contorted with rage as she exclaimed, Damn it. This guy has reinforcements. They are undoubtedly allies of that monster. No wonder he was so formidable. I want rockets fired at him. Bombard him. Don't worry, Trunks can transform. He will be fine. A group of humans quickly produced rocket launchers and directed their assault towards Gohan. He found their efforts laughable. Such capabilities were utterly futile against Black Goku. These humans were woefully overestimating their own strength. As the rockets were launched, he merely waved his hand, moving closer to the leading girl. Trunks, witnessing this, felt his heart race and tried to intervene, but Gohan was resolute in his intentions. Gohan, wait. Her name is Xiaowu, and she is the leader of the human army. She is one of us. Gohan remained calm, replying, I understand, but these people are a hindrance. They need to learn a lesson about the gap in power. They will only hold us back. The combat strength of these ordinary humans is simply insufficient. They must be shown their place. Determined to impart this lesson, Gohan strode forward, causing the group of humans to exchange bewildered glances, uncertain why he was seemingly walking to his doom. The rocket launchers aimed and fired. But as the smoke billowed and the rockets neared him, they inexplicably halted in midair, unable to advance another inch. Over 100 rockets floated in suspension, defying the laws of motion. The expressions of the assembled humans morphed into sheer astonishment, their hearts sinking into despair. A monster. Another monster has arrived. Who is he? Why is he so powerful? We are doomed. No, don't come any closer. Shiwu's face paled in fear. She had not anticipated that this newcomer would be as terrifying as Black Goku. One was already difficult to contend with, and now there were two. Overwhelmed, she felt her heart race with a mix of fear and helplessness. As Gohan continued to stride forward, he addressed them with an air of calm authority. Listen closely. From this moment onward, you will obey my commands. You will do as I say. With your meager combat abilities, you cannot hope to challenge Black Goku. Collectively, your battle power does not exceed 1,000. You are utterly useless. Shiwu, taken aback, struggled to comprehend his words as she felt the weight of his gaze and presence. Gritting her teeth, she forced herself to respond. What do you mean? Who is Black Goku? Isn't that the person we are searching for? Gohan shook his head, his expression grave. He is not. Observe closely. Their attire is distinctly different. The true identifier of Black Goku is this Kaio-Ken ring. My father does not possess it. But I do. He raised the ring, allowing Xiaowu to comprehend instantly. Glancing at Kakarot, she realized the stark contrast between them. Black Goku's temperament was volatile. He would never allow them to attack so calmly. The genuine Kakarot exuded a serene aura, and his lack of aggression thus far indicated that they were not one and the same. With comprehension dawning upon her, Xiaowu felt a sense of relief wash over her. She scrutinized Gohan with curiosity. Who are you? And what is your relationship with Trunks? Gohan smirked slightly. I am Trunks' mentor. A glimmer of hope ignited in the eyes of those present. Not only Xiaowu but the others shared in this newfound excitement. Marvelous. You are Gohan's mentor. You have come to aid us. They exclaimed with fervor. You are extraordinary. With your help, we humans are saved. That was amazing. Shiwu, we have hope now. Shiwu, equally exhilarated, recognized that Gohan, as Trunks' mentor, would undoubtedly surpass Trunks in strength. Chapter 92. The angry protector of his wife Little Dance wore a joyful expression. Clearly perceiving Gohan's impressive strength, as well as the formidable skills of the group behind him, humanity was in dire need of allies. And she eagerly anticipated the addition of more capable hands to confront the ominous Black Goku. Aware of Gohan's true identity, she promptly took the lead, guiding Gohan and his companions to the remaining human survivor base. Currently, humanity possessed but a single refuge, having suffered considerable losses in their battle against Black Goku. They were on the brink of complete annihilation. This survivor base represented the last vestige of the human race, though their food supplies were alarmingly scant. Many were left without sustenance, living in an environment akin to a post-apocalyptic wasteland. They resided in damp, dark basements, a testament to their resilience in enduring such harsh conditions. Is this all that remains of your kind? Gohan observed the dismal state of affairs, realizing that the Earth was on the verge of collapse. The number of survivors was woefully insufficient, and it remained uncertain whether the Dragon Balls still existed or held any power. With the death of the Supreme Kai and the potential destruction of planet Namek, it seemed the Dragon Balls were rendered useless. It appeared that this group had little hope of revival. Little Dance's expression turned grim as despair washed over her. There are still some outside searching for Black Goku, but those who venture out rarely return. That foe is undeniably powerful. Indeed, Gohan replied calmly. You are no match for him. Even his mere fingertip surpasses your abilities. It would be wise to remain here and focus on survival. With that, he intended to strategize, feeling no fear of Black Goku alone. Yet, he knew another threat loomed. Thomas, who undoubtedly lurked in the shadows, could potentially merge with Black Goku at any moment. Gohan resolved to be cautious, while he was unafraid. He had no desire to create a formidable adversary. He sought to hone his skills, not to invite unnecessary suffering. Are you Trunks' master? You must be incredibly strong. Little Dance asserted earnestly. I wish to follow you. I want to protect the Earth and grow stronger. Gohan recognized her determination, recalling she was once an underling of a minor antagonist. Driven by a sense of justice amidst the Earth's crisis, she had joined the resistance. Despite her noble heart, he lamented the limitations of human potential. You lack the strength to partake in this battle, he gently yet firmly stated. casting a glance at Trunks and the others to convene a strategy. He felt it prudent to keep humanity uninvolved, as their lack of combat prowess would only hinder their efforts. Frustration flickered across Little Dance's face as she clenched her fists, casting a lingering gaze at Gohan. Relinquishing hope was not in her nature. Without a moment's hesitation, she stealthily followed them, resolved to do her utmost to protect the Earth. Upon reaching a desolate area, they beheld a landscape of ruins. The relentless fighting had left the Earth in utter disrepair, with no one to restore it. Kakarot's brow furrowed in concern as he scanned Trunks, who had transformed into Super Saiyan 3. His curiosity piqued. If Trunks could not best the entity that had seized his body, what power did that foe possess? Trunks, the one who took my body, what's his situation? You've transformed into Super Saiyan 3, yet you were still unable to defeat him? Kakarot inquired. Trunks offered a wry smile and shook his head. I have no means to contend with him. His abilities far exceed yours, Uncle Goku. Kakarot's astonishment was palpable. How can this be? Gohan interjected. Given that he possesses the Kai's ring, he is likely connected to the Supreme Kai, who wields considerable power. It is only natural for him to utilize these abilities for self-enhancement. Even if Vegeta were to appear, he would likely fall short against Black Goku. Kakarot clenched his fists, a storm of frustration brewing within him. That fiend has usurped my body and must have slain my wife and family here. I will not stand idly by. He will pay dearly for this. Gohan contemplated a plan, a smile creeping onto his lips. Father, why not have you and Trunks engage in combat to lure him out? If it is indeed the one who stole your body, he will surely be intrigued. By releasing your energy, you might attract his attention. Kakarot's eyes brightened at the suggestion, realizing that this adversary had a profound understanding of him, fueling his curiosity. Why does he know me so well? Why seek to take my body? If the foe was indeed fixated on him, then he would serve as the perfect bait. Gohan continued, addressing Vegeta and Broly. Let us conceal ourselves and refrain from revealing our energy. When he appears, we will engage. Broly nodded in agreement, while Vegeta scoffed, his pride evident. That scoundrel will be mine to deal with alone. None of you should interfere. Vegeta's fists clenched with rage, fueled by the knowledge that this villain had even slain Bulma in this world. Gohan understood that Vegeta would not be able to confront this foe alone. He was eager to discover the true extent of Black Goku's might. His recollection of Black Goku's power was indeed formidable, and it would take the intervention of the Omni King to resolve such a conflict. Even Vegeta could not vanquish him. With anticipation, Gohan watched as Kakarot and Trunks clashed, both unleashing their Super Saiyan 3 forms. The ensuing battle was chaotic, with energy rippling through the air and the ground marred by the signs of their intense struggle. As long as Black Goku remained on Earth, he would undoubtedly sense the energy emanating from their confrontation. Chapter 93. The immortal Black Goku. The formidable combat prowess of that individual, possessing the body of Sun Wukong, would undoubtedly draw attention. Gohan, with a serious expression, gazed ahead. Indeed, the battle between Kakarot and Trunks had escalated from the ground to the skies, obliterating several structures in their wake. The thunderous sounds of collapsing buildings added to the chaos, causing the ground to tremble beneath the wreckage. A sudden cry echoed through the air, prompting Gohan to furrow his brow as he spotted a figure not far away. It was not only him. Even Vegeta frowned in response. Gohan noticed the woman, Xiaowu, approaching and found himself perplexed by her presence. He had intended to escort her away, but a powerful aura drew near, illuminating Gohan's realization that the adversary had emerged. In a swift motion, Gohan positioned himself before Xiaowu, and before she could react, he enveloped her in his arms and retreated to a concealed spot. Xiaowu's face reflected shock as she struggled to comprehend why she had been embraced and suddenly relocated. Before she could utter a sound, Gohan placed a hand over her mouth, leaning closer to whisper urgently, "Be silent. The foe has appeared. If you wish to live, remain quiet." Xiaowu lifted her gaze, and her eyes widened as she discerned a figure materializing in the distance. Black Goku had manifested, radiating an aura of lethal intent that filled the air. Dark clouds loomed overhead, amplifying the atmosphere of dread. Xiaowu's expression shifted, trembling at the sight of this terrifying being who had claimed numerous lives. The sheer power of this individual seemed capable of annihilating the entire Earth. No one could withstand such might. Sensing her quaking, Gohan attempted to reassure her. "Do not fear. This being's combat abilities are not as formidable as they appear. It seems manageable. If not for his immortality, he would not stand a chance against Kakarot and Trunks." With Xiaowu in his grasp, he urged her to remain still while he assessed the situation. Meanwhile, Kakarot and Vegeta, both aggressive warriors, had already launched themselves towards Black Goku upon his emergence. Black Goku cast a glance at the two, clearly recognizing them, and with a smirk, he called out their names. Kakarot, I never expected you to arrive in this world. And Vegeta, I wonder if you harbor resentment for the death of your beloved Bulma. A wicked smile crept across Black Goku's face, and the resemblance to Sun Wukong's visage held an unsettling charm. Vegeta, overwhelmed by fury, erupted into action. This time, his rage propelled him beyond his Super Saiyan form, transforming him into Super Saiyan God. Gohan was taken aback by this unexpected advancement. Kakarot furrowed his brow, calling out, Vegeta. You before he could finish, Vegeta charged forward, fists clenched, striking Black Goku. The blow sent Black Goku flying, caught off guard by Vegeta's sudden explosion of power. However, due to his immortality, he quickly recovered from the minor injury, wiping the blood from his lip and healing within seconds. Kakarot's concern grew as he recognized the peculiarity of the situation. He attempted to intervene, exclaiming, Vegeta, do not act recklessly. This being is too strange. He recovers from injuries almost instantaneously. Yet, Vegeta disregarded his warnings, fueled by rage. He shouted, You scoundrel! You killed Bulma and harmed my son. Vegeta relentlessly attacked, landing punch after punch on Black Goku, who absorbed every blow without so much as flinching. Astonishingly, he sustained no injuries, demonstrating his rapid recovery time and time again. After more than 10 minutes of relentless assault, Vegeta finally realized something was amiss. He had exhausted his energy and could no longer fight. Breathless and bewildered, he looked at Black Goku, his expression a mix of shock and disbelief. Who are you? Why do you suffer no injuries? Black Goku chuckled darkly, replying, Vegeta, I am immortal. You cannot harm me. If you wish to know my identity, perhaps you should visit the underworld. With that, he raised his hand and unleashed an energy blast towards Vegeta. Unable to evade, Kakarot rushed in and pulled Vegeta aside just in time. Black Goku scowled, glaring at Kakarot with evident animosity. Kakarot, had you not been here, this world would be at peace. You are the true scourge of this realm. Only by eliminating you can I restore order. Kakarot, perplexed by the intensity of Black Goku's vendetta against him, knew he could not dwell on it now. He turned to Vegeta and urged, We cannot defeat him alone. We must work together. This marked the first time Kakarot and Vegeta had united against a single foe. Although they had fused before, they rarely fought as a duo. As they prepared to engage Black Goku, Gohan observed their renewed strength, noting their progress from their training on the God of Destruction's planet. If given the opportunity, they could transform into Super Saiyan Blue. Understanding this, Gohan released Xiaowu, giving her a stern look. Stay put and do not move. Xiaowu's face reflected anxiety as she watched the two warriors struggle against Black Goku. She voiced her concerns. You must not be reckless. This being is terrifying, and your companions cannot defeat him. Even if you engage, it will be futile. Gohan chuckled softly, casting a bemused glance her way. You seem to misunderstand. The strongest here is not them. Even united, they cannot rival my strength. You must recognize that I am the true mightiest. Indeed, he was the strongest among them. Even the fusion of Kakarot and Vegeta would not match his power. With unwavering resolve, he stepped forward, eager to confront Black Goku, who stood his ground without faltering. Chapter 94. Gohan transforms into Super Blue. Xiaowu gazed in disbelief at the figure before her, utterly surprised by his unwavering confidence. She never anticipated that he would claim to be the strongest. The two individuals present, Kakarot and Vegeta, were already formidable in their own right. Without the need for comparison, she knew he was certainly stronger than Trunks. What level had this person reached? Her curiosity was piqued. As Gohan stepped forward, he raised a hand, prompting Kakarot and Vegeta to cease their battle. This one is mine, he declared. You cannot defeat him. He possesses immortality, even if you fuse. You stand no chance against him. That is enough. Upon hearing Gohan's words, Kakarot and Vegeta exchanged glances, their expressions shifting with concern. They understood Gohan's power all too well. Even in their transformed states, they realized they could not match him. With that, they reluctantly withdrew to stand behind Gohan. Not far away, Black Goku Thomas frowned in confusion, wondering why the two had halted their fight and why an unknown young man had stepped forward to challenge him. A sardonic smile crept across his lips as he regarded Gohan's arrogant demeanor. You may come at me together. Neither of them is a match for me. Do you really think you can defeat me alone? Gohan soared into the air, stretching his arms and allowing his joints to crack audibly. Sensing the confidence emanating from Black Goku, he smiled calmly and raised the Kaio-Ken's ring, intending to intimidate his opponent. Thomas, I know you well. Do you see what I have here? I've encountered the Eternal Dragon and made a wish. I must say, gathering the 7 Dragon Balls is no simple task. It must have taken you a considerable amount of time. Upon seeing the Kaio-Ken's ring in Gohan's possession, Black Goku's expression shifted dramatically, disbelief washing over his face. He looked at Gohan, his eyes flickering with a mixture of shock and suspicion. It was evident he could not comprehend how Gohan knew so much about him. The mention of the Eternal Dragon left him utterly astonished. If Gohan were merely boasting, he would not have believed it. However, he recognized the ring as identical to his own, capable of traversing time and space between 2 universes. Gohan was undoubtedly truthful, possessing the Kaio-Ken's ring, and knowledge of the Super Dragon Balls indicated that he had sought them out. But what wish could Gohan have made? Was it for immortality, just like him? Black Goku's expression turned grave. Who are you? What is your connection to Son Goku? Why do I not know you? And how is your power greater than his? Unbeknownst to him, Gohan was indeed a traveler from another realm, not the original Gohan. This was precisely why Thomas did not recognize him. Even if he understood Gohan's exceptional strength and the fact that he had taken over the original Gohan's body, he would not fathom how Gohan could rival Black Goku's power. It was crucial to note that Gohan's strength stemmed from his identity as a traveler and the powers granted by a lottery system, far surpassing the original Gohan, who was relatively weak. It was only natural that Black Goku was oblivious to this reality. With a smirk, Gohan replied, "You will soon be astonished by my true identity. By the way, I haven't yet demonstrated my abilities to Vegeta and my father. They have both achieved Super Saiyan God status and transformed into Rose, while I have ascended to an entirely different level." This statement was not solely directed at Black Goku, but also intended for Kakarot and Vegeta behind him. Upon hearing Gohan's words, their expressions shifted, and they exchanged knowing glances, indicating they had begun to grasp the implications. They had sensed that beyond the transformation into Super Saiyan God, there existed further enhancements. If they could fully unleash the power of Super Saiyan God, it would lead to the Super Blue transformation. Taking a deep breath, Gohan unleashed his energy, and in a decisive moment, he transformed into Super Blue. The air crackled as a whirlwind erupted around him, coalescing into a vortex. In an instant, Gohan's hair transformed, radiating an aura of immense power distinct from his previous Rose form. The Super Blue transformation was a recent achievement, one that had even surprised Whis. Following this transformation, his mastery of Ultra Instinct surged to over 60. He could easily contend with a God of Destruction's 50 strength, feeling confident in his newfound abilities. Now, fully transformed into Super Blue, Gohan sensed his overwhelming power. He surveyed Thomas, knowing that Black Goku's physique would be no match for him. Black Goku could only achieve the Rose transformation. He was far from being Gohan's equal in Super Blue. With the advantage of Ultra Instinct, Gohan regarded him as nothing more than a mere obstacle. "Do you believe I could incapacitate you in mere seconds?" Gohan remarked casually, observing the change in Black Goku's expression. Black Goku's countenance twisted with disbelief. He had not anticipated facing such a formidable opponent. He had thought he had claimed the body of someone stronger than Goku. Yet here stood someone far beyond his expectations. Sensing Gohan's strength, he felt an unsettling realization take hold. Gohan, recognizing Black Goku's thoughts, smirked knowingly. "I can see you're regretting not taking my body. But had you done so, you would not be standing here now. You wouldn't even be able to defeat Trunks." Black Goku's confusion deepened. "What do you mean?" Gohan replied coolly, "You won't understand. If you had taken my body, you would have become weak. Even if you were to seize Kakarot's body, you would still be inferior to me. Yes, you possess immortality, but in the end, you are merely a punching bag." With that, Gohan charged forward with blinding speed, a velocity so rapid that Black Goku could not react. The combination of Gohan's Super Blue transformation and his unintentional release of 100-fold Kaio-Ken made it impossible for Black Goku to track his movements. All he felt was the sudden presence of Gohan before him, followed by a mighty punch that sent him soaring hundreds of miles away. Chapter 95. Even the immortal body has flaws. The entire body soared uncontrollably, colliding with numerous abandoned buildings, disappearing from sight. Once again, Gohan moved, charging forth to pursue the retreating Black Goku. Clenching his fists, Gohan treated him like a punching bag mid-air, raining down countless blows upon his opponent. Each strike reverberated through the atmosphere as Black Goku was mercilessly battered, shattering several decrepit structures in the process. Gohan's relentless fists struck one after another, causing Black Goku to spit blood. Although he could recover from his injuries in a second, the agony was inevitable. Gohan's power was terrifying, his assault unyielding. This led to Black Goku's wounds healing only to be grievously reopened, the cycle of injury and recovery tormenting his very spirit to the brink of collapse. After enduring a savage beating, Black Goku was sent flying for hundreds of miles, only to be struck again, traversing from one side of Earth to the other. Ultimately, Gohan delivered a powerful kick that sent him plunging into a volcano's molten lava, launching him over half the globe in the process. Despite his immortal body's ability to heal, Black Goku emerged from the lava in a grotesque state, his form now unrecognizably disfigured and drenched in blood and flesh. Witnessing this, Gohan smirked with indifference, remarking coldly, "It appears that even immortality has its shortcomings. It can ensure your survival, but it cannot guarantee your physical integrity." This hideous form is quite a sight to behold. The damage to Black Goku's body rendered it incapable of maintaining its original shape, transforming him into a monstrous visage. Gohan's disdainful expression reflected his contempt for the abomination before him. Enraged by Gohan's mockery, Black Goku roared in fury and charged once more. Eager to continue the fight, Gohan, observing the approach, tightened his fists and sent him spiraling away again, resuming his relentless assault. The unceasing blows caused Black Goku to circle the earth once more before returning. With a thunderous crash, the battered Black Goku was thrust into the ruins. While onlookers gasped at the sight of Gohan's return, their eyes drawn to the pitiful state of Black Goku, who struggled to rise. His appearance was a grotesque parody of humanity, his form twisted and disfigured, resembling a nightmarish creature. Little Dance, witnessing the horror, was utterly terrified. Why hasn't he died? She wondered. Typically, a being so utterly mangled would have perished long ago. Yet, due to his immortal nature, he still drew breath, laughing maniacally despite his mutilated body. I possess immortality. No matter how many times you strike me, I shall not perish. I am truly invincible. You cannot kill me. Gohan, unfazed, replied with a sneer, "Oh, do you truly believe you cannot die?" Black Goku, perplexed by Gohan's words, wondered if he possessed some hidden means of attack. If he did, why had it not been revealed earlier? Conventional energy blasts could never achieve his demise. Coldly, he retorted, "You cannot kill me with your futile attempts. Once your energy is depleted, it is you who shall meet your end." Gohan, observing Black Goku's arrogance, remarked with a chilling smile, "I merely sought to test your physical resilience. I must admit, your weaknesses are numerous. Tell me, what would happen if I were to sever you in two?" Black Goku's expression shifted to one of dread. He now grasped Gohan's intent and felt a surge of fear. Desperate to flee, he moved to escape. But before he could act, Gohan raised his hand and summoned a colossal energy sword, cleaving through the air with devastating force. In an instant, Black Goku was split into two, transformed from one entity into two. Miraculously, due to his immortality, his essence remained intact, and now there were two immortal beings. The two halves began to recombine, each a grotesque parody of the other, eliciting gasps of shock from Kakarot and Vegeta, who had never anticipated such a distortion of immortality. The two Black Gokus, each possessing a fraction of consciousness, emitted anguished cries. Gohan, observing the chaos, smirked and summoned the Ten Tails, feeding one of the halves to the monstrous entity. The Ten Tails, upon appearing, promptly consumed the half-immortal being, transforming it into energy. Despite possessing immortality, this fragment was no match for the Ten Tails. It was absorbed entirely, reduced to mere sustenance. The remaining half of Black Goku was visibly shaken. Horrified by the Ten Tails' ability to devour his essence, he turned to flee, a primal instinct driving him to escape without a glance back. Gohan frowned, urging the Ten Tails to pursue, determined to claim the last vestige of the foe. However, before the Ten Tails could strike, a powerful energy blast surged forth, striking the Ten Tails and injuring it. Gohan's brow furrowed in annoyance. He had almost forgotten about Thomas, who had been lurking in the shadows. This Thomas hailed from another universe and had been accompanying Black Goku. His sudden intervention was infuriating. As the half-Black Goku fled, the other Thomas employed the Kaio-Ken's ring and vanished from sight. Gohan lamented not bringing Whis along. With Whis' staff, capturing the fleeing foe would have been a certainty. This was a miscalculation he had not anticipated. Little did he know, Thomas had been exceedingly cautious, sensing the danger, and had led the half-Black Goku to safety. The whereabouts of the fleeing pair were now a mystery, making pursuit nearly impossible. Gohan, sensing their energy dissipating completely, finally turned back to rejoin Little Dance and the others. Chapter 96. Are you even sending your girlfriend away? Black Goku fled, his battered body in tow. The others understood that there were additional forces aiding him. It was evident that Black Goku was not alone, leaving Kakarot and Vegeta astonished. They were perplexed about the identity of the hidden accomplice, aware only that the situation was far more intricate than they had anticipated. They remained oblivious to who had seized Goku's body. Only Gohan comprehended the full scope of the events, possessing a thorough understanding that left the others astonished. Now, Kakarot and Vegeta looked to Gohan, awaiting his guidance. As he held the reins of the situation, the means to shatter Black Goku's immortality had completely eluded them, yet Gohan summoned a creature that devoured half of Black Goku, leaving them in awe. They imagined that if they encountered such a monster, they too might be consumed. Gohan's Ten Tails was remarkably peculiar. As a spirit beast, it could possess its master, augmenting them with the power of the tailed beast, granting them the ability to transform. By directly summoning the Ten Tails, it could absorb various abilities, fortifying itself by assimilating the powers of others. The absorption of half of Black Goku significantly enhanced the Ten Tails, perfecting its transformation. Originally at 100, it surpassed that threshold, reaching an astonishing 150. This five-fold increase in tailed beast power surprised Gohan, who lamented the missed opportunity to absorb Black Goku entirely, which could have achieved a remarkable 200 transformation. With a hint of regret, he resolved to depart the future world, seeking Thomas in the original timeline of Universe 7 to ascertain the situation. Only by encountering Thomas and acquiring the Kaio-Ken's ring could he discern the nature of Thomas in this world. Raising his gaze to the three, he stated, "Broly, you will remain here. You can handle Black Goku, so do not allow this world to be destroyed." He wished to protect this world, which held considerable significance for him. Even if Earth were to be obliterated, he could restore it by locating the Eternal Dragon. The Dragon Balls might be absent, yet the Eternal Dragon was still available and presumably untouched, providing invaluable assistance. Upon hearing Gohan's words, Broly nodded in agreement, prepared to safeguard the planet. Gohan then turned to Kakarot and Vegeta, continuing, "We shall return to our original world to investigate the individual behind Black Goku. We should already have knowledge of their identity." Exchanging curious glances, the two inquired, "Gohan, how do you know so much about this individual? Who are they?" Gohan did not conceal much, revealing a fragment of information. They are undoubtedly connected to the Kaio-Ken, who possesses the Time Ring, an artifact capable of traversing time. It was through this ring that they located the Eternal Dragon to wish for the body of my father, Kakarot. Kakarot's fist clenched in fury upon hearing this. Enraged at the Kaio-Ken's apprentice for usurping his body, Vegeta also scoffed, unwilling to let this individual escape justice. Gohan prepared to lead Kakarot and Vegeta away when Trunks, not far off, expressed his desire to accompany them. Gohan nodded, deciding to bring Trunks along as he needed guidance. In their recent encounter, Trunks had been unable to defeat Black Goku even in his Super Saiyan 3 form. It was imperative to teach Trunks the Super Saiyan Red transformation. However, another individual unexpectedly sought to join them, catching Gohan off guard. Xiaowu, her expression earnest, clenched her fists and addressed Gohan. "The crisis on Earth concerns us, the inhabitants of this planet. I wish to accompany you, despite my uncertainty of what I can contribute. I want to do my part to protect Earth. Please take me with you." Gohan observed her serious demeanor and then glanced at Trunks, who appeared calm, as if he were still in control, leaving Gohan perplexed. The relationship between these two seemed unfamiliar. Sensing Xiaowu's determination, he acknowledged her admirable spirit, though her strength was lacking. He was intrigued to discover the limits of an ordinary human's capabilities, and he was not opposed to adding another individual from the future world to his ranks. Gohan regarded her thoughtfully, saying, "You wish to accompany me. Are you truly prepared for this? You must understand that you are merely an ordinary person. In encounters with those monsters, even a single finger could inflict harm upon you." Understanding this, Xiaowu tightened her fists and solemnly replied, "I fear not death. You are Trunks' mentor, and I am willing to become your disciple. Please guide me. I am ready to do anything to follow you." Her earnest demeanor and fearless disposition pleased Gohan, who nodded in agreement. He decided to bring her along to cultivate her potential and explore the limits of an ordinary human. The group then returned together. As Gohan produced the time ring, they gathered around him, utilizing the ring to traverse dimensions. They re-entered Universe 7, back in the primary timeline. Upon their return, Gohan's immediate objective was to seek Whis. He glanced at Xiaowu, leaning closer to Trunks, and whispered, "Trunks, what is your relationship with her? Shouldn't you keep an eye on her?" Trunks responded with a wry smile, "Master, I met her while opposing Black Goku. She is stronger than I anticipated. However, if she wishes to follow you, I trust you to look after her." Gohan was taken aback by Trunks' generosity, impressed that he was willing to part with his future girlfriend. Acknowledging Trunks' sentiments, he decided to keep a close watch on Shiwu. Turning to her, he said, "Let us begin with the void technique. First, we must find someone. Grab my hand. I will transport you instantly." Chapter 97. Recruiting a leader. Shiwu stepped forward, her curiosity piqued as she grasped Gohan's hand. The moment she realized what was happening, she found herself transported to another world. This extraordinary ability astonished her, and she gazed at Gohan with wonder. "Master, since you guide Trunks in transforming, can I learn that too? I see that each of you can transform, and I wish to learn alongside you." Shiwu expressed her eagerness to master the art of transformation. If she were a Saiyan, Gohan would undoubtedly be able to instruct her. However, shaking his head, he replied seriously, "You are not a Saiyan, so you cannot achieve transformation. Those who accompany me are predominantly Saiyans. Nevertheless, don't be disheartened. I will provide you with an alternative set of skills. Even without transformation, you can still grow stronger." Although Shiwu felt a tinge of disappointment, Gohan's subsequent words sparked a glimmer of hope in her. She yearned to become more formidable, so as to face challenges with greater resilience. Having always followed Pilaf's subordinates, her inherently kind nature had kept her from committing many wrongdoings. In the future world, her dedication to protecting Earth was unwavering. Gohan observed her for a moment, a smile gracing his lips as he continued, "While you cannot learn transformation, there is something you can master, the Kaio-Ken technique. Do not underestimate the Kaio-Ken. My Kaio-Ken can amplify strength by 100-fold, surpassing even Kakarot. Therefore, I will guide you in mastering the 100-fold Kaio-Ken." In truth, human physiology can indeed learn the Kaio-Ken technique, making it a suitable skill for Shiwu. By helping her grasp the fundamentals of Kaio-Ken and teaching her its 100-fold version, Gohan believed she could attain a level comparable to Super Saiyan 1. He also envisioned unlocking her potential further, enabling her to reach Super Saiyan 3 while maintaining her human form. His motivation to develop Shiwu stemmed from her indomitable spirit. With an increasing number of subordinates around him, he found himself short on capable leaders. Broly was powerful but lacked critical thinking, while others like Cabba were fit for combat but not for leadership. Caulifla had some leadership qualities, yet her boisterous nature posed a risk of chaos within the team. Thus, Gohan sought another capable manager. Initially, he considered bringing Android 18, but her responsibilities as a caregiver left her with little time. This led him to contemplate Shiwu, as she was not Trunks' girlfriend. Recruiting her as a leader seemed feasible. With a smile of optimism, Gohan envisioned nurturing a human to rival a Super Saiyan. It would be an accomplishment of great significance. For now, he patiently guided Shiwu while awaiting Whis' arrival. Soon, Kakarot, accompanied by Vegeta and Trunks, teleported to the God of Destruction's planet. Whis appeared alongside the God of Destruction and, upon spotting Gohan and the others, approached them with excitement, revealing, "We have discovered that a potential influence on the future world is an apprentice of a Kaio-Shin named Thomas, who is currently training under a Kaio-Shin." Gohan responded with interest, while Kakarot and Vegeta eagerly anticipated meeting this individual. Whis agreed to take a few of them to meet Thomas, but he cautioned that they could not guarantee he was the person they were seeking. Moreover, Thomas had yet to take any action. They needed to be patient and allow Whis to handle the situation, to which Kakarot and Vegeta reluctantly agreed. Whis then led them to another universe, where they encountered Thomas, still an apprentice under the original Kaio-Shin. Upon Whis' arrival, Thomas greeted him respectfully. However, Kakarot and Vegeta had already sensed his aura, which bore a striking resemblance to that of Black Goku. "Vegeta, this individual indeed shares a similar aura with the one we encountered," Kakarot remarked. "There is definitely a connection between them. That Black Goku must be linked to him." Puzzled, Kakarot wondered why there were two of them. Could he be capable of splitting himself? Who knows? That wretched being. Unable to fathom how two Thomases could exist, Kakarot, excited by the prospect of finding the individual he sought, approached Thomas and challenged him to a duel. This surprised Thomas, who, being rather naive, did not comprehend the nature of Saiyan physiology. Kakarot's formidable strength immediately captured his attention. Gohan, observing the duel, refrained from intervening, understanding that the emergence of Black Goku was intertwined with this confrontation. He recognized that interrupting the causal chain could lead to unpredictable consequences in the future world. As he awaited the conclusion of Kakarot's battle, Gohan turned to Whis and inquired, "Whis, how many Super Dragon Balls exist across these timelines or universes? How many Super Shenrons can be summoned?" This Thomas has used the Super Shinron several times, and I am curious about their quantity. After pondering Gohan's question, Whis replied, given the infinite timelines, there would also be countless Super Shinrons. However, in the current existing timelines, there should not be more than 5. This means there are 5 distinct Super Shinrons across different timelines, allowing for 5 wishes. Upon hearing this number, a smile spread across Gohan's face. He realized that the prospect of finding more Super Dragon Balls was not as distant as he had thought. It seemed he could make several wishes. His gaze fell on Thomas, contemplating the possibility of eliminating him after he discovered the Super Shinron. Wouldn't that allow him to seize the opportunity to achieve his goals without interference? He had no intention of letting Whis resolve Thomas's fate here, otherwise. Who would assist him in locating the Super Dragon Balls? Chapter 98. The Manus Stalks the Cicada. While the yellow bird awaits, Kakarot and Vegeta had both confirmed that the individual before them was none other than Black Goku. Initially, they intended to voice their thoughts, but soon realized that Gohan, not far off, seemed utterly unconcerned with the matter at hand. Gohan appeared nonchalant, awaiting Thomas's search for the Super Dragon Balls. Having ascertained the identity of their adversary, he, alongside Whis, returned to the Supreme Kai's planet, leaving Whis in a state of perplexity. He could not comprehend Gohan's reasoning. A flawed individual like Thomas should not be a Supreme Kai. Gohan intended to intervene and reveal Thomas's malevolence, yet he seemed disinclined to take action, instead smiling and proclaiming, as of now, he is yet to commit any crime. Thus, he is still a good person. It would be unwise to eliminate him without any evidence. We should gather more proof first. Kakarot and Vegeta pondered this, while Whis nodded in agreement. Indeed, should we intervene without evidence? The god of destruction from Thomas's universe may take issue, especially since there is a history between him and Lord Beerus. Therefore, we ought to refrain from taking rash actions. They recognized that the god of destruction from Thomas's universe would not permit chaos to unfold within his realm, and such actions could potentially incite war between 2 universes. Kakarot and Vegeta were at a loss for words, puzzled by Gohan's unusual calmness. They believed Gohan was the one most suited to confront Thomas. However, upon confirming Thomas's identity, Gohan refrained from any further action, leading them to speculate that he might have alternative motives. As they drew closer, Vegeta could not help but inquire, what exactly are you thinking? Do you truly intend to let that guy go? The future world is in ruins because of him. If we do not eliminate him, Trunks may never return to the future. After glancing at Trunks, Vegeta, as a father, expressed his deep concern for his son. Gohan cast a brief look at Trunks, shook his head, and replied earnestly, Trunks must grow stronger. He should not rely on us for every problem that arises in his future. This is ultimately his own responsibility to resolve. Upon hearing Gohan's words, Trunks clenched his fists, nodding solemnly. Master Gohan, please continue to guide me. I must solve the issues of my world on my own. I want to become stronger. Gohan, however, felt that there was someone more fitting to mentor Trunks. He glanced at Vegeta with a smile and directly addressed him. Vegeta, you should be the one to train Trunks. You know him best. You understand whether he can transform into a Super Saiyan God or even Super Saiyan Red. Vegeta, ever proud, was well aware of Trunks' capabilities. From the moment Trunks achieved Super Saiyan 2, he had learned much about his son's potential. Therefore, he was indeed the most suitable instructor for Trunks. Trunks regarded Vegeta with a mixture of confusion and admiration, feeling somewhat distant from his father. Vegeta let out a cold huff, recognizing Gohan's intention for him to take on the teaching role, and he did not refuse, tacitly accepting. Casting a cool glance at Trunks, he spoke up, Trunks, come over here. I will teach you how to transform into a Super Saiyan God. You need to improve your ability to transform into Super Saiyan 3. It is quite lacking. I have much to impart to you if you wish to attain Super Saiyan Red. Trunks glanced at Gohan, who was clearly preoccupied with observing Thomas alongside Whis, and realized that Gohan had no time to guide him directly, especially with another student, awaiting his instruction. Thus, he thought, I shall train with Vegeta. It is the most appropriate course of action. Without hesitation, he replied, Trunks, you should train with Vegeta for now. I have other matters to attend to with Mai's potential is commendable, and I aim to help her reach the physical limits of a regular human to compete with the Saiyan physique. Trunks was taken aback, glancing at Mai, who still held a keen interest in Gohan. Upon hearing that she could enhance her abilities to match those of Saiyans, her eyes sparkled with excitement, her heart captivated by Gohan. Ignoring Trunks' disappointment, which stemmed from not receiving Gohan's direct guidance, he followed Vegeta to the side for training. Gohan, unaffected by Trunks' expression, turned his attention to Mai, whose determination pleased him greatly. With a bright smile, he announced, "Now, I will teach you the technique of flight," followed by the Kaio-Ken. A human must possess certain opportunities to grasp the essence of the Kaio-Ken. You must diligently follow my instructions and feel the energy I teach you. Whether you can comprehend it in a short time will depend on your own efforts. Mai clenched her fists and nodded, eagerly awaiting Gohan's guidance. Meanwhile, Kakarot watched curiously, intrigued by Gohan's decision to instruct a regular human in the Kaio-Ken. He felt that Gohan's understanding of the technique surpassed his own. After all, Gohan's Kaio-Ken at 100 times was something he had yet to master. Over the next hour, Gohan effectively taught Mai the technique of flight. After 2 hours, she had gained a preliminary understanding of the Kaio-Ken, receiving hands-on instruction throughout. In this time, Mai had come to control her energy, allowing her to soar freely in the air. Her talent was remarkable. Her combat experience exceeded that of the previous biddy, and Gohan was thoroughly satisfied. Observing that she had fully grasped the technique of flight and was ready to experiment with the Kaio-Ken, he proposed, "All right, now let us test the Kaio-Ken. Starting with a twofold increase should suffice." As Mai landed, her expression radiated excitement. She recognized her significant progress. Having mastered the technique of flight and grasped the concept of energy, she was no longer an ordinary human. She had finally entered the realm of the powerful. Understanding Gohan's immense strength, she began to amplify her energy according to his guidance, causing it to erupt from within her body. In that instant, Mai transformed, achieving the twofold Kaio-Ken. With a dazzling flash of red light, Kakarot was left speechless, gazing in astonishment. He could not help but exclaim, "Incredible! I never expected a regular human could learn the Kaio-Ken. Gohan, how did you come to know this?" Gohan, of course, understood. After all, the creator of the Kaio-Ken, King Kai, was not a Saiyan, indicating that others besides Saiyans could indeed master it. Chapter 99. Preventing his wish from coming true at this moment. He could not help but smile, encouraging Xiaowu to attempt the Kaio-Ken technique as she soared through the skies. With the enhancement of the double Kaio-Ken, Xiaowu flew even faster. The surge of energy from the Kaio-Ken exhilarated her, and she executed her aerial maneuvers with unmatched joy. "Master Gohan, this is incredible. Is this the Kaio-Ken? I can feel its immense power within me. It's astonishing. I can finally fly, and at such speed." With a rush of wind, she glided through the air, her combat power evidently surpassing 10,000. Achieving such a feat in merely 2 hours was remarkable. However, as Xiaowu expended too much energy, she lost her stability in midair. "Oh no, I've exhausted all my energy. The Kaio-Ken consumes too much." As she plummeted, Gohan's expression shifted, and he reacted swiftly, catching her just before she hit the ground. Holding her close, he reproached her gently. "The Kaio-Ken burns your energy. You must be more cautious." Blushing at Gohan's embrace, Xiaowu quickly regained her composure, gazing at him with sparkling eyes. "Thank you, Master Gohan. I now understand what true power is, but I still need to work harder. I realize how terrifying that person is. Even if I increased my power 1,000-fold, I still wouldn't team-match him. After all, her current combat power was only 10,000. Gohan comforted her, stroking her head. "Once you comprehend the 100-fold Kaio-Ken, that will mark the true beginning. You are still too weak. Rest assured, I will continue to guide you." Xiaowu nodded, shyly glancing at Gohan, her heart racing at his affectionate gesture. She was unable to tear her gaze away from his face. Nearby, Kakarot observed the scene, feeling a sense of bewilderment. He could not fathom why his son was so adept at charming women. "How many is this now?" he murmured to himself. "Is my granddaughter going to increase again? Xiaofeng and Xiaoluan. Looks like there will be more." Kakarot chose to exit, not wishing to remain an unwelcome presence. Once he departed, Gohan recalled another pressing matter and instantly transported Xiaowu to Whis' side. "Whis, with Kakarot and Vegeta absent, I have something to ask of you. Thomas, that fellow, is likely plotting to usurp Kakarot's strength. I need to discover how he intends to do so." Whis looked at him quizzically, surprised that Gohan wished to monitor Thomas. "I don't quite understand. Earlier, you prevented Kakarot and Vegeta from engaging him, yet now you wish to observe him. What is your aim?" Gohan smiled knowingly. "I am merely gathering evidence." Whis remained skeptical, suspecting ulterior motives behind Gohan's request, especially given Thomas's ability to collect the Super Dragon Balls, something he never expected. Following Gohan's instructions, Whis utilized his angelic powers to begin surveilling Thomas. Thomas, now filled with hatred, immediately took action, ruthlessly eliminating his master, the Supreme Kai. With the Supreme Kai dispatched, he seized the time ring. After obtaining it, he departed from the Supreme Kai's planet to seek out someone and inquire about the whereabouts of the Super Dragon Balls. With the Supreme Kai's death, Whis furrowed his brow, realizing that Thomas's intentions were far from innocent. When Thomas confronted Lord Zuno, he pressured him for information regarding the Super Dragon Balls. Whis's expression shifted as he comprehended the situation. This individual was indeed seeking the Super Dragon Balls to obtain Goku's body. Glancing at Gohan, he recognized that Gohan had anticipated this, aiming to compel Thomas to gather all the Super Dragon Balls. It appeared that Gohan had his own designs on the Super Dragon Balls. Gohan nodded, observing intently as Thomas moved swiftly to acquire the whereabouts of the Super Dragon Balls. Initiating the collection process. Utilizing the time ring, he traversed dimensions to gather the first set of Super Dragon Balls. Not rushing to take action, Gohan observed with a smirk, declaring, "He has committed a grave sin. Our pursuit of him is for the greater good. However, we cannot act just yet. Let us wait until he collects the Super Dragon Balls. Whis, once he summons the Super Dragon Balls, take me with you." Whis sighed, realizing Gohan's true intention was to seize the Super Dragon Balls for himself. The pretense of acting for the greater good was merely a cover for his desire to usurp the rewards. Reluctantly, he agreed, knowing that he could not allow Thomas to use the Super Dragon Balls. Otherwise, the fabric of this dimension could unravel. They watched the crystal ball, awaiting Thomas's collection of the Super Dragon Balls. As a candidate for the Supreme Kai, Thomas possessed considerable strength, comparable to Goku's Super Saiyan 3 transformation. With such formidable power, he traversed multiple universes, easily gathering the Dragon Balls. Moreover, being a divine entity, he could survive in the vacuum of space without oxygen, eliminating the need for a spaceship to collect the Dragon Balls. Remarkably, he completed the task in just a few hours. In less than half a day, Gohan lamented that had he known, he wouldn't have to painstakingly search for the Dragon Balls himself. Allowing another to collect them and then seizing them would have been far more convenient. Now, after approximately 5 hours, Thomas acquired the final 7th Dragon Ball and prepared to summon the Eternal Dragon. Understanding the significance of the moment, Whis could hardly contain his excitement. As soon as Thomas located the 7th Dragon Ball, his expression changed. Grasping his staff, he turned to Gohan. "All right, we must arrive before he makes his wish. I need 5 minutes. We cannot allow him to succeed." Gohan understood the gravity of the situation, his expression serious. "Yes, let us hasten and reach him before he wishes." With determination, he summoned Xiao Wu and held her close to shield her from the turbulent energy of their temporal travel. Whis was resolute. He intended to move at full speed, unwilling to risk any missteps that could affect the stability of Universe 7. Chapter 100. Thomas meets his downfall. 7 Super Dragon Balls, all gathered in one place. Thomas wore an expression of exhilaration, his face alight with joy. He eagerly anticipated the emergence of the Eternal Dragon. Ever since encountering Kakarot, he had yearned to seize everything from him, fully aware of the Scion's formidable nature. Having triumphed over King Frieza and even contending with the God of Destruction, the Scion physique was what he had longed for. He aspired to transform this world, a world devoid of greed and filled only with peace. Thus, he sought to dominate the globe, eradicating the very humans who instigated conflict. He envisioned the annihilation of the entire Earth, becoming its sovereign. It was evident that Thomas harbored aspirations of becoming a god of destruction, wielding the authority that came with it, which is why he placed his ambitions upon Kakarot. He wished to completely usurp Kakarot's existence. With a serious demeanor, he lifted his gaze towards the 7 Dragon Balls, a whimsical smile gracing his lips. Raising his hand, without a moment's hesitation, he uttered in the language of the angels, "Come forth, Eternal Dragon, and grant my wish." Thunder rumbled. The 7 Super Dragon Balls emitted a brilliant light, enveloping him in luminosity. He understood that he had now manifested within the essence of the Eternal Dragon. This time, he intended to first supplant Kakarot's body, and subsequently, he would manipulate time and space to seek out the Dragon Balls again. He planned for a second wish to attain an immortal body. In doing so, he would surpass the God of Destruction, becoming impervious even to their might. He erupted into laughter, fixated on the dragon's head as it began to appear, unable to contain his excitement. The abilities of the Scions would belong to him. He would transform into a Scion, rendering those foolish beings incapable of harnessing their power. Only he, Thomas, would possess absolute strength, and he would ensure the extinction of the brutish earthlings. A sneer twisted his lips, his expression a mask of malice. Finally, he beheld the Eternal Dragon, its colossal head striking awe into him, rendering him momentarily speechless. Just as he was overwhelmed by the dragon's imposing presence, A flash of light surged past him. In that moment of distraction, Whis had already arrived alongside Gohan before the Eternal Dragon. Whis, moving at remarkable speed, had successfully intervened in just about 5 minutes. He arrived with a calm demeanor and uttered a single phrase. It appeared that the timing was perfect, right before Thomas could make his wish. Gohan, having witnessed the Eternal Dragon for the second time, was devoid of his initial excitement. A smile graced his lips as he spoke without a second thought. Whis, please make a wish for me to the Eternal Dragon, granting me the power of immortality, while ensuring I do not transform into a monster. In essence, he sought eternal life without the threat of death. Whis nodded, lifting his head, and, preempting Thomas, addressed the Eternal Dragon. In the angelic tongue, he articulated the wish for Gohan to attain immortality while preventing the transformation into a monster, additionally stipulating that his appearance remain unchanged. The Eternal Dragon readily acquiesced, its agreement effortless. With a mighty roar, the dragon enveloped Gohan in a cascade of radiant light. Gohan felt a profound change within his body. Indeed, the power of the Eternal Dragon was formidable. In an instant, he experienced an invigorating sensation as the voice echoed in his ears, confirming that he had gained immortality and eternal youth. His combat prowess surged significantly. With 100 immortality, he would not perish, and under any circumstances, he could not be vanquished. His appearance would remain unaltered, regardless of the price or the nature of his injuries. Everything was now perfect, and Gohan nodded with a smile, watching as the Eternal Dragon vanished. Meanwhile, Thomas's face had turned a deep shade of green, an overwhelming fury coursing through him, nearly causing him to spit blood. After arduous efforts to locate the Eternal Dragon, he had merely intended to make his wish when he was struck dumb by the dragon's majesty. Unbeknownst to him, someone had seized the moment, making a wish before him and obtaining the very power he coveted. Now, Thomas was consumed by rage, all his endeavors rendered futile, leaving him seething. In a fit of fury, he locked his sights on Gohan, charging at him with unbridled wrath. "You vile thief! You dare to steal my wish? I, Thomas, shall not let you escape. I will kill you." In his fury, Thomas raised his hand, energy manifesting, slashing directly at Gohan. This was his most powerful strike, unleashed without restraint. Gohan, observing the attack, did not even flinch. His demeanor remained tranquil as he regarded Thomas's approach. He found the situation laughable. "Thomas, I have kept you around to help me find the Eternal Dragon. I had planned to let you continue assisting me with the Dragon Balls, but you sought your own demise. Do not blame me." With that, he raised a hand, and as Thomas drew near, he pointed a finger at him. In the next moment, before Thomas could react, the energy orb at Gohan's fingertip discharged, colliding with Thomas's body. Thomas's complexion shifted dramatically as he sensed the terrifying energy emanating from Gohan. Shock washed over him, and he realized in that instant that Gohan was the true powerhouse. Among the Saiyans, Kakarot was insignificant. Gohan's strength was the most formidable of all. Refusing to accept this, filled with anger and regret, Thomas was utterly dismantled by Gohan's energy. His very being was obliterated, leaving no trace behind, as if he had been disassembled into nothingness. In his final moments, his distorted expression was noted by Whis, who merely shook his head, reflecting on the absurdity of it all. This fellow likely perished without ever understanding the reason for his downfall. Meanwhile, Shiwu, witnessing Thomas' demise, could not contain her joy, exclaiming, "Now that he is dead, does that mean the Thomas from our future world will also vanish?" Gohan remained silent, but Whis shook his head, explaining seriously, "Not quite. The chaotic timeline consists of more than 3 versions of Thomas. Though this one has perished, 2 others remain. The Thomas from your future timeline should have no connection to him. Those 2 are from entirely different timelines." Xiao's expression shifted, confusion evident as she grappled with the explanation. Gohan, however, understood well. This particular Thomas was inconsequential, for the 2 others were the true architects of the chaos. Chapter 101. No one, not even the Omni King, could kill him, having fortified his own strength and identified the source of his power. He resolved to return to the future world once more. With everything in order, he felt a genuine sense of gratitude towards Thomas for granting him the ability of immortality. This power was truly remarkable. As long as he possessed eternal life, not even a destroyer god or the Omni King could easily vanquish him. However, it is worth noting that immortality does not equate to invincibility. The Omni King's eraser could obliterate entire worlds, and even with immortality, it would not guarantee survival against such an overwhelming force. There exists a threshold of combat prowess that can render the effects of immortality moot. Hence, he would not be foolish enough to challenge the Omni King at this moment. It simply was not the right time. For now, he was confident that Beerus truly had no means to contend with him. Even Whis remarked in astonishment, Lord Beerus would undoubtedly be astounded to learn of your immortality. Even with his destructive power, it is unlikely he could harm you now. Gohan smiled and replied, if Lord Beerus were to unleash his full power, he might still find a way to defeat me. It is not out of the question. Whis refrained from responding, as he himself was uncertain whether Beerus's full strength could indeed subdue Gohan. In his estimation, Gohan was undeniably formidable. If a successor to the role of Destroyer God were to be chosen, Gohan would be a prime candidate. Whis held great faith in Gohan's potential. As the strongest fighter in his universe, Gohan possessed the capability to elevate the rating of Universe 7, which in turn influenced Whis' own assessments as an angel. He felt a sense of excitement at the prospect of witnessing Gohan's growth. If you aspire to become a Destroyer God, I can assist you, and I will keep it a secret from Lord Beerus. Indeed, Whis, as an angel, operated within a different framework from that of the Destroyers. The angelic system governed the Destroyers, maintaining the order of the universe. It was likely that both the Destroyers and the Omni King were under the influence of the angels. Gohan was curious about the extent of the Grand Angel's power. He theorized that the Grand Angel possessed the capability to control the Omni King. If he could find the Grand Angel for guidance, it would be beneficial. A glimmer of inspiration struck him as he considered how to make the acquaintance of the Grand Angel. He found little interest in the childlike Omni King. While the Omni King's combat power was terrifying, capable of annihilating everything with a single strike, it was a form of strength that could not be emulated. After all, such power stemmed from an extraordinary level of combat capability. In contrast, the Grand Angel, standing beside the Omni King, represented the true pinnacle of strength across the universe. Gohan suspected that the Grand Angel possessed mastery over the Ultra Instinct technique, and that the Angel's knowledge of it was intrinsically linked to the Grand Angel. Therefore, the secrets surrounding the Grand Angel were likely far more profound than those of the Omni King, who was akin to the destroyer of the entire universe. Upon his return, Gohan informed Kakarot and Vegeta that Thomas had been dealt with, allowing them to address the issue of the Dark Goku in the future world. The two were eager to proceed, especially since Vegeta had successfully trained Trunks to transform into Super Saiyan God. Vegeta's intense training lasted less than 2 hours, enabling Trunks to grasp the Super Saiyan God transformation. Naturally, by the end of it, Trunks bore the marks of intense exertion, appearing battered and exhausted. Upon seeing Gohan and Mai, a spark of relief illuminated his face. He finally felt liberated and approached them with a greeting. Originally, he and Mai hailed from the same timeline, yet now they felt like strangers. To his surprise, when he greeted Mai, she paid him no heed. Notably, he sensed that her power had significantly increased, leaving him utterly astonished. Mai, your energy has grown stronger. Have you mastered the use of energy in just a few hours? It seems you've even acquired some special abilities. Mai nodded, her eyes filled with admiration for Gohan. Yes, Lord Gohan taught me the Kaio-Ken technique. I can now utilize it at double strength. Lord Gohan mentioned that if I can reach 100 times, I might be able to catch up to you Saiyans. With that, she glanced at Trunks, brimming with eagerness to surpass him. Trunks smiled wryly, feeling as though something had been taken from him by Gohan. However, since Gohan was his mentor, he held his tongue. Instead, he felt genuinely happy for Mai and replied with a sincere smile, "That's wonderful, Mai. With this, you too can contribute to protecting the Earth." At the mention of this, Mai hesitated, casting a glance at Gohan before speaking. "Trunks, once this matter concludes, I don't plan to return to the future world. I wish to stay by Lord Gohan's side to train. I feel my strength is inadequate. If anything happens, I want to be able to protect those around me. Therefore, I must become stronger." Clenching her fists, Mai was determined to grow stronger. In the future world, she had felt the helplessness of facing overwhelming combat power, which left her feeling unsatisfied. She did not want to experience that again. Thus, she resolved to remain by Gohan's side to enhance her abilities. She had made up her mind that even when this crisis was resolved, she would not return to the future world but would instead stay with Gohan to grow stronger. Trunks' expression shifted, his emotions complex. Regardless, this was Mai's decision. With a conflicted heart, he nodded and approached Gohan earnestly. "Master Gohan, I leave Mai in your care. I hope you can guide her well." Gohan was taken aback for a moment, glancing at Trunks, who was genuinely entrusting his girlfriend to him. He placed a reassuring hand on Trunks' shoulder. "Trunks, You must believe in your strength. You will undoubtedly grow stronger. Now that you have grasped the Super Saiyan God transformation, your future is bright. With determination, Trunks clenched his fists, filled with confidence. Master, I will work even harder. One day, I will catch up to you. Observing the admiration in Trunks' eyes, Gohan found the situation amusing. He had not anticipated that Mai would willingly choose to stay by his side and become a member of his team. With this, his team was now adequately staffed, and with Mai's addition, their strength had significantly increased. Moreover, this young woman was fiercely competitive and capable. He certainly did not mind having another female companion. Since Trunks had been so generous, it would be ungracious of him to refuse. Casting a gentle smile toward Mai, Gohan stepped forward, making a promise. Rest assured, stay with me, and I will help you become stronger, not inferior to any of those Saiyans. Mai beamed with admiration, exclaiming, Yes, Lord Gohan. Chapter 102, Broly breaks through again. Several individuals intended to return to the future world once more. At present, Broly was the sole defender in that realm, and it was evident that he was nearing his breaking point. It was high time to eliminate the two Thomases, without requiring the Omni King's intervention. He could easily deal with them. Gohan was eager to witness the limits of immortality by siphoning the full energy of these two adversaries. He could also nourish his own pet, the Ninetales. With eagerness, he activated the Kaio-Ken's ring and, accompanied by Mai and the others, returned to the future world. Upon their arrival, they found themselves amidst ruins, and Gohan immediately sensed the surrounding energy, distinctly identifying Broly's faint presence. However, Broly's energy was considerably diminished. He could not possibly contend with the two Thomases alone. The immortal Thomas possessed strength at an extraordinary level, and with two of them, if they used the Kaio-Ken's earrings to merge, they would transcend even the Super Blue form, boasting a power that even Vegeta would dread. It was commendable that Broly had managed to hold on until their return. Kakarot too detected the decline in Broly's energy, his brow furrowing in concern. Broly is in danger. Gohan, we must hurry. Gohan remained calm, responding with deliberation. There is no need for haste. Broly, being of Saiyan blood, may find strength in adversity. Father, you should know that Broly's true power remains untapped. Kakarot fell silent, acknowledging Gohan's words. Indeed, Broly had yet to unlock his full potential. The trials faced in life and death situations could significantly enhance his combat abilities. Gohan, unperturbed, focused on Broly's energy signature. He raised his hand, urging Mai to grasp it tightly. And with a swift instant transmission, they appeared at the site of Broly's battle. The ground was utterly shattered, and upon their arrival, Mai was taken aback by the devastation. The terrain lay in ruins, with magma from the Earth's core bubbling violently to the surface, spewing flames that ignited the land, leaving no intact ground for them to stand upon. They had barely 5 square meters of stable ground, and a step further would plunge them into the deep crimson lava. Terrified, Mai clutched Gohan's hand tightly, pressing against him for safety. Gohan, protective as ever, raised his gaze to observe the ongoing conflict. While Broly was indeed at a disadvantage, he had not yet succumbed entirely. Despite his severe injuries, the indomitable spirit of his Saiyan lineage propelled him to repeatedly surpass his limits, unleashing tremendous power and delaying the fusion of the two Thomases. Now, as the Thomases were being battered, they merged into a single entity, the fusion of Black Goku, who regarded Broly with visible disdain, his expression twisted in rage. I never anticipated your strength would surpass Kakarot's. How infuriating. I should have seized your body earlier. You possess even greater potential than Kakarot. Indeed, Broly's true potential exceeded that of Kakarot, who had yet to master the White God form. Fueled by a singular conviction, Gohan's request for him to protect this place, Broly stood resolute, unwilling to retreat. He fought not only for Gohan's promise but also for his own freedom and the camaraderie he had found. He knew that only by becoming stronger could he safeguard his companions and their way of life. With newfound determination, he clenched his fists and roared, I will not give up. I have fought hard for my freedom, my friends, and everything I cherish. I refuse to relinquish it all. For my comrades, for my future. I will protect it all. In an explosive surge of energy, he transformed, his muscles swelling as he achieved a complete 100 Super Saiyan transformation, the purest form of his abilities. At last, he unleashed his full power, a sight that brought Gohan immense satisfaction and pride. Indeed, Broly has finally tapped into his potential. This transformation has elevated him to the level of Super Blue. How magnificent! If he were to master Super Blue, who knows how powerful he could become? He might even surpass Kakarot. Gohan watched in anticipation as fully enraged, and in control of his 100 primal Super Saiyan power. Broly soared into the air. In an instant, he appeared before Thomas, catching the fused Black Goku completely off guard. How could he have known that Broly, in the face of imminent peril, had once again exceeded his limits? With a powerful blow, Broly struck, sending shockwaves through Black Goku's body, causing him to stagger and spit blood. In the next moment, Broly seized him, throwing him into the nearby lava with tremendous force. The eruption of magma was thunderous as Black Goku plummeted into its depths, sustaining significant injuries. Naturally, as an immortal, he would not be incinerated, but his form would become increasingly distorted. Emerging from the molten chaos, Black Goku had transformed, now possessing two heads, a clear sign of the complications arising from the fusion. In his rage, he could think of nothing but annihilating Broly. "You wretched creature! You have reduced me to this! I will kill you!" With a furious roar, Black Goku charged at Broly, delivering a punch filled with all his wrath. At their current levels, the two were evenly matched, yet the advantage of immortality lay with Thomas, ensuring Broly's inevitable defeat. Witnessing this unfold, Gohan could no longer hold back. Releasing Mai, he raised his hand, employing instant transmission while calling out to Broly, "Broly, get out of the way. This one is mine." Upon hearing Gohan's voice,